Yen Emperor, congratulations on becoming an exalted existence, such as a universe master. I hope you will look after me in the future. Yen Emperor stared at the creature before him. A monstrosity 5 meters tall, covered in jet black scales with twin horns jutting from its head, its entire body pitch black. A monster. Person. This humanoid monster was fawning over the similar humanoid creature in front of it, who stood fully 10 meters tall, bore crimson-red scales, had a single horn sprouting from his skull, and radiated a searing, overbearing aura. The Yen Emperor, addressed by the humanoid monster, merely cast a cold glance at it, and said not another word. The black demon venerable, seeing that Yen Emperor gave no response, thought to himself that Yen Emperor is notorious for being greedy, selfish, and utterly devoid of loyalty. He only remembers how others wronged him, never how they helped him. I'd better not offend him. Let me flatter him a bit and leave right away. A high-level cosmic venerable like me. Yen Emperor certainly hasn't taken me seriously. The other cosmic venerables who had come to congratulate him all saw Yen Emperor's expressionless face and empty response. Their hearts tightened. After offering a few words of flattery, they took their leave. In truth, these cosmic venerables had come to congratulate Yen Emperor out of selfish motives, nothing more than trying to build a relationship now that he had become a universe master, and to find themselves a formidable patron. After all, a cosmic venerable with a universe master as a patron was far better off than one without, whether in mystic arts or supreme treasures. In the original story, Chenwu Kingdom Master had once been stone-broke, even owing treasure points to both his clan and others. Later, when the protagonist rose to prominence, Chenwu was taken in as his follower and instantly grew formidable. Back then, the protagonist directly bestowed upon Chenwu Kingdom Master an ordinary supreme treasure. Under normal circumstances, a cosmic venerable like Chenwu, with mediocre strength and exhausted potential, could never obtain a supreme treasure. Of course, calling Chenwu Kingdom Master poor referred only to the level of cosmic venerables. No matter how poor a venerable was, he could hardly be poorer than an ordinary immortal. In fact, it was not that Yen Emperor truly ignored these cosmic venerables, but that Yen Emperor, or rather Cao Benqi, felt utterly dismayed. Where, in the universe, was this? Why were these monsters growing stranger and stranger? Hadn't I been carrying out an ultra-S-rank mission in the island nation surrounded by 10 Kaga-level ninjas before self-destructing to perish together with them? How was I alive again? Had I transmigrated into a world of monsters? Suddenly a flood of memories surged into Cao Benqi's mind like a torrent, and his head ached as if it were splitting apart. It took him a long while to finally absorb those sudden memories. Damn it! I've transmigrated. Even I am following the trend now. And I've arrived in the world of devouring starry sky, becoming the Yen Emperor. For a moment Cao Benqi had no idea how to describe his feelings. In his previous life, Cao Benqi had been an Ultra-S-rank water-type ability king in the Hua Nation's dragon group. The fact that he could wield water, an element with relatively weak offensive power, to the rank of ability king showed how extraordinary his talent was. After all, to become an ability king, one had to not only reach S level in cultivation realm, but also meet the corresponding combat power requirements. In the entire Hua Nation there were only 3 ability kings. In his previous life, Cao Benqi had stood at the pinnacle of that world. Apart from carrying out missions, he spent most of his time in leisure, and had therefore read many novels. He had once fantasized about transmigrating to another world, sweeping through the heavens and earth with his abilities, holding all under his command, and embracing beautiful women by his side. But fantasy was after all fantasy. Cao Benqi never imagined that after death he would transmigrate, and into his favorite novel Devouring Starry Sky, becoming a relatively important supporting character, the Yen Emperor. In his previous life as a devoted fan of web novels, he had read that work countless times with endless imagination. With an ability king's mental strength and brain development, Cao Benqi could recite that ultra-long novel of nearly 5 million words backward and forward, familiar beyond familiarity. Yet precisely because of that familiarity, the world Cao Benqi least wanted to transmigrate into was Devouring Starry Sky. Its background was too vast and its waters were too deep. A punch with 100,000 gene of force. Impressive, of course, that's a superhuman. A punch that blows up Earth. Impressive, of course, that's a god. What about a punch that blows up the entire Milky Way? Impressive. A punch that annihilates countless galaxies. Impressive, of course, that's even more freakishly awesome than any god. With Cao Benqi's ability king-level strength, transmigrating into a martial arts world would have made him a god. But in the world of Devouring Starry Sky, a mere planetary-level being could defeat him. And a planetary-level existence could barely scrape by in a minor cosmic nation. If unlucky, he might even be captured and enslaved. Back then Huyen Bo had been hyped so high, he nearly flew into the sky. But looking at the entire story, immortals were as common as dogs and venerables filled every street. Only universe masters could be considered regional overlords in the Prime Universe. And even they needed backing, or they might be besieged, sealed, or blown apart. The 8 beast gods, born universe masters, incarnations of the laws backed by the ancestral god sect, the strongest force in the Prime Universe, were still slain by a host of powerhouses. In the end, their flesh carved up and divided. Universe Masters only counted as figures in the early stages. In the later stages of devouring starry sky, even the strongest fell in numbers too many to count, let alone Universe Masters. So the world of devouring starry sky was too dangerous, its waters far too deep. Think of the Gene world. In a single great war between two tribes, no one knew how many Universe Masters fell. Even true bodies, if too weak, would perish. Cao Benqi thought to himself, fortunately I've transmigrated into Yen Emperor, and Yen Emperor has already become a Universe Master. At the early stage it's not too dangerous. But Cao Benqi reconsidered Sai. Becoming the Yen Emperor is worse than becoming Hong. The Yen Emperor's comprehension is too low and his character is far too flawed. The heart and comprehension became more and more important in the later stages, especially the heart. The heart commands, the consciousness is the general, and the will is the soldier. Only with a powerful heart could one truly know oneself, and only then would one's will improve. Of course, great trials could also temper the will. And when the will improved, comprehension improved as well. The two complemented each other and neither could be missing. But Cao Benqi also knew that complaining about it now was useless. He might as well take stock of his current advantages. Cao Benqi secretly analyzed the original plot, and thought, looking at the whole story, Yen Emperor's opportunities and talent are absolutely first-rate. He has a God King level teacher in Zuoshanke and the potential to reach the third level of the divine body. These two alone are already unique in the Prime Universe. Of course, the protagonist is the exception. But Yen Emperor's comprehension and character are too poor. In the end, Zuoshanke abandoned him and nurtured Luofeng instead. Cao Benqi pondered for a while and thought again. Yen Emperor never appeared in the Gene world or during the world beast catastrophe. I wonder what his final fate was. Become the strongest? The odds might be less than 1 in 10, and even that would require walking the divine body path. Transcend reincarnation? Absolutely impossible. Sigh. Forget it. What's done is done. Thinking so much is useless. I might as well look at the advantages and treasures I have now. Cao Benqi sat for 3 whole days before finally finishing reading all the memories of the Flame Emperor. Previously he had only received them but had not yet read them all. Now Cao Benqi possessed the following several major advantages. First, knowing the plot was a natural benefit for a transmigrator. Second, the advantages brought by Cao Benqi's transmigration. For instance, the Flame Emperor's comprehension had greatly increased. Though incomparable to Luofeng, he should surpass Hong by a notch. Of course, this was the Flame Emperor's own estimation. The truth remained to be tested. Furthermore, the original Flame Emperor's temperament had little influence on Cao Benqi. Everything was centered on his own self. As a sovereign of the extraordinary, Cao Benqi's willpower was naturally not weak, and his resolve had reached the limit of a Universe Master thanks to his transmigration. Most importantly, his transmigration greatly enhanced his comprehension of the water laws, and combined with the original Flame Emperor's fire-based talent, it reminded Cao Benqi of someone. Third, he possessed 2 pinnacle treasures, the offensive treasure Flame God Halberd, and the soul-defending treasure Primordial Soul. As for the armor of tribulation, he had not yet obtained it. Fourth, the Flame Emperor also had a clone named Bloodthirsty Vine, with an enormous body nearly 50 billion kilometers long at the Universe Master level. It possessed a natural talent Devour, capable of consuming chaotic energy streams, cosmic energy, and other special materials to restore divine power. This talent was remarkably heaven-defying and automatic recovery of health. Fourth, and perhaps most important, was the current attitude of the reclusive mountain guest toward the Flame Emperor. After all, he was a divine king. What could one do? But from analyzing the Flame Emperor's memories, Cao Benqi realized that the reclusive mountain guest's attitude toward him was very unfavorable. With no other choice, he would have to take things step by step. Cao Benqi thought to himself, now that I've become a Universe Master, it seems I've reached a dead end. How can I become the strongest? Take the divine body path. How to proceed? In the original, Luofeng relied on the talent of his oceanic clone. Other methods were never mentioned. But then he reconsidered. No, there must be a method. I just don't know it. Not everyone on the divine body path can have a talent secret art for creating life right. It seems I can only pin my hopes on the reclusive mountain guest. But if I can comprehend the way of water and fire, realize the essence of life, or obtain that person's inheritance, it should help on the divine body path. Cao Benqi quietly analyzed his advantages, unconsciously identifying himself as the Flame Emperor and integrating into this world. Alas, the Flame Emperor's opportunities are still no match for the protagonist's. If only he had 4 clones like the protagonist's perfect genes. If only he had the divine king-level treasure star tower, and a life-creating secret art combined with his own conditions, stepping into the 3rd layer of the divine body would be certain. Sighing, Cao Benqi felt disheartened. Though the Flame Emperor possessed 2 great treasures, they were at most on par with the armor of tribulation. Compared to the star tower, the difference was like heaven and mud. Cao Benqi's resentment ran deep. He cried out in his heart, a divine king weapon. Why isn't it mine? Let's not even mention the star tower. Even if the Flame Emperor could bind it, he would probably die before succeeding. But the gene issue troubled him even more. The flame god race was hailed as fearsome and invincible in close combat, yet the reclusive mountain guest only gave the flame emperor's main body 10,000 times genes, while his clone had only 300 times. Looking at the protagonist, except for the Masha clan clone, every other clone had perfect genes. Though 10,000 times and perfect genes were only slightly different, they were fundamentally incomparable. Once one reached the perfect gene level, the original universe would bestow the strongest talent secret art, and following the path of secret pattern diagrams one could create secret arts beyond their level. Look at the Flame Emperor now. Under the guidance of the reclusive mountain guest, after eons of years, he had barely managed to create a universe master peak secret art. With 10,000 times genes, 2 great treasures, and the Bloodthirsty Vine clone, his combat power was at most second-level peak, on par with the Heavenly Wolf Lord. In the Cosmic Sea, if he encountered someone who countered him, he would be killed in no time. In contrast, Luofeng, before becoming a universe master, had perfect genes and a peak secret art for his earthling main body. Though it was auxiliary, it still had an ultimate-level secret art, conservatively a third-level peak combat power. And his golden-horned beast clone, disguised as the Blood Cloud Palace Master, could face the 5th-level combat power of the Galaxy Lord without losing, possessing at least a 4th-level peak combat power, even approaching the 5th level. Of course, the Star Tower played a huge role, but treasures were also part of one's strength. Comparing the two was truly futile. Thinking of this, Cao Benqi couldn't help but shake his head. Sometimes he envied the old Flame Emperor, who was arrogant and fearless. In the original, the Flame Emperor disrespected the reclusive mountain guest and looked down on Teep. But he had no idea that the reclusive mountain guest could kill him with ease. It was only out of slight affection that he didn't punish him. In the end, he was abandoned by the reclusive mountain guest and probably never received true recognition until his death. Now the Flame Emperor hasn't yet betrayed humanity, so there's still a chance to get close to Luofeng and build a good relationship. Cao Benqi thought to himself. Betray humanity? He wasn't the old arrogant Flame Emperor. With his current strength, he could only be arrogant in the original universe. In the Cosmic Sea, he would be at the bottom. After all, the weakest in the sacred universe were at the 4th level of combat power. Cao Benqi mused. I need to improve my strength quickly and curry favor with the old reclusive mountain guest, hoping he won't give up on the Flame Emperor so soon. At least he should tell me how to walk the divine body path. Otherwise, by the time Luofeng obtains the inheritance, it'll be too late. For a moment his mind wandered, sometimes excited, drooling at the mouth. He was probably fantasizing about snatching Luofeng's opportunities, making the mighty beings of the Cosmic Sea wet themselves at the mere mention of his name. Another moment he looked gloomy, perhaps thinking about how he might fall one day or be killed by the realm beasts. The Flame Emperor's intelligent servant was puzzled today. What was wrong with his always arrogant master? How had he become so foolish after breaking through to Universe Master? Laughing one moment, crying the next. The intelligent servant was conflicted. It had something to report but dared not disturb him. It knew that if it disturbed the Flame Emperor it would become cosmic trash. Well, let it be. Worrying too much is useless. Since the Flame Emperor's original name is the same as mine from today on, I am the Flame Emperor. I will surely become a renowned powerhouse and make all races submit. With that, a surge of pride welled up in his heart. The servant muttered to itself, the master seems different today. The Flame Emperor, with his powerful cultivation, naturally heard the servant's muttering. Jinshi, what are you mumbling about? Startled Jinshi prostrated himself on the ground in fear. Great master, your loyal servant was praising your majesty, height and might. My admiration for you is like the endless river. Enough, enough. Tell me what brings you here. The Flame Emperor was slightly amused as such a gem existed. The old Flame Emperor certainly had peculiar tastes. Yes. Lord Chaos City Lord just sent an email inviting you over, the servant quickly replied. Chaos. Indeed, now that he had become a universe master, he should convene a giant axe meeting for all universe masters to gather. At this moment he had finally entered the core of human authority. In truth, Yen Di cared little about whether the meeting was held or not. He already knew what he needed to know, and what he should not know had also come to light. Of course, being granted a top-tier treasure equivalent to a weapon-class treasure by the clan upon becoming a universe master was something Yen Di valued greatly. No one would ever complain about having too many treasures. Alright, I understand. I'll be there right away. Yen Di replied and immediately entered the virtual universe. Ha! The master today seems truly different. Yen Di's response surprised the intelligent servant, for in the past Yen Di had been so arrogant he barely knew his own name. He would never have paid attention to an intelligent servant. Though an intelligent life form, the servant had emotions and naturally longed for the master's attention. Yen Di's reply today stirred a peculiar feeling within Golden Lion's heart. Meanwhile, Yen Di teleported to the highest peak of Thunder Island upon entering the virtual universe. He saw that City Lord Hundun was already waiting for him, while the other universe masters had not yet arrived. Yen Di gave a slight nod to Hundun. Hundun, why have you summoned me? Though Yen Di knew the reason, he still pretended to ask. City Lord Hundun said, Yen Di, as a universe master, you have naturally become the highest echelon of humanity. And since you are a universe master from our virtual universe company lineage, let us first gather our faction. Oh, I see. May I ask which powerhouses belong to our virtual universe company? Yen Di inquired. Patience, they have not yet arrived. Our company has 4 universe masters, and with you that makes 5. City Lord Hundun said. 5. Yen Di murmured, thinking to himself. It seems Yu-Ho has not yet become a universe master. Yes, 5. 2 are my junior brothers, and the other is Longxing Lord. City Lord Hundun said. Just then a voice rang out. Ha ha ha. So this is Yen Di. Truly a regal presence. No wonder you are the leader of the Yenshin clan. A man as sturdy as a mountain walking with the force of wind approached. Clearly Longxing Lord. You flatter me. By your stride you must be Longxing Lord. Indeed you live up to the name Longxing, with the bearing of a dragon king. Yen Di replied. Yen Di held a slight fondness for Longxing Lord, who likely possessed strength at the peak of the 4th tier. This Yen Di kid isn't as arrogant as the rumors suggest, Longxing Lord mused. Rumors cannot be fully trusted. Being a genius, a little pride is normal as long as he doesn't lose himself. Just then an icy aura and a dark aura surged toward Yen Di. It's Ice Lord and Dark Lord. I can't let them underestimate me. Yen Di steadied himself. He declared calmly. Since you two are here, why not show yourselves? Why test me? Not bad, came Ice Lord's frigid voice. Hee junior brother, you're too harsh. Not just not bad. I'd say he's quite outstanding, a seductive voice chimed in. In truth Yen Di had been startled, but knowing it was them he managed not to lose face. Alright, you two, stop messing around. City Lord Hundun quickly interjected. Yen Di, on the left is my junior brother Ice Lord, and on the right is Dark Lord. Yen Di promptly greeted. Greetings Ice Lord and Dark Lord. Ice Lord replied curtly. Yen Di, aware of his personality, said nothing. But he felt no fondness for Ice Lord, who in the original story had pursued Yen Di and possessed peak 4th tier strength on par with Longxing Lord. Dark Lord merely smiled on the side without speaking. Yen Di actually harbored more wariness toward Dark Lord, who not only possessed 5th tier strength, but also gave off a serpentine treacherous vibe. Let's go pay respects to the forefather, Hundun said. At the mention of the forefather everyone fell silent, undoubtedly recalling him. Yen Di had to steel himself and ask, who is the forefather? City Lord Hundun and the others spoke with fervor. The forefather. How magnificent he was. Sigh. They're like zealots. Yen Di, who knew the plot, respected the forefather but did not share such fanatical, almost worshipful devotion. After all, the forefather only had peak 10th tier combat power, which was rather ordinary later on. Of course, if the forefather had obtained the inheritance it would have been different, but Yen Di felt the forefather had been too clever for his own good. Attempting to possess the original universe without knowing the circumstances was too hasty. Yet Yen Di pretended. To think our human race once had such a great existence. Truly incredible. After viewing the forefather's statue, Hundun and the other side again before teleporting to the giant axe temple. Inside the temple a group of universe masters immediately greeted, Hundun is here. After all, aside from Giant Axe City, Lord Hundun held the highest status among humanity. Ha ha ha, Dark, you old devil, long time no see. The universe masters mingled, exchanging greetings. Among these universe masters Yen Di paid the most attention to Pengong Lord and Huangjian Lord. Pengong Lord possessed peak 5th tier strength, while Huangjian was close to 5th tier and had 4 avatars. Not everyone was the protagonist with 4 avatars. After all, the favored one was only one. Wasn't that the truth? This little fellow is Yen Di. Not bad, not bad. Our human race gains another universe master. This is a sign of prosperity, Pengong Lord said. You flatter me. The human race still relies on all of you to bear the burden. Yen Di replied. Unlike the original Yen Di, he was not so arrogant as to offend others needlessly. Moreover, he lacked the strength to be arrogant. The universe masters exchanged compliments with each other. After all, they were all family, and maintaining good relations was essential. Just then a wild aura surged in. A burly man 5 meters tall, barefoot and disheveled, strode in. Giant Axe. Everyone hurriedly greeted. Take your seats. Giant Axe glanced at Yen Di. Yen Di, since you've become a universe master, I assume you know the other rules. Yes, I know. Yen Di replied promptly. Giant Axe was different from the forefather. He was not suppressed. And Zuoshanke had once said, it seems Giant Axe has also touched upon it. That is, when Giant Axe exchanged blows with the 6th and 3rd true lords, he already possessed strength close to the 10th tier. Good. Then the clan will grant you a top-tier treasure equivalent to a weapon-class treasure. What do you desire? Giant Axe asked. Armor. Yen Di said. He already had the Yen God Strike for offense and the Primordial Soul for soul defense, but he lacked armor, a domain-type treasure, and a palace-type treasure. Unfortunately, domain-type and palace-type treasures were too valuable. The highest he could obtain was advanced grade, which he looked down upon, so he chose armor. Good. I have a flaming armor that suits you well. I grant it to you, Giant Axe said. Then, finally, everyone raised their glasses to Yen Di. May your life be eternal and your treasures endless. Cheers. Afterwards, the gathering dispersed. Yen Di withdrew his consciousness from the virtual universe and returned to the Yen God's secret realm. Within the mysterious Yen secret realm, in the temple of the Flame Emperor, Yen Di was overwhelmed with emotions. In his past days with the Dragon Group, he had never cared for power struggles. After completing missions, he always enjoyed reading novels and daydreaming. Little did he imagine that now he would truly sit alongside characters from those novels and even become a high-ranking member of humanity. Of course, Yen Di would never betray humanity. He was no longer the Yen Di of old. He was now a completely transformed Yen Di. Watch. One day I will make the universe sea tremble at my name. One day I shall transcend reincarnation and ascend to rule over the origin continent. Of course, Yen Di only thought these things in his mind. He would never voice them aloud. The problem was, even if he wanted to speak them, he probably couldn't. Above him, the primordial will still loomed as a mighty presence. A message from that old fellow Zuoshanke. That Zuoshanke was such a waste. Even a communication token was at the level of an ordinary supreme treasure. Yen Di quickly picked up the communication token and asked, Master, do you have something else? Come to me. Before Yen Di could ask further, the old fellow hung up. Ahem, a communication token, right? Damn that old geezer. Yen Di really didn't want any connection with Zuoshanke. Although he was extremely powerful, there were still 3 god kings waiting for him on the origin continent. What if this old man, like he did with Luophone, planted some special aura on him? He certainly didn't want to be hunted by the 3 god kings the moment he arrived on the origin continent. That would be suicide. What? You ask if Yen Di can transcend reincarnation? What do you think? But he had no choice. He still needed this old fellow to tell him how to cultivate the divine body path. So he obediently went to find him. After about 2 days of teleportation, Yen Di finally arrived at Zuoshanke's dwelling. A vast expanse of nothingness. Disciple, why don't you come in? A voice echoed beside Yen Di. Whoosh! A resplendent golden, exquisitely ornate bridge appeared, seemingly forged from transparent crystal. Yen Di immediately flew over, landed on the bridge, and walked toward the other end. As he stepped, he felt a violent shift in space. Yen Di quickly checked the cosmic coordinates, and was shocked to find that each step he took on the bridge spanned tens of millions of light-years. From one end of the bridge to the other, the cosmic coordinates had shifted by over 1 billion light-years. At the bridge's end lay an exquisite pool with various fish swimming within. No. Yen Di turned back to look. The bridge he had just walked seemed only 100 meters long, yet it had crossed over 1 billion light-years. And this pool? Was it really only a few hundred meters in diameter? But based on Yen Di's perception, this was no pool. Those were no ordinary fish. This was a domain-type supreme treasure of immense power. Walking along the pool, he saw flower beds and lawns. No. Yen Di looked more closely. Those were not grass. They were actually ancient trees, and even the decorative stones beside them were metal materials the size of stars. Impressive. His control over cosmic space is incredibly powerful. Yen Di thought to himself that old Zuoshanke is dripping with wealth, almost a nouveau riche. If I had enough strength, I would definitely rob this old fellow. But he only thought it. Zuoshanke possessed combat power above the 10th rank and was a god king in realm. Even with 10 times the courage, Yen Di wouldn't dare. Not to mention other things. Just the god king level Jinwang Hall placed there, and no one in the universe could shake it. Though countless thoughts raced through Yen Di's mind, he still went before the seated old man and bowed. Master, your disciple has arrived. Zuoshanke glanced at Yen Di and said, not bad. You've finally broken through to Universe Master. You haven't wasted my cultivation. Yen Di hurriedly replied, your disciple is ashamed. With your guidance and resources, I have only just broken through. I truly do not live up to your expectations. The first half of his words were sincere. Compared to the biological son of some great deity, he was far behind. In truth, Yen Di himself knew that the Yen Shun clan was merely one of Zuoshanke's failed experiments. Just look at the Star Tower. Zuoshanke was a bit surprised. Was Yen Di being humble today? Or was it an act? Ha ha ha. It's good that you recognize it. The resources I gave you could have turned anyone into a universe master, Zuoshanke said. Yes, master is right. Your disciple is unworthy, Yen Di replied with a respectful tone. Naturally, he knew Zuoshanke was trying to provoke him, but he would not show it easily. Zuoshanke thought to himself, it seems this child has really changed. He had no suspicion. After all, he had guided the evolution of the Yen Shin clan. Their arrogance and domineering nature were ingrained in their souls. He understood them too well. If it had been the old Yen Di, even if he verbally agreed, his face would have shown reluctance when Zuoshanke spoke to him like that. But now Yen Di's face was full of sincerity, so Zuoshanke naturally believed he had changed. Little did he know that this Yen Di was not the same person. As a Dragon Group agent, his acting skills were nothing short of Oscar level. It's good that you understand. Now that you have become a universe master, I have something to give you, Zuoshanke said. Something? What? The Jia armor. The Star Tower. That thing is impossible. Even if given to me, I couldn't use it. Many thoughts raced through Yendi's mind, but he asked aloud, Master, what is it that you wish to give your disciple? There are two things. First, the Jia armor, which is prepared for your third junior brother. Keep it for him for now. When the time comes, he will come to you to retrieve it. Second, a secret art I created. I haven't named it. You can give it any name. After a universe master reaches a gene level of 10,000 times, cultivating this art can perfect their genes. This secret art is quite precious. Remember, you must not pass it on, Zuoshanke said slowly. Yes, your disciple will keep it in mind and never spread it, Yendi replied. The Jia armor was expected, but the secret art was a surprise. Still, Yendi felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not obtained the method for the divine body path he wanted. Alas, forget it. This secret art is already a great fortune for me. Sigh, I'm not some deity's biological son. A destined protagonist, after all, Yendi thought helplessly. Master, if there is nothing else, your disciple will take his leave. Seeing Zuoshanke close his eyes and remain silent, Yendi assumed he was dismissed and prepared to depart. But just as Yendi was about to leave, Zuoshanke said, Disciple, I will give you an opportunity. If you kill a universe master within 100 epochs, I will forge a suit of armor that matches you perfectly. Yendi's heart trembled. He replied, Your disciple will surely accomplish it. You may go. Zuoshanke dismissed him, and Yendi immediately withdrew. 2 days later, the Flame Emperor returned to his own palace, the Flame God Hall, while pondering over his meeting with Zuoshanke. Kill a universe master. 100 eras. The same conditions as Luofeng. Not exactly. Luofeng is a universe venerable, while I am a universe master, which gives me an advantage. But Luofeng has the divine king level treasure, the Star Tower, and no time limit. Overall, it's a tie. Yet can this secret art be cultivated? The Flame Emperor could not help but think that although Luofeng had mastered the 9 Tribulations Secret Art, the problem was that it would forever brand him with Zuoshanke's mark. Once he reached the origin continent, he would be locked in an eternal struggle with 3 divine kings. The Flame Emperor was well aware that before transcending the cycle of reincarnation, he could never compare to Luofeng, for the latter was the child of destiny, the protagonist. Only after transcending reincarnation, though Luofeng would still be formidable, would he cease to be the destined protagonist, and only then could he contend with Luofeng. The Flame Emperor now understood that Loki was the way. He should avoid altering the storyline as much as possible. He would exploit his knowledge of the plot to reap enough benefits, transcend reincarnation, and then the origin continent would be his stage. But now, should he cultivate this secret art or not? The Flame Emperor was torn. He knew he was not the protagonist. Even upon reaching the origin continent, he could only accumulate slowly, not rise meteorically. Yet, if he did not cultivate, the opportunity was right before him. How could he give it up? After a day of deliberation, the Flame Emperor made up his mind. Cultivate. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. In truth, the Flame Emperor had reached this decision after thorough analysis. First, to become the strongest, one must first achieve perfection in the gene level. That is to say, there should be treasures in the cosmic sea that allow genes to reach perfection, so a secret art that achieves perfect genes would not be extremely rare in the origin continent, even if not common. Second, Zuoshanke had also said that this secret art had no name, was merely precious, and could not be passed on. This indicated that to Zuoshanke the art was rather ordinary. Moreover, Zuoshanke's mention of precious likely referred to the cosmic sea, not the origin continent. After all, even the most worthless things from the origin continent would be considered treasures in the cosmic sea. For instance, some wood or metal fragments used by the natives of the origin continent, when drifting to the cosmic sea, are called oddities, possessing power second only to supreme treasures. And under the suppression of the primal will, the oddities that reached the cosmic sea were likely the most inferior and worthless. Finally, the most important point, this secret art could be passed on. The ability to pass it on meant that the art did not violate the primal laws, and certainly could not compare to the 9 Tribulations Secret Art. After all, the 9 Tribulations could only be cultivated by one person and only once in a lifetime. In short, all this indicated one thing: the safety rate of the Flame Emperor cultivating this secret art was quite high. If even then he ended up with some special aura or mark, he would have nothing to say. After all, even if a woman lay there for you to bed, there would be risks. Would you not fear breaking your brother? Of course, that was a joke. After all, the brother has no bones. If it did have bones, then you would truly be in danger. Every action carries risks. The Flame Emperor could not abandon such a great opportunity due to a minor danger. Because once the gene level reached perfection, the primal universe would bestow the most powerful innate secret method. And with that, one could walk the path of secret pattern diagrams. Although the secret pattern diagram flow was of little use to the Flame Emperor now, it could still serve as a reference. Even if he did not use it for reference, the most powerful secret method was always useful. After all, the most powerful secret method was already a means of attack for a 4th stage universe master. Without further ado, the Flame Emperor was not one to dally. Once he resolved to cultivate, he would never look back. He took out the secret art given by Zuoshanke. It was quite peculiar, much like in novels, stored in an object resembling a jade cylinder. Moreover, the Flame Emperor sensed that the object's hardness was comparable to a high-level treasure. That old Zuoshanke is far too extravagant. He cursed inwardly, then immersed his entire mind into the secret art. It took half an hour for the Flame Emperor to finish reading the secret art. What a peculiar art! So incredible that it can allow a universe master, after reaching 10,000 times the gene level, to achieve perfect genes and even pass it on to others. In terms of value to a race, it is comparable to a supreme treasure, he marveled. That old Zuoshanke is so wealthy. I wish I could rob him. The Flame Emperor could only dream. He did not have the strength yet. I should give this secret art a name. But what name? He pondered for a while, recalling the 9 Tribulations Secret Art. Then let it be called the 10 Tribulations Secret Art. Haha, Luofeng, your art is 1 tribulation less. From now on, this shall be the clan-guarding secret art of my Flame God clan. As for Zuoshanke's prohibition against passing it on, the Flame Emperor had long forgotten it 100,000 light-years away. Very well, begin cultivation. He gathered his mind, focused his spirit, and devoted himself fully to cultivating the 10 Tribulations Secret Art. First attempt. Failed. Second attempt. Failed. Third attempt. Still failed. 96th attempt finally succeeded in the initial stage. Damn, I finally made it. Haha, I am indeed a genius. The Flame Emperor laughed narcissistically. Good, keep up the cultivation. After succeeding in the initial stage, he felt that his genes, which had not transformed for many years, began to stir and slowly increase. 10,005 times. 10,020 times. 10,030 times. After an unknown period, the Flame Emperor felt his gene level had reached 10,080 times, yet it could not reach perfection. He roared, break for me. Break. Break. Boom. A powerful will descended, directly bringing his consciousness to an unknown place. The Flame Emperor looked around. There were countless fragments of images. Could this be the legendary primal universe origin? He murmured to himself. He struggled to remember those images, but could not retain a single one. After an unknown duration, his consciousness returned. Frozen universe. The most powerful innate secret method. A support type. The Flame Emperor sensed the information of the innate secret method bestowed by the primal universe. This secret method was named Frozen Universe, a support type, its function being to suppress and bind enemies, while its attack power was quite ordinary. However, it could self-destruct, which would harm oneself 1,000 and the enemy 800, a somewhat disproportionate loss. But for the Flame Emperor, who had a Bloodvine clone, this was of little concern. Overall, this innate secret method suited the Flame Emperor perfectly. After reading the information about the innate secret method, the Flame Emperor's eyes lit up. Heaven helps me. My talent for comprehending the fire law was already extremely high, and after my transmigration my talent for the water law also became high. Now with Frozen Universe, it's like a tiger gaining wings, making me even more suited to walk the path of water and fire. Now that I have the secret art, let me see the power of the Tribulation Armor. After bonding with the Tribulation Armor, the Flame Emperor found that he could only exert a portion of its power equivalent to the 2nd stage. Even by burning divine power, he could not activate the 3rd stage. Yet even so, the Tribulation Armor could rival an ordinary peak treasure. No wonder the Flame Emperor had been reluctant to part with it. But now his horizons had broadened, and he was no longer reluctant. After all, when the Gene World arrived, supreme treasures would be mere true god-level standard armor, and even better mechanical flow treasures would be abundant. Still, the Tribulation Armor remained important to him. Just then his intelligent servant Golden Lion arrived, prostrating outside the hall, and said cautiously, "My great master, your loyal servant comes to pay respects." Enter. The Flame Emperor knew that Golden Lion would not disturb him without reason. Seeing Golden Lion enter, he asked, "Speak, what is it?" "In reply to my great master, a package has been delivered for you." The sender was a venerable who said it was extremely important, and could only be opened by you personally. Golden Lion replied, "Bring it here." After taking the world ring, Golden Lion handed over. The Flame Emperor said, "Golden Lion, you may withdraw." After Golden Lion left, the Flame Emperor retrieved a box from the world ring measuring 10 meters in length, 3 meters in height, and 5 meters in width. A strong seal. Even an ordinary top-tier universe overlord might not be able to break it. He opened the box, revealing a magnificent crimson battle armor lying inside. It's the Flame Armor. A pity it is of little use to me now. With the Tribulation Armor, the Flame Armor was no longer necessary. Storing it away, he thought, now I have the Flame God Halberd for offense, the Tribulation Armor and Primal Soul for defense, and Frozen Universe for support, which can temporarily replace a domain-type treasure. What I lack are a palace-type treasure, and a more powerful attack secret art. Currently, I haven't even created an intermediate-level attack secret art, he mused. It seems I need to enter seclusion for a while. Little did he know that this seclusion would stretch for an endless 300,000 years. Ha! I never expected that sitting here in meditation would stretch on for 300,000 years. Time truly flies, doesn't it? Still, the harvest was quite decent. Yet I still failed to take that final step. Yen Di sighed with emotion. In truth, 300,000 years was not that long within the devouring world. It was normal for others to sleep for 30 million epochs. Moreover, before this Yen Di had spent 10 million epochs just to break through to the level of Universe Master. But Yen Di, after all, was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had only lived for a few decades, so 300,000 years did indeed feel lengthy to him. During these 300,000 years, Yen Di had reaped considerable gains. The original body of the Yen God clan crafted secret techniques, while the Bloodthirsty Vine avatar studied how to walk the divine body path. Unfortunately, Yen Di was completely clueless about how to tread the divine body path. He lacked talents like life creation. Thus, over these 300,000 years, he gained nothing substantial regarding the methods of the divine body path. But then again, if the divine body path were so easy to traverse, it would not be called the divine body path. It seems I need to collect more life samples along with things like the hair and skin of true God-level beings. Yen Di mused silently. But collecting hair and skin from true God-level beings is no easy feat. I have to take it slowly. The road ahead is still long. On the other hand, the gains in secret technique creation have been abundant, and my willpower has also given me a great surprise. Originally, Yen Di's comprehension had greatly increased after breaking through to Universe Master. Later, when Cao Benqi transmigrated and merged with the original Yen Di's comprehension, his insight became thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater than before. Yet even so, 300,000 years was still too short. At the beginning, Yen Di could only create peak-level secret techniques for Universe Masters. In the 70,000th year, he created an ultimate-level secret technique for Universe Masters named Spark. This Spark was a common ultimate attack secret technique for Universe Masters. Later, in the 180,000th year, Yen Di created another ultimate-level secret technique for Universe Masters. This secret technique was named Scorch. This Scorch was already a peak among ultimate-level secret techniques, extremely close to the supreme secret technique. However, in the following 120,000 years, Yen Di failed to create a supreme secret technique. Whenever Yen Di felt he was on the verge of creating a supreme secret technique, he always sensed a thin membrane blocking him. Later, he realized that he lacked experience and slaughter. That was why he was still one step short of creating a supreme secret technique. Understanding this key point, Yen Di decided to stop secluding himself and venture into the cosmic sea. This decision was made after careful consideration. By now, Yen Di's treasures were already among the top tier for Universe Masters. Whether it was the Primordial Soul or the Yen God Halberd, both were peak-grade supreme treasures. Even though the Calamity Armor could only exert a portion of its power, it still rivaled a peak-grade treasure. What he lacked were domain-type and palace-type treasures. However, with the innate secret technique Frozen Universe, it was enough to match a top-tier domain-type treasure. The only thing he truly lacked was a palace-type treasure. Unfortunately, Yen Di's previous accumulation combined with the Blazing Flame Armor was still insufficient to exchange for a top-tier palace-type treasure. Even so, Yen Di's combat power had definitely reached the top of the third tier or even close to the fourth tier, slightly stronger than in the original story. After all, in the original story, Yen Di did not have the supreme innate secret technique. Now, with combat power close to the fourth tier, he could at least venture into the outer perimeters of the three major forbidden lands in the Cosmic Sea. Combat power close to the fourth tier was considered mid to low level in the Cosmic Sea, of course, when referring to Universe Masters. During his seclusion, Yen Di also discovered a strange phenomenon: his willpower. After transmigrating, Yen Di's soul merged with the original Yen Di, causing his willpower to increase to the limit of a Universe Master. At the time, Yen Di did not pay much attention since transmigrators usually experience a surge in mental strength and comprehension. But during the 300,000 years of seclusion, Yen Di noticed that his willpower was still slowly growing. Although slow, it was indeed increasing. Over 300,000 years, Yen Di's willpower barely reached the level of a supreme being. This discovery made the man exclaim, "A golden finger! This is definitely a golden finger for transmigrators. If I live a few cycles, my willpower alone will grow to the realm of a god king. Then what the hell are the world beasts? This is definitely a golden finger for transmigrators. If I live a few cycles, my willpower alone will grow to the realm of a god king. Then what the hell are the world beasts?" Of course, this was just Yen Di daydreaming. By the time he lived a few cycles, the world beasts would probably have followed Luofeng to become god kings. Besides, who knew when his willpower would stop growing? Willpower was extremely important. Looking throughout the entire story, why did Luofeng become the #1 powerhouse in the Cosmic Sea at the Universe Master level? Among the factors, willpower and the I God secret technique played a significant part. I'm well prepared. Let me arrange a few things for the clan, then go explore the cosmic sea. After all, he had inherited everything from Yendi, so he still had to take care of the Yen God clan. Jin Sure. Yendi transmitted to Jin Sure. My great master, your loyal servant is here. With a flash of light, Jin Sure was already prostrating in Yendi's hall. As Yendi's intelligent servant Jin Sure had reached the undying level of a king and could teleport. Go summon Bar and brother Feng for me. Bar was naturally Yendi's son, and the most outstanding among his many sons. He had reached the level of invincible king on par with Jin Yen. His original name was Cao Ba, known as the Overlord. Brother Feng was Yendi's cousin, the strongest in the Yen God clan aside from Yendi, having reached the level of Universe Master. His original name was Cao Feng, known as the Wind Lord. When Yendi was absent, he handled the affairs of the Yen God clan. The clan also had over a dozen Universe Lords. After all, the Yen God clan was different from the Earth lineage. They had a longer history and much deeper accumulation. Moreover, the bloodline of the Yen God clan was one of the pinnacle bloodlines of humanity. Members of the Yen God clan reached the Domain Lord level upon adulthood on par with the Manka Star people. Yes, my great master. Jin Sure retreated. Soon two figures flashed in, calling out simultaneously, Greetings, Father Clan Leader. They looked at Yendi with fervent admiration. They naturally knew that Yendi had become a Universe Master, which filled them with even greater pride. Any major events in the clan recently? Yendi asked. Reporting to the clan leader, everything is peaceful. Since you became a Universe Master, envoys from various races have come to befriend our Yen God clan, bringing numerous gifts. Our Yen God clan is developing rapidly. Cao Feng replied with a proud expression. Good, remember to put the clan first. This is a high-level treasure battle armor called the Heavenly Emperor Armor. I grant it to you. Yendi was about to leave the Primordial Universe, so he naturally had to strengthen the clan's power. Thank you, clan leader. With this armor, my strength will be closer to that of a top-tier Universe Lord. Cao Feng took the armor and quickly thanked him. Cao Feng followed the Beast God path, approaching the 7th level. If he reached the 7th level, he would naturally possess the strength of a top-tier Universe Lord. Bar, how is your training going lately? Yendi asked. Sun has reached the limit of Invincible King, the invincible among the invincible. In a few days, I plan to challenge a Universe Lord, slay one to test my strength. Cao Ba replied with arrogance, as if Universe Lords were nothing in his eyes. Yendi frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this Yen God clan is prouder than the next. Cao Ba, as Yendi's son, is even more arrogant to the extreme. Too much arrogance leads to conceit, which is not good for cultivation. Yendi felt helpless. The arrogance of the Yen God clan was innate, ingrained in their bones. He had no good way to change it. It seems I can only change it slowly. No wonder Zuoshanke abandoned the Yen God clan. With such a temperament, alas. Yendi's mind raced with many thoughts, and he said aloud, it's fine to challenge a Universe Lord, but you must know yourself and not challenge blindly. It's fine to challenge a Universe Lord, but you must know yourself and not challenge blindly. Yendi actually did not think highly of Cao Ba's challenge against a Universe Lord. After all, Cao Ba was neither a special life form, nor had he cultivated secret techniques that violated the laws of the universe, nor had he created a Universe Lord-level secret technique. Father, rest assured. I fear none of them. Cao Ba still replied with the same arrogance. Seeing this, Yendi could only shake his head, thinking, let him hit a wall and he will understand naturally. He did not say more. He tossed a world ring to Cao Ba and said, inside are 11 battle armors. The Emperor-level armor is for you, and the remaining 10 King-level armors are for outstanding clan members. These were sub-armors born from the Calamity armor. However, due to limited time, and Yendi's insistence on high quality, only 11 pieces were produced. But the King-level armors were already close to ordinary heavy treasures, let alone the Emperor-level one. Yes, father. Cao Ba replied. You may leave now. Father Clan Leader, we take our leave. After saying this, the two departed. Time to go to the cosmic sea. Just as Yendi was about to set off, he suddenly received a message. The Primordial Star is about to open. Yendi mused. The Primordial Star has opened. I suppose I must alter my plans. He knew that the Primordial Star was the greatest dungeon of the Primordial Universe. Each time the Primordial Star opened, countless powerhouses would fall, even Universe Masters. Yet it also brought boundless opportunities and supreme treasures, countless fortuitous encounters. Every opening of the Primordial Star ultimately yielded a treasure of the peak domain type value comparable to the original soul. Theoretically, under the suppression of the original will, no supreme treasure could appear in the Primordial Universe. Thus treasures like the original soul were considered the pinnacle. Yendi was self-aware. After all, his combat power was only near the 4th tier, while the strongest could exert top 6 tier power in the Primordial Universe. However, there is only one, and it's definitely not for me. Moreover, that final treasure was fragmented, making it difficult to obtain. Although a peak domain type treasure was of little use to the strongest, those with a race to protect were different. For the sake of their race they would surely make a move for this treasure in the end. Have you not seen how the Thorn Ring Alliance turned the Primordial Universe upside down for the top-tier domain-type treasure Luaha Sword, let alone the value of a peak domain-type treasure? Yendi thought, well, even if I can't get that final piece, I might still manage to obtain a top-tier palace-type treasure. Yendi naturally had his own calculations. Top-tier palace-type domain-type and soul-type treasures were of equal value, roughly equivalent to a peak weapon-type treasure. A peak weapon-type treasure was worth about 8 top-tier weapon-type treasures, at least in terms of contribution to one's race. If traded directly, it would be worth about 6.5. Yendi's accumulated wealth over the years plus the flame armor gifted by his race amounted to only about 3.5 top-tier weapon-type treasures. He was still short by about 3. Yendi mused, if I can obtain a top-tier palace-type treasure, that would be ideal. If not, I'll have to slowly accumulate wealth to trade for one. Yendi wasn't worried about where to trade since Zuoshanke was a mobile treasury. He could probably even get a supreme treasure. In that case, Yendi let out a sinister smile. What was Yendi plotting? Who knows? Don't ask me, ask him. As a universe master, he didn't need to team up to enter the primordial secret realm. Thus Yendi teleported alone. Hundun. Yendi picked up the communicator. Hundun, what's the matter? How is your seclusion going? Asked Hundun. Well, I've made some gains. Yendi said, not bad, I've gained a little. Hundun's eyes lit up thinking, no wonder he's a rare genius of our human race. 30,000 years of seclusion, and he's already made progress. As for Yendi lying, Hundun never considered it. After all, at the level of Universe Master, would one need to lie about such things? Yendi, are you planning to go to the Primordial Star? Yendi replied, yes, I'm on my way to the Primordial Star. Hundun said, be careful on the star, don't be reckless. If anything happens, send a message in the virtual universe, and I'll arrive as soon as possible. Yendi said, thank you, Hundun. I'll be careful. Is there anything else? He held great respect for Hundun. If Jufu was a nation's nuclear weapon, Hundun was the nation's leader. Thus, if Hundun had any requests, he would try his best to fulfill them. In truth, Hundun understood Yendi's character well. Knowing he was arrogant and overbearing, he feared Yendi might suffer at the hands of veteran powerhouses. After all, the accumulation of veteran powerhouses was there, and their methods were not comparable to novices. It's like this: my junior brother, the Dark Lord, has a disciple named Yuho Zuns, who has reached the level of top-tier universe overlord. He is basically invincible among universe venerables on the Primordial Star, but I fear alien universe masters may act. Please keep an eye on him. Yendi replied, I will certainly pay attention. Yendi hung up the call. No, it was a communication token. He thought, Yuho Zuns. Oh Lord. He must be the next universe master of the human race. In the original text, not much was said about Yuho Lord, but his combat power was only slightly inferior to Bingfeng Lord. This suggested that Yuho Lord had power close to the 4th tier or even reached it. Yendi naturally wanted to befriend such a powerhouse. The Primordial Star has arrived. Is this the Primordial Star? Standing on the land of the Primordial Star, one could faintly sense the might of the original will, for the Primordial Star was said to be the place closest to the origin of the Primordial Universe. Yendi curiously glanced at the land and vegetation of the Primordial Star. It was said that on the Primordial Star nothing could be taken away except treasures and heavy treasures. Of course, Yendi was just curious. He wouldn't be so bored as to cause trouble on the Primordial Star. The Primordial Star had 10081 teleportation holes leading to different dimensions. Yendi had been on the star for 3 days. Damn it! They said that on the Primordial Star you could trip over heavy treasures just by walking. But I've been wandering here for 3 days, and haven't seen a single hair of a heavy treasure, let alone a real treasure. Yendi was very frustrated. He had rushed over upon hearing that the Primordial Star had opened only to find no treasures at all. If there are no treasures, at least let a few universe masters come and spar with me. In truth, Yendi yearned for battle. Having been transmigrated for 300,000 years without a real fight, his blood was already boiling over. Yendi had arrived at the Primordial Star too early, and many powerhouses and treasures had not yet appeared. He did see a few universe venerables, but they all fled in fear upon seeing him. Moreover, they were in teams, so they probably weren't that strong at most high-level universe venerables. After all, universe overlords usually didn't team up, or if they did, only with 2 or 3. Yendi said, there's a fluctuation 200 million kilometers ahead, and it's quite strong. He rushed over. He knew that on the Primordial Star, heavy treasures emitted no fluctuations while ordinary treasures had slight ones. Based on the fluctuation, it was likely a high-level treasure. Haha, a good start. Not bad, it might be a high-level treasure. Yendi laughed heartily. Although a high-level treasure was of little use to him, even a mosquito leg was meat. If it were a palace type or soul type, it would be roughly equivalent to a top-tier weapon type treasure. Such wealth would be quite useful to Yendi at present. Wudu Zuns, a top-tier universe overlord of the prison race. The other three are universe overlords, but I don't recognize their auras. They should be strong ones from the demon race. Yan Di saw that Wudu Zuns was confronting the other three universe overlords. Tianhu Huxiao Longbei, I advise you three to leave quickly. Don't force me to act, you three are no match for me. Wudu Zuns threatened. The one called Tianhu, a universe overlord, said, Wudu, don't be arrogant. Even if we three are not your match, we can hold you off until our race's powerhouses arrive. Wudu Zuns was also wary. After all, the other side had three universe overlords. He wasn't confident he could kill them quickly, and he feared other demon race powerhouses might arrive. Meanwhile, the three demon race universe overlords also didn't want to summon their own powerhouses, as no one wished to share their treasure. Suddenly the one called Longbei, a universe overlord, stepped forward. He looked shifty-eyed, his mind full of schemes. Langbei Zun said, how about this? After the treasure appears, we'll each rely on our own means to seize it. What do you think, Wudu? Wudu immediately agreed. After all, he was stronger than his opponents and had great confidence in himself. At this, the strongest among them, Huxiao Zuns, became anxious and sent a telepathic message, Longbei Yu. Langbei and Huxiao and Tianhu communicated telepathically, don't worry. Although Wudu is strong, when the treasure appears, Huxiao and I will use domain-type secret techniques to restrain Wudu, while Tianhu secretly takes the treasure. Then we three will flee. Huxiao and Tianhu thought for a day, and seeing no other option, agreed. The treasure has appeared. Huxiao, act now. As they spoke, it was both slow and fast. Huxiao and Langbei simultaneously unleashed their strongest suppression secret techniques against Wudu Zuns. Hundredfold wave seal. Wind disturbance. The two secret techniques struck Wudu. Haha, come on. Let me show you the power of Wudu. How despicable. Wudu cried out. Because Wudu was temporarily suppressed by Huxiao and Longbei, the treasure was taken by Tianhu. Got it. Retreat quickly. Tianhu shouted. Wudu roared. You despicable demon race. Take my strongest attack. Wudu Universe. Divine power burned. A black dot flew out of Wudu's mouth, expanding into a vast universe that enveloped the three demon race universe venerables. The three spat blood simultaneously. My divine body has lost 10%. Wudu is too strong. Mine lost 15%. Mine lost 8%. Haha. This time where can you run? Wudu Zuns laughed grimly. At that moment, a sudden oppressive force descended upon the four cosmic venerables. Their expressions shifted in unison. This is mastery over time and space. Is it a cosmic lord? The five poisons venerable cried out. I know not which cosmic lord graces us with their presence. I beseech you to appear. I shall surrender all my treasures. Spare my life, O great cosmic lord. The five poisons venerable had no choice but to plead. He possessed no avatars. Death would be absolute. Though resurrection was possible, it would cost him his treasures and an immense price. Better to surrender his treasures and escape with his life. O five poisons, you are a paramount cosmic overlord, said to rival a cosmic lord. Will you not attempt to flee? You jest. The five poisons venerable roared inwardly. Flee? What a joke. If I could, I would have done so long ago. Why waste words? Though it was said that a paramount cosmic overlord could rival a cosmic lord, the truth depended on the individual. Some cosmic venerables could unleash second or third tier power like the world tree. Even Luofeng and Bai Shui as cosmic venerables could create fifth or sixth tier secret arts. The five poisons venerable, however, barely rivaled a cosmic lord. If a cosmic lord wielded first tier power, five poisons could only barely match that tier. Though the five poisons venerable was among the weakest of paramount cosmic overlords, he had lived for eons, amassing vast experience. He understood the stratification of cosmic lord power. From the pressure, he deduced that this cosmic lord was no ordinary one. Hence he did not flee, knowing the odds of escape were slim and would likely cost him his life. The three cosmic overlords of the demon clan, however, were silenced by Flame Emperor's deliberate suppression. Flame Emperor held no goodwill toward the demon clan and had no intention of sparing them. Five poisons, still as cunning as ever, Flame Emperor said, appearing. Flame Emperor, how can you? Five poisons looked as if he had seen a ghost, speechless with shock. Five poisons and Flame Emperor were acquaintances, neither friendly nor hostile. He never imagined Flame Emperor would become a cosmic lord. What five poisons? Do you not recognize me? Flame Emperor asked mockingly. No, it's just that I cannot believe you have become a cosmic lord. Five poisons said. After all, Flame Emperor's ascension was known only among the higher echelons of the human clan. Few outsiders knew. When Flame Emperor was born, five poisons was already a paramount cosmic overlord. Now Flame Emperor had become a cosmic lord while five poisons remained the same. A fact hard to accept. What is there to believe? My power is beyond your comprehension. Flame Emperor declared with arrogance and dominance. Five poisons flattered. Yes, yes. Can you spare my life? Humph. Leave all your treasures and be gone. Yes, yes. 5 Poisons abandoned his treasures and fled. Flame Emperor cared not whether the news of his ascension would spread. Flame Emperor had come to the Primordial Star for 2 purposes: to amass wealth, and to make his name known across the Primordial Universe. The latter was the first step toward his domination of the devouring world. How to accumulate wealth? In one word, plunder. Whether Cosmic Venerable or Cosmic Lord, if Flame Emperor could defeat them, he would rob them. The 3 cosmic overlords of the demon clan were slain with a wave of Flame Emperor's hand. He cared not for accusations of bullying the weak, for he understood. Weakness is a crime in itself. Gathering the 3 treasures, Flame Emperor scanned with his divine sense, adding 5 Poisons treasures. Damn! So little. The combined worth of these 4 treasures barely reaches 1/3 of a top-tier weapon treasure. This bead is strange. It must be the newly unearthed treasure. Flame Emperor was insatiably greedy. These treasures were already considerable. Not everyone had a protagonist's halo, and not everyone had a God King level treasure waiting to be claimed. Picking up the bead, Flame Emperor recognized it. Suddenly he realized, no information. Could it be? He recalled a possibility and became ecstatic. Ha ha ha. What fortune. What fate. I never imagined such a blessing. Indeed, this was a fragment of a top-tier domain-type treasure. Treasures unearthed on the Primordial Star always carried information. The absence of information meant only one thing: it was part of a larger treasure. Because top-tier domain-type treasures never appeared as a whole, they came in pieces. The most precious treasure could not have emerged now. This must be part of a top-tier domain-type treasure. Alas, it's a pity it's not the main part. After his outburst, Flame Emperor realized he had been too excited. This bead was worth at most 1/4 of a top-tier weapon treasure. While Flame Emperor amassed wealth in secret on the Primordial Star, the demon clan was in uproar. The death of 3 cosmic overlords demanded the demon clan's attention. Apart from the humble servant Venerable, both the Celestial Fox and the Tiger Roar lacked avatars and required resurrection. Resurrecting 2 cosmic overlords was no small price. But what truly enraged the demon clan was that the overlords were killed by a cosmic lord. Moreover, the culprit was human. Their mortal enemy had gained a cosmic lord, a significant boost to the human clan's strength. This posed a threat. This Flame Emperor disregards all rules and decency by attacking cosmic venerables. It's too much. He must be taught a lesson. The Celestial Wolf Lord fumed. There were unspoken rules among the races. Unless in a racial war, if cosmic lords acted recklessly, chaos would ensue. Yes, he must be disciplined and taught what the rules are. Let a rookie know his place. The other cosmic lords chimed in, dissatisfied with Flame Emperor's actions. Enough! Silence! The Dream Ancestor spoke from above. The cosmic lords ceased their discussion and turned to the Dream Ancestor. Mad Lion, you will handle this, the Dream Ancestor declared. A massive strange lion-like being rose and said, Yes, Mad Lion shall teach that ignorant Flame Emperor the might of our demon clan. Good. Not only teach him a lesson, but also kill a few of the human clan's talented cosmic venerables. Flame Emperor killed our venerables. You kill some of theirs. The human clan will have no complaint. Yes, Mad Lion shall uphold the glory of the demon clan. With that, the Mad Lion Lord turned and left. Possessing 4th-tier power, he was more than enough to test Flame Emperor's capabilities. As for killing Flame Emperor in the Primordial Universe, the Dream Demon Ancestor did not entertain the thought. She knew the human clan would not let him perish easily. Nor did she imagine Flame Emperor could kill the Mad Lion Lord. How powerful could a newly ascended cosmic lord be? But what would be the outcome? Don't ask me. I won't tell you. Ha ha ha. While the demon clan discussed how to deal with Flame Emperor, a shameless cosmic lord appeared on the Primordial Star. His name was Flame Emperor, the most unscrupulous cosmic lord in history. Encounter a heavy treasure. Seize it. What? You say I am a great cosmic lord, and should not lower myself to compete with cosmic venerables for treasures. Screw that. Do you know that tens of billions of Flame God clan members are waiting with mouths open to be fed? As their patriarch, my pressure is immense. What? You say this is just an ordinary treasure, and ask me to spare you out of respect for some other lord. Screw that. Do you want your life or the treasure? I rob even heavy treasures, let alone this. What? You say you are a cosmic venerable of the demon clan, and that your clan has 2 supremes, so you fear not the human clan. Kill. I kill only the demon clan, leave your life and your treasures behind. Thus Flame Emperor became a bandit and demon on the Primordial Star. Some even called him the Bandit Lord. In a certain place on the Primordial Star, over a dozen universe venerables stood facing each other, divided into 3 factions, each led by a universe overlord. Venerable Li Jin, are you star beasts also intervening in the fight for this treasure? Nonsense. The star beasts do as they please, and your 9 territories alliance has no right to interfere. Hee hee. Venerable Li Jin, don't be too arrogant. Beware that we of the insect race and the Nine Territories Alliance might join forces to deal with your star beasts. A winged woman breathtakingly beautiful spoke. Judging by her appearance, the legendary insect race was indeed stunningly gorgeous. Although the three factions seemed evenly matched in numbers and strength, the star beasts actually held the upper hand. For the star beasts had 3 golden horn beasts among them, including Venerable Li Jin. Alas, who could blame them? The golden horn giant beast was a body created by a certain great deity for his illegitimate son. Naturally, it possessed 4 innate avatars, and unmatched combat power, causing the other 2 factions to fear it. Whoosh! The treasure has appeared. Everyone sees it quickly. The 3 factions' experts unleashed their abilities, attacking each other with all their might. Ha ha ha! Arriving early is not as good as arriving at the right moment. It seems my luck is quite good, Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor laughed heartily. Ah, it's the Lord of Bandits. Everyone run. The 3 factions' experts all vanished in less than a millionth of a second. Ah, am I that terrifying? Flame Emperor touched the single horn on his head, feeling that his appearance wasn't that frightening. According to the aesthetics of the Flame God clan, he was actually a very handsome man. Of course, Flame Emperor didn't actually pursue them, otherwise they would never have escaped. After all, Flame Emperor wasn't foolish enough to make enemies everywhere. The reason he hunted down the demon race experts was threefold. First, he disliked the demon race. Second, the demon race were the mortal enemies of the human race. Third, he needed a whetstone to sharpen his skills. The treasure has appeared, and it's another bead. Flame Emperor felt a deep connection with this bead. Adding this one, he now had 3 in total. There was no information at all, and he couldn't find the main part, which frustrated Flame Emperor. Let me tally the gains of these past days. Alas, so little. Even with those 3 beads, it's only a bit more than 1.5 times the wealth of a top-tier weapon class treasure. When will I ever save enough? Except for the first time, Flame Emperor's gains were not substantial. After all, everyone was wise enough to hide at the sight of him. Moreover, Flame Emperor couldn't really kill everyone he saw, at most he would rob them. Alas, 100 years have passed since I arrived on the Primordial Star. Time flies. Flame Emperor sighed. As for the Mad Lion Lord, he was very frustrated. He had been tailing Flame Emperor for 100 years, and hadn't even found a single hair of his. The Primordial Star had 10081 teleportation portals corresponding to 10081 different planes. Flame Emperor, while robbing and killing, naturally went wherever he pleased without any pattern. Moreover, regardless of success or failure, he would leave that plane. He had discovered that once he was spotted in a plane, everyone would flee, leaving it empty. This frustrated Flame Emperor, so he resorted to random teleportation, which also caused the Mad Lion Lord to eat dust behind him for 100 years. Flame Emperor, you bastard. I've had enough. Don't let me catch you or I'll tear you apart. The Mad Lion Lord roared weakly, but unfortunately Flame Emperor was unaware. Alas, life is always boring and leisurely. I, Flame Emperor, have unparalleled combat power, yet there is no one to fight me. Truly lonely. Solitary. Flame Emperor spoke with a smug, narcissistic expression. But he genuinely wanted to find someone to fight, yet there was no suitable opponent. If Flame Emperor knew that the Mad Lion Lord was looking for him, he would probably immediately engage him in a 3 million round battle, beating him so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. It's Wind Brother. Could he be in danger? Flame Emperor picked up the communication token and asked, Wind Brother, what's the matter? Big Brother, come quickly. A treasure has appeared here with immense fluctuations. It might be a top-tier treasure. I can't hold the scene alone. Alright. Tell me the coordinates quickly, and I'll teleport over immediately. Cao Feng gave the location to Flame Emperor, who immediately flew toward the teleportation point. Flame Emperor knew that Cao Feng had come to the Primordial Star. Cao Feng possessed strength close to a top-tier universe overlord, and led several high-level universe venerables of the Flame God clan to explore the Primordial Star. Flame Emperor hadn't expected Cao Feng to give him such a big surprise. A top-tier treasure. Even if it wasn't a domain-class treasure of that level, it would still attract the attention of powerful experts. This time Flame Emperor was extremely excited. My blood boils. Let me enjoy the thrill of battle. Ha ha ha. I am coming. Flame Emperor roared like he had been injected with adrenaline. He was so desperate for battle, like a young man returning from 5 years of military service longing for women. Flame Emperor flew toward the teleportation point at top speed. Oh, here we are. This one. Teleport. This plane. Such a powerful fluctuation. It's definitely a top-tier treasure. The entire plane can feel it. Flame Emperor flew rapidly toward the source of the fluctuation. He was not afraid of the treasure being taken by others, because the treasures of the Primordial Star would not emerge unless they were meant to, and even the strongest could not seize them before they did. He was worried about the safety of Cao Feng, and the others, fearing that other universe masters might have arrived earlier and attacked them. The cost of resurrecting several high-level universe venerables or above was definitely not small. Flame Emperor's current accumulation was still insufficient compared to the old-timers. Oh, here we are right ahead. Not good. Control of time and space. Another universe master has arrived. Flame Emperor muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. Venerable Stormwind, still being arrogant. Our Demon Alliance's universe master Lord Banff has arrived. Chao Feng's face changed drastically. Not good. It's Lord Banff. This is dangerous. Why hasn't Big Brother come yet? For universe venerables like them, Lord Banff was a terrifying existence. Although his physical attack methods were poor, his soul attacks were extremely strong. Against soul attacks, no matter how many avatars one had, it was useless. If you died, you died. Hee. Little ones of the human race, you are too weak. Better retreat. If you insist on seizing the treasure, I will have to take action. Lord Banff's appearance was that of a four-legged beast from the waist down, while his upper body resembled a human. At this moment Lord Banff's face looked kind and amiable, as if his words were the truth, making Venerable Stormwind and the others involuntarily believe him. Staring at Lord Banff's benevolent face, Venerable Stormwind and the others felt an overwhelming warmth, as if they were about to fall into eternal slumber. Just then a furious roar erupted. Roar! Lord Banff, you bastard! How dare you enslave my clansmen? Flame Emperor was truly enraged. The Flame God clan had only a dozen or so universe venerables, and most of them were here. If they were enslaved, the clan would suffer a devastating blow. Especially Venerable Stormwind. Flame Emperor had high hopes for him. He estimated that in no time he would become a top-tier universe overlord, and even had a slight chance of becoming a universe master. Phew, that was close. Big Brother, thank you for saving us. Venerable Stormwind broke out in a cold sweat. If they had been enslaved, there would be no way to resurrect them. This Lord Banff was too eerie. Such a powerful will. He saved them from the illusion with just a roar. This Flame Emperor is no simpleton. Lord Banff thought to himself. To break his illusion for others with just a roar required at least a universe master's peak willpower. Although his will was strong, a strong will was not very useful against soul attacks. This little Flame Emperor needed to be taught a lesson. Since Mad Lion couldn't find him, I'll take care of him. Although Lord Banff was shocked by Flame Emperor's powerful will, he still didn't think Flame Emperor could withstand his soul attacks. However, Lord Banff's understanding was somewhat limited. When one's will reached a certain level, it could effectively resist soul attacks or even become immune to them. So he asked, "Little fellow, you are Flame Emperor. Quite a temper, aren't you?" In midair, Flame Emperor's divine body, towering over 1,000,000 kilometers, clad in black armor, with a red horn on his head, and a red halberd in his hand. He stood majestically in the air, casting a contemptuous glance at Lord Banff and said, "It is I, Lord Banff, a piece of trash like you dares to lay a hand on my people. Are you seeking death? Do you want me to send you off?" This was a blatant slap in the face. Flame Emperor showed no regard for Lord Banff at all. Should he care? Does Emperor Yen need to care about Lord Banfu? Of course not. Soul attacks are nothing before the original soul. Soul attacks below the 4th stage are ineffective. Those above the 4th stage, as long as they do not exceed the limit of the original soul, will be weakened to 100,000th. Lord Banfu's soul attacks are at most near the 4th stage, completely ineffective against Emperor Yen. As for physical attacks, Emperor Yen is definitely near the 4th stage. If he uses Frozen Universe, he can even imprison universe masters below the 5th stage. As for Lord Banfu's physical attacks, they are even more laughable. At that time, Lord Anyong, upon learning that Luofeng was fighting Lord Banfu, disdainfully said that Luofeng's strength was only around the 2nd stage. It can be seen that Lord Banfu's physical combat power absolutely does not exceed the 2nd stage. As for divine bodies, when Emperor Yan's original body reached the perfect level of genes, it was already millions of kilometers tall. Due to Emperor Yan's limited resources, the Bloodthirsty Vine's gene level remained at 300 times, not improved, and otherwise the divine power condensation would be even stronger. Even so, the divine body of 5 billion kilometers, coupled with the talent skill of autonomous divine power recovery, makes the Bloodthirsty Vine avatar a mobile blood bank. Lord Banfu's original divine body is only 100,000 kilometers, and his gene level is merely 1,000 times. Compared to Emperor Yen, it is insignificant. Now that Lord Banfu's soul attacks are ineffective against Emperor Yen, his physical attacks do not exceed the 2nd stage, and his divine body is far inferior to Emperor Yan's. Does Emperor Yen need to fear him? Is there any need to take him seriously? You are nothing but a moving treasure trove in my eyes, Emperor Yen said contemptuously. Good. You? Emperor Yen is so arrogant. Let's see who is the moving treasure trove. Faced with Emperor Yan's repeated contempt and provocation, Lord Banfu truly became enraged. A little brat like you, how can you be so arrogant? Do you think you are the Chaos City Lord? Damn it, stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, fight. I'm still waiting to collect the treasure. The treasure had not yet appeared and Emperor Yen did not want to share it with others. Emperor Yen secretly transmitted a message to Venerable Quangfeng and the others. I am about to fight Lord Banfu. You all retreat far away. Yes, big brother, be careful. Quangfeng and the others retreated billions of kilometers away. Very well. Emperor Yen, you are arrogant enough. Take my strongest move, Soul Vortex. Lord Banfu's eyes shot out two terrifying beams of light like a god or demon. These two illusory beams seemed to absorb the surrounding energy, causing the space around them to subtly distort. Emperor Yen did not dodge, letting the two beams of light shoot toward him. Emperor Yan's not dodging was certainly not because he was showing off or being foolish. Rather, soul attacks are not so easy to dodge. If soul attacks were that easy to avoid, experts who follow the soul path would have no way to survive. Also, Emperor Yen wanted to test the power of the original soul, since he had never fought a universe master before. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying beams of light entered Emperor Yan's body. Lord Banfu, seeing that Emperor Yen was hit by his ultimate move, exclaimed excitedly, "Let you be arrogant. A little brat who just became a universe master dares to be so arrogant. Taste the power of the soul vortex." After the two beams entered Emperor Yan's body, he felt as if the light was burning his soul. The life imprints in every cell were being destroyed by the two beams, but the original soul transformed into countless beads, protecting the life imprints inside them. The two beams could not harm him at all. Soon the two beams dissipated completely, although it felt like a long time, less than a tenth of a second, had passed in the outside world. Emperor Yen opened his eyes and heard Lord Banfu shouting. He said, "Banfu, you are truly trash. With such weak attack power, you want to harm my soul." Lord Banfu's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, and he shouted, "Impossible! Impossible! How can my strongest attack have no effect on you at all?" Emperor Yen paid no attention to whether it was possible or not. He raised his Yen Divine Halberd. "Lord Banfu, nothing is impossible in this world. Since your attack is over now, take my move, Ember." A small flame ignited on the tip of Emperor Yan's Yen Divine Halberd. Seemingly a gust of wind could blow it out. But if any expert were to probe it, the hidden power within was enough to destroy a large galaxy. Lord Banfu hastily took out a black spear from his world ring, trying to block Emperor Yan's ember. But the ember drifting toward Lord Banfu appeared slow and leisurely, yet Lord Banfu could not block it no matter what. Whoosh! That tiny flame struck Lord Banfu in an instant. Hiss! A flame with earth-shattering power erupted on Lord Banfu's body. The space around Lord Banfu seemed to twist and distort from the burning. Ah! Ah! So painful! Ah! Lord Banfu's screams came from the towering flames. What a miserable cry! Lord Banfu's scream was so miserable, it would make anyone who heard it feel sorrow and anyone who saw it weep. People who didn't know might think Lord Banfu had been violated, suffering the legendary flower calamity. The earth-shattering flame burned for several seconds before extinguishing. At this moment, Lord Banfu was no longer spirited and confident as before, but weak, with his entire body charred black. Panting, he said, "Emperor Yen, you are so ruthless. One move actually destroyed 8% of my divine body." Lord Banfu looked at Emperor Yen with a face full of fear. "Humph! Banfu, weren't you just arrogant? Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? You must be very powerful, right? Then take another move from me." Emperor Yen raised his Yen Divine Halberd high, burning 1% of his divine power. "Emperor Yen, stop. I surrender. I surrender. I won't compete for the treasure. I'll leave now. Surrender. Retreat. Too late. I want not only the treasure but also your life and all the treasures on you. Ember never dies, the strongest ember. Burn." Emperor Yen roared. On the tip of his Yen Divine Halberd the flame grew brighter and brighter, emitting a terrifying power. "Go, Ember. Carrying the will of this emperor, burn all obstacles before me." The terrifying flame shot toward Lord Banfu at a speed exceeding light. Lord Banfu swung his spear desperately. "Ah! Block it! Block it!" Unfortunately, things went contrary to his wishes. In battle, the louder one shouts doesn't mean the stronger one's combat power. Lord Banfu watched helplessly as the flame struck him, powerless to do anything. A towering flame erupted once again from Lord Banfu's body. The power of the flame burned the space around him to extreme distortion, as if it were about to shatter. "Ah!" Lord Banfu's scream rang out once more. If last time his scream was like being violated by one person, this time it was like being violated by a dozen. The last time Emperor Yen only casually used ember with power at the ordinary third stage level. But this time, burning divine power and using it with full force, it had reached the peak of the third stage. As for the burning talent, it wasn't even needed against Lord Banfu, let alone the ultimate innate secret technique, Frozen Universe. The Yen Spirit Clan Universe Venerable, watching from afar, saw Lord Banfu being suppressed by Emperor Yen, and exclaimed excitedly, "Chieftain! So fierce." Meanwhile, the Universe Venerables of the Demon Clan, seeing Lord Banfu being beaten down, were so frightened that they all wanted to run. Yen Emperor transmitted to the Flame God Clan's Cosmic Venerable, Cao Feng stopped the Yao Cosmic Venerable. Humph. If I let these mobile treasure vaults escape, wouldn't I be a useless bandit king? The divine fire burned for nearly 10 seconds before extinguishing. By then Lord Banfu was already scorched beyond recognition. Phew, I finally made it through. I almost thought I was going to die. That Yen Emperor is truly formidable. This time he actually reduced my divine body by 12%. Lord Banfu said, having survived the ordeal. Now all I can do is flee, but can I really escape? It wasn't that Lord Banfu didn't want to flee. Rather, fleeing meant exposing his back to the enemy, leaving himself completely defenseless. Right? Mad Lion. Mad Lion. It's me, Lord Banfu. I am under attack by Yen Emperor. Come help me quickly, here are my coordinates. Lord Banfu of course would not tell Lord Mad Lion that he was being utterly routed by Yen Emperor. I've received. Hold off Yen Emperor for now and I'll be right there. Lord Banfu felt immense pressure. If he could hold off Yen Emperor, why would he need to beg Lord Mad Lion for help? This is really tough on me. This Yen Emperor is so ferocious, how can I possibly hold him off? Lord Banfu said with a grimace. Yen Emperor did not care what Lord Banfu was thinking. He only wanted to kill Lord Banfu, immediately seize the treasures and leave quickly. Lord Banfu, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought are you contemplating how you will die? In that case, I'll send you on your way. Yen Emperor sneered. Lord Banfu looked at Yen Emperor in fear. Yen Emperor, don't be so arrogant. Soon Lord Mad Lion will arrive, and he will shatter you to pieces. Lord Mad Lion. That's a good opponent. Legend has it that Lord Mad Lion is a 4th-tier combatant on par with Lord Iceseal. Let me see what he's made of. Yen Emperor thought to himself. Ha ha ha. Lord Mad Lion. Lord Banfu, you are truly ridiculous. Even if Mad Lion comes, so what? Do you think Mad Lion's arrival can save you? And can you even survive until he gets here? Although Yen Emperor's words were contemptuous, his actions did not slow down. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Yen Emperor naturally would not be careless. Against Lord Mad Lion alone, he would need to exert 120 of his combat power, let alone facing both Lord Banfu and Lord Mad Lion. Yen Emperor did not have the confidence to take on 2 cosmic lords alone. In that case, Lord Banfu, you shall die. Yen Emperor roared. This time he held the flame god Halberd across his chest. Burn divine body, ultimate secret art. Scorch. Since Lord Mad Lion would arrive soon, Yen Emperor naturally focused on eliminating Lord Banfu first. The space around Yen Emperor trembled and tiny sparks appeared. These sparks emitted a dazzling light, as if about to illuminate the entire Primal Star. Go! My strongest attack! The sparks flew one by one toward Lord Banfu. Ah! Block them for me! Lord Banfu roared and tried desperately to block Yen Emperor's attack. But there were too many sparks. He only managed to block a few, the rest struck him. Each time a spark struck Lord Banfu, he let out a scream. The sparks hit his body, making a sizzling sound. The sizzling sound and Lord Banfu's divine body was rapidly decreasing. Ah! My divine body. 3%. 5%. Still dropping. Ah! A total loss of 15% of my divine body. This Yen Emperor is terrifying. How could he not be terrifying? The power of this move was close to the 4th tier. Oh! Not dead yet. Then again. Kindling fire. Ah! My divine body is below 50%. Again scorch. Ah! Yen Emperor, you are too despicable. Die Lord Banfu. Burn divine body scorch. Ah! Lord Banfu's divine body was ultimately exhausted, and this avatar was killed by Yen Emperor. He collected Lord Banfu's supreme treasure. This Lord Banfu is too poor. Only 2 top-grade supreme treasures and the rest are high-grade. This Yen Emperor fellow is a bit too greedy. Although Lord Banfu was a cosmic lord of the Yao Alliance, he was not a core high-level member, and his status was not particularly high. The Yao clan naturally would not bestow too many treasures upon him. Moreover, Lord Banfu had avatars, so he naturally wouldn't keep all his treasures on him. Since Lord Banfu is dead, there is no need for you to live either. Ah! With a series of screams, Yen Emperor killed the Yao cosmic venerables who were confronting Cao Feng and the others. Chieftain Divine Might. The Flame God clan's cosmic venerables looked at Yen Emperor with admiration. With such a fierce and powerful leader, the Flame God clan would surely become renowned throughout the universe. Cao Feng, you did well this time, not acting rashly. I'll record a great merit for you later. Each of you can go to the clan and receive a treasure equivalent to an ordinary weapon type supreme treasure. You all leave this plane first. There will be another major battle later. As a major clan within the human race, the Flame God clan naturally had its own management system. Yes, chieftain. May the chieftain's divine might be invincible. The Flame God clan's cosmic venerables naturally did not believe Yen Emperor could be defeated. In their eyes, Yen Emperor was their god invincible. The time I spent fighting Lord Banfu plus the travel time, yet this supreme treasure has not yet emerged. It's truly exciting. Yen Emperor's Bloodthirsty Vine avatar replenished the divine body lost in the battle with Lord Banfu. He sat cross-legged waiting with full focus for Lord Mad Lion's arrival and the treasure's emergence. On the Primal Star, Yen Emperor was leisurely waiting for the treasure to emerge, but the Primordial Universe was in turmoil. Lord Banfu's true body has fallen and killed by that young Yen Emperor. Truly incredible. A cosmic lord of a small clan marveled at Yen Emperor's formidable combat power. Humph. Just Lord Banfu. What's there to boast about killing an avatar of Lord Banfu? If it were me, I could kill 10 Lord Banfus without any problem. A powerful cosmic lord of the prison clan said contemptuously. Of course he had the capability to say such words because he was the prison king, a powerful 5th-tier combatant with a special body enough to look down on cosmic lords without supreme treasures. Oh, an interesting young one. Good combat power. I wonder if we can recruit him into our Northern Frontier Alliance. Lord Galaxy River muttered to himself. Another cosmic lord with powerful 5th-tier combat strength. Humph. Isn't he just relying on treasures to block Lord Banfu's soul attack and kill his true body? This was a fickle and cunning cosmic lord named Lord Celestial Wolf. His own combat power was only 2nd tier, but he was extremely jealous of others. As soon as he received news from Lord Banfu, he assumed that Yen Emperor must have defeated Lord Banfu by relying on supreme treasures. Ha ha ha. The human race shall prosper. The human race shall prosper. Primogenitor, do you see? Another powerhouse has emerged in the human race to shoulder the heavy burden. Lord Chaos City laughed heartily as soon as he heard. Lord Chaos City was a respectable powerhouse dedicating himself to the human race, guarding the Primordial Universe and being selfless. For the human race, Lord Chaos had given too much. Oh, the disciple killing an avatar of a cosmic lord is not enough for me to forge a divine armor for you. This was the reaction of Mount Seeker after hearing the news. Although Yen Emperor had not met his standards, Mount Seeker was still quite pleased. In fact, the Flame God clan was destined from the start to be a failed experiment of Mount Seeker. After all, no matter how powerful the divine body, without sufficient insight and mental state, one cannot become a true powerhouse, nor can one claim ownership of the Star Tower. Mount Seeker wanted to cultivate a divine king who could avenge him, not just an ordinary powerhouse. He did have some feelings for the Flame God clan, but those feelings were nothing compared to his hatred. That was why the Earth lineage came into existence and why Luofeng appeared. But now Yen Emperor's change and performance had caused Mount Seeker to have a slight change of view and recognition. Oh, Yen Emperor has such combat power. I must not be careless on this trip. I must act cautiously. After receiving the news, Lord Mad Lion's attitude toward Yen Emperor improved significantly. After all, the outside world only knew that Yen Emperor had killed Lord Banfu's true body, but they didn't know the specifics. However, Lord Mad Lion knew that Lord Banfu had been literally beaten to death. With such combat power, one must be cautious. Regardless of the outside world's discussions, Yen Emperor was still patiently waiting for his supreme treasure to emerge. Ha ha ha. The supreme treasure is about to emerge. Judging by the shape, it's a sword-type treasure. On the Primal Star, the rest of the treasure had already emerged, leaving only the tip of the sword still in the ground. 30 seconds later, the treasure emerged, and was taken into Yen Emperor's hand. Due to the earlier battle, the powerhouses in this plane had long known that Yen Emperor was here, so they naturally stayed far away. Oh, it's a top-grade weapon-type supreme treasure, roughly equal in value to the flame armor. Ha ha ha. My harvest on the Primal Star can basically be exchanged for a top-grade palace-type supreme treasure. Yen Emperor exclaimed with joy, but what was speechless was that 4/5 of these gains were looted. The title of Bandit Lord was indeed well-deserved. At that moment, Lord Mad Lion. Yes, it's me. Not far away, a lion with a divine body of 100,000 kilometers with cyan fur, wearing black armor and massive fiery red eyes, was staring at Yen Emperor. Ha ha ha. Lord Mad Lion, you are late. I thought you wouldn't dare to come after hearing the death of that trash Lord Banfu. The Yen Emperor remained as domineering and untamed as ever, even when facing the Mad Lion Lord, who was rumored to be as formidable as the Ice Lord of veteran powerhouse. He showed neither retreat nor fear, only a soaring battle intent that seemed to ask, who else but me? The colossal lion spoke, its voice carrying such immense might that it made the very space of the Primordial Star tremble. How dare you? As the Mad Lion Lord uttered those 3 words, the space trembled even more violently and waves of shock surged toward the Yen Emperor. Mad Lion Lord, such petty tricks dare to be shown here? With a cold snort from the Yen Emperor, the shockwaves dissipated before they could even approach him. This Yen Emperor fellow indeed has a formidable will. It seems Banfu Lord did not lie, my lion's roar has no effect on him at all. The Mad Lion Lord thought to himself. Lion's roar was a skill akin to a talent technique possessing elements of soul and will attacks. Although it was not very effective after the Mad Lion Lord became a Universe Lord, the fact that a newly ascended Universe Lord could handle it so easily, even dispersing the shockwaves from afar, indicated that the Yen Emperor's will was extraordinary. This left the Mad Lion Lord somewhat shocked and surprised. After all, as a being of the primordial universe, aside from the mental talents of the Earth lineage, the will of other races was generally on par with their cultivation level, unless one had lingered at a particular realm for an exceptionally long time, allowing the will to surpass the cultivation. But the Yen Emperor was destined to be an exception. While the Mad Lion Lord was astonished, the Yen Emperor was also greatly surprised. There is indeed some method to this will attack. It is quite rare in the primordial universe. Pity such a level of will attack is useless against my will, which has barely reached the true god level. Will attack techniques were extremely precious even in the origin continent. The fact that Yuan, a being surpassing the God King level, left behind the will technique, Lai Yuan technique, demonstrated how crucial will became at higher levels. The Yen Emperor held no hope for the Lai Yuan technique. He did not think he had the talent of the biological son of some great deity. While others suffered excruciating soul pain when trying to master it, that son actually found it comfortable. It was truly a case of comparison kills the man. After all countless cycles in the origin continent, endless geniuses had failed to obtain Yuan's inheritance, so the Yen Emperor naturally had no expectations. What he coveted were the eye technique and life gene maps from the world of gene. At most he also eyed the core inheritance of the world of gene, but to obtain that one had to master the Lai Yuan technique, which seemed hopeless for the Yen Emperor. A myriad of thoughts flashed through the Yen Emperor's mind, but in the outside world only an instant had passed. He then taunted Mad Lion Lord, "Is this all you've got? If that's the case, this Emperor shall make his move." Although such a method of provoking an opponent was very crude, it sometimes had astonishing effects. As the saying goes, fools come every year, but this year there are especially many. Little one, being too arrogant is not good either. Since you are so insolent, I will allow you to strike first. How about that? The Mad Lion Lord said magnanimously. Oh, letting me strike first? So confident, arrogant. The Yen Emperor was puzzled by the Mad Lion Lord's attitude. He did not believe the Mad Lion Lord was truly a fool or a megalomaniac. The Mad Lion Lord was a universe lord of the monster race, a true elite of that race. The monster race was naturally hypocritical and cunning. They could not be so impulsive. He must have some unexpected trump card. Could it be a top-tier treasure, armor, or palace? But the universe lords of the primordial universe have no top-tier treasures. Could it be that the monster race, in order to deal with me, lent their top-tier treasures to the Mad Lion Lord? But is that necessary? The Yen Emperor was momentarily uncertain about the Mad Lion Lord's stance. Even as arrogant and domineering as he was, he would never dare to let an opponent of similar strength strike first. In a duel of experts, the outcome could not afford the slightest mistake. Right? I'll ask Chaos City Lord about the Mad Lion Lord's information. Having become a Universe Lord not long ago, and not having ventured into the cosmic sea, the Yen Emperor, relying on his status as a transmigrator, had not yet taken the time to read the information collected by his race. He was somewhat unprepared for this sudden appearance of the Mad Lion Lord. It seems I need to brush up on relevant knowledge later. In the virtual universe, the Yen Emperor contacted Chaos City Lord. Chaos, I need the information on the Mad Lion Lord. Haha. I've already prepared it. Take it. Be careful in your battle with the Mad Lion Lord. I've already arranged for people to head to the Primordial Star. If anything goes wrong, I will arrive in time. Already prepared. That makes sense. The Yen Emperor knew that Chaos City Lord must have learned of his killing of Banfalord's clone, and his duel with the Mad Lion Lord, and thus prepared everything. Although Chaos City Lord's preparations and arrangement of experts to protect him in secret were mostly out of consideration for the race's greater good, the Yen Emperor was still very grateful to him. As for why Chaos City Lord did not stop the duel between the Yen Emperor and the Mad Lion Lord, it was partly because a strong warrior needed tempering, and partly because the Yen Emperor had first killed a Universe Lord of the monster race, putting the human race in a somewhat disadvantageous position. However, if the Yen Emperor were truly in mortal danger, Chaos City Lord would naturally not stand idly by. After reading the detailed information on the Mad Lion Lord, he thought, so the Mad Lion Lord is extremely skilled in movement techniques, which is why he dared to boast about letting me strike first. Heh! Skilled in movement techniques? Mad Lion Lord, you're in for a surprise. The Yen Emperor secretly laughed. Heaven was truly helping him. The Mad Lion Lord saw the Yen Emperor standing motionless and then taunted him. Yen Emperor, so you're a coward after all. I offered to let you strike first and you're too scared to make a move. Your title of Yen Emperor is somewhat undeserved. Ha ha ha. Hearing the Mad Lion Lord's laughter, the Yen Emperor thought, the monster race is indeed naturally hypocritical and cunning. They're trying to shake my will. The Yen Emperor raised his Yen Divine Halberd and said, Mad Lion Lord, since you seek death, receive my strongest strike. Divine power, burn. Countless tiny sparks erupted around the Yen Emperor, each radiating boundless might. This was his strongest attack technique, scorching. Since you excel in movement techniques, I'll use scorching to deal with you. Fortunately, this technique has a large attack range. Go! My strongest attack. Countless tiny sparks flew toward the Mad Lion Lord at tremendous speed. Each spark carried the power of a top-tier 3rd-level attack, and together their might approached the 4th level. Humph! A large area attack. Nothing to fear. Watch my 4th-level movement technique. 1000 Lightning Flash. As the 1000 Lightning Flash was unleashed, the entire plane of the Primordial Star seemed filled with afterimages of the Mad Lion Lord. Only a few sparks struck him, causing negligible damage. Ha ha ha! Yen Emperor, is this your strongest attack? It has almost no effect on me. The Mad Lion Lord laughed heartily. Seeing this, the Yen Emperor's heart sank. He had truly met his match this time. His attack dealt far too little damage to the Mad Lion Lord. If one had to quantify it, it was almost 1 in a million, virtually ineffective. In the Cosmic Sea and the Primordial Universe, due to the lack of systematic inheritance, most techniques were offensive and supplementary techniques were extremely rare. The Yen Emperor had not expected the Mad Lion Lord to possess such a remarkable movement technique, reaching the astonishing 4th level. With this technique, the Mad Lion Lord could indeed be said to rival the Ice Lord. Yen Emperor, since I have let you strike first, it is now my turn. The Mad Lion Lord looked at the silent Yen Emperor and thought, a young one after all. Crumbles at the first setback. Humph! The path to becoming a strong warrior is long. Talent does not equal strength. Let me teach you a proper lesson. Deep down, the Mad Lion Lord was extremely envious of the Yen Emperor's talent. After all, to possess such combat prowess just 300,000 years after becoming a Universe Lord was a sign of extraordinarily high talent. The Mad Lion Lord raised his claws, which crackled with cyan lightning. These claws were also peak treasures. Endless destructive lightning gathered around the Mad Lion Lord as he roared, "Thunder Destroyer of 9 heavens!" Countless bolts of lightning tens of kilometers in diameter struck toward the Yen Emperor as if intent on annihilating him. The Yen Emperor burned his divine power, fully activated his armor of tribulation, and held his Yen Divine Halberd across his chest, defending with all his might. Boom! 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 The thunder crashed against the Yen Emperor's divine body, producing a deafening roar, as if the end of the world had come. It took a full several seconds before the thunder ceased its assault. What? I lost 2% of my divine body. When I faced Banfalord, he couldn't inflict any damage on me, but this Mad Lion Lord. Looking at the Mad Lion Lord, who was wreathed in lightning like a demon god descending, the Yen Emperor's heart sank. Although the lost divine body and the previously burned divine body were instantly replenished by the Bloodthirsty Vine clone, Yen Emperor's situation was still far from optimistic. Humph! That little brat Yen Emperor has finally learned his lesson. Humph! Humph! A jealous voice spoke from somewhere in this dimension of the Primordial Star. Just a fledgling. No matter how monstrous, can he still defeat the Mad Lion? Another voice said, "It seems it's time for us to intervene. Yen Emperor has fallen from grace. Be careful later." A cold voice said, "Ha ha ha, that little Yen Emperor is indeed remarkably talented. He just lacks a bit of refinement." Another hearty voice remarked, "Both the demon race and the human race had sent powerful figures to oversee the field, which made sense. It was impossible for a universe sovereign of their own race to fall over a battle of pride. After all, both Yen Emperor and the Mad Lion Lord were pillars of their respective races, and neither side would allow them to perish easily. Without triggering a full-scale racial war, most of the time it was about saving face." The Mad Lion Lord looked at the stern-faced Yen Emperor and taunted, "Little one, now you know the stakes, don't you? If you apologize to our demon race and compensate me with a top-tier weapon treasure, this matter will be settled. Otherwise you'll suffer the consequences." The Mad Lion Lord taunted Yen Emperor with a sneer. Although he also wished to eliminate this threat to the demon race, now was not the time, so he could only resort to such humiliating tactics. If Yen Emperor were to be crushed by this, it would naturally be a great loss to humanity. But who was Yen Emperor? In his previous life, he was a discarded scion of a wealthy family, having endured countless humiliations and hardships. Later he awakened his ability, though it was merely water-based with weak offensive power. Relying on this inherently deficient water ability, Yen Emperor nevertheless became the renowned ability king of Earth. The suffering he endured along the way was immense. How could such a minor setback defeat him? Moreover, Yen Emperor had not yet used his full strength. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! You want me to apologize? You're not worthy. Yen Emperor laughed heartily. Humph! Since you're so ungrateful, then die. The Mad Lion Lord's expression changed upon hearing Yen Emperor's words. Die! Burn divine body. Ultimate attack. Thunder annihilates 9 heavens. Countless bolts of destructive lightning struck Yen Emperor, once more their power surpassing the previous attack. Yen Emperor desperately resisted the Mad Lion's assault, but the Mad Lion Lord's attack was too powerful. Boom! 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 After the world-destroying energy dissipated, Yen Emperor appeared extremely weak and exhausted. So strong, This time he actually shaved off 3% of my divine body. But I've discovered. Yen Emperor panted heavily. Hey! Little one, how do you feel? Want another round? The Mad Lion Lord mocked. Humph! Mad Lion Lord, you're nothing special. Although your movement technique is impressive, your attacks barely reach the 4th tier. Without the advantage of your movement, you're only slightly stronger than me. Hearing Yen Emperor's words, the Mad Lion Lord's face darkened. Humph! So what if you've figured it out? You can't land a hit on me while I can hit you. You're just a living target destined to lose to me. In truth, every universe sovereign's abilities were absolutely balanced, especially in the Primordial Universe, which lacked systematic inheritance. The fact that a universe sovereign's attack power reached the 5th tier did not mean that their defense, movement technique, or auxiliary abilities were also at the 5th tier. But when attack power was relatively close, other aspects became crucial. Factors like divine body defense, movement technique, and auxiliary abilities determined the outcome. For instance, why was the divine body path stronger than the law path? Because those on the divine body path were like tanks, able to outlast those on the law path. Similarly, outstanding movement technique gave a huge advantage. Back then, Luofeng roamed among the true gods of the Gene Realm with a 7th tier intermediate movement technique. To be clear, the true gods of the Gene Realm were more than a level above those of the Cosmic Sea, which shows the power of movement technique. Yet, a prominent movement technique had a glaring weakness. Humph! Then let's see who's the real target. Yen Emperor raised his hands and closed his eyes. Come forth. My innate secret art. Frozen Universe. A massive white sphere like a universe enveloped the Mad Lion Lord. The freezing temperature seemed to solidify the space around him, making it difficult to move. Phew! It's my first time using Frozen Universe, and it requires 1% of my divine body to activate, lasting only 6 seconds. I have to continuously output divine power to maintain its might, or it will slowly dissipate. Ah! An innate secret art. Damn it, how does Yen Emperor have such a powerful innate secret art? It's keeping my Thunder Flash from exerting even 10% of its full power. The Mad Lion Lord exclaimed in terror. Ha ha ha! Mad Lion Lord, now let's see who's the real target. In truth, when Yen Emperor obtained the Mad Lion Lord's information, he knew that although the Mad Lion Lord's movement technique was exceptional, his attack power was not particularly strong. The Mad Lion Lord's secret art was on the same level as Yen Emperor's, but because he had created a supreme secret art and was more experienced, his attack power barely reached the 4th tier. Yen Emperor had only created a top-tier secret art, and his realm was lower than the Mad Lion Lord's, so his attack power was slightly weaker. After confirming the damage the Mad Lion Lord could inflict on him, Yen Emperor decided to use his innate secret art to trap the Mad Lion Lord and engage in a direct exchange of blows. Although Yen Emperor's attack power was weaker than the Mad Lion Lord's, his divine body was about 10 times larger, and he had the Bloodthirsty Vine clone, so he could certainly outlast the Mad Lion Lord. Mad Lion Lord, die for this Emperor. Yen Emperor raised his Yen Divine Halberd high. Burn divine body, ultimate attack, scorching. Countless tiny sparks flew toward the Mad Lion Lord. Ah! Yen Emperor, I'll fight you to the death. Thunder annihilates 9 heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Seconds later, the two appeared in the void. Heh! Yen Emperor, when you launched your attack, your Frozen Universe lost divine power support, so its restraint on me was minimal. I dodged most of your strikes, ha ha ha. The Mad Lion Lord roared with laughter. Your attack, bound by my secret art, dealt minimal damage to this Emperor when it landed. Yen Emperor declared proudly. Now it was a contest of sheer tenacity, and naturally they couldn't lose in words. But in truth, Yen Emperor knew that his divine body was being consumed at a rate 100 times faster than the Mad Lion Lord's. Because the Frozen Universe, lacking divine power support, had greatly reduced its binding effect on the Mad Lion Lord, allowing him to evade most of Yen Emperor's attacks and sustain little damage. In contrast, the Frozen Universe did not significantly weaken the Mad Lion Lord's attacks, and since the Mad Lion's attack power was stronger and Yen Emperor had to maintain the Frozen Universe, his divine power loss far exceeded the Mad Lion Lord's. Humph! Again, who's afraid of whom? Frozen Universe. Scorching. Thunder annihilates 9 heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Another few seconds of deafening roars. Heh! Yen Emperor, you sure can endure. Dare to go again. Bring it on. Do you think this Emperor fears you? Frozen Universe. Scorching. Thunder annihilates 9 heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Dare to go again. Frozen Universe. Scorching. Thunder annihilates 9 heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The two had exchanged blows countless times. The Mad Lion Lord sensed that his divine body had been depleted by nearly 40%. How can Yen Emperor's divine power be so abundant? Does he have a clone? This is bad. I don't have a clone. Just as the Mad Lion Lord was inwardly lamenting, Yen Emperor was extremely excited. Initially, after exchanging blows a few times, Yen Emperor felt he was at a disadvantage. He was about to release the Bloodthirsty Vine clone to have 1 attack and 1 assist. But surprisingly during the exchange Yen Emperor felt the bottleneck for creating his supreme secret art loosening, so he threw caution to the wind and kept exchanging blows. Haha, again, I feel like I'm almost there. Frozen Universe. Scorching. Thunder annihilates 9 heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Again, again, again. This Yen Emperor is too ferocious. A demon race universe sovereign watching the battle said, feeling a chill run down his spine, unable to believe his eyes. Indeed, very ferocious. Another voice said reluctantly, are you sure Yen Emperor isn't a descendant of the legendary special life form, the Bloodthirsty Berserker? A slightly annoyed voice asked. Probably not. The cold voice hesitated before answering. Regardless of the outside world, the battle between Yen Emperor and the Mad Lion had reached a fever pitch. Again, I feel like I'm almost there. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, my divine body is down to 40%. Come on, Mad Lion. Again. Again. Mad Lion Lord, why are you running? Just as Yen Emperor was getting into the rhythm, the Mad Lion Lord actually fled. Yen Di, seeing that Kwangshu Lord was fleeing, could not help but curse angrily. Damn it. Running away when I was just getting into the heat of battle. Of course Yen Di was not truly in the heat of battle. Given the divine power he had lost, if not for his Bloodthirsty Vine avatar, he would have died nearly 10 times. Instead Yen Di sensed that, after a dozen exchanges with Kwangshu Lord, he could surely break through his bottleneck and create his own supreme secret technique. Yet, at this critical moment Kwangshu Lord actually fled. How could Yen Di not be furious? In truth, Kwangshu Lord was even more angry than Yen Di. Who was he, Kwangshu? Among the demon race, aside from Dream Demon Ancestor and Earthquake Demon Ancestor and the few Fifth Order Universe Masters, he ranked highest in status, far surpassing Big Wolf Lord by no less than 2 levels. Even in the Cosmic Sea, the mighty knew of a figure like Kwangshu, yet who would have guessed he would be so miserable today? Originally he had received orders from Dream Demon Ancestor to teach Yen Di a lesson, and at that time he simply regarded Yen Di as a minor figure and paid no attention. Later Yen Di destroyed Banfu Lord's true body, causing Kwangshu Lord to finally take Yen Di seriously. Then later Yen Di unleashed Frozen Universe, restraining his movement techniques, yet at that time it was still Kwangshu Lord who held the upper hand. Who would have thought that after countless exchanges Kwangshu Lord discovered that Yen Di's divine body seemed not to have diminished while his own divine body was continuously decreasing. He could tolerate that. After all, Yen Di had an avatar while he did not. But later Kwangshu Lord discovered that Yen Di's attack power was gradually increasing, and eventually it was on par with his own, both barely reaching the 4th order. Only then did Kwangshu Lord realize that Yen Di had been using him to temper himself. Upon discovering this, it would be truly foolish for Kwangshu Lord not to flee. Losing face is better than losing one's life. Watching the fleeing Kwangshu Lord, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Yen Di's mouth. Kwangshu Lord, do you think I, the Emperor, will let you escape? Since you want to flee, then obediently die for me. Boom. In the void appeared a creature entirely red with countless tentacles, each stretching tens of millions of kilometers. To avoid revealing the massive divine body of his Bloodthirsty Vine avatar, Yen Di only shrunk it to 100 million kilometers. And this creature was precisely the plant-type life form, the Bloodthirsty Vine avatar. Frozen Universe. It enveloped Kwangshu Lord. Yen Di, you again used this move. What is this? The Bloodthirsty Vine avatar executed Frozen Universe, continuously outputting divine power, making it difficult for Kwangshu Lord to move within the frozen space. Kwangshu Lord discovered in terror that while he was unable to move, Yen Di actually launched an attack at this moment. Scorching. Yen Di called out coldly, and countless small sparks with devastating power shot toward Kwangshu Lord. No! Yen Di, stop! Stop! Frozen Universe, explode for me! Boom! Another loud noise. Yen Di actually made the Bloodthirsty Vine avatar detonate Frozen Universe, unleashing such a move that harmed both enemy and self. A few seconds later, huff, huff, huff. Yen Di, you are ruthless enough to use Frozen Universe in a manner akin to self-destruction, nearly killing me. My divine body is only about 10% left. Kwangshu Lord said in terror. Oh, still have 10% of divine body. You are so formidable. How about I do it again? Yen Di said with a sinister expression. Since he had not created his ultimate secret technique, killing Kwangshu Lord, and having Zuoshanke forge a supreme treasure for him would not be bad either. In his eyes, Kwangshu Lord was a supreme treasure, a moving treasure vault. Seeing Yen Di's gaze filled with naked murderous intent, Kwangshu Lord felt a moment of fear. What a joke! Since becoming a universe master, even when facing the strongest beings, he had never truly been afraid, yet facing Yen Di, he was actually afraid. This guy was truly beaten into fear by Yen Di. Yen Di's desperate fighting style, his reckless exchanges truly made Kwangshu Lord afraid. In fact, Yen Di felt his own exchange ability was only average, truly incomparable to Luo Feng's Abyssal Sea avatar. Back then Luo Feng's Abyssal Sea avatar exchanged blows with nearly 1,000 universe masters, and over a dozen of the strongest beings and ultimately emerged victorious. That was truly impressive. After all, the divine body of a plant-type life form is limited. Even if he made his Bloodthirsty Vine avatar's gene level reach perfect genes, the divine body would still be only 5 billion kilometers unless he broke through perfect genes, otherwise it could never compare to the endless Abyssal Sea. Hearing that Yan Di was going to do it again, Quangshi Lord shouted, "Jinmi Lord, have you seen enough? Do you really intend to let me fall?" "Oh, Jinmi Lord, Quangshi Lord, you can still bluff." Yan Di didn't care whether Jinmi Lord had come. Even if the demon race sent people, could the human race not send people? First kill this mad lion first. Bloodthirsty Vine avatar. Frozen Universe. The enormous frozen universe enveloped the fleeing Quangshi Lord once again, making it difficult for him to move. "Ah, Yan Di, no, stop. Jinmi, do you really want me to fall? Even if I fall, I will tell Dream Ancestor that you stood by and did nothing." Quangshi Lord shouted, truly terrified. His divine body was about to be exhausted, one more time, and he might not hold on. "Ha ha! Quangshi Lord, no one can save you. Die for me, Emperor." Scorching. Yan Di once again burned divine power, preparing to use his strongest attack, Scorching, to finish off this enemy before him. At that moment a figure appeared and said, "Why must you be so ruthless? Stop, young one." It really is Jinmi Lord. This guy is not easy to deal with. Yan Di thought to himself. The demon race actually sent Jinmi Lord. This guy's true body is a 5th order universe master, and he also has avatars. He was not someone Yan Di could handle. But the one who came was an avatar, not the main combat avatar, so it was only close to 5th order. You tell me to stop, so I must stop. Wouldn't that make me lose face? Ignoring Jinmi Lord's obstruction, Yan Di launched Scorching, and then detonated Frozen Universe. "Ah!" Quangshi Lord screamed in agony, seemingly about to fall. Seeing that Yan Di actually ignored his obstruction and struck at Quangshi Lord again, he immediately became furious. "Young one, too arrogant. Die! Extinguish the sky, break the exhausted." In his rage, Jinmi Lord actually unleashed his strongest attack, striking at Yan Di. Jinmi Lord, are you bullying the human race for having no one?" A cold voice came. "Stop right there. Sky-shattering ice slash." Bingshuang Lord also launched his strongest attack, blocking Jinmi Lord's strike. Boom, boom, boom. The two secret techniques collided in the void, causing the void around the Primordial Star, for about 100,000 kilometers, to seem on the verge of destruction. The immense power was 1,000 times, 100 times greater than the exchanges between Quangshi Lord and Yan Di. "Ha ha ha! Jinmi Lord, I think we should stop here. Let's end it here," a hearty voice said. Yan Di looked and saw it was Longxing Lord. Both Longxing and Bingshuang had come, and Yan Di was relieved. The two were on the surface of the virtual universe, the strongest universe masters apart from Chaos City Lord. After all, Dark Lord was a hidden power. "Longxing, Bingshuang, thank you both," Yan Di said gratefully. There was no need for many words. Yan Di owed them a favor, and he would naturally repay it later. "No need," Bingshuang Lord said, still as cold. Yan Di knew that Bingshuang Lord had this temper, so he naturally did not mind. "Ha ha ha! Yan Di, you have great skill, you have brought honor to our human race." Longxing Lord laughed heartily. "Longxing, you flatter me. After all this effort, I still haven't killed this mad lion." Yan Di shook his head. Not killed. My divine body is less than 1%. I almost died." Quangshi Lord shouted upon hearing Yan Di's words. "Alright Quangshi, shut up first." Jinmi Lord looked at the three, Yan Di, Bingshuang Lord and Longxing Lord, and said, "This matter should give our demon race an explanation. I think we should let it go." Longxing Lord said, "Let it go? No, absolutely not. Your human race must compensate our demon race with a top-tier palace-type supreme treasure." Heavenly Wolf Lord shouted from the side. Yan Di actually despised this Heavenly Wolf Lord, with only second-order strength. He was still unbearably arrogant, and in the end he was one-shot by Luo Feng. "Then let's fight." Yan Di's battle-intent soared to the heavens. "Fight!" Bingshuang Lord also stepped forward. "Dragon March under heaven." The seemingly hardy and honest Longxing Lord actually struck first. This immediately caught the demon race off guard. "Stop! Stop! Longxing Lord, stop quickly. Let's talk things out." Jinmi Lord shouted. "What a joke. Fight? How could they possibly fight?" In truth, the Lord of Annihilation felt deeply frustrated. He had originally planned to wait until the Flame Emperor was crippled by the Mad Lion Lord. Then he would deal with the Lord of Frost, while the Mad Lion Lord would handle the Lord of Dragonwalk. Although the Heavenly Wolf Lord was a useless wretch, he would have no trouble dealing with a half-crippled Flame Emperor. This way they could force humanity to pay reparations. What they hadn't anticipated was that the Mad Lion Lord would be crippled by the Flame Emperor instead, and the Flame Emperor even had a clone. With a clone, the Flame Emperor could be considered a fourth-tier combatant, giving humanity a total of 3 fourth-tier combatants. On the monster race's side, only the Lord of Annihilation possessed power close to the 5th tier. Although he had a clone, it was adventuring in the cosmic sea and had not returned. Could the Lord of Frost alone hold off the Lord of Annihilation? Were they supposed to send the useless Heavenly Wolf Lord and the half-crippled Mad Lion Lord against the Flame Emperor and the Lord of Dragon Walk? What a joke! The senior universe lords of humanity had all been guided by the original ancestor, and even the weakest among them possessed power close to the 4th tier, let alone seasoned veterans like the Lord of Dragon Walk. I've miscalculated. It will be difficult to retreat safely now. I just hope humanity doesn't go too far. The Lord of Annihilation thought to himself. The Flame Emperor's combat prowess had exceeded all expectations, catching the monster race off guard. Humph! Stop! Lord of Annihilation, what do you take us humans for? The Lord of Dragon Walk said coldly. Yet he eventually halted, for now was not the time to sever ties with the monster race. The Lord of Annihilation breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Lord of Dragon Walk ultimately held back. Given the monster race's current situation, even if they called for reinforcements, the Mad Lion Lord might fall before they arrived. The Mad Lion Lord was truly ruined, with only 1% of his divine body remaining. He could not even withstand a single blow from the Flame Emperor. Lord of Dragon Walk, let's talk things over. There's no need to resort to violence and harm our goodwill. Harm our goodwill? Humph. Just now when I proposed to call it off, who was it that demanded compensation? It was originally silence. Before the Heavenly Wolf Lord could finish, the Lord of Annihilation cut him off with a scolding. This fool of a Heavenly Wolf. Could he still not see the situation? The monster race had truly lost this time. They had to swallow their pride and bear the humiliation. Ha! Let's call it even then. Peace and harmony for all. Ha! What do you three think? The Lord of Annihilation said with a fawning smile. Humph! The Lord of Frost gave a cold snort and said no more. Then let's leave it at that, said the Lord of Dragon Walk. Seeing that both the Lord of Frost and the Lord of Dragon Walk had agreed, the Flame Emperor had nothing more to add. Then we shall take our leave. Flame Emperor, we shall meet again in the cosmic sea. The Lord of Annihilation said, tossing out an empty threat before turning and departing. Frost Dragon Walk, why did you both stop me from striking? The Flame Emperor had originally intended for the Lord of Frost and the Lord of Dragon Walk to hold off the Lord of Annihilation and the Heavenly Wolf Lord while he killed the Mad Lion Lord, but they had thwarted his plan. Flame Emperor, do you know of the original ancestor? Asked the Lord of Dragon Walk. Of course I do. The Flame Emperor naturally knew of this tragic figure. A prodigious genius of unparalleled brilliance and talent. In the early stages of the first cycle, he had already reached the pinnacle of the strongest limit. To think that the original ancestor attained the limit of the strongest without any guidance from inheritance. Yet precisely because he was too clever, he incurred the wrath of the source will and was suppressed. But what does that have to do with the original ancestor? If the original ancestor were here, and you were attacked by the monster race, he would surely storm their lair and demand justice for you. The Lord of Dragon Walk declared with adoration. The Flame Emperor believed this readily. The strongest in the Primal Universe were at most 8th tier, but the original ancestor was a 10th tier limit. The gap between them was vast. But not now, said the Lord of Dragon Walk. Why? The Flame Emperor knew that even without a Supreme Treasure, Giant Axe was still at the peak of the 8th tier. Facing two monster race Supremes, Giant Axe might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Because of the Primal Universe. The Primal Universe. Yes. For some reason, ever since the original ancestor was suppressed by the Primal Universe, it has been targeting our human race. Targeting? The Flame Emperor was puzzled. Would the Primal Universe violate the supreme rules and target humanity? Yes, or more precisely targeting the Giant Axe creator. The Lord of Dragon Walk said. The Primal Universe targeting the Giant Axe creator. This was huge news. Yes. Ever since the Primal Universe suppressed the original ancestor, it has also suppressed humanity's supreme treasures. Although it cannot suppress Giant Axe itself, it constantly obstructs him, preventing him from obtaining a supreme treasure and enhancing his power. So that was the reason. No wonder the original ancestor was so powerful, yet humanity didn't possess a single supreme treasure. They were all suppressed by the Primal Universe. As for preventing Giant Axe from obtaining a supreme treasure, that was simple. Theoretically, both the strongest and supreme treasures should not exist, but the supreme rules left a sliver of hope, allowing the strongest to emerge. However, once one became the strongest, they faced suppression from the source will. Although the Primal Universe could not truly prevent supreme treasures from appearing, it could decide where they emerged. So you're saying our human race is in a precarious position, and should avoid making too many enemies? The Flame Emperor said. Exactly. Our human race is now in an era of turbulence. The original ancestor is suppressed and Giant Axe is not strong enough. The Lord of Dragon Walk shook his head. It seems Giant Axe's power was not as great as the original ancestor's back then. That makes sense. Strength does not remain constant. It was only natural that giant axe grew stronger over time. The Flame Emperor thought to himself. Flame Emperor, you performed exceptionally well this time, but the alien races have taken notice of you. Be careful, the Lord of Dragon Walk cautioned. I will be careful. In the primal universe aside from the strongest I fear no one, the Flame Emperor said confidently. Good. We'll be leaving now. After the Lord of Dragon Walk and the Lord of Frost departed, the Flame Emperor pondered the battle, drawing lessons from the experience. What? That little brat Flame Emperor is this formidable. Damn. Is humanity about to produce another Chaos City Lord? Dream Demon Ancestor flew into a rage upon hearing that the Flame Emperor had nearly killed the Mad Lion Lord. The Flame Emperor's combat prowess was utterly unexpected. Who could have imagined that a Universe Lord who had only been in power for 300,000 years could unleash fourth-tier might? It was truly unbelievable. One Chaos City Lord was worth several Universe Lords, and now another Flame Emperor had emerged. No wonder Dream Demon Ancestor was furious. How many monster race powerhouses would fall to the Flame Emperor's hand in the future? The Universe Lords below remained silent, clearly intimidated by the Flame Emperor's explosive display. None dared to underestimate him anymore. Meng Cha. A stern voice suddenly rang out. Zhen Zhao. You've come too. Have you heard about the Flame Emperor? I have. Eliminating the Flame Emperor in the Primal Universe is almost impossible now. Only in the Cosmic Sea can we strike him down. I know, but I can't accept it. How could she accept it? The monster race had lost so much face this time. Oh, my good disciple has such capabilities. It seems my plans need adjustment. Sitting Mountain Guest muttered to himself. Flame Emperor excellent. Our human race will flourish. A wild-looking man with disheveled hair resembling a savage spoke. The monster race has lost face this time. Other peak races secretly rejoiced. Regardless of the outside world, the Flame Emperor had entered a strange state of mind. After his battle with the Mad Lion Lord, the Flame Emperor was a hair's breadth away from creating a supreme secret technique. Now he was stuck on that one final step, unable to cross it. No, this is wrong. The fire law should be violent. This is too gentle. 30 years later. No, still no good. Why does something feel off? 100 years later, the divine body the Flame Emperor had lost during his clash with the Mad Lion Lord was finally restored through the Bloodthirsty Vine clone's innate devouring ability. This showed how severe his losses had been. Without the supermassive divine body of the Bloodthirsty Vine clone, the Flame Emperor would have perished more than once. 5,000 years later. Almost there. Just a tiny bit more. I can already see the silhouette of the supreme secret technique. 10,000 years later. Ha ha ha. I finally succeeded. I've finally created a supreme secret technique. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily. After facing the Lord of Banfu in battle and the brutal clash with the Mad Lion Lord following 10,000 years of insight, he finally created a supreme secret technique. This move shall be named Extreme Flame Decisive Kill. Ha! After 300,000 years of accumulation, 2 life and death battles, and 10,000 years of insights, I have finally created the ultimate secret art. At this moment, Emperor Yen felt a sense of relief after hardship. After 300,000 years of struggle, he had finally achieved something. In this terrifying world, Emperor Yen can be considered a formidable figure. Emperor Yan's heart roared with excitement, howling with joy. What is the ultimate secret art? The ultimate means a kind of extremity, a peak. It is known that even the weakest cosmic lord of the 2 sacred lands has created the ultimate secret art, which shows that creating the ultimate secret art is a milestone, a threshold. Emperor Yen is a transmigrator, so his vision is naturally extremely high. He has long set his sights on the gene world and even the origin continent. The 5th rank secret art is called the ultimate fusion secret art. That is to say, only by creating the ultimate secret art can one possibly create a fusion secret art. Now Emperor Yen has also taken the first step toward becoming a powerhouse. The wealth I have accumulated is enough to exchange for a top-tier palace-type supreme treasure, which means I now have the capital to venture into the Cosmic Sea. Emperor Yen thought to himself, now the time to venture into the Cosmic Sea is ripe. The only regret this time is that I didn't kill Mad Lion Lord, so that I could have Zuoshanke forge a suit of armor for me. There are less than 70 epochs left before the time set by Zuoshanke. I wonder if it's still possible. Just as Emperor Yen was about to leave the Primordial Star, arrange his clan, and prepare to venture into the Cosmic Sea City, Lord Hundun sent a message. What's wrong, Hundun? Emperor Yen said as he picked up the communicator. Hurry, Emperor Yen. Venerable Yu-Ho may be under attack by a cosmic lord. Here are the coordinates. Go there first and I will send reinforcements later. Alright, I'll head there immediately. Emperor Yen hung up the communicator and rushed to the teleportation point on the Primordial Star. On a certain plane of the Primordial Star, many cosmic venerables were searching for treasures. Slaughter shouts and plunder played out on this plane. The weak were falling, the strong were being born. Zhu Hua Tianjian Shi Meng, hurry up. There is a supreme treasure ahead. Don't let other races seize it. Yu Ho, it's not that I'm too slow, but you're too fast. Venerable Zhu Hua complained. These four were a human elite squad of cosmic venerables, led by Yu Ho, a top-tier cosmic overlord along with 3 cosmic overlords. Fine, I'll fly slower, but if the treasure gets snatched by others later, don't blame me. Come on. The fluctuations are so strong, which means the treasure's grade is definitely not low. It won't appear so quickly. Look, it's the demon race's cosmic venerables. Hurry up, don't let them get ahead of us. Venerable Tianjian said urgently. Okay, speed up. Yu Ho let out a loud roar and flew with all his might toward the place where the fluctuations were coming from. Lai Shi, look. The human race's cosmic venerables. A demon race cosmic overlord said. I see them. Full speed ahead. The demon race group also flew at full speed toward the place where the treasure was emerging. Since the demon race was closer to the treasure's location, they arrived first. Venerable Yu Ho, our demon race arrived first. This treasure should belong to us. You'd better leave quickly. Venerable Lai Shi said upon seeing the human race's cosmic venerables approaching. Bullshit. Lai Shi, have you lost your mind? Upon hearing Venerable Lai Shi's words, Yu Ho cursed without hesitation. Come on, if on the Primordial Star whoever arrives first gets the treasure, then no one would die. In critical moments it's still about who has the bigger fist. Yu Ho, you are too arrogant. Are you trying to provoke a war between our two sides? War it is. Do you think our human race is afraid of you? The Mad Lion Lord of your Lion Clan was defeated by our Emperor Yen. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yu Ho, you go too far. How dare you insult my clan's ancestor? I will fight you to the death. Venerable Lai Shi roared in anger. The Lion Clan could become a major race in the demon race, naturally thanks to the great contributions of the Mad Lion Lord, their clan ancestor. It goes without saying that the Mad Lion Lord is a god in the eyes of the Lion Clan, so naturally they cannot tolerate others insulting him. Come on, Lai Shi. Do you think I, Yu Ho, am afraid of you? Yu Ho was naturally not afraid of Venerable Lai Shi. The two were of similar strength, both being top-tier cosmic overlords, so neither would fear the other. Hehe. Yu Ho, Lai Shi, the treasure hasn't emerged yet, and you're already about to fight. That's too impatient, isn't it? A woman with wings on her back, stunningly beautiful, suddenly appeared. She spoke in a graceful voice. Venerable Xian Meng. The insect race has also sent people. At this, both Yu Ho and Lai Shi backed off. Although the insect race only had one top-tier cosmic overlord, the individual strength of the insect race far exceeded that of others at the same level. Naturally, Yu Ho and Lai Shi would not let others take advantage of the situation. Now the insect race, the demon race, and the human race stood in a tripartite stalemate, none making a move. It's been so long, why hasn't the treasure appeared yet? No, this treasure is definitely extraordinary. I must report to the clan immediately. Venerable Yu Ho realized that the fluctuations of the treasure were growing stronger and stronger, yet it hadn't appeared, which meant it might be a treasure of exceptional grade, so he quickly reported to the clan. It wasn't that Yu Ho wanted to keep it all for himself. Rather, if he didn't report to the clan, other races would. If another race's cosmic lord arrived first, not only would Yu Ho be unable to obtain the treasure, he might even lose his life. Venerable Xian Meng also sensed the extraordinary nature of this treasure, and felt that she might not be able to handle it alone, so she quickly reported to her clan. You didn't notify me about the treasure. Were you trying to keep it for yourselves? A domineering voice rang out. At this time, those who rushed here were at least top-tier cosmic overlords. Everyone turned to look. It was him, the top-tier cosmic overlord of the prison race, Venerable Ming Yi. Another powerhouse had arrived. Now there were 4 factions and the atmosphere became even more tense, but still no one made a move. Yu Ho and the others knew that other forces had also arrived due to the large fluctuations, but they hadn't shown themselves because they lacked strength. If they started fighting before the treasure emerged, they would only be doing the work for others. Everyone was waiting for the moment the treasure appeared. Just then, another powerhouse arrived, the mechanical race. A top-tier cosmic overlord leading 5 cosmic overlords. In an instant, the mechanical race became the strongest team. The arrival of the mechanical race made the atmosphere even more tense, but no one dared to make the first move, fearing they would be besieged by the other races and become a common enemy. Damn, this is trouble. Why hasn't the clan's cosmic lord arrived yet? Venerable Yu Ho thought to himself. In fact, the situation was similar for the other races. When they realized that the treasure about to emerge was extraordinary, almost all of them had reported to their clans. Now it was a race to see which clan's cosmic lord would arrive first and gain the advantage. Hehe, Lai Shi, you did well this time. I'll remember your contribution. Thank you for the praise, clan ancestor. This is what Lai Shi should do. Lai Shi replied respectfully. Damn. It was the demon race's cosmic lord who arrived first, and it was Mad Lion Lord Emperor Yan's mortal enemy. When the cosmic venerables of the other races saw that the demon race's cosmic lord had arrived first, they could only reluctantly withdraw. Generally, in such a situation a cosmic lord would not attack the cosmic venerables of other races as that would provoke public outrage. Let's go. Venerable Yu-Ho ordered reluctantly. At that moment Mad Lion Lord actually blocked the human races group, and said, "The other races can leave, but the human race must stay." Since Mad Lion Lord was almost killed by Emperor Yen, he had hated Emperor Yen to the extreme and naturally hated the human race even more. This time, even if it meant breaking the rules, he would keep these humans. "Mad Lion Lord, as a cosmic lord, do you disregard the rules and attack us?" Venerable Chi Mang shouted. The cosmic venerables of the other races looked at the human race's cosmic venerables with mockery and schadenfreude in their eyes. Especially Venerable Lai Shur, who almost roared, "Humans, you were so arrogant. Let's see if you can still be arrogant now. The reason I wasted so much time talking to you was naturally to delay until my clan's cosmic lord arrived first. Damn, this Lai Shur is so cunning." He had already reported to the clan. The cosmic venerables of the other races cursed in their hearts. Hearing Chi Mang's shout, Mad Lion Lord said, "Rules. I am the rules. The bigger fist is the rules. Today I will let you know what rules are." Mad Lion Lord was furious upon hearing Venerable Chi Mang's words. "Fuck the rules. Do you know how many demon race venerables Emperor Yen killed on the Primordial Star? I almost got killed by Emperor Yen, but that guy is still fine." Emperor Yen made poor Mad Lion Lord understand a truth even more deeply. The bigger fist is the rules. Just as Mad Lion Lord was about to kill Yu-Ho and the others, a voice rang out, "Oh, Mad Lion, the bigger fist is the rules. I wonder whose fist is bigger." Hearing this voice, Mad Lion Lord almost stumbled and said tremblingly, Emperor Yen, how did you come? Why am I here? Can't I come? Or do you have a problem with my presence?" asked Emperor Yen, puzzled. "Hey, no problem, no problem. How could I possibly have a problem?" said Mad Lion Lord, though in his heart he had cursed Emperor Yen countless times. "Damn it, I'm out of luck just seeing you, you madman. I'd rather die than see you again." It seemed that Emperor Yen had left a deep shadow in Mad Lion Lord's heart. Not a good thing. "Oh, no problem, but I just heard someone say that might makes right. Did I mishear?" Emperor Yen taunted. "This? That? Well?" Mad Lion Lord was at a loss. "Yes, Emperor Yen, I just heard Mad Lion Lord say that." At this moment Venerable Yu-Ho suddenly stepped forward. "Oh, so Mad Lion Lord really did say that. I wasn't mistaken," Emperor Yen said with a look of sudden realization. Mad Lion Lord's face turned green, and he didn't know how to respond. "Mad Lion Lord, my fist is bigger than yours, so I am the law. Please leave," Emperor Yen suddenly said coldly. "Leave? Emperor Yen, are you really going to cross me? I've already given you enough face. Don't go too far." Mad Lion Lord's face darkened as he heard Emperor Yen order him to leave. Leave? Ridiculous. Why had the universe venerables of all races reported the news of the approaching treasure to their respective races? Because the fluctuations indicated that this treasure was likely the first artifact since the opening of the Primordial Star to be worth no less than a top-tier domain-type treasure. Although it was only a major part incomplete, obtaining that part would allow one to gather the complete treasure at a later cost. Moreover, Mad Lion Lord was truly lacking in treasures. Top-tier palace-type soul-guarding and domain-type treasures. This level of artifact was enough to make universe masters go all out. "Humph. So what if I'm crossing you? What can you do?" Emperor Yen replied domineeringly. A former defeated opponent dared to be arrogant. Besides, Emperor Yen was far stronger now than 10,000 years ago. Hearing this, Mad Lion Lord grew furious. "Emperor Yen, don't be too arrogant. It's not that I dare not fight you, but I fear others will take advantage. If you insist on fighting, do you think I'm afraid of you? Oh, since you're not afraid of me, let's have another battle and see whose fist is harder." At this moment Emperor Yen needed an opponent to hone his secret techniques, so he naturally wouldn't shy away from a fight. Besides, he hadn't forgotten Zuoshanke's promise. "Emperor Yen, do you truly want to fight me? Last time I only suffered from your frozen universe. Do you think I'll be unprepared this time? Enough talk. This time I will kill you." "Ah, Emperor Yen, you've gone too far. I will avenge my shame this time." "Humph, you talk too much." The Bloodthirsty Vine clone appeared out of thin air, its massive divine body instantly blotting out the sky of the Primordial Star. Frozen universe. Suppress. Good heavens, Emperor Yen indeed intended to kill Mad Lion Lord, unleashing both clones at once. Seeing the two universe masters about to fight, the universe venerables of all races fled far away, fearing the battle's shockwaves. "Ah! Emperor Yen, that same move again. It's useless against me now. Break. Divine Thunder Needle," roared Mad Lion Lord. A needle-like artifact flew from Mad Lion Lord's mouth, hovering above his head. Under the urging of his divine power, it grew larger and larger. It released countless thunderbolts, finally forming a thunder domain, spanning 1,000,000 kilometers, pushing the frozen universe 1,000,000 kilometers away. Emperor Yan's face darkened slightly. A top-tier domain-type treasure. Yes, Emperor Yen. After suffering a loss at your hands, I exhausted my eons of accumulation to exchange for this top-tier domain-type treasure, the Divine Thunder Needle. Mad Lion Lord said with a hint of regret. Previously, though he had been somewhat restrained by domain-type treasures, those treasures couldn't self-destruct, so the restraint was minor. Second, his financial resources were insufficient, so he hadn't exchanged for a domain-type treasure. Of course, a domain-type treasure that could restrain Mad Lion Lord had to be at the top level. Later, he finally accumulated enough wealth. He had initially planned to exchange for a palace-type treasure, as having one would make roaming the cosmic sea much safer. But after being humiliated by Emperor Yen, Mad Lion Lord finally decided to exchange for a domain-type treasure. Now, aside from his armor claw sheaths and the Divine Thunder Needle, Mad Lion Lord had no other treasures. All of this was Emperor Yen's doing, so naturally Mad Lion Lord hated him bitterly. Emperor Yen, do you know? I didn't plan to fight you first. I intended to obtain this impending treasure to compensate for my financial loss, then fight you. But you're so tactless. I'll kill you first, then take the treasure. Mad Lion Lord said, viciously confident that with the Divine Thunder Needle Emperor Yen was but a lamb to the slaughter. Oh, are you so confident in your treasure? Aren't you afraid I'll suppress it? Humph, don't bluff, Emperor Yen. Even if the Divine Thunder Needle can only open up 1,000,000 kilometers of space. After shrinking my divine body, my movement techniques will still make it hard for you to hit me, while you'll be a sitting duck. 1,000,000 kilometers. A sitting duck. You're too confident, Mad Lion Lord. Emperor Yen said coldly. Bloodthirsty Vine clone, burn divine power, amplify the frozen universe's might. The power of the frozen universe suddenly increased several times, and the space opened by the Divine Thunder Needle began to shrink. Ah! Burn divine body, break! Mad Lion Lord roared. With the support of his divine body, the Divine Thunder Needle managed to resist the might of the frozen universe. Humph! Let's see how long you can hold out with such consumption. The Bloodthirsty Vine clone increased its divine power output again. 50,000 kilometers. 45,000 kilometers. 42,000 kilometers. The space opened by the Divine Thunder Needle was gradually shrinking. Damn! Damn it! Hold on. Mad Lion Lord feared most that Emperor Yen would attack him from close range or self-destruct the frozen universe. Emperor Yan's divine body was far larger than his, but just then the dominant frozen universe suddenly vanished. Haha! Emperor Yen, so your secret technique has a time limit. What will you do now? Mad Lion Lord was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. As long as Emperor Yen couldn't restrict him with the frozen universe, he believed he was no match for Emperor Yen. Idiot! Emperor Yen cursed inwardly. As his innate technique, he knew it had a time limit, but what did that prove? Boom! The Bloodthirsty Vine clone used the frozen universe again, trapping Mad Lion Lord inside. Humph! It had a time limit, but no usage limit. Emperor Yen, that move is useless against me now. Stop wasting divine power. Mad Lion Lord said confidently. The frozen universe only lasted 6 seconds, which he could endure. Oh really? Emperor Yen sneered. Another round of suppression and resistance began. Mad Lion Lord knew that if he could hold out for 6 seconds he could counterattack. The Divine Thunder Needle's domain was suppressed to 50 kilometers. Ah, 3 more seconds and I'll strike back, Mad Lion Lord thought. But at that moment Emperor Yan's main body attacked. Mad Lion Lord was stunned. Did Emperor Yen not know that within this range he could dodge his attacks? Was Emperor Yen stupid? Dodge. Can you dodge my strongest secret technique within 50 kilometers? Emperor Yen thought. He raised the Yen Divine Halberd, its tip aimed at Mad Lion Lord's position. Burning divine power, endless might gathered at the tip of the halberd, growing larger and larger, until it became a fireball 100,000 kilometers in diameter. The fireball radiated world-destroying power with chaotic streams of energy swirling around it. A sign of a newly created ultimate secret technique. When Mad Lion Lord saw the fireball and sensed its might, he knew he was in trouble. Emperor Yen has actually created an ultimate secret technique. How can I dodge? Extreme flame kill. Kill, kill, kill. Emperor Yen roared 3 times and the fireball shot toward Mad Lion Lord. In flight, it expanded, engulfing the entire 50,000 kilometer area around Mad Lion Lord. Watching the incoming attack, Mad Lion Lord was truly driven to madness. Emperor Yen, you actually created an ultimate secret technique. I'm not willing. Mad Lion Lord roared, knowing this time he was in grave danger. Boom, boom, boom. After the thunderous explosion, Mad Lion Lord appeared in a sorry state. His whole body charred black, his fur singed as if roasted. Emperor Yen, I submit. Let me go. I give up this treasure. Having lost 7 of his divine body in one blow, he knew he couldn't hold out until the treasure emerged. Worse, Emperor Yen might kill him. Let you go. You think I'll let you go just because you ask? That would make me lose face. The Mad Lion Lord was thinking too optimistically. After a great battle gaining nothing and then letting you go. How could that be possible? This? The Mad Lion Lord blushed, naturally understanding the Flame Emperor's meaning. But aside from his battle armor claw gloves, and the divine lightning needle, he had no other supreme treasures to offer. He could not part with these 3 artifacts, leaving the Mad Lion Lord in a dilemma. If the Mad Lion Lord wishes to live hand over your supreme treasures, otherwise don't expect to return alive today. Initially the Flame Emperor intended to kill the Mad Lion Lord, which would not only grant him the latter's treasures, but also allow Zuoshanke to forge a supreme treasure for him. However, after learning that the human race was in a turbulent era, with the Yuanzhu recently suppressed and giant axe yet to rise, he naturally did not want to offend the demon race too deeply. Moreover, based on his understanding of Zuoshanke, although Zuoshanke had agreed to forge a supreme treasure for him, the materials would likely need to be provided by himself. What Zuoshanke crafted would surely be a treasure of the same tier as the Tribulation armor. Given the Flame Emperor's current resources, he was still lacking, and he did not possess materials like the Golden Horn Boundary Stone. Thus, considering all this, the Flame Emperor decided to spare the Mad Lion Lord if he handed over his supreme treasures. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Flame Emperor, you are too greedy. I will not give you a single treasure from my possession. At most I'll offer you a top-tier weapon treasure, and only after you release me, cried the Mad Lion Lord. For the Mad Lion Lord to surrender all his treasures was truly impossible. Without them his strength would plummet by several levels. Not hand them over. A top-tier weapon treasure. Give it after release. Mad Lion Lord, do you take me for a fool? The Flame Emperor was genuinely enraged. If he let him go, who knew where he would hide, let alone deliver any treasures? Flame Emperor, I swear, after you release me I will immediately send someone to deliver the treasures. I will not break my word, vowed the Mad Lion Lord solemnly. But in his heart he thought, once you let me go I'll stay in the demon race for 1,000 epochs and never come out. What can you do? Try to attack the demon race if you dare. The Flame Emperor naturally did not believe the Mad Lion Lord's lies, nor did he think a single top-tier weapon treasure was enough to make him stop. Now I give you 2 choices. First, I kill you and take the treasures myself. Second, I let you go and you give me the treasures. Choose, said the Flame Emperor coldly. This was his final bottom line. If the Mad Lion Lord remained obstinate, the Flame Emperor would truly act. Flame Emperor, don't go too far. Do you dare kill me? Aren't you afraid that the 2 great demon ancestors of my race will attack the human race and annihilate your Flame God clan? At this moment the Mad Lion Lord actually threatened the Flame Emperor. That the Flame Emperor was the patriarch of the Flame God clan was no secret, just as many Universe Lords knew the Mad Lion Lord was the ancestor of the Lion clan. Rage erupted. This time the Flame Emperor's fury truly burst forth. Attack the human race. Annihilate my clan. A terrifying aura and wrathful will exploded from the Flame Emperor. Ah, such a powerful will, at least at the level of a pinnacle lord. Whose will is this? And there are faint combat fluctuations spreading. Thousands of billions of kilometers away from the Flame Emperor, a bizarre-looking Universe Lord was hurrying over. It was Blood Prison Lord of the Prison Clan. I just received news from that little fellow Minji about a treasure appearing. I didn't expect the conflict to be so fierce. The treasure's emergence hasn't even ended and the fight has already begun. Thinking of the treasure, Blood Prison Lord quickened his pace. As for the Flame Emperor, stimulated by the Mad Lion Lord, his will surged once more, truly reaching the realm of a pinnacle lord. Yet this could not quell the Flame Emperor's wrath. The Mad Lion Lord was startled by the Flame Emperor's furious will, but seeing that the Flame Emperor did not act, he thought the latter was afraid, and continued to threaten. Flame Emperor, think carefully. If you let me go, I will give you a top-tier treasure. But if you kill me, your entire Flame God clan will be buried with me. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! The Flame Emperor laughed eerily. The Mad Lion Lord was stunned, not understanding why the Flame Emperor was laughing. Did he really think he would send a top-tier treasure? Mad Lion Lord! Go to hell! Without warning, the Flame Emperor moved to kill the Mad Lion Lord. The Mad Lion Lord was once again enveloped by the frozen universe. Straining against its suppression, he shouted, Flame Emperor, stop! Do you want to bring annihilation upon your Flame God clan? The reply was, die, Mad Lion Lord. Burn divine body. Extreme flame kill. 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 Kill! Swish! A terrifying fireball shot toward the Mad Lion Lord, erupting in a series of tremendous roars. Boom! 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 Each thunderous blast seemed to obliterate the Mad Lion Lord forever. Ah! Flame Emperor, stop! The Mad Lion Lord begged in terror. But the Flame Emperor remained silent, answering only with the suppression of his Bloodthirsty Vine avatar and the assaults of his main body. Boom! 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 Shocking tremors resounded continuously, scaring away all the Universe Lords on this Primordial Star. Not a single one dared to watch. Blood Prison Lord, who had rushed over at top speed, had intended to vie for the treasure. But what did he see? The Mad Lion Lord was being pummeled. And who was attacking? Damn, is this for real? It was that little fellow, the Flame Emperor. The Mad Lion Lord. Who was he? He was an elite universe lord of the demon race. He had roamed the primal universe and even had a name in the cosmic sea. Yet today he was being crushed by a junior. Incredible. Though rumors once said the Flame Emperor had fought the Mad Lion Lord to a draw blood prison lord, had always dismissed them as hearsay. At best he thought the Flame Emperor had survived under the Mad Lion Lord's hand thanks to treasures. But who could have imagined the Flame Emperor was this absurdly powerful? Yet the next moment nearly shattered Blood Prison Lord's composure. What did he witness? The Mad Lion Lord had fallen. What? Blood Prison Lord could hardly believe his eyes. The Mad Lion Lord who had roamed the primal universe for countless epochs had fallen. And at the hands of that little Flame Emperor. Blood Prison Lord knew then that the primal universe was stirring. The Flame Emperor picked up the treasures dropped by the Mad Lion Lord. There were only 3: a peak-tier battle armor, a peak-tier claw glove, and the top-tier domain treasure Divine Lightning Needle. Not a bad haul. The Mad Lion Lord truly lives up to his reputation as an old powerhouse. Far more lucrative than Banfa Lord, muttered the Flame Emperor to himself. Someone there. Blood Prison Lord. Are you here to snatch my treasures? Asked the Flame Emperor, eyeing the distant Blood Prison Lord. Ah! No, I was just passing by. I'll be off now. Blood Prison Lord quickly said. Snatch treasures. Snatch my ass. I'm not even a match for the Mad Lion Lord, let alone trying to rob the Flame Emperor. Though he had avatars and feared not death, he certainly didn't want to be looted by the Flame Emperor. Hee. I won't compete for the treasure, but as for the news. The Flame Emperor cared little whether Blood Prison Lord would spread the news of his killing the Mad Lion Lord. A person, oh no, a demon, had been killed. Could the news be hidden? At least the demon race would know immediately. The Flame Emperor had no particular feelings about killing the Mad Lion Lord. Dead was dead. What was there to feel? Truth be told, the Flame Emperor didn't think much of the demon race. During the Beast Calamity, more than one Pinnacle Lord with 12th tier combat power had fallen. Why should he care about 2 demon ancestors with at most 8th tier combat power? He firmly believed that he would soon possess such might. Nor did he think the demon race would actually attack the human race and annihilate the Flame God clan. The human race was no pushover. Besides, in the primal universe everyone's power was at most 6th tier. Who was afraid of whom? A treasure had emerged named the Frozen Origin Disc, a major component of a top-tier domain treasure. Coincidentally, the 3 beads he had obtained were part of the Frozen Origin Disc. 4 more such beads were needed to complete it. The Flame Emperor tested the power of the Frozen Origin Disc. Although its full potential could not be unleashed due to the missing components. He discovered that this treasure was extremely compatible with him. The Frozen Origin Disc could fully merge with his strongest innate divine ability, Frozen Universe, greatly amplifying its might. While the Flame Emperor was still on the Primordial Star studying his newly acquired treasures, the demon race erupted in fury, and the primal universe boiled. The Mad Lion Lord had fallen, killed by the human Flame Emperor. In an instant, the name of the Flame Emperor shook the entire primal universe. Yendi had slain Lord Quangshur, which had stirred up a hornet's nest. Yendi, where are you? Hundun City Lord sent a message. I'm studying a supreme treasure on the Primal Star. What? You're still studying the supreme treasure on the Primal Star? The normally composed Hundun City Lord actually raised his voice. Damn it. The universe masters of the monster race are about to charge into the Primal Star, and you're still studying treasures. Hundun City Lord was at a loss for words. Hundun, rest assured, I've already moved to another location. No, even if you've moved, it's not enough. You must return to the clan first. All right? Hearing the resolute tone of Hundun City, Lord Yendi had no choice but to compromise. Yendi also knew that staying on the Primal Star was dangerous. Now there were probably over a dozen universe masters of the monster race charging toward the Primal Star, ready to chop him into 18 pieces. Just as Yendi was hurrying back to the clan, the monster race truly exploded this time. Ah, damn it. Yendi, our monster race will surely kill you. Meng Yaozu was truly enraged this time. Last time it was merely a loss of face for the monster race, but this time both face and lives were lost. Moreover, Lord Quangshur was an elite universe master among the monster race. Losing one universe master was a huge blow to the monster race. The universe masters of the monster race below were also extremely furious. The human race has bullied our monster race too much. They must be destroyed. At this moment, that fellow Lord Tianlang clamored. Right. One after another, the universe masters of the monster race echoed, as if they could destroy the human race whenever they wanted. In truth, they were just talking big. Was the human race one of the 6 peak races of the primal universe so easy to destroy? Even though Yuan was suppressed, they could only be arrogant for a while. If Yuan were still around, they could kill and be done with it. What could you do? Enough, all of you, shut up. Look at you all. What kind of behavior is this? Suddenly a majestic voice spoke. Yes, Shinzu. The universe masters of the monster race obediently fell silent. It turned out that the will of Jin Yaozu, one of the two monster ancestors, had descended. Jin Yao Huang and Jin Tianyu 3 split into 3 groups and head to the Primal Star. If there is news of Yen Di, do not act rashly. Combine the strength of the other 2 demons, and the 3 demons will join forces to kill Yen Di. If there is no Yen Di, then kill all the humans on the Primal Star as burial for Lord Guangshi. These 3 demons were all on the same level as Lord Bingfeng, and they were fully equipped with supreme treasures, so naturally they were not afraid of being killed by Yen Di. Even a supreme being could not easily kill any of them in the Primal Universe. The remaining universe masters in the Primal Universe will wait for news of Yen Di. Once Yen Di appears outside the human territory, all will set out and kill him. Yes, the universe masters of the monster race answered in unison. Meng Zhu, you quickly come to me. We will go to Qingfeng realm and seek an explanation from Jufu. I will go find you immediately. Meng Yaozu replied. As a supreme being under normal circumstances they would naturally be in the cosmic sea. Unless the final supreme treasure of the Primal Star appeared, it would be worth the strongest of the race to make a move. In the Primal Universe it was only their divine power avatars. The 3 universe masters of the monster race rushed to the Primal Star in a rage, but they couldn't even touch a hair of Yen Di. This damned Yen Di runs faster than a rabbit. He's long gone. The 3 demons had been on the Primal Star for 100 years traversing all 10081 planes, but they still couldn't find Yen Di. Well, if they couldn't find Yen Di they would go after the human race's universe venerables. But the 3 demons were dumbfounded. According to the information they received shortly after Lord Guangshi fell, all the human race's universe venerables had withdrawn from the Primal Star. If Yen Di were here he would definitely snicker. 3 idiots. In the Primal Universe, aside from supreme beings altering the laws of the universe or hiding in mini-universes, what would Yuan not know? The virtual universe covered the entire Primal Universe. Yen Di had just returned to the Yen Shin clan, and before his seat, even got warm. Hun Dun notified him that he had to attend the Jufu meeting. Helplessly he could only sink his consciousness into the virtual universe and teleport to the Jufu temple. Everyone is here, Yen Di is the only one missing. Come take your seat. As soon as Yen Di entered the Jufu temple, he heard Jufu's voice. Yen Di sat on his throne and saw that the throne was actually engraved with scenes of him blowing up Lord Banfu and killing Lord Guangshi. He thought to himself, I've now achieved something. A person with glorious deeds, no longer a little fellow. Cough. Jufu coughed once. He drew everyone's attention. Now I will announce something. Jufu drew out his tone. The crowd didn't know what it was, but seeing Jufu's calm expression, they knew it shouldn't be bad news. But Yen Di felt that what Jufu was about to announce was related to him. Alright Jufu, just say it. Don't hold back. You're a supreme being, why are you acting like a child? At this moment only Hun Dun City Lord dared to speak in such a tone. At that moment the bromance between Jufu and Hun Dun was radiating. Hun Dun, give me some face, will you? I hereby announce that Yen Di is grounded indefinitely. When notified the grounding will be lifted. Jufu announced. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The news that Jufu was grounding Yen Di caused the universe masters below to discuss endlessly, but no one opposed Jufu's decision. Jufu, give me a reason. Yen Di calmly looked at Jufu. He knew Jufu would not make decisions recklessly. Because our human race is not strong enough. After saying this, Jufu left the virtual universe. Because our human race is not strong enough. This sentence made all the universe masters present fall silent. Yes, it was precisely because the human race was not strong enough. In this world ignorance was not a sin, a weakness was the sin. The weaker a race, the deeper its sins. Since Yuan was suppressed, the human race didn't even have a single supreme rank treasure. Jufu had become a supreme being too recently and hadn't truly grown. With Jufu's current strength, protecting the human race was enough, but wanting to fight for the human race was not enough. Yen Di, I hope you understand. After all, Jufu. At this moment Hun Dun City Lord, the leader of the human race, came to do ideological work for Yen Di. Yen Di interrupted what Hun Dun City Lord was about to say. I understand. I know. I just hate myself for being too weak. Yen Di said solemnly to Hun Dun, as if to himself. Yen Di, it's not that you are too weak. You have already performed very well. Hearing Yen Di speak so harshly of himself, the universe masters of the human race stepped forward to comfort him. Originally Yen Di killing a universe master of the monster race was a great celebration. But because the human race's strength was inferior to the monster race, he was instead grounded. Of course, grounding Yen Di was also to protect him. Come to the initial universe. It's the safest there. Hun Dun City Lord said. After all, Hun Dun City Lord controlled the initial universe. Even if a supreme being came, they would only fall. I understand. Yen Di replied quietly and then withdrew from the virtual universe. The grounding was for his own good, and Yen Di naturally understood, so he did not feel dissatisfied. It was more of a helplessness at his own weakness. If only he had strength like Luofeng's, not a supreme being yet surpassing the strength of a supreme being. Even if he were to charge into the monster race now, who could say anything? Once again Yen Di became more eager for strength. Watching Yen Di's departing figure, Hundun City Lord wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't speak. Alas, teacher, if you were here, how could it come to this? If I could break through and become a supreme being, how could it come to this? Hundun City Lord sighed helplessly. Ever since Yuan and the human race's supreme rank treasure were suppressed, the human race was the weakest among the 6 peak races. They had enough defense but not enough offense. And Hundun City Lord had already been at the peak of Universe Master for countless billions of years, yet he still couldn't break through. Alas! All the Universe Master sighed and left the Jufu Temple. Just as Yen Di was about to leave the Yenshin secret realm for the initial universe, Zuoshanke sent a message. Disciple, come to me. I have something to entrust to you. The voice of that old fellow Zuoshanke came through the communicator, still as vigorous and powerful as ever. Something? Could it be about forging the armor? But my financial resources aren't enough to buy the materials. Could there be something else? Although Yen Di was puzzled, he still said, Teacher, I have been grounded by the clan and cannot leave human territory. Hearing Yen Di's frustrated voice, Zuoshanke laughed heartily. Grounded. Ha ha ha. That little fellow Jufu is really interesting. Hearing Zuoshanke's laughter, Yen Di could only helplessly pretend not to hear. Only after the old fellow finished laughing did he say, Then come to me when you have time. After saying that, Zuoshanke hung up the communicator. This old fellow, he doesn't even know how to help me. Yen Di cursed under his breath and continued on his way to the initial universe. Yen Di had been in the Chusher universe for 1,000 years. 1,000 years were but a snap of the fingers for a universe master. During this millennium, Yen Di was idle to the point of boredom. Originally Hundun had assigned Yen Di to handle some affairs of the human race, but it turned out that although Yen Di was exceptionally fierce in battle, he was utterly hopeless at management. Helpless Hundun could only let Yen Di remain idle, occasionally instructing the human immortals in the Chusher universe. During this 1,000 years, a mysterious powerful figure appeared in a certain pavilion within the Chusher universe. He had a peculiar temperament. If he took a liking to someone, he would offer guidance. If not, he would not even bother to acknowledge you, even if you knelt to death. At first people paid no attention. But once a sealed king, invincible immortal named King Tianxing, who had been stuck at the immortal level for countless millions of epochs, was unable to break through. But that mysterious powerhouse passing by, King Tianxing pointed at his forehead, and unexpectedly, after 10 years of enlightenment, he became a universe venerable in one morning. From then on, all the great immortal powerhouses hoped that the mysterious figure would guide them, but he ignored them. And after King Tianxing broke through to become a universe venerable, he wanted to become Yen Di's disciple. Yen Di refused, but the fellow just lingered and refused to leave. In the end, Yen Di did not drive him away, just treated him as a servant. Tianxing was clever. Seeing that Yen Di did not expel him, he regarded himself as Yen Di's servant and took care of Yen Di's daily life. And even Yen Di's casual guidance was immensely beneficial to him. Later, a sealed king immortal begged Yen Di for instruction, but Yen Di was not interested in him and naturally ignored him. This fellow knelt outside Yen Di's door for 30 years, but eventually could not wait any longer and insulted Yen Di. Thus the poor fellow was slapped to death by Yen Di. This terrified everyone, for it was known that no fighting was allowed in the Chusher universe, let alone killing. But strangely, City Lord Hundun came and resurrected that sealed king immortal, making him face the wall for 100,000 epochs, and then said nothing more. Now everyone understood that this mysterious powerhouse was not simple but extremely formidable. From then on, the powerhouses of the Chusher universe showed even more respect to Yen Di. My lord, I have arrived. Outside Yen Di's door stood a man who was about 6 meters tall, and resembled an orangutan. Come in, Jinyen. The orangutan-like man entered and said, Greetings, my lord. Greetings, teacher Tianxing. Sit on the right. Yen Di actually felt that the world was sometimes small. Not long ago, the human race's peak genius competition was held, and the first place of this edition was naturally this primitive orangutan named Jinyen. He had not paid much attention initially, but later learned that his name was Jinyen, and he was a primitive orangutan which reminded him of someone. So he had Tianxing take him on as a nominal disciple. Moreover, even if he were not that person, this Jinyen's talent was in no way inferior to Bolin's, and his character was also good, making him worthy of being a disciple of an ordinary universe venerable. Just as Yen Di was about to give a lecture, he received a message from City Lord Hundun. His confinement was lifted, and he could go out. However, he was not allowed to go to the Yuanshu Star. If he went, he would be hunted by the universe masters of the demon race. But the 2 demon ancestors would not act. Tianxing Jinyen, I am leaving, said Yen Di. Leaving? May I ask where you are going, my lord? Venerable Tianxing asked respectfully, while the little fellow Jinyen also looked at him nervously. It seemed that he still held some weight in their hearts. Ha ha ha, I am going where I must go. Tianxing Xinyan, our fate has come to an end. This emperor is leaving. Remember this emperor's name, Yan Di. Yan Di's voice echoed through the Chusher universe, but his figure was no longer there. Yan Di, my lord, I will surely remember. Venerable Tianxing and Xinyan silently vowed in their hearts. Leaving the Yuanshi universe, Yan Di rapidly teleported toward Zuoshanke's lair. I wonder what compromise Jufu made. For the demon race to back off. Yan Di did not know, nor did he wish to know. Now he only wanted to grow stronger and then reclaim everything. Ignorance is not a sin, weakness is a sin. The weaker one is the heavier the sin. Yan Di silently recited this sentence. Damnation, damnation. Jufu actually broke through on the battlefield, suppressing us two demons. Forcing our demon race to compromise with their human race. Utterly infuriating. At this moment Demon Ancestor Zhen was also enraged, throwing a tantrum in the Yaoshan Hall. Originally Demon Ancestor Zhen had created a 7th level secret art, and with the aid of a supreme treasure, although his supreme treasure was not entirely offensive, he could barely exert an 8th level combat power. Combined with Demon Ancestor Meng's nearly 7th level combat power at that time, Meng Zhu had not yet obtained a supreme treasure. It was enough to suppress Jufu, and even cause Jufu to fall. But who would have known that under their suppression Jufu created the 14th axe, a secret art with peak 8th level combat power. Although Jufu had just broken through, and could not fully unleash the power of the 14th axe, it still sent the two demon ancestors fleeing in disarray. The demon race had no choice but to agree not to trouble Yan Di further. However, to save face, they also proposed that Yan Di be forbidden to set foot on the Yuanshi Star this time. If he did, he would be besieged by their demon universe masters. Jufu agreed to this condition on behalf of Yan Di, and that was the end of it. The factor that brought about all this was strength. Might makes right. After more than 2 days of teleportation, Yan Di finally arrived at Zuoshanke's territory. Gazing at Zuoshanke's treasures and precious materials, Yan Di truly wanted to rob the rich Zuoshanke. But alas, his strength was too weak, so he could only think about it. Disciple, come to your master. Yan Di walked to Zuoshanke and bowed, saying, Disciple greets master. Zuoshanke opened his eyes, glanced at Yan Di, and said, You did well this time. You did not disappoint me. Yan Di quickly replied, Master flatters me. He no flattery. You truly did well, Zuoshanke said with a smile. Suddenly Zuoshanke produced a massive stone. With a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers, the stone was completely transparent, radiating a breathtaking cold aura. At first glance one could sense its extraordinary nature. Disciple, do you know the name of this object? Asked Zuoshanke. Yan Di looked at it seriously and said, Disciple does not know, but I feel it is extremely extraordinary. Hehe, this object is called the Bingxin stone. It is an auxiliary material for refining supreme treasures, and naturally also a main material for refining the level of tribulation armor. Zuoshanke said slowly, Bingxin stone. Could it be? Master, you want to? Yan Di asked excitedly. Yes. I have decided to forge a suit of armor for you. Zuoshanke said calmly. But master, my financial resources are insufficient to purchase the materials for refining a treasure. Yan Di said helplessly. Originally the task I gave you was to kill a universe master within 100 epochs, but you completed it in less than 50 epochs. As a reward, this Bingxin stone will be given to you for free. You only need to provide the financial resources for some auxiliary materials. Then may I ask how much financial resources the auxiliary materials require? Approximately the value of 2 peak weapon-type treasures. Phew, that's manageable. I have enough. Yan Di breathed a sigh of relief. The wealth he had accumulated before was barely enough to exchange for a top-grade palace-type treasure. But later, by killing Lord Quangshan, he obtained 3 treasures, each of the value of a peak weapon-type treasure. Having given that suit of armor to his Bloodvine avatar, Yan Di truly had only 2 treasures to offer, which exactly matched the remaining 2 needed. After giving those 2 treasures to Zuoshanke, Yan Di said, Disciple also needs a top-grade palace-type treasure, and would like to exchange treasures with master. Zuoshanke took the treasures Yan Di had accumulated over the years in his hand, glanced at them, and said, In the 3rd room on the right, go pick one yourself. A top-grade palace-type treasure meant nothing to a wealthy man like Zuoshanke. Wow, Zuoshanke, this guy is really a damn rich man. Yan Di greedily looked at the treasures before him, almost wanting to scoop them all into his arms. Phew, hold it in. Do not covet gifts. Do not covet gifts. Yan Di suppressed his greed and selected from the many treasures one named Dragon King Palace. This Dragon King Palace looked like a palace from afar. Moreover, it was extremely sturdy, almost comparable to a peak-level treasure. For this reason alone, it was very suitable for adventures, so Yan Di chose it. Yan Di left the treasure vault and asked Zuoshanke, May I ask how long it will take master to forge the armor? The time for forging, the time for inscribing runes, plus the time for exchanging materials with other powerhouses. It will take about 100,000 years. You may leave now. I will naturally notify you when the armor is finished. Zuoshanke waved his hand. Yes, then disciple will take my leave. With that Yendi left the place. Humph, Yuanshi Star. Demon race. I am coming, Yendi thought to himself. Disregarding the pursuit of the demon race, Yendi actually set foot on the Yuanshi Star. And he stayed there for 100,000 years. Ha! 100,000 years have passed. I wonder if Master Zuoshanke has forged the battle armor for me. Alas, my harvest of supreme treasures over these 100 millennia has been truly meager. The Flame Emperor muttered inwardly, recalling how he had stepped into the Primordial Star, despite the resistance of many human powerhouses. During these 100,000 years, he had lived like a hunted rat, pursued by every demon. Initially the demons demanded that the Flame Emperor refrain from entering the Primordial Star, a demand made more to salvage their pride than anything else. For even if he never set foot on the Primordial Star, he would not suffer much loss. Yet no one anticipated that the Flame Emperor would refuse them even this small concession and stride directly into the Primordial Star. That was the final straw. The demon powerhouses were enraged. What awaited the Flame Emperor was a 100,000-year pursuit and siege. Though at the Flame Emperor's level, being defeated in the Primordial Universe rarely meant death, facing over a dozen Universe Masters in a siege could lead to sealing. Over these 100,000 years, the Flame Emperor had fought over 1,000 battles, crossing hands with virtually every Universe Master of the demon race. He witnessed myriad combat styles and unique applications of the laws which greatly enhanced his own abilities. Even a powerhouse like Changzhou Master, who could rival Hundun Chengzhu, had crossed hands with the Flame Emperor. Of course the Flame Emperor lost. He was beaten so badly that his divine body nearly depleted, and he almost perished on the Primordial Star. On the weaker end, he also fought against a trash like Tianlang Master, but unfortunately failed to slay that celestial wolf. At his most perilous moment, the Flame Emperor faced 12 demon Universe Masters. That battle nearly ended in his sealing. It was only the intervention of human Universe Masters that saved him from disaster. The greatest support that allowed the Flame Emperor to survive these 100,000 years was his Bloodthirsty Vine clone. With a divine body spanning 5 billion kilometers, it was truly a mobile blood bank. And the innate talent devouring was the icing on the cake, making the Flame Emperor's endurance surpass even Luofeng's. Though the Yuhai clone was vast, the boundless Yuhai was difficult to move. Yet the Bloodthirsty Vine clone could be carried everywhere. Extremely convenient. The Flame Emperor was quite satisfied with it. Once the World Tree was hailed as the #1 special plant life. As a universe venerable, its divine body already exceeded 10 billion kilometers, and it could control time and space. But the Flame Emperor's Bloodthirsty Vine clone was no slouch, ranking among the top 3 special plant lives. With the Bloodthirsty Vine clone as a powerful backing, the Flame Emperor barely managed to survive on the Primordial Star for 100,000 years. The battles over these 100 millennia also forged the Flame Emperor's combat style. The Yen God clan naturally excelled in close combat, and with the Bloodthirsty Vine clone as a mobile blood bank, he naturally leaned toward a melee path. Like a warrior in an online game, high attack, strong defense, thick health. The 100,000 years of combat had immensely elevated the Flame Emperor's combat power. Though he had not created any new secret techniques, his application of them had reached veteran level. Now the Flame Emperor was definitely not inferior to old powerhouses like Ice Sealing Master. During these 100,000 years, the Flame Emperor had spent a great price to finally assemble the Ice Sealing Disc. The complete disc did not disappoint him. When combined with his strongest innate secret technique, the suppression power barely reached the 5th tier. Coupled with the Dragon King Palace, a top-tier palace treasure, the Flame Emperor was unprecedentedly powerful. With these advantages, he survived on the Primordial Star for 100,000 years. Apart from assembling the Ice Sealing Disc, the greatest external gain during these 100 millennia was elevating the Bloodthirsty Vine clone's gene level to 5,000 times, further increasing its divine power purity. As a special plant life, the materials needed to enhance the Bloodthirsty Vine clone were naturally exorbitant. The Flame Emperor's accumulated wealth over these 100,000 years, spent on assembling the Ice Sealing Disc and purchasing materials, was now nearly exhausted. The remainder he decided to leave for the Yen God clan as development resources. Unfortunately, since the Bloodthirsty Vine clone had not reached the Universe Master's 10,000-fold gene level, it could not cultivate the 10 Tribulations Secret technique. But the Flame Emperor believed that given more time, he could certainly raise the Bloodthirsty Vine clone's genes. First return to the clan and take a look, then go visit Master Zuoshanke, the Flame Emperor thought to himself. He left the Primordial Star and teleported at full power to the Yenshin secret realm. Not long after the Flame Emperor's departure, the Demon Universe Masters received the news. They all breathed a sigh of relief. This damn plague has finally left. The demon powerhouses were almost in tears. Bloody hell, this Flame Emperor is too tough. Fight him. The weaker ones couldn't beat him and the stronger ones couldn't kill him. Wear him down. His divine body was terrifyingly huge. Even 4 or 5 Universe Masters couldn't outlast him. What about ganging up on him? But when they besieged him, the human powerhouses would come to his aid. For these 100,000 years, the demon universe masters had also suffered. If they interfered, they couldn't do anything to the Flame Emperor. If they didn't, they lost face. The demons now regretted ever making that demand. Both sides had been stuck like this for 100 millennia, and now the Flame Emperor had finally left. The demons felt truly relieved. Back in the Yen God clan, the Flame Emperor summoned Xiaofeng and inquired about the clan's situation. The Yen God clan was now developing steadily and rising rapidly. Xiaofeng's strength was only a hair's breadth away from a top universe overlord. It wouldn't be long before he created a universe overlord's ultimate secret technique and became a top universe overlord. And the Flame Emperor's son Cao Ba had also broken through to become a universe venerable. His strength was not bad. Accumulated over time, he now possessed the combat power of an intermediate universe venerable. The Flame Emperor had never been optimistic about Cao Ba's arrogant personality, but Cao Ba went to challenge a universe venerable and broke through mid-battle. This left the Flame Emperor with nothing to say. Since the boy had already broken through, what could he say? Perhaps Cao Ba, though arrogant, is not as conceited as the Flame Emperor once was, the Flame Emperor mused. He gave Xiaofeng some resources for the clan's development, and then went into secluded cultivation in the Yen God Hall awaiting Zuoshanke's notification. 300 years after the Flame Emperor returned to the Yen Shen's secret realm, news came from the Primordial Star. The Naki Hall had emerged. The greatest treasure of the Primordial Star, the Naki treasure, had appeared. Pity. This treasure is not destined for me. The Flame Emperor shook his head. To say he was not tempted by the Naki treasure would be a lie, but he had his own path to follow, and would not waste too much energy on it. Moreover, though the Naki treasure had appeared, the Naki Mirror Stone had not yet emerged. Even if it did, the Naki treasure would not open for a long time. The Flame Emperor paid little attention to the emergence of the Naki treasure. But in the 500th year of his seclusion, a great joy occurred in the human race. Oh, that little fellow Yuho has also broken through. It seems he is the human race's 19th universe master, the Flame Emperor pondered. In the original novel, Luofeng was the 19th universe master of the human race, but with the Flame Emperor's presence, Luofeng became the 20th. The appearance of a new universe master was naturally a great event for the human race, especially since the Flame Emperor was also of the virtual universe lineage. This time the Flame Emperor also went to congratulate and support Yuho Master. Damn! Another universe master has emerged among the humans. First the Flame Emperor, then the Great Axe's breakthrough, and now Yuho Master. It seems the demon race can no longer suppress the humans, Dream Demon angrily said. Enough, Mengcha. The human race is rising again. We must adjust our attitude, Shock Demon said helplessly. Xinjiao, I know, but I just can't swallow it. Since the original was suppressed, the demon race had always held the upper hand over the humans. Now that human strength had greatly increased, making it difficult for the demons to suppress them, the demons naturally felt bitter. The Flame Emperor continued his seclusion, absorbing the battle experience of the past 100,000 years, while waiting for Zuoshanke's message. In the 1300th year of the Flame Emperor's seclusion, Zuoshanke finally sent word. Master, what is your message about? The Flame Emperor asked, picking up the communication token. Has the battle armor been forged? The battle armor has been forged. Come to me quickly, Zuoshanke said, then cut off the communication token. The speed at which he ended the communication was as swift as ever, not allowing the Flame Emperor a single unnecessary word. After 2 days of teleportation, the Flame Emperor finally arrived at Zuoshanke's domain. Once again he marveled at Zuoshanke's opulent wealth and superb skills, deepening his reverence for his master. The God King realm is truly beyond my comprehension, the Flame Emperor thought. Disciple, come to me. Zuoshanke transmitted his voice. The Flame Emperor arrived before his master and bowed respectfully, saying, Master. Zuoshanke looked up at the Flame Emperor and said, You have performed well over these 100,000 years. You have courage. Clearly he was quite satisfied with the Flame Emperor's exploits on the Primordial Star. Master, you flatter me, the Flame Emperor replied modestly. Enough, don't be so humble before me. The battle armor has been forged for you. Take it. Zuoshanke waved his hand. A pristine, dazzling battle armor flew toward the Flame Emperor. He caught it, and a cool sensation emanated from his hand. Ice breath armor. So powerful. After binding the armor, the Flame Emperor could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Flame Emperor was truly astonished this time, never expecting that Zuoshanke would give him such a huge surprise. He even wanted to hug Zuoshanke and give him 2 kisses. Benqi armor was the name of the battle armor that Zuoshanke forged for Flame Emperor. As it was specially forged for him, Flame Emperor naturally had no difficulty in claiming ownership. Moreover, only a member of the Yenshin clan who had reached the rank of Universe Venerable could claim ownership of Benqi armor. Anyone else who obtained it would be unable to do so. Of course, those who cultivated the 9 Tribulations Secret Art could also claim ownership, but they could only unleash a portion of its power, just like when Flame Emperor obtained the Jia armor. What truly made Flame Emperor exclaim in awe was the might of Benqi armor. It was incredibly powerful. As everyone knew, above peak supreme treasures were the ultimate supreme treasures. However, domain-type, palace-type, and soul-type treasures were all one level higher than ordinary weapon-type treasures. Hence there existed so-called peak supreme treasures such as Jia armor, Yenshin Halberd, and Yuan soul. And there were some treasures known as those whose power was second only to ultimate supreme treasures, such as the frenzied demon godslaying armor of Lord Wuhuan. But in fact there was another category of treasures between them, such as oddities and the set treasure universal defense cone of the true god Leihao. The power of these treasures in certain aspects had barely reached the level of ultimate supreme treasures. If one insisted on a term, they would be called pseudo-ultimate supreme treasures. And Benqi armor was a treasure of this level. Firstly, it could reduce divine power attacks to 100,000th and weaken soul attacks to 1/10. This defensive attribute was on the same level as Jia armor. Jia armor had 3 levels of power, and different levels granted the user different strengths of realm lord power. But Benqi armor unexpectedly had 4 levels of power. Activating the first level allowed one to ignore divine power attacks below the 3rd rank. Activating the second level allowed one to ignore attacks below the 4th rank, while activating the 3rd level allowed one to ignore attacks below the 5th rank. Of course, activating different levels consumed different amounts of divine power. If that were all, Benqi armor would not yet be worthy of being called a pseudo-ultimate supreme treasure. But it had a 4th level of power, explosive mode. Once explosive mode was activated, it could even ignore attacks below the 6th rank. With such power, any universe master without an ultimate supreme treasure would truly be invincible. Of course, the divine power required for explosive mode was also terrifying. With Flame Emperor's own divine power, he could only maintain explosive mode for 10 minutes. One could imagine how terrifying the divine power required for explosive mode was. Flame Emperor stroked the Benqi armor in his hands, as if caressing his beloved woman, his expression so. Cough, cough. Unable to bear watching Flame Emperor's infatuated state, Zuoshanke coughed twice. He thought to himself, this child really hasn't seen the world. Back in my day. Oh, master, please forgive my rudeness. Hearing Zuoshanke's cough, Flame Emperor quickly snapped back to reality, realizing he had been somewhat impolite. Disciple, are you satisfied with the armor I prepared for you? Satisfied, satisfied. Your disciple is very satisfied. Ha ha ha. Good. Satisfaction is enough. Originally I planned to forge a treasure at the level of Jia armor for you, but a mutation occurred along the way. It unexpectedly elevated the armor's power by another level, which can be considered your fortune. Zuoshanke laughed heartily. Not at all, not at all. It must be your superb skill, master, that allowed you to forge such a treasure. Seizing the opportunity, Flame Emperor flattered the old man. Hee. Zuoshanke merely shook his head and did not respond. Disciple, are you planning to venture into the Universe Sea? Although Flame Emperor didn't know why Zuoshanke asked, he still answered truthfully. Your disciple feels that my strength has achieved some success, and is ready to brave the Universe Sea. Oh, that's excellent. A true strong person is always forged through endless crises, seas of blood and mountains of corpses. After saying this, Zuoshanke fell silent, lost in thought. Flame Emperor couldn't quite gauge the old man's attitude, and felt that Zuoshanke seemed to have something to say. Thus he didn't dare to speak and disturb him. Silence. Stillness. Zuoshanke sat there with his eyes closed, pondering something unknown, while Flame Emperor stood waiting for his instructions. And this wait lasted 3 months. Suddenly Zuoshanke opened his eyes and asked, Do you trust your master? Your disciple naturally trusts you. Without hesitation, Flame Emperor replied. At this time the inheritance of the Duandonghe and the Jin world had not yet arrived. Only the 2 sacred lands and Zuoshanke possessed the inheritance of the ancient civilization. The 2 sacred lands had no connection with Flame Emperor, so they naturally wouldn't help him. The only one who could help Flame Emperor was Zuoshanke, because Flame Emperor harbored great ambitions, and only Zuoshanke could help him realize them. Thus Flame Emperor would do everything to curry favor with Zuoshanke and maintain a good relationship. Good. Disciple, you truly have not disappointed me. Zuoshanke laughed loudly. Master, everything your disciple has is bestowed by you, so I naturally trust you completely. Whatever tasks you have for me, I will do my utmost. Flame Emperor replied with a respectful expression. I don't need your help now. For now, just focus on enhancing your strength. That will be the greatest help to me. Flame Emperor thought to himself. No help now. That means there will be later. Later he'll ask me to kill a god king. This Zuoshanke is too cunning. Flame Emperor had no choice. He possessed the potential for the divine body path but lacked the method. As a transmigrator, he naturally understood the importance of inheritance. Then, Master, is there any way for your disciple to enhance his strength more quickly? Flame Emperor turned the question back to Zuoshanke, waiting to see how the old man would answer. Strength is divided into several parts. First, treasures. I have already provided them for you. Second, secret arts. You can only create those yourself. As for the third, naturally it is a powerful divine body. Zuoshanke answered leisurely. Flame Emperor immediately pretended to be puzzled. Divine body. A powerful divine body naturally leads to great strength. But the divine body is innate, how can it become stronger? Hehe. Disciple, there is nothing too strange in this world. If I give you an inheritance you will naturally understand. With a wave of his hand, Zuoshanke sent a white inheritance crystal flying toward Flame Emperor. Grasping the inheritance crystal in his hand, his heart was filled with excitement. The inheritance he had longed for was finally in his hands. How could Flame Emperor not be excited? Although he was extremely thrilled, he still put on a puzzled expression and said, Master, may I ask what this is? Hehe. Claim ownership and you will see. Zuoshanke said mysteriously. Without further ado, Flame Emperor claimed ownership of the inheritance crystal. A vast flood of memories surged into Flame Emperor, taking him a full 3 hours to digest before he could read through all the knowledge. Truly, it is unbelievable, Flame Emperor said half-truthfully with excitement. He had never doubted that Zuoshanke possessed methods for the divine body path, but he never expected Zuoshanke to give him an inheritance that even ultimate supreme treasures could not compare to. Hehe. Excited, aren't you, disciple? Your Yenshin clan lineage was originally guided by me, and it is very suitable for the divine power path. Now that you have gained my recognition, I have given you this inheritance. I hope you will not let down my expectations, and I hope you will not spread what I have left in your mind. Yes. Thank you, Master, for granting your disciple such a great fortune. Your disciple will surely live up to your expectations. Flame Emperor quickly thanked him. This time Flame Emperor was truly grateful to Zuoshanke, because Zuoshanke had actually left the life gene blueprint in his mind. That was something that even the Duandongha lineage did not possess. As for telling Flame Emperor not to spread the life gene analysis diagram, that was truly unnecessary. Before his gene level reached 90,000 times, he simply could not replicate it. Although it only contained the life gene analysis diagram from perfect genes to 30,000 times combined with Flame Emperor's physique suitable for the divine body path, he could definitely reach the first level of the divine body path, 30,000 times gene level and 10 times divine body, in a short time. Remember that Flame Emperor's divine body had already been modified by Zuoshanke, making it 10 times larger than an ordinary person's. If it were expanded 10 times further, it would reach 10 million kilometers. Even without the Bloodvine clone, he could barely be considered a blood ox. Disciple. Originally I had decided to give up on your Yenshin lineage, but your performance now has won my recognition. Zuoshanke said, I will naturally do my utmost to nurture you, but your Yenshin clan has a flaw. Your soul talent is not perfect. Master, your disciple has the Yuan soul to assist, so this problem is naturally not important. In fact, how could Zuoshanke know that this Flame Emperor was not the same as before? Due to the transmigration, the fusion of the two souls had already made his soul extremely perfect without the previous defect. In fact, the arrogance of the Yenshin clan was a defect in their soul, deeply ingrained and hard to change. Hehe. The Yuan soul is sufficient at the Universe Master level, but it falls short at higher levels. Then, Master, Flame Emperor said hesitantly, could this old man be planning to forge an ultimate supreme treasure for me? I once forged an ultimate supreme treasure called the Star Tower, which you must know of. It was prepared for the leader of the soul lineage. Earth has different names in different eras, as Zuoshanke now calls it the soul lineage, who will be your future third junior brother. Zuoshanke said slowly, the soul lineage, could it be the Earth lineage? Flame Emperor thought to himself. In truth, he naturally coveted the Star Tower, but unfortunately he could no longer claim ownership of it now. But your Yenshin lineage has no ultimate supreme treasure. Therefore, when I forged the Yuan soul, I left a backup plan. It can be upgraded. Upgradable. Flame Emperor was puzzled. Could the Yuan soul be upgraded to an ultimate supreme treasure? Yes, upgradable. As long as your performance meets my standards, I will naturally upgrade it to an ultimate supreme treasure for you. Zuoshanke said confidently. Standards? Master, may I ask what standards I must meet? Also, I don't have the materials to upgrade the Yuan soul. Flame Emperor was a bit worried about the materials for upgrading the Yuan soul. After all, it was an upgrade to an ultimate supreme treasure. He estimated that even if he saved for an entire epoch, he would not be able to gather enough. You need not worry about the materials, disciple. I have promised to do my utmost to nurture you, so naturally I will not treat you poorly. Good. Flame Emperor sighed in relief. He had been afraid that Zuoshanke would ask him to prepare the materials himself. Then who knew when he would ever gather enough? I will give you a promise. If you can kill 10 Universe Masters or 1 Universe Strongest when you are a Universe Master, then I will upgrade the Yuan soul to an ultimate supreme treasure for you. What the? If one had to encapsulate Yen Di's astonishment at this moment in a single phrase, it would be, Yen Di and his companions were utterly dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Yen Di roared inwardly. Damn, that meant killing 10 Universe Masters. Killing 10 Universe Masters, what a cosmic joke. He thought they were Universe Venerables, easy to kill, as many as one wished. As for slaying a Universe Supreme, Yendi had already automatically dismissed it. What? Too few. Not demanding enough. The old scoundrel Zuoshanke said with a mocking smile. Well, Master, look, isn't this requirement a bit too high? How about changing it to 5? Yendi said weakly. Then Zuoshanke with a magnanimous expression said, Fine, 5 it is. Ah! Master, you are too kind. Yendi's flattery was not yet finished when Zuoshanke's next sentence nearly petrified him. 5 is fine, then you kill 5 at the level of dead and Chaos City Lord. If you kill a Universe Master with a Supreme Treasure, 2 will suffice. Zuoshanke said with a straight face. Master, I think I'll pass. I have confidence in myself. 10 it is. Oh, that works, but don't say I forced you to kill 10. Of course, if you kill a 5th stage Universe Master, I'll count it as 2 and 1 with a Supreme Treasure counts as 5. If you can kill a Universe Supreme, that 1 alone will suffice. No. Master, how could you force me? I volunteered, it has nothing to do with you. Faced with the shameless Zuoshanke, Yendi truly conceded defeat. I knew Zuoshanke's demands wouldn't be simple, but I never expected them to be so. It must be understood that the further one went, the harder it became to kill. Rumor had it that a Universe Supreme with a Supreme Treasure armor could not be killed by physical attacks at all, so Yendi held no hope of killing a Supreme. As for Universe Masters at the same level, defeating them was easy, but killing them was difficult. The reason he was able to kill Mad Lion Lord last time was entirely due to the fact that Mad Lion Lord was restrained by Yendi. If Mad Lion Lord possessed a peak domain-type treasure, Yendi would have been utterly unable to suppress him. Even with the frozen disc now, it was difficult to suppress a peak domain-type treasure. As for killing 5 Universe Masters at the level of Chaos City Lord, that was even more out of the question. With his current strength, fighting against such opponents, even survival was a problem, let alone killing them. And killing 2 Universe Masters with Supreme Treasures was even more unthinkable. Alas! I knew that this old scoundrel Zuoshanke's things were not easy to obtain. Back then Luo Feng nearly perished struggling for the Star Tower. Now my conditions are no less harsh. Yendi shook his head and thought silently. Master, if there is nothing else, this disciple will take his leave. Go ahead. Zuoshanke waved his hand. Having obtained what he wanted, Yendi naturally had no further business, so he turned and left. After another day or two of lengthy teleportation, Yendi finally returned to the Yenshin secret realm. It seems the fur, blood, and flesh collected over 100,000 years on the Primordial Star are useless. Yendi thought to himself. During the 100,000 years of warfare on the Primordial Star, he had collected countless species, fur, blood, and flesh, though the highest were only from Universe Masters. But now that he had the life gene chart, he naturally no longer needed these. It's time to go to the Cosmic Sea. Facing the Cosmic Sea, where crisis and opportunity coexisted, Yendi had long awaited it. Now that Yendi's combat power had reached maturity, and he had a full set of treasures, it was time to venture into the Cosmic Sea. In truth, in the Cosmic Sea, more threats came from the Cosmic Sea itself. And obtaining the Ice Breath armor now was absolutely perfect timing. I'll contact Chaos City Lord and have him take me to the Cosmic Sea. Yendi naturally could not go alone. He didn't even have a map. Going there would be certain death. Chaos. I am Yendi. Yendi, what is it? Chaos, I want to explore the Cosmic Sea. Decided. Yendi replied resolutely. Good, wait for me in the Yenshin secret realm. My true body will come to fetch you. Understood. Yendi knew that Chaos City Lord had 3 avatars. 1 guarded the Primordial Universe, 1 guarded the Virtual Universe headquarters, and 1 roamed the Cosmic Sea. The one roaming the Cosmic Sea had combat power at the 5th stage limit, and was called by the Purple Moon Clan the Universe Master, most likely to become a Supreme. The true body of chaos. How exciting! Yendi muttered to himself. Over a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Yendi still waited patiently in the Yenshin secret realm. During this month, Yendi left the Tribulation armor in the clan. With the Ice Breath armor, he naturally no longer needed the Tribulation armor. Placed in the clan and fed with special materials, it could give birth to a royal armor comparable to a heavy treasure, greatly benefiting the clan's development. Oh! Has he arrived? Even from such a distance, the pressure is so intense. Truly worthy of Chaos City Lord. The moment Yendi's words fell, Chaos City Lord arrived. A face similar to that of an earthling with scales on his forehead. His towering figure radiated overwhelming might. Let's go! Then Yendi followed Chaos City Lord to the Cosmic Sea. During the teleportation, Chaos City Lord explained to Yendi the method of reaching the Cosmic Sea, and the precautions to take within it, then gave him the human race's map of the Cosmic Sea. Alas! The human map is indeed small. Regarding the 3 forbidden lands, 70% is the outer territory, and only a little of the inner territory. Yendi sighed inwardly. There was no help for it after all the races of the first reincarnation era had experienced too little. Moreover, the human race's map was probably the largest in the Primordial Universe. After all, the Primordial Universe had at most suppressed Yuan and his treasures, but it couldn't possibly suppress maps too, could it? In fact, what impressed Yen Di the most was seeing those damaged miniature universes. The rivers and mountains are so enchanting, drawing countless heroes to bow in admiration. Yen Di couldn't help recalling a poem from a certain great figure in his past life. In truth, for those supremes passing through reincarnation and obtaining eternal life was the true river and mountain. But throughout the ages, across tens of thousands of reincarnations, only 2 holy lands remained in the cosmic sea. But would building a holy land after passing through reincarnation truly grant eternity? Yen Di asked himself. Truly eternal. Looking through the entire text, who had achieved eternity? Even the legendary Yuan, who had transcended the supreme rule's constraints and reached a certain supreme realm, was not said to be truly eternal. Even others as powerful as the God King of Jin had a day of falling. In truth, Yen Di in his past life had always been puzzled what is eternity. When he was a mortal, he felt that the planetary level was a god, formidable combat power, and a 1,000-year lifespan. But later he discovered that there were actually immortal gods. But after reaching immortality, even as strong as universe masters, they realized that they were not eternal. Because even the primordial universe would eventually perish. But reaching the supreme level, possessing a miniature universe, one could at most live for 3 reincarnations before having to challenge reincarnation. Win and build a holy land, lose and vanish forever. Yet, in the dangerous origin continent, even void true gods faced the risk of falling. Was that truly eternal? I remember when the Purple Moon Holy Land was destroyed by Luofeng, the Purple Moon ancestor, once said, "There is no eternal glory, everything has its cycle. We perish today, but Luofeng will die one day too." Although this was a curse from the Purple Moon ancestor against Luofeng, it was also a fact. Don't forget that even the powerful realm beast was bound by the supreme rule. Who could truly be eternal? True eternity. What is true eternity? Yen Di murmured to himself. Originally Chaos City Lord, seeing Yen Di's silent thought, he had been stunned by the sight of so many universes. But later he discovered that Yen Di had entered a state of enlightenment. Chaos naturally would not disturb Yen Di's contemplation. Truly worthy of being a rare genius of our human race. Chaos City Lord sighed in his heart. This wait lasted a month. Yen Di felt he was about to see something, grasp something. But he was just a bit short, unable to reach it. What exactly was he missing? Alas! Eternity. Eternity. What am I missing? Why can't I touch it? Yen Di, any gains? Seeing Yen Di awake, Chaos City Lord asked. I feel I'm still a bit short. This point seems both far and near unreachable. Oh, then let's continue our journey. Then the two, following the map's instructions, teleported toward the outer region of the inclined peak realm. After approximately 10 days of arduous travel, he finally arrived at the human race's gathering point in the Qingfeng realm. Yen Di's Bloodthirsty Vine clone, amidst the endless expanse of the universe sea, managed to devour the chaotic qi, a force that even the mightiest beings could not refine, as if it were the very essence of the cosmos. This revelation made Yen Di realize the astonishing nature of his Bloodthirsty Vine clone. Phew! Finally here. The Qingfeng realm is truly immense. Yen Di sighed as he gazed upon the scene before him. Even a random small rock measured in light-years dwarfing the solar system. Mountains towering tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of light-years stood everywhere. Relocating a single mountain here to the Milky Way would be enough to fill the entire galaxy. Look, the universe lords of our Red Alliance are gathered up there. Teleporting to the Red Alliance's gathering point, someone was already waiting for them. The human lords, Qingdong Shujinanjue and Bingfeng, along with the alien Lord Jinma and the obstinate Suisher. Including Yen Di and Hunden, there were 8 universe lords in total. Yen Di, Hunden, you've arrived. Each lord came forward to greet them. Ha ha ha. Yen Di, quite the feat slaying that Quangsher lord. You've brought great honor to our human race, said Qingdong. Indeed. After killing Quangsher, you continued to fight on the original star, for 100,000 years, truly earning glory for humanity. Shujin echoed. You flatter me. I'm nowhere near the level of you veterans. No flattery. You truly possess such strength. You see, without a top-tier domain-type treasure, it's impossible to restrain Quangsher. Even I couldn't hold him down in a direct confrontation. Even the usually aloof Bingfeng spoke up. He had witnessed the battle between Yen Di and Quangsher and understood Yen Di's capabilities. Thus his assessment was extremely objective. After Yen Di slew Quangsher, all the human universe lords knew that Yen Di had created a supreme secret technique, so they naturally did not underestimate him. Alright everyone, time is precious. Let's not waste words, said Hunden, the city lord. Very well then, according to tradition. The universe lords all raised their glasses and proclaimed, May you enjoy eternal life and boundless treasures, Yen Di. May everyone enjoy eternal life and boundless treasures. After drinking, the old stubborn Zuoshanke stood up. From his posture, it seemed he intended to lecture Yan Di. Humph! This old fossil still wants to teach me. Yan Di thought to himself. Unlike Luofeng, Yan Di had proven his strength before entering the Universe no less than Bingfeng and the others. Although Zuoshanke had also created a supreme secret technique, due to his treasures and divine body, his strength was a tier below Yan Di's. In terms of divine body, Yan Di's original body was not particularly large, but after Zuoshanke's guidance and modification, it was exceptionally suited for close combat. Meaning Yan Di's explosive power and defense far surpassed that of ordinary universe lords. As for treasure, Zuoshanke was utterly incomparable to Yan Di. The original soul ice breath armor, and Yan divine halberd. Each possessed terrifying might. Yan Di, though we speak of eternal life, the universe is fraught with peril and death may strike at any moment. Moreover, the powerhouses of the first reckoning era are all utterly reckless. You must be cautious. Don't die and lose those precious treasures of yours, Zuoshanke said slowly, as if speaking from vast experience. Humph! Is he implying I lack experience? That my treasures are gifted by the clan? This Zuoshanke is truly obstinate and arrogant. Yan Di thought. In the universe, strength reigns supreme. With formidable power, danger is nothing. But without strength, what use is experience? Yan Di retorted. Since you claim I lack experience, aren't you yourself lacking in strength? Yan Di. Zuoshanke was enraged that Yan Di had publicly disrespected him. You what? I'm speaking the truth. Yan Di said, arrogantly gazing at the sky. Enough, everyone disperse. Go about your business. Hundun said. Since Hundun had spoken, they all departed to explore the Bingfeng realm. Yan Di, here are the profiles of the various factions' powerhouses in the Universe. Read them and then go explore. I suggest you first venture into the outer regions to gain experience, then move to the inner regions. With that, Hundun left. Given his strength, traversing the inner regions was hardly a challenge. Phew! There are so many powerhouses in the Universe. After reading the materials Hundun gave him, Yan Di sighed. Heh! This makes it interesting. I will surely make a name for myself in the Universe. Yan Di roared. Time to head to the outer waters of the Qingfeng realm. The wing space is hidden in a cave somewhere out there. I'll search slowly. The outer region of the Qingfeng realm is divided into airspace and waters. The airspace has long been fully explored by experts and holds little value, so the outer region generally refers to the waters. And these waters span several 100 million light-years, teeming with countless dangers, especially the water spirits born from the waters. Each water spirit possesses the power of a universe lord within the waters, so even universe lords dare not provoke them lightly. Sigh. Where on earth is the wing space? I've been searching for 3 years, and still haven't found it. Yan Di complained. The waters were far too vast, and the original text didn't specify the cave's location. It only said that one could sense fluctuations when near the cave, yet Yan Di had felt nothing for 3 years. In 3 years he had found nothing. Not even a single treasure. He hadn't even seen a single powerhouse in all that time. Yan Di rode in the Golden Dragon King Palace, which he had shrunk to 1,000 kilometers, making it resemble a golden divine dragon from afar. Using the ice seal disc's freezing domain, Yan Di probed for danger bit by bit, moving slowly and searching. Meanwhile, the Bloodthirsty Vine clone studied the life gene analysis chart. Of course, given Yan Di's current realm, he could only study the perfect gene level. But after 3 years, the gains were modest. Only raising the Bloodthirsty Vine clone's gene level to 8,000 times. Studying the perfect gene level analysis chart greatly aided the clone in improving its gene level, and it would likely reach perfection soon. Sigh. The life of a powerhouse is always lonely and solitary. I'll keep searching, Yan Di said helplessly. After all, the 3 deadly lands themselves spanned over 100 million light-years. And the outer region of the Qingfeng realm alone was several 100 million light-years. The total number of universe lords and supremes from the Universe and the original universe barely exceeded 10,000. It's like tossing 10,000 ants onto Earth. Imagine the minuscule chance of them encountering each other. Powerhouses roaming the Universe, unless they form teams, spend most of their time alone. Though Zuoshanke's words were harsh, the truth is that dangers from the deadly lands are the greatest threat. Yan Di understood this, which is why he had prepared the Dragon King Palace. A top-grade palace-type treasure is a basic necessity for adventuring in the Universe. Yan Di continued aimlessly roaming the waters, checking every cave he came across. He had explored countless caves and obtained several treasures, but the best were only high-grade, not a single top-grade one. After all, it was the outer region. How many treasures could there be? That old fellow Zuoshanke. Yan Di was deep in thought when he received a message from the old man. Master, what is your bidding? Have you reached the Universe? Yes, I have. Your disciple is exploring the outer region of the Qingfeng realm. Oh, be careful and stay safe. If anything comes up, you can seek me out, but I'd rather you didn't. Understood, Master. Oh, has he truly begun to value me? Yan Di mused. It seemed that old Zuoshanke was genuinely planning to fully cultivate Yan Di, or otherwise, He wouldn't have bothered about Yendi's life or death. Has it already been 100 years? Still no sign at all. He watched the frolicking water spirits thousands of kilometers away, shape-shifting into various forms. Now tumbling, now playing, now chasing. The sight calmed Yendi's restless heart. Oh, ha ha ha, wonderful. The Bloodthirsty Vine clone has reached the perfect gene level. My strength has increased once more. Yendi burst into laughter. All these years Yendi had been studying the life gene analysis chart. Though he hadn't broken through to perfect gene himself, the clone achieved it, making its divine power much more condensed. Oh, the conversion rate is decent. After the breakthrough, the divine body has shrunk to 2/3 of its usual size. I'll need some time to recover. The breakthrough to perfect gene made the divine power more condensed, increasing its quality, though the total quantity decreased. But given the Bloodthirsty Vine clone's devouring talent, recovery would be swift. Sigh. Back to searching. The clone's breakthrough brought Yendi only a brief joy. It was expected after all. Yendi resumed his grand quest of finding caves. Yendi frowned and muttered to himself. Oh, so that's it? No, it's like this. It should be so. He seemed to be pondering an extremely difficult puzzle. Suddenly Yendi laughed heartily. Ha, 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 I've succeeded. Let me break through. Gene reorganization. 13,000 times gene. With a roar from Yendi, he finally broke through and his gene level surpassed the perfect gene stage. After 300 years of research and study coupled with his own potential and the aid of the gene analysis diagram, Yendi had finally achieved his breakthrough. Although this breakthrough did not significantly enhance Yendi's strength, its significance was entirely different. Breaking free from the constraints of the perfect gene meant that Yendi could become a universe strongest at any time. Of course, Yendi would not break through to become the strongest. He had far greater ambitions. At the very least, I must break through to 90,000 times and achieve the infinite divine body. Yendi murmured to himself as if speaking to himself or making a vow. Even that realm. Regarding reaching that level, Yendi truly lacked confidence. Because throughout countless cycles of the origin continent, there were no legends of anyone reaching it, which made Yendi not very confident. While Yendi was deep in thought, an unexpected visitor arrived in the waters thousands of light years away from Yendi. Alas, this water region is vast yet lacks any good treasures. It is truly stingy. However, as a place to test my Tao core world, it is not bad. A universe lord seated in a silver-white palace with a bow on his back muttered to himself. If anyone were present, they would surely recognize him as the powerhouse of the divine Ai clan, Zuoshanke. It is said that Zuoshanke was also a rather special universe lord, having cultivated the path of archery. The path of archery was all about ranged attacks, absolutely the perfect class for kiting. However, one thing made Zuoshanke particularly frustrated. Whenever he encountered a universe lord with a peak domain-type treasure, he would always be suppressed. Although the path of archery boasted great power and long range, the slow attack speed was an undeniable fact. Once Zuoshanke was approached by an opponent, it would truly be a tragedy. Furthermore, since hearing that the demon race's universe lord of the Primal Universe had been utterly beaten to death, reportedly because he was restrained and then killed, Zuoshanke made a great determination this time. Zuoshanke used treasures accumulated over countless ages, and those borrowed from his good friend Jing Yenji, and finally exchanged with his clan for a peak domain-type treasure, the Tao core world. With the Tao core world, Zuoshanke felt extremely powerful, standing tall, and no longer afraid of being countered. Therefore, after obtaining the Tao core world, Zuoshanke came to the water region to practice mastering his treasure. Zuoshanke spread the power of the Tao core world over about 10 light years, not seeking to obtain treasures, but only to master the treasure proficiently. What's that? The Dragon King Palace. Zuoshanke swept through the water region bit by bit, when he suddenly discovered a palace-type treasure resting ahead, and it seemed to be the legendary Dragon King Palace. The Dragon King Palace is here, so he must be Yendi who killed Guangshi Zhiju. Since I've encountered you, I'll test the power of my Tao core world on you, Zuoshanke said crazily. As a powerhouse of the first cycle era, he was extremely wild. Although Yendi had killed Guangshi Zhiju, Zuoshanke only considered Yendi to be at the 4th tier combat power. It was not enough to make him fear or retreat. It is rumored that Yendi's Yenshinji is extremely precious, comparable to a peak supreme treasure. Moreover, Ban Fuzhiju once said that Yendi possesses at least a peak-level soul-guarding treasure. These are all extremely precious. Kill him and everything will be mine, Zuoshanke said fiercely. Yendi, who was rejoicing over his gene level, breaking through the perfect stage, suddenly sensed that the space around him had been sealed. Yendi exclaimed in shock, a domain-type treasure. Who wants to attack me? Ice Seal Disc, Ice Seal Domain. The powerful Ice Seal Domain spread out but was immediately repelled. Oh no, it's actually a peak domain-type treasure. Haha. Yendi, where do you think you can run? After sealing the space around Yendi, the crazed Zuoshanke directly drove his palace-type treasure, and crashed into Yendi's Dragon King Palace. Under the infusion of Zhu Zhu's divine power, his palace-type treasure transformed into a giant mountain tens of millions of kilometers high, then fiercely charged toward Yan Di. The immense power made the entire water region seem to tremble. Humph! You rammed into me. Both are top-tier palace-type treasures, who's afraid of whom? Although Yan Di sensed Zhu Zhu's madness, he was not afraid. Burning divine power, he activated the Dragon King Palace, which transformed into a golden divine dragon tens of millions of kilometers long. Then, with the support of the Ice Seal domain, he also charged toward that mountain. Boom! The two top-tier treasures collided violently, their immense power causing the water region, spanning nearly 1 trillion kilometers, to surge with raging waves like an apocalypse. Bam! Bam! The golden divine dragon formed by Yan Di's Dragon King Palace was sent flying billions of kilometers, while the giant mountain from Zhu Zhu's treasure was only knocked back tens of thousands of kilometers. In that single clash, Yan Di was actually at a disadvantage. Haha! The Dao Core world truly worthy of being a peak domain-type treasure, indeed powerful. Zhu Zhu laughed loudly. With the enhancement of the Dao Core world, the giant mountain's power far exceeded that of Yan Di's golden divine dragon. Phew! This Zhu Zhu's treasure is terrifying, it sent me flying with just one strike. Yan Di thought to himself. Yan Di flew out of the Dragon King Palace and said, Zhu Zhu, do you dare to come out and fight? Yan Di was also helpless. If he hid in the Dragon King Palace, he would be safe, but the restraint of the Dao Core world made him extremely passive. If he left the Dragon King Palace, he would be more flexible and able to exert his strength. If Zhu Zhu stayed inside his treasure and didn't come out, Yan Di could avoid his ramming attacks. Humph! Come out, I will come out. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The powerhouses of the First Cycle era were indeed reckless. Zhu Zhu, disregarding his advantage, directly rushed out of his treasure. Although hiding in the treasure made it difficult to attack Yan Di, it was absolutely safe. After all, even the strongest could not destroy a top-tier palace-type treasure. But without a word, Zhu Zhu left his treasure and engaged Yan Di in battle. Yan Di, take this move, heaven-breaking arrow. Zhu Zhu took down his peak treasure, the heaven-breaking bow, from his back, pulled the bowstring, and divine power automatically condensed into a cyan arrow. Zhu Zhu cultivated the way of wind and time, so his arrow speed was incredibly fast. He released the arrow, and the cyan projectile, as if crossing the limits of space, instantly traveled hundreds of billions of kilometers at hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light, arriving right before Yan Di. Whoosh! Facing Zhu Zhu's overwhelming attack, Yan Di had no time to counterattack. He could only fully activate the Ice Seal Disc and the Ice Breath armor. Boom! The arrow struck Yan Di with a tremendous sound, as if it would pierce through him. The moment he was hit, Yan Di felt his entire body shattered by the arrow, and the immense power sent him flying tens of thousands of kilometers. Phew! How terrifying. That arrow must be Zhu Zhu's strongest attack. Originally only at the 4th tier's limit, but with the Dao Core world's enhancement it barely reached the 5th tier. Even though I pushed the Ice Breath armor's power to the 3rd level, I still lost some divine body. Yan Di, how about it? The power isn't bad, is it? Humph! Not bad. It's just mediocre, only causing some loss to my divine body, Yan Di said nonchalantly, but in his heart he was extremely relieved. Without the protection of the Ice Breath armor, a pseudo-ultimate treasure, Yan Di would have been in real danger this time. What? Impossible. Is your armor an ultimate treasure? Zhu Zhu cried out in disbelief. Humph. Nothing is impossible. Yan Di shouted, Zhu Zhu, go to hell. He fully activated the Ice Seal Disc, and the Ice Seal domain formed a spear tens of thousands of kilometers long, shooting toward Zhu Zhu. Whoosh. Humph. Such weak power. Watch my Dao Core world. Endless Blade domain. Zhu Zhu said contemptuously. Zhu Zhu fully activated the Dao Core world, and the Endless Blade domain turned into a blade aura millions of kilometers long, slashing toward Yan Di. The powerful blade aura shattered the spear formed by the Ice Seal domain in one strike, and continued to kill Yan Di. Yan Di roared, ah! Ultimate Flame Annihilation. He grasped his Yen Shinji, and in an instant the Yen Shinji transformed into a massive red war halberd tens of millions of kilometers long. The Yen Shinji turned completely red-hot, and crimson energy gathered at its tip, finally forming a sphere 800,000 kilometers in diameter. Yan Di swung the Yen Shinji, and the massive sphere hurtled toward the terrifying blade aura. Boom! 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 After a few seconds, the terrifying explosions finally ceased, but Yan Di was actually at a disadvantage. Damn it! The suppression of this blade core realm is too great for me. Emperor Yen cursed. There was no helping it. The peak-level blade core realm naturally overpowered the top-tier frozen origin disc. Ha ha ha! Now you know the consequences, Emperor Yen. The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow roared with mad laughter. The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow drew his bow again, pulling the heaven-shattering bow into a full moon shape once more. Divine power automatically condensed into a golden arrow. Go! My fastest attack, Meteor Arrow. Whoosh! The meteor arrow shot toward Emperor Yen at nearly 1,000,000 times the speed of light. If the heaven-shattering arrow represented raw power, then the meteor arrow was the embodiment of speed. Ah! Frost breath armor, defend me. One must understand that defense had no secret techniques. It relied solely on a formidable divine body, sturdy armor, and weapon parrying. Boom! In an instant, the meteor arrow struck Emperor Yen. The immense impact from its speed sent Emperor Yen flying hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Cough! Cough! So powerful this arrow is impossibly fast. Even after parrying with the Flame Emperor Halberd and defending with the Frost Breath armor, I still couldn't fully block it. Emperor Yen coughed. Good, good, good. Lord of the Ultimate Arrow, your attack is done. Now it's my turn. Emperor Yen roared. Roar! Suddenly a great roar came from above the endless waters. The Bloodthirsty Vine clone appeared out of thin air beside Emperor Yen. Its massive body exuded a terrifying aura. Frozen Universe. Frozen Universe. The Bloodthirsty Vine clone executed Emperor Yan's innate secret technique and drove the frozen disc with full force. The Frozen Universe unleashed by the Bloodthirsty Vine clone with all its might enveloped the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow like an eggshell, suppressing him within. With the enhancement of the frozen disc, the power of the Frozen Universe barely reached the 5th tier. Lord of the Ultimate Arrow, how will you handle this time? There was no helping it. In terms of combat power, Emperor Yen was not inferior to the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow. However, the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow specialized in long-range attacks, while Emperor Yen was a close combat fighter, which was precisely the weakness. Without first suppressing the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow, given Emperor Yan's attack speed and the distance between them, it was highly likely that the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow could evade. But trapping the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow with the Frozen Universe changed everything. He was now a sitting duck. Ultimate Flame Kill. Lord of the Ultimate Arrow, become the first stepping stone on my path to dominating the cosmic sea. Emperor Yen roared. His divine body fully expanded, reaching a height of millions of kilometers. Clad in the pure white Frost Breath armor, he bore a single crimson horn tens of thousands of kilometers long atop his head. The Flame Emperor Halberd transformed into a weapon millions of kilometers long and 50,000 kilometers thick, held firmly in Emperor Yan's hand. Terrifying divine power gathered at the halberd's tip, forming a sphere 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. Around it emanated wisps of chaotic energy streams, the hallmark of a supreme secret technique. He swung the halberd and the fiery red sphere flew toward the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow. The fiery red sphere expanded continuously along its path, finally reaching a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers as it enveloped the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow. Boom! Like an atomic bomb detonating, the fiery red sphere exploded. The divine power sent chaotic energy streams surging in all directions, and the endless waters boiled once more, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Boom! A second explosion followed. Emperor Yen had resorted to his self-destructive tactic, once more detonating the Frozen Universe. The two explosions occurred within less than 100,000th of a second. Against this enemy who countered him, Emperor Yen had gone mad. It took dozens of seconds for the chaotic energy streams there to dissipate. The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow was kneeling on one knee, gasping heavily. Huff! Huff! This Emperor Yan's attack is terrifying. The combination of two strikes barely reaches the 5th tier, even surpassing my attack when enhanced by the Blade Core realm by a hair. The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow spoke in terror. Thankfully I managed to break free from Emperor Yan's suppression at the last moment and wasn't at the epicenter. Even so, the aftermath caused a 1% loss to my divine body. If I had been at the center of the attack range, I would have been severely injured today. Even with the Frozen Disc's enhancement, the Frozen Universe could barely suppress the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow. At the critical moment, the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow used the Blade Core realm to escape Emperor Yan's suppression. Ha ha ha! Lord of the Ultimate Arrow, how did you find my attack? Seeing the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow gasping like a dying dog, Emperor Yen laughed heartily, his tone dripping with mockery. The arrogant Emperor Yen infuriated the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow, who could not swallow this insult. He immediately roared, Emperor Yen, don't be too arrogant. That was just my momentary carelessness. Now I will go all out against you. Oh, is that so? Then let's go again. Emperor Yen, undaunted, made his move once more. Frozen Universe. Frozen Domain. Suppress. The Bloodthirsty Vine clone once again employed its most powerful innate secret technique, and drove the supreme treasure with full force, enveloping the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow. Meanwhile, Emperor Yen himself prepared another round of attacks. Humph! This same trick again. It won't work on me anymore. The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow spoke disdainfully. Ultimate movement technique, Spirit Wind Steps. Whoosh! 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 The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow activated Spirit Wind Steps and instantly appeared hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Emperor Yan's suppression had failed. Damn it! Emperor Yen stopped his attack and roared. The distance was too great. He had no chance of hitting the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow. This was the flaw of the closed combat path. This was the true foundation of a powerhouse. the accumulation of 3 cycles. As a strong figure from the first cycle era, though he had not created a supreme fusion secret technique, he possessed more than one supreme secret technique. Moreover, how could a master of the bow and arrow path lack movement techniques? Humph! Little one, I won't be careless this time. The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow snorted coldly. Swift arrow. Whoosh! Another supreme secret technique shot toward Emperor Yen. If the heaven-shattering arrow was about power and the meteor arrow about speed, then the swift arrow was a long-range attack perfect for kiting with movement techniques. Boom! Unsurprisingly, Emperor Yen, who was not skilled in footwork, was struck again. Damn it! Lord of the Ultimate Arrow footwork only grants agility, not speed. I will catch up to you, Emperor Yen roared. After all, as universe masters, they all had the same speed limit and could not break it. Oh, is that so? Emperor Yen transformed into a streak of light and charged toward the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow, only to be suppressed by the latter's blade core realm, making it difficult to advance. Ah, damn it! Frozen universe. Frozen disk. Break for me. With the full assistance of the Bloodthirsty Vine clone, Emperor Yen struggled against the suppression of the blade core realm, trying to get close to the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow. Humph! Trying to get close to me? Dream on! The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow snorted coldly. Whoosh! With a teleport he created distance again. He drew his bow, pulling it to a full moon. Divine power condensed into an arrow, and the swift arrow shot once more toward Emperor Yen. Bang! Emperor Yen was sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers. Damn it! This old man, the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow, is too difficult to deal with. He completely counters me. I can't effectively attack him, but he can hit me. What should I do now? Emperor Yen was caught in a passive position. Haha! Little one, now you know the stakes. The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow laughed heartily, but his hands did not relent. He drew his bow to a full moon and fired another swift arrow at Emperor Yen, clearly intending to wear him down. Humph! If I can't win, can't I at least run? But I will wash away today's disgrace with your blood in the future. Ignoring the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow's attacks, Emperor Yen turned and fled. There was no choice. Emperor Yen had to escape first. Trying to escape? Don't even think about it. The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow yelled, fully driving the blade core realm to envelop Emperor Yen. Even a peak domain-type supreme treasure so far away wants to suppress me. Ridiculous. Since the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow was too far from Emperor Yen, the power of the blade core realm naturally diminished. Emperor Yen broke free from the suppression with little effort and escaped. He actually ran away. The name Emperor Yen is nothing more than that. The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow said coldly, as if Emperor Yen was extremely weak and had been easily driven away. Although I didn't kill Emperor Yen, I gathered information about him. I should report this to the clan. Soon the Divine Eye clan and their allied clans, even the entire Cosmic Sea, learned the basic information about Emperor Yen, unaware that the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow possessed a peak domain-type supreme treasure. Oh, Emperor Yen couldn't withstand the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow. It seems he's nothing special, not worth worrying about, said Lord Jaya of the Skeleton Clan, a barely 5th-tier powerhouse. Mediocre, mediocre. To be defeated by someone like the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow, the title Emperor Yen, is overblown. A foreign universe master from the Red Alliance kicked him while he was down. Humph! Lord Wuhuan of the Divine Eye clan snorted coldly, completely indifferent to Emperor Yen. Lord Wuhuan was extremely arrogant, looking down even on the 5th-tier Lord of the River of Stars, let alone Emperor Yen. Oh, Emperor Yen, a little guy. Not bad, I suppose. Lord Qingshan of the Eastern Emperor Sacred Land, a top 5th-tier powerhouse, commented casually. Human. Combat power barely 4th tier. Defeated by the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow. A little guy. Not worth worrying about. Sneered a certain 6th-tier universe master from the Violet Moon Sacred Land. In short, the Cosmic Sea learned of this newcomer Emperor Yen, and opinions varied. Most believed that Emperor Yen was at best barely 4th tier, a decent newcomer but not yet a true powerhouse. Their attitude toward Emperor Yen was indifference. At most they knew of his existence. However, aside from the Divine Eye clan, and a few who knew the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow possessed a peak domain-type supreme treasure, no one else was aware. The Lord of the Ultimate Arrow's strength had increased by an unknown extent with the peak supreme treasure. Regardless of the murmurs among the mighty figures of the Cosmic Sea, Yen Di was reflecting on the course of the battle within the Longwang Palace. First, I was too careless at the start. I allowed the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow to keep such a distance from me, which later prevented me from launching effective attacks against him. Yen Di, being a close combat specialist, was at a disadvantage once separated from his opponent. Second, I trusted the information my race provided me too much. I never imagined the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow had already acquired the peak domain-type treasure, the Blade Core Realm. In truth, based on the original text, Yen Di was aware that the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow possessed a peak domain-type treasure, but the intelligence from his race indicated otherwise. This led Yen Di to believe the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow had not yet obtained the Blade Core Realm, causing him to be somewhat careless from the outset. After all, if both were of the same top-tier domain-type treasure, Yendi could still suppress it. Furthermore, my methods are far too monotonous. As a newly ascended powerhouse, Yendi's techniques were indeed lacking in diversity. His ultimate secret arts were only the ultimate flame kill and frozen universe. One for close assault, the other for suppression. While this combination was effective, it became disastrous when facing an enemy who could counter him and gain the upper hand. To be honest, Yendi felt utterly stifled in his battle against the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow, being completely kite. Of course, with the Bloodthirsty Vine clone's colossal divine body as a backup and the protection of the Ice Breath armor, Yendi dared to engage in a war of attrition with any universe master lacking a supreme treasure, confident in outlasting most opponents. This was the advantage of the Yenshin race, the prominence of their divine bodies. But facing the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow was too oppressive. He could not land a hit while his opponent could slowly drain him. This forced Yendi to retreat in frustration, though the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow could not inflict serious harm on him either. Alas, I still lack a formidable treasure. If I possessed a peak domain-type treasure to suppress the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow and engage him in close combat. Yendi sighed in regret. If Yendi could close the distance with the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow, his attack power and robust divine body would surely allow him to outlast his opponent. Wings, Golden Kingdom. Yendi suddenly recalled Luo Feng's wing treasure, the Golden Kingdom. After all, the wing treasure was a mechanical flow treasure at the eternal true god level. There were 6 pairs in total, with 3 belonging to the Purple Moon Sacred Land, 1 held by Chaos City Lord, 1 by Tianyang Venerable, and the strongest pair, the one Yendi was seeking, inside the wing space. Initially, Yendi had not set his sights on the wing treasure, given the immense implications it carried, especially the final pair, which was even a glimmer of vitality left in the Primordial Universe by the Supreme Rules. But now things were different. Yendi realized he had underestimated the Cosmic Sea somewhat. However, that was understandable. His understanding of the Cosmic Sea came largely from memories of his past life. Those memories were not wrong, but one must not forget that in his past life, he viewed the Cosmic Sea and even the entire devouring world from a god's perspective. That is the protagonist's perspective. The protagonist was bound by the law of immortality, and blessed with immense fortune, often turning danger into safety, and even disaster into blessing. But Yendi was not the protagonist of the devouring world. Looking at the entire story, when Luofeng first entered the Cosmic Sea, his strength was quite ordinary. However, with the Star Tower, Luofeng had an indestructible fortress, who could shake a divine weapon of a god king, coupled with the Golden Kingdom's power second only to supreme treasures, and its unique ability to control space-time. Even though Luofeng's personal combat power was weak, he managed to lure the 5 Chaos Master and the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow into a deadly trap within the cosmic arc, leading to their fall. The protagonist's powerful luck was manifestly evident in the early stages of entering the Cosmic Sea. With such 2 advantages, what could even the strongest do? But Yendi was different. He had neither the invincible Star Tower nor the wing treasure. All he could rely on was his own hands to fight and prove himself. Originally, I planned to first find the wing space, then figure out a way to acquire a palace-type supreme treasure, then obtain the inheritance token of Jeff Van Zi, and finally receive his inheritance. But as things stand now, the situation must change. Yendi thought to himself. The entire water region spanned billions of light years, making it incredibly difficult to find the wing space. However, if he had the wing treasure, the mutual attraction between wings would make it much easier. Alas, even if I find the wing space without a palace-type supreme treasure, I cannot enter. Yendi sighed. The attacks within the wing space were so fierce that even a peak domain-type treasure could be torn apart. Without further delay, Yendi acted decisively. Since heaven did not bestow treasures upon him, he would fight for them. The 3 pairs in the Purple Moon Sacred Land were practically hopeless, and the last pair was out of the question. Even if he knew where the wing space was, Yendi could not enter. The most promising targets were the pairs held by Chaos City Lord and Tianyang Venerable. The divine power clone Yendi left in the Yenshin secret realm sent a sliver of consciousness into the virtual universe. In an instant, Yendi appeared in the Yenshin temple atop Thunder Peak. He activated the query function. Of course, Yendi's authority within the Red Alliance was second only to Chaos City Lord and Giant Axe Creator, making it the highest. He entered the keywords Mechanical Race Universe Venerable Tianyang Venerable. Nothing. Let me try again. Nothing. How is that possible? This is illogical. Yendi exclaimed in frustration. He was truly baffled. Tianyang Venerable, a universe overlord of the mechanical race, should have lived for a very long time. Yet Yendi could find no information about Tianyang Venerable in the virtual universe. Could it be that Tianyang Venerable hasn't been born yet? Yendi thought this was possible as he had traveled back in time to before the main events of Devouring the Heavens. But exactly how early he was he could not determine. However, Yendi estimated it was no less than 1 billion epochs. After all, the concept of time in the devouring world was terrifyingly vague, and the original text provided no specific reference. It seems the pair held by Tianyang Venerable is out of reach. I'll have to settle for Chaos City Lords first. One major advantage of the wing treasure was that possessing one pair allowed you to sense the others. But how do I bring this up with Chaos City Lord? This time Yen Di was troubled. He could hardly ask Chaos City Lord directly for the wings. After all, the wings were Chaos City Lord's private property, and Yen Di had no way to make such a request. Moreover, if Yen Di asked for the wing treasure, how would he explain knowing that Chaos City Lord possessed it? And it was uncertain whether Chaos City Lord had already obtained it. Alas, how do I bring this up? I'll have to think of another way and wait for the right opportunity. Yen Di sighed helplessly. Currently in battle, my treasures and massive divine body ensure I remain undefeated, but victory often depends on countless factors. Indeed, in a fair environment, Yen Di had a great advantage. The ice breath armor and the Bloodthirsty Vine clone gave him immense health and defense. But in the cosmic sea it was different. Certain deadly regions could damage even top-tier palace-type treasures, and even peak ones could be destroyed. In such situations, even a massive divine body was useless. What Yen Di lacked were treasures to ensure his survival in deadly regions. The Longwang Palace was ultimately insufficient. The ice seal disc was also somewhat outdated. Thus Yen Di began to set his sights on the wing treasure. If he had the wing treasure, his battle with the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow would not have ended in such a forced retreat. With the Golden Kingdom combined with the ice seal disc and frozen universe, he could have completely suppressed the Lord of the Ultimate Arrow. Alas! Enough thinking. Enough thinking. These treasures are fine, but they are not mine. I'd better spend more time comprehending the water law. Although I walk the path of water and fire, I haven't even created a secret art for the water law. How ridiculous. Yen Di shook his head. Before his transmigration, the realm of a water-type ability king had given Yen Di an exceptionally high talent for comprehending the water law, making him highly suited for the path of water and fire. Unfortunately, he had previously lacked time and neglected the water law. Now, roaming the endless water region, it was the perfect time and place to comprehend the water law. And so Yen Di traveled aboard the Longwang Palace. He drifted aimlessly, searching for the whereabouts of the wing space. For the sake of the wing space, he entered every cave he encountered, almost becoming a cave dweller. The Bloodthirsty Vine clone continued to focus on researching the divine body path. Although it had broken through the constraint of perfect gene, it was still far from the 90,000-fold level. Meanwhile, Yen Di's main body both comprehended the water law and searched for the wing space. One day, as he gazed at the endless expanse of water, he suddenly gained insight. Water is supreme gentleness and softness. Water benefits all things without contention. Water can carry a boat, but also capsize it. Water is ever-changing, sometimes calm, sometimes surging. Water disperses into vapor, condenses into ice. Water. As he observed the boundless water, Yen Di recalled the various descriptions of water from his past life. Whether philosophical maxims, common sayings, or scientific principles, they all seemed to help Yen Di. He slowly watched the water region, continuously deepening his understanding of water, validating the water law. Thus, unconsciously, countless ages passed. Water is formless and without emotion, acting freely with stillness in motion and motion in stillness, murmured the Flame Emperor. His true form flew out of the Dragon King Hall, eyes closed. With a divine body spanning millions of kilometers, armor as white as jade, and the flame divine halberd in hand, the Flame Emperor stood like a towering war god. He held the halberd across his chest, standing silently. His entire being radiated a peaceful and serene aura. Suddenly, endless waves of water appeared behind him, calm as a mirror, like a virgin untouched. When the water converged into a region over 10 million kilometers in diameter, the Flame Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. With a simple motion, he swung his halberd. But the water behind him surged forward like a flood, a mountain collapse, and a tsunami covering billions of kilometers ahead. The immense power made the entire region boil like a volcanic eruption. Phew! Finally created it. I'll name this move Tsunami, said the Flame Emperor with a long exhale. After countless years of enlightenment, he had finally created the secret technique at the fourth order limit, Tsunami. This technique was a large-scale attack. If the Flame Emperor were to fight the Ultimate Arrow Master now, he would not suffer such a great loss. Hee. Indeed, fate and time. I never expected that the Tsunami secret technique I created in this endless water region could resonate with the water reaching the power of the fifth order. This was also something the Flame Emperor hadn't anticipated. The technique seemed to have a certain connection with the water region. When used within the water region, its power could be elevated by one level. Oh, 1,000,000 years have passed. Time truly waits for no one. My gene level has long reached 30,000 times, but unfortunately, without the subsequent gene analysis chart, I can only plateau at 35,000 times. Because the Flame Emperor had been comprehending the water laws, he hadn't noticed the passage of time. Unconsciously, 1,000,000 years had passed, and his divine body had reached the level of 30,000 times. Unfortunately, the life gene analysis chart given by the mountain visitor was no longer of much use, and subsequent progress was extremely slow. Ha ha ha. The Bloodvine clone's divine body is 50 billion kilometers in size. Even ordinary apex powerhouses don't have such a large body, right? Except for the Netherworld Master, who among them can match me in divine body size. My true form has reached 10 million kilometers, which is larger than ordinary special lifeforms. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily. The Netherworld Master's divine body was a full 10 light years. Truly incomparable. But he couldn't move freely. The Bloodvine clone, however, was mobile, and could be carried along, making it extremely convenient. Ordinary special lifeforms had divine bodies of only 1,000,000 kilometers. Of course, if the World Tree were to break through to Universe Master, it would also have hundreds of billions of kilometers, but they were all extremely inconvenient to move. In this million years, I have created secret techniques at the fourth order limit, and my divine body has expanded tenfold, truly increasing my strength by dozens of times. Moreover, within the water region, I am not afraid even of Universe Masters at the level of the 5 Chaos Master. Indeed, the Flame Emperor's divine body was already astonishingly large and difficult to kill. In the endless water region, he could even unleash power of the 5th order so naturally. He was not afraid of the 5 Chaos Master. In this million years, I have experienced hundreds of battles and gained a great deal. I even killed the Demon Bear Master, the Flame Emperor thought to himself. During his time comprehending the laws, he had gone through nearly 1,000 battles. Because the cosmic sea was rife with rumors that the Flame Emperor had been defeated by the ultimate Arrow Master, everyone believed he barely reached the 4th order. Thus he was constantly attacked by those veteran powerhouses. Of course, the Flame Emperor had both wins and losses. He even encountered a top-tier Universe Master of the 5th order, but thanks to his enormous divine body, he managed to escape danger. As for the Demon Bear Master, he was a Universe Master of the 1st Reincarnation era. A special lifeform, his combat power barely reached the 4th order, and he followed the closed combat path. However, being a special lifeform, his divine body was nearly 10 million kilometers, which pushed his overall strength to the top of the 4th order. The Demon Bear Master challenged the Flame Emperor using a tactic of exchanging injuries. As a result, that poor fellow ended up tragically. The Flame Emperor, equipped with the Ice Breath armor, and the Bloodvine clone, thoroughly killed the Demon Bear Master. This battle became the Flame Emperor's vindication, and afterward few people casually attacked him. In fact, the outside world knew that the Flame Emperor had a plant-type clone, but most of them thought the Bloodvine clone's divine body was only about 10 million kilometers, at most 100 million. But little did they know that the Flame Emperor's Bloodvine clone had mutated through a stroke of incredible luck. Its divine body was terrifyingly huge, now reaching 50 billion kilometers in height, and it possessed the heaven-defying innate secret technique of devouring. It was practically a mobile blood bank. What a pity! Even after 1,000,000 years, I have explored less than 100 millionth of the water region. When will I ever find the wing space? The Flame Emperor said helplessly. Facing a water region over hundreds of millions of light years in diameter, he chose to explore it piece by piece. Even though the ice freeze disk could cover several light years at once, the Flame Emperor still explored slowly. After 1,000,000 years, the area he had covered was less than 100 millionth. The water region was simply too vast and fraught with dangers. The speed of exploration was truly as slow as a tortoise. Just as the Flame Emperor was engaged in his great endeavor of exploring the water region millions of light years away, a palace-type supreme treasure was moving slowly. Alas, our human race is finding it harder and harder to survive with only one apex powerhouse. The clan's supreme treasures are pitifully few. I'm afraid transcendence from reincarnation is hopeless. The Swordwalker Master muttered to himself. The Swordwalker Master was a human of the 2nd Reincarnation era, belonging to the sword cultivation lineage of the human race. A natural prodigy of the sword path, he was perfectly suited for the way of the sword. Moreover, the Swordwalker Master was born with a natural sword body, becoming obsessed with swords from a young age. He advanced triumphantly to the level of Universe Master, renowned for his sword techniques, with combat power rivaling that of the Ice Freeze Master. The Swordwalker Master thus sat in his top-tier palace-type supreme treasure, the Thunder Tower, and used his top-tier domain-type supreme treasure, the Sword Prison, to explore the water prison bit by bit, searching for treasures. Suddenly 5 light years away from the Swordwalker Master, there was a fluctuation of a supreme treasure emerging. A supreme treasure appearing. Ha ha ha. This fluctuation is so immense. A great opportunity. A great opportunity. I never thought I Swordwalker would have such fortune. The Swordwalker Master exclaimed excitedly. The Swordwalker Master went full throttle and teleported directly. 5 light years was nothing for a Universe Master. Wow. A great encounter. A great encounter. It's the Source-type Supreme Treasure, the Water Spirit Pearl, and at least a peak-level Source-type Supreme Treasure. The Swordwalker Master shouted. Source-type Supreme Treasures were a peculiar kind of treasure with no offensive power. Their effects varied according to their attributes, but they shared a common feature: they could accelerate the recovery rate of divine power. Ordinary grade accelerated 10 times, high grade accelerated 100 times. Top grade accelerated 1,000 times. Peak grade accelerated 10,000 times. Peak supreme grade accelerated 100,000 times. One that could accelerate 1,000,000 times was essentially comparable to an ultimate supreme treasure. Tens of millions of kilometers away from the Swordwalker Master, a whirlpool over 100 million kilometers in diameter suddenly appeared in the water region. At the center of the whirlpool was a pearl 1,000 kilometers in diameter, entirely water blue, radiating a dense aura of water laws. Ha ha ha! It's emerging! Treasure! Come to me! The Swordwalker Master shouted. He carefully drove the sword prison to envelop the water spirit pearl, little by little, then tried to pull it over. But he couldn't move it at all. What? It hasn't fully emerged yet. Protected by the will of the entire water region, even an apex powerhouse cannot take the water spirit pearl. The Swordwalker Master exclaimed in surprise. The water spirit pearl was nurtured by the endless water region over countless ages, and now it was just a hair's breadth away from perfection. If it wasn't perfect, it couldn't emerge bound by the endless water region. But this binding to the Swordwalker Master became the water region's protection of the pearl. What can I do? Even an apex powerhouse can't forcibly take it out. But the longer I wait, the greater the danger. The Swordwalker Master said anxiously. If other universe masters discovered it, a great battle would be inevitable. This peak-level source-type supreme treasure was enough to make universe masters go all out. Ah, it's been 3 days. Why hasn't it emerged yet? The Swordwalker Master paced anxiously inside the Thunder Tower, but the water spirit pearl simply wouldn't come out, and he was utterly helpless. Should I forcibly enter to take it? He acted on the impulse without hesitation. He drove the Thunder Tower straight toward the water spirit pearl, at the center of the whirlpool. As soon as he entered, the Swordwalker Master felt a gravitational pull dragging him downward. Phew! Fortunately, this pull is negligible. He continued forward. At 90 million kilometers it became difficult. At 80 million kilometers he already felt very strained. At 70 million kilometers he could no longer advance. If he forced his way further, he would be pulled into the depths of the whirlpool. Damn! I can only advance to 7,000 kilometers before I'm stuck. As the legends say, this endless water region has developed its own will. It's true. In the cosmic sea there were tales that some special places had given birth to their own intelligence or will over long ages. Though weak, it was still a kind of instinct. For instance, the lava demon born from the god-destroying ravine of the cosmic arc possessed some wisdom. And the water spirits born from the endless water region also had some instincts. The water spirit pearl, being a product of the endless water region, was naturally regarded as its child and protected by its will. For example, water spirits within the endless water region could receive empowerment from it, greatly increasing their power. Alas! No choice. I'll just wait here. I hope no other powerhouses discover it. The Swordwalker Master sighed. Just as the Sword Traveler Master was anxiously waiting for the water spirit pearl to emerge, two powerful beings appeared dozens of light years away from him. "2 we brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. This time we must have a good reunion." A steel giant with 2 heads and 6 arms said. "Jolie, we brothers haven't seen each other in a long time. This time we will join forces. You focus on close combat and I will use soul attacks. That will be enough to dominate the waters," said a being that looked like a giant rabbit. These two were both powerful experts of the ancestral god sect from the first reincarnation era. They were respectively the unique special lifeforms Jolie and 2. The divine body of Master Jolie was tens of millions of kilometers in size. Moreover, he was gifted with extraordinary talent, possessing extremely strong defense. His close combat ability was formidable, reaching the peak of the 4th level. As for Master 2, he was also a unique special lifeform. Although his divine body was ordinary, his soul was exceptionally outstanding, and he possessed a will that reached the level of a supreme being. With soul attacks alone, he had reached the peak of the 4th level, making him a formidable entity in the cosmic sea. During the first reincarnation era in the Prime Universe, the two were on par with beings like the 9 Abyss Master and the Guardian Beast God. Originally, the two had a very close relationship. Ever since their era was destroyed, the Prime Universe expelled all life into the cosmic sea. The once gloriously magnificent ancestral god sect also became a loose alliance. After all, its members came from different races, so it was naturally impossible for them to be very united. Those from the ancestral god sect who had clans returned to their own clans, while the special lifeforms without clans. The strong ones acted alone, and the slightly weaker ones formed small groups among themselves. After entering the cosmic sea, Master Jolie and Master 2 supported and helped each other, their relationship as close as brothers. Master 2 was renowned for his soul attacks, but once his soul attacks proved ineffective, he would need a meat shield, and at that moment Master Jolie would play his role. "2, this time you have returned from the black pattern stone pillar. You must have greatly increased your strength. Haha, the tempering of my will over this billion epochs has elevated my will to the level of the supreme being. My soul attacks have already approached the 5th level." Master 2 laughed heartily, clearly extremely proud of having reached the supreme level of will. Ha ha ha, good. My hammer technique has also created a secret art at the limit of the 4th level. With my peak treasure heaven-splitting hammer, and the top-tier domain treasure sea-suppressing domain, my material attacks are enough to approach the 5th level. Master Jolie also laughed loudly. Good, good, this is excellent. With the two of us joining forces, we fear no universe master below the 6th level. Master 2U shouted in approval. Thus Master Jolie controlled the range of his sea-suppressing domain, within 3 light-years, exploring the waters bit by bit. 2U, there are fluctuations ahead. A treasure is emerging. Suddenly Master Jolie shouted. Quick! Jolie, speed up, don't let other experts get ahead of us. Master 2U also shouted. Haha, 2U, don't worry. Watch me vanguard full speed ahead. Master Jolie drove his top-tier palace treasure vanguard at full power, speeding towards the direction of the water spirit pearl. Although they were anxious, they dared not teleport, for the dangers of the endless waters were too many. Not good. Damn. After all, another expert has discovered us. The sword traveler master, who had been miserably waiting for the water spirit pearl to emerge, cursed loudly. He saw the long shuttle-shaped vanguard rushing over at full speed. The top-tier palace treasure vanguard. It's Master Jolie. I wonder if Master 2U has come too. If it's only Master Jolie alone, I'm not afraid. But if it's both Master Jolie and Master 2U, then I'll be in danger. Either Master Jolie or Master 2U alone was enough to contend with the Sword Traveler Master. With both of them, the Sword Traveler Master naturally could not handle it. Ha ha ha. Sword Traveler, you can't monopolize this treasure's emergence. I think you'd better retreat early. Master Jolie laughed loudly. Jolie, you are too arrogant. Do you think you can make me retreat without a fight? You must be underestimating me. The Sword Traveler Master said in a deep voice. They were both peak 4th level combatants. Naturally, neither feared the other. Oh, then what about adding me? A figure like a rabbit flew out of the vanguard. It was Master 2U. Master 2U, you've come too. The Sword Traveler Master's face turned unpleasant. With the two of them joining forces, he could not contend. I've come, but you should leave. Sword Traveler, if you stay, don't blame us for being ruthless. Master 2U said coldly. Leave. 2U, Jolie, what is emerging this time is a peak-level source treasure, the Water Spirit Pearl. It has not yet fully emerged and cannot be taken out. If you forcefully drive me away, aren't you afraid I will spread the news of the Water Spirit Pearl's emergence and attract other experts? The Sword Traveler Master threatened. Then try it. See if my heaven-splitting hammer can smash you to pieces. The hot-tempered Master Jolie shouted. Jolie, don't be impulsive. First try to see if you can take out the Spirit Pearl. Master 2U quickly stopped Master Jolie. He knew that with their combined strength, the chance of killing the Sword Traveler Master was less than 30%. Moreover, even if they killed the Sword Traveler Master, they could not prevent him from sending the message. Alright, then I'll go try. That Sword Traveler Master is lucky. Master Jolie immediately agreed. Between Master Jolie and Master 2U, Jolie was the warrior while 2U was the strategist. Thus Master Jolie generally listened to Master 2U's words. Take it out. Do you have that strength? Don't lose your life instead of taking the treasure. The Sword Traveler Master mocked. Since the other party wanted to steal his treasure, he would not show them any kindness. Sword Traveler Master, watch your mouth or I'll smash it. Having said that, he flew towards the center of the vortex, preparing to take out the Water Spirit Pearl. The Sword Traveler Master did not reply, only snorted coldly, waiting to see Master Jolie make a fool of himself. As for whether Master Jolie could take out the Water Spirit Pearl, the Sword Traveler Master never thought he could. Moreover, within the range of the vortex, even teleportation was impossible. Master Jolie flew bit by bit towards the center of the vortex. 90 million kilometers. The pressure is not great. Keep moving forward. 80 million kilometers. The pressure has increased a lot, but it's still within tolerance. Keep going. 70 million kilometers. The pressure is so strong. Am I reaching the limit? 65 million kilometers. I can't go any further. If I advance, I'll be pulled into the waters by the vortex's gravity. Helpless Master Jolie flew out of the vortex. Haha. Master Jolie, now you know how formidable this vortex is. The Sword Traveler Master said with schadenfreude. But inwardly he was somewhat displeased that Master Jolie had flown 5 million kilometers farther than he had. Scram. Sword Traveler Master, don't make me angry, or I'll join forces with 2U to annihilate you. Master Jolie shouted angrily. Fine. Come and annihilate me. I'd like to see how you do it. If you dare to make a move on me, I'll spread the news of the Water Spirit Pearl's emergence. Sword Traveler Master, you dare to threaten me? Then die. Master Jolie yelled. Hearing the Sword Traveler Master's repeated provocations and taunts, the hot-tempered Master Jolie could no longer restrain himself and raised his double hammers to attack. Jolie, don't be impulsive, stop. The The calm Master Tuyu quickly stopped Master Jiuli. Tuyu, why? If we kill this sword traveler master, the gains will definitely be far more than obtaining the water spirit pearl. Master Jiuli was puzzled. The seemingly dull Master Jiuli actually intended to kill the sword traveler master and seize his treasure. Jiuli, you are too impulsive. Our chance of killing the sword traveler master is too small. If we fail to kill the sword traveler master, and instead attract other experts, we might end up with nothing. Master Tuyu explained. Sword traveler master, let's not fight for now. When the treasure emerges, we'll each rely on our own means. What do you think? Humph. Tuyu, your plan is too good. How can I alone compete with the two of you? First, give me a top-tier weapon treasure as compensation for my discovery of the treasure. Otherwise, I'll spread the news. The sword traveler master said, unwilling to show weakness. Ha ha ha. Sword traveler master, you are too greedy. If you don't accept my terms, I'll immediately join forces with Jiuli to attack you. The rewards of killing you are quite rich. Master Tuyu did not yield either. Kill me. Can you do it? Although I can't beat you, I have no problem escaping. Sword traveler master, think carefully. Even if you escape, so what? You will be relentlessly hunted by me and Jiuli forever. Even if other experts arrive, we might still get the water spirit pearl. I just don't want to increase variables. I hope you won't be too ungrateful. Humph. The sword traveler master snorted coldly, and said no more, which was considered as agreeing to Master Tuyu's proposal. The sword traveler master himself understood how terrifying it would be to be hunted by the madmen of the first reincarnation era. The experts of the first reincarnation era, who had no hope of transcendence, would do anything when pushed to the brink. Thus the sword traveler Master Tuyu and Master Jiuli reached a temporary peace agreement. The three formed two sides in a subtle standoff, waiting for the treasure to fully emerge. There are fluctuations ahead. Could it be that a treasure is emerging? Let me investigate. A beautiful life form exclaimed in surprise several light years away from the sword traveler master and the others. This extremely beautiful life form was female. She had 6 pairs of colorful wings emitting a tempting fragrance and radiance. Her face was perfect with a pair of curved white antennae on her head, and her legs were straight and white, radiating a milky white glow. The beauty of this life form was no less than that of an insect race mother queen. She activated the treasure in her hand, emitting endless gentle breezes to probe towards the direction of the water spirit pearl. Wind spirit domain. It's the wandering butterfly flower empress. I didn't expect this little one to discover that a treasure is emerging here. Master Tuyu murmured to himself. The moment the wind spirit domain enveloped the sword traveler master, and the others guessed who the newcomer was from the treasure. The wandering butterfly flower empress of the Primordial Star, a powerful universe master of a strong race who barely reached the 4th level. Master Tuyu, what should we do? Attack? The sword traveler master asked. Attack. Kill her if possible, if not drive her away. We cannot let her discover the water spirit pearl's emergence. Master Tuyu said decisively. They showed no mercy to the weaker wandering butterfly flower empress. This was the cruelty of the cosmic sea. For treasures and opportunities, they would kill all obstacles in their path. Good. The three launched their attacks simultaneously at the wandering butterfly flower empress. Heavens! It's Master Jiuli, the sword traveler master, and Master Tuyu. How can I withstand their attacks? If I die, what will happen to my clan? The wandering butterfly flower empress's beautiful face turned pale. Facing the siege of these 3 peak 4th level universe masters, she had a 90% chance of perishing. Furthermore, the wandering butterfly flower empress's race, the wandering butterfly clan, had only her as their universe master. If she fell, her clansmen would face great hardship. For a moment, the wandering butterfly flower empress was plunged into boundless danger. The sword prison, the sealing sea domain, and the domain-type supreme treasure of the Tuyu Lord all converged to envelop the Yudai flower emperor. Suppressed by 3 top-tier domain-type supreme treasures, the pressure was no less than that of a peak domain-type supreme treasure, and the Yudai flower emperor found it extremely difficult to move. What to do? What to do? I can't escape now. I can't win in a fight either. What am I to do? The Yudai flower emperor exclaimed, her face pale with shock. She desperately drove the wind spirit domain in her hand, but against the simultaneous suppression of 3 top-tier domain-type supreme treasures, it was utterly useless. Haha! Little one from the primal universe, don't struggle. You can't escape. The Jiuli Lord grinned hideously. Ah! Seeing the Jiuli Lord's ugly face and ghastly grin, the Yudai flower emperor was terrified, her beauty turning pale. Oh, right. I must call for help. Only then did the Yudai flower emperor remember to seek aid, and immediately, her divine power avatar left in the primal universe. Her consciousness sank into the virtual universe, sending out a distress signal. I hope chaos can make it. Other universe lords wouldn't be of any use, thought the Yudai flower emperor. In truth, even the Chaos City Lord would find his scalp tingling if faced with the siege of these 3 universe lords. Yudi, I'm still deep inside the Qingfeng realm. Be careful yourself. Fend for yourself. I'm too far away. One by one, the Universe Lords of the Red Alliance stated they couldn't come. At that moment, Yudai is in danger. Not far from me. I must go immediately. As soon as Yendi learned that the Yudai Flower Emperor was in peril, he instantly teleported over. In his million years of campaigning across the endless waters, Yendi had befriended several alien universe lords. The Yudai Flower Emperor was one of them, and she was also an alien universe lord of the Red Alliance. Over these million years, Yendi had saved her twice. Their relationship had grown extremely close, closer than siblings. Yudai Flower Emperor, you can't escape. Just die obediently. The Jilly Lord was the first to fly before the Yudai Flower Emperor, raising his sky-shattering hammer and swinging it down at her. Boom! The Yudai Flower Emperor fought back with all her might, shooting 2 beams of light from her eyes toward the Jilly Lord. Yet she herself was sent flying millions of kilometers by the hammer blow. Wah! Yudai Flower Emperor, you wretch! You dared to attack me with a soul strike? The Jilly Lord roared. In truth, at the critical moment, the Yudai Flower Emperor had abandoned defense, launching a full offensive against the Jilly Lord. The result was that the Jilly Lord's soul suffered minor damage, while the Yudai Flower Emperor's divine body took heavy losses. Wah! The Yudai Flower Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn! My soul attack had almost no effect on the Jilly Lord, while his blow cost me 20% of my divine body. The Yudai Flower Emperor relied primarily on soul attacks, and her physical defense and divine body were not outstanding. Without actively defending against the Jilly Lord's strike, she lost 20% of her divine body. You little wretch, you dared to ambush me. Die! The Jilly Lord bellowed in fury. The sneak attack had enraged him completely. Facing these 3 universe lords, the Yudai Flower Emperor was like a pitiful lamb before 3 vicious wolves. The Jianqing Lord and the Tuyu Lord merely watched coldly as the Jilly Lord charged at her, their faces expressionless. Raging Thunder Diamond Hammer. Die! The Jilly Lord roared. In his fury, he unleashed his strongest attack, the Raging Thunder Diamond Hammer. His divine body swelled to 10 million kilometers, his 2 ugly heads howling at the Yudai Flower Emperor. 6 massive arms raised 6 giant hammers, each nearly 500,000 kilometers in diameter, and smashed down at her. At this moment, the Jilly Lord seemed like a demon god from the nether realm, radiating overwhelming might, as if he would shatter the entire waters. Ah! Facing the Jilly Lord's most powerful attack, the Yudai Flower Emperor despaired. Even if she defended with all her strength, she could not withstand more than 10 such blows. And 10 strikes would take the Jilly Lord less than 3 minutes. Boom! The 6 giant divine hammers smashed fiercely into the shield she had raised, her strongest defense. But her strongest defense was sent flying millions of kilometers like a rubber ball. Wah! Another mouthful of blood spilled from the Yudai Flower Emperor's lips, her aura growing weaker. Am I going to die? Is there no one to save me? Boom! The Jilly Lord caught up to the flying Yudai Flower Emperor, and the 6 giant divine hammers crashed down again. Thud! Once more the Yudai Flower Emperor was sent flying by the Jilly Lord. I can't hold on much longer. Just a few more strikes and I'll fall. But if I fall, what will happen to my race? Even in her darkest moment, the Yudai Flower Emperor could not let go of her clan. Her race was her root, just as Yendi would give everything for the Yen God clan. Ha ha ha! Given up, little wretch. Surrendering will make your end come faster. Seeing her flagging spirit, the Jilly Lord taunted her, never missing a chance to break an enemy's will. Raging Thunder Diamond Hammer? Roar! Roar! The Jilly Lord's 2 hideous heads howled as he charged at the Yudai Flower Emperor. The Yudai Flower Emperor watched the 6 hammers hurtling toward her again, and a wave of utter despair washed over her. Was she truly going to fall? How dare you! A thunderous roar erupted, and then a colossal fireball hurtled toward the Jilly Lord. Boom! The fireball and the Jilly Lord collided with a deafening blast. The shockwave caused the waters for nearly 100 million kilometers to seethe violently. It took a full dozen seconds for the turbulent currents to settle back into the waters. Who? The Jilly Lord demanded in a low voice. From the intensity of the attack, he immediately judged that the newcomer was not to be trifled with. This emperor? Came the simple reply. Yendi stood there in a suit of snow-white battle armor, gripping the crimson Yen god Halberd. His divine body, towering 10 million kilometers, resembled the primordial Pangu. Yendi? The Jilly Lord growled. Seeing Yendi appear, the Tuyu Lord and the Jianqing Lord's heart sank. They knew another formidable foe had arrived. Yendi's reputation was not merely bluster. It was forged by the Yen god Halberd in his hand. Yendi, brother, you came to save me. You're so amazing. The Yudai Flower Emperor exclaimed joyfully. Yudi, why didn't you call for me directly when you were in danger? If I hadn't been nearby, you would have been in real trouble. I just didn't want to trouble you again, brother Yendi. You've already saved me twice. The Yudai Flower Emperor stammered. You. Looking at her beautiful delicate face now covered in wounds, Yen Di could not bear to scold her. Instead a surge of anger rose within him. He turned and stared coldly at the Jilly Lord. Jilly, you deserve to die. Yen Di spoke harshly. This time he was truly enraged. Since his transmigration nearly 1.5 million years ago, everything had gone smoothly. Except for one matter that troubled him deeply. He had no woman, or rather no woman who met his aesthetic standards. If word spread that the famed Yen Di of the Primal Universe had no partner, it would shock the mighty. But it was the truth. As the leader of the Yen God clan, Yen Di was unmatched in both appearance and status. In fact, he had once possessed 30,000 beauties. Otherwise, he would not have had an outstanding son like Cao Ba. But the problem was that Yen Di was a transmigrator, a former earthling. Although he had accepted his current identity, he simply could not bring himself to accept the beauties of the Yen God clan. Damn, it were those even women. The gap between the species was too vast, and even Yen Di's current state of mind struggled to face it. Ever since he first saw the Yudai Flower Emperor, he had fallen for her. Love was love. Even if it meant crossing the boundaries of race, Yen Di was willing. Moreover, Yudi's appearance was very close to that of Earth humans. So, in Yen Di's eyes, she was his soulmate, his companion. Of course, this companion was not entirely a spouse, but more like a Tao companion in the cultivation world. Just like the Rock Giant Lord and the Lugia Lord, whose life forms were completely different. Yet their bond was extremely close, surpassing that of husband and wife. Similarly, the Tuyu Lord and the Jilly Lord. Strictly speaking, as special life forms, they had no gender distinction. But their relationship was also exceptionally close, like brothers. This was evident from the fact that the Tuyu Lord could directly sit inside the Jilly Lord's palace-type supreme treasure. Hearing Yen Di's blatant disrespect, the Jilly Lord grew furious. Yen Di, don't be so arrogant. Do you think Tuyu and I are afraid of you? Right? As the Jilly Lord's sworn brother, the Tuyu Lord teleported instantly to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. It seemed they planned to fight Yen Di together. Seeing this, the Yudai Flower Emperor was not to be outdone. Ignoring her injuries, she stood side by side with Yen Di to face the enemy. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Seeing the Yudai Flower Emperor stand beside him, Yen Di was immensely pleased. A heart that had felt lonely since transmigration needed the support of a companion. It needed understanding, and it needed something to protect. When Yen Di first transmigrated, he was deeply lost. But later he resolved to protect the Yen God clan and humanity with all his might. Now there was another one, the Yudai Flower Emperor. Yudai, step aside for now. I alone am sufficient to handle the two of them. But, there is no but. And besides, in your current state, can you even aid me? Very well, Yudai said reluctantly. If Yudai were at her peak, she could still provide some assistance to Emperor Yen. But now her divine body had suffered immense damage, leaving her with less than a tenth of her original power. Staying here would only be a hindrance. Despicable. Emperor Yen, you are far too arrogant, daring to think you can face the two of us alone. You are courting death. The Lord of Jilly roared in fury. Upon hearing that Emperor Yen intended to fight 2-on-1, the volatile Lord of Jilly would have charged at Emperor Yen immediately had the Lord of Tuyu not restrained him. In truth, given Emperor Yan's current offensive power and divine body, he truly had no fear of the duo. The Lord of Tuyu's soul attacks were largely ineffective against Emperor Yen, and in close combat Emperor Yen had reached the 5th rank in the aquatic domain. Emperor Yen, are you certain you wish to fight us? Remember, we are not the only ones here. The Lord of Tuyu cast a glance at the Lord of Swordpath, who was watching the spectacle, clearly fearing that the Lord of Swordpath might seize an advantage. Lord of Swordpath, if I battle these two, will you come to their aid? Emperor Yen asked. No, no. Carry on with your fight. Pretend I am not here. Why would the Lord of Swordpath intervene? He wished nothing more than for them to tear each other apart. After they had exhausted themselves in mortal combat, he could swoop in and reap the rewards. You see, Tuyu, the Lord of Swordpath will not disturb our battle. Emperor Yen, do not feign ignorance. Are you not afraid that the Lord of Swordpath will take advantage of us or claim the soon-to-appear supreme treasure for himself? Ha ha ha. I, the Emperor, fear nothing. Killing you two will be far more gratifying than acquiring that water spirit pearl. Emperor Yen laughed heartily. Very well. Emperor Yen, you are indeed arrogant. If you are unafraid, why should we be? Killing you will be far more valuable than that water spirit pearl. The Lord of Tuyu said coldly. The powerhouses of the first reincarnation era were all utterly insane, and they did not believe Emperor Yen could defeat the two of them. With such an overwhelming advantage, why would they retreat without a fight? Humph! Kill me, then you two shall die first. Extreme Flame Annihilation. Boom! Emperor Yen attacked the Lord of Jilly and the Lord of Tuyu directly. A massive fireball condensed from divine power streaked toward them. Tuyu, quickly! Get behind me! The Lord of Jilly stepped forward, shielding the Lord of Tuyu behind him, then raised his heaven-shattering hammer, and met Emperor Yan's attack with full force. Raging Thunder Diamond Hammer? The 6 divine hammers of the Lord of Juli, each over 500,000 kilometers in diameter, now blazed with dazzling radiance. They collided violently with Emperor Yan's attack. Bang! Both Emperor Yan and the Lord of Juli were sent flying millions of kilometers. This Lord of Juli's physical attack is formidable. It rivals my extreme flame annihilation in power. Even among 4th rank universe lords there were differences in might. For instance, those barely reaching the 4th rank, those at the peak of the 4th rank, those approaching the 5th rank, and those barely reaching the 5th rank. Under normal circumstances, when burning divine power and using treasure amplification excluding supreme treasures, a universe lord at the peak of the 4th rank could at most exert power barely reaching the 5th rank. Anything stronger would belong to the 5th rank of universe lords. Without using the tsunami technique, Emperor Yan's attacking power was only close to the 5th rank, on par with the Lord of Juli. If he combined extreme flame annihilation with the self-destructive power of Frozen Universe, he could barely reach the 5th rank. Of course, with the support of a peak domain-type treasure, he could also barely reach the 5th rank. 5th rank universe lords were further divided into 3 minor levels: ordinary, peak, and limit. For example, the Stellar River Lord had ordinary 5th rank attack power. However, due to his unique divine body, his actual combat strength could be elevated by a minor level. The 5 Chaos Lord, when using the 5 Divine Beasts Great Extinction technique, reached the peak of the 5th rank. Another example, the Insect Deer Lord without supreme treasures, had combat power at the 5th rank limit, meaning he had created a perfect fusion secret technique. When Emperor Yan used the tsunami technique in the aquatic domain, his attack power reached the ordinary 5th rank level. Though many thoughts raced through Emperor Yan's mind, only an instant passed in the external world. The moment Emperor Yan was sent flying, the Lord of Tuyu, hidden behind the Lord of Juli, launched a sneak attack. Soul attack. For dragons ascending to the celestial palace. For colossal dragons, each over 1,000,000 kilometers long, materialized beside the Lord of Tuyu and roared toward Emperor Yan. Whoosh! The 4 dragons struck Emperor Yan, directly penetrating his divine body to assault and bewilder his soul. If Emperor Yan showed even a hint of weakness, the thunderous onslaught from the Lord of Juli and the Lord of Tuyu would follow. When these 4 dragons passed through Emperor Yan's ice breath armor, their power was reduced to 1/10. Then, passing through the primordial soul, they were further diminished by a factor of 100,000. With the remaining power reduced to 1,000,000th, it had no effect on Emperor Yan's will, which had reached the advanced level of the strongest after 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Seeing that Emperor Yan had been hit by his soul attack, the Lord of Tuyu immediately transmitted a message to the Lord of Juli: "Juli, attack now. Emperor Yan's will is very strong, or my attack won't affect him for long. Alright, watch me." Raging Thunder Heaven-Shattering Hammer. The Lord of Juli unleashed a desperate secret technique. The 6 divine hammers merged into one, forming a gigantic hammer with a head over 3,000,000 kilometers in diameter and a handle 10,000,000 kilometers long. This secret technique was the Lord of Juli's strongest attack, created based on the secret patterns of the heaven-shattering hammer. The Lord of Juli's 6 massive arms gripped the giant hammer. He raised the divine hammer high, and the heaven-shattering hammer radiated terrifying power. Emperor Yan, die! The Lord of Juli roared. The dreadful hammer smashed down toward Emperor Yan. Ridiculous! Emperor Yan sneered at the oncoming Lord of Juli. Do you think a soul attack of this caliber can make me, Emperor Yan, fall into a coma? And then you, Lord of Juli, take the opportunity to use that desperate secret technique against me. The power of the Lord of Juli's Raging Thunder Heaven-Shattering Hammer was indeed immense, barely reaching the 5th rank. But its execution was too slow, often failing to strike the enemy. Only if the Lord of Tuyu first rendered the enemy unconscious with a soul attack could he unleash it. But do not forget, Emperor Yan was not unconscious. Boom! The Lord of Juli's attack arrived in an instant and struck the aquatic domain where Emperor Yan had been. The waters within hundreds of millions of kilometers churned and boiled violently. Did it hit? The Lord of Tuyu asked urgently. If Emperor Yan had truly been caught off guard by this blow, even if he didn't die, his combat power would be drastically reduced. Huff, huff, huff. It should have hit. After your soul attack, Emperor Yan couldn't have awakened so quickly. The Lord of Juli panted heavily, indicating that executing this technique placed a tremendous burden on him. Humph! I, the Emperor, am not so easily struck. Suddenly Emperor Yan's voice rang out. What? The Lord of Tuyu and the Lord of Juli were shocked. You clearly fell victim to my soul attack. How did you still manage to dodge Juli's strike? The Lord of Tuyu asked in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Since your attack is over now, receive mine. Oh, boundless waters! Hearken to my summons. Emperor Yan's divine power transformed into threads of blue liquid, instantly coalescing behind him into a vast expanse of water, over 10,000,000 kilometers in diameter. This expanse of water lay still as a dead pool emanating a blue radiance. Tsunami! Emperor Yan softly uttered the word, swinging his Yen divine halberd. The expanse of water, like a breached flood, surged mightily toward the Lord of Juli and the Lord of Tuyu. As Emperor Yan unleashed the tsunami, the waters of the boundless aquatic domain seemed to respond to an unseen call. They joined Emperor Yan's attack, elevating its power to a new level. Quick, Jilly, block it! Seeing the cataclysmic flood bearing down with heaven-defying might, the Lord of Tuyu cried out in alarm. Ah! I will block it! The Lord of Jilly roared, ignoring the backlash from the secret technique. He raised his 6 divine hammers and desperately tried to withstand Emperor Yan's assault. Boom! 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 Ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Though the Lord of Jilly tried his utmost to block the attack, the two sides were simply not on the same level of power. The Lord of Jilly was blasted tens of millions of kilometers away by the flood. The assault continued unabated, ceaselessly battering the Lord of Tuyu and the Lord of Jilly. Only after a full 10 seconds did it gradually subside. Jilly, I lost 5% of my divine body. What about you? Even though the Lord of Tuyu had hidden behind the Lord of Jilly, he still lost 5% of his divine body. A testament to the terrifying power of Emperor Yan's attack. I lost 2/1000 of my divine body. Nothing serious, the Lord of Jilly replied. What? Emperor Yan's attack made you lose 2/1000 of your divine body. The Lord of Jilly's divine body was a full 10 million kilometers in height, 100 times that of an ordinary universe lord. If such an attack were to hit another universe lord, it would cost them 20% of their divine body. No wonder the Lord of Tuyu was terrified. Just imagine a single strike that removes 20% of an ordinary universe lord's divine body is a horrifying attack. Tuyu, what should we do? The Lord of Jilly asked. We flee. We've lost this time. Spread the news of the water spirit pearl's emergence. Even if we can't have it, we won't let Emperor Yan obtain it easily. The Lord of Tuyu said grimly. If other powerhouses learned of a peak-level origin treasure appearing, they would naturally be tempted. All right. Without hesitation, the two transformed into streaks of light and fled simultaneously, spreading the news of the water spirit pearl's emergence. Humph. Flee. Without a peak domain-type treasure, you think you can escape? Emperor Yan sneered. Perhaps given the Lord of Jilly's powerful divine body, he might not be able to stop him. But in Emperor Yan's eyes, the Lord of Tuyu was a mobile treasure trove. How could he let them escape? Yendi is truly formidable. Watching Yendi drive away both Tuyu Jiju and Zhou Jiju in defeat, Zhenxing Jiju swallowed nervously, exclaiming in awe. Ah, brother Yendi is so amazing. From afar, Yu Dai Huahuang gazed at Yendi with sheer delight. The reason she hadn't directly sought Yendi's help was her fear that he might not be able to overcome Tuyu Jiju and the others. Now it seemed she had underestimated Yendi. Just then Yendi let out a thunderous roar. Come forth, Bloodthirsty Vine Doppelganger. The Bloodthirsty Vine Doppelganger flew out from the Dragon King's palace, its divine body spanning tens of millions of kilometers, instantly shrouding the entire space. To avoid drawing attention, Yendi had the Bloodthirsty Vine Doppelganger shrink its divine body to nearly 100 million kilometers. After all, a divine body of that size, while still immense, was acceptable. If the outside world learned that the Bloodthirsty Vine Doppelganger's divine body reached a staggering 50 billion kilometers in height, it would truly incite envy. Ah! It's Yendi's Bloodthirsty Vine Doppelganger. Run! Tuyu Jiju shouted. The powerhouses of the Cosmic Sea had long known that Yendi possessed a Bloodthirsty Vine Doppelganger exceptionally skilled in binding. Without a top-tier domain-type treasure, escape was nearly impossible. This made Yendi notoriously difficult to provoke. Had it not been for their numerical advantage, Tuyu and the others would never have dared to confront him. Run! Stay where you are! The Bloodthirsty Vine Doppelganger activated the ice-sealing disc at full power, unleashing the frozen universe enveloping Tuyu Jiju and Zhou Jiju. Break! 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 Break free now! Tuyu Jiju cried out, driving his top-tier domain-type treasure with all his might, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Zhou Jiju also exerted his full strength on his sea-calming domain, but the results were minimal. Humph! You cannot escape. Die! Tsunami! Yendi unleashed his most powerful attack without mercy, striking at Zhou Jiju and the others. The surging waters carried an incomparable might. Bolstered by the boundless waters, the assault surged toward Zhou Jiju and his companion. Boom! The Bloodthirsty Vine Doppelganger once again employed its reckless self-sacrificial tactic. It directly detonated the frozen universe. Although self-destruction would damage its own divine body, that loss was but a drop in the ocean for a divine body spanning 50 billion kilometers. Utterly insignificant. The combined might of the tsunami and the self-destructing frozen universe engulfed Tuyu Jiju and Zhou Jiju in a violent storm of impacts. Tuyu, quickly hide behind me. Hurry! Zhou Jiju shouted. It's useless, Zhou. This time Yendi detonated the frozen universe. The attack comes from all directions. You cannot shield me. No, it will work. It must work. We have fought side by side for nearly 3 cycles. I will not let you fall before me. Zhou Jiju cried out. The bond forged over endless eons was incredibly deep, As the only special lifeforms of their kind, they had no race. They valued each other's lives even more than their own. No, Jolie, listen to me. Yendi is too strong. I cannot escape. But your divine body is powerful, you might still break free. I will go ahead and hold Yendi off, giving you a chance to flee. Tu Yu Jiju said gravely. No, Tu Yu, if we die together. I will not let you leave me. Jolie Jiju roared. Jolie, please listen to me this once. If you escape, there is still hope for you to avenge me. But if we both die, we lose all chance. With that, Tu Yu Jiju took advantage of the moment when Yendi's self-detonation of the frozen universe had reduced the pressure. He shoved Jolie Jiju away, furiously burning his divine body to face Yendi's attack alone. Ah, Yendi, I'll fight you to the death. Tu Yu Jiju screamed, launching soul attacks at Yendi repeatedly, without any defense, hoping to hold him back and allow Jolie Jiju to escape. Witnessing Tu Yu Jiju's weakening aura under Yendi's relentless assault, yet refusing to defend himself and instead attacking fiercely to give him a chance to flee, Jolie Jiju went mad. Ah, Yendi, I'll fight you too. He turned back, furiously burning his divine power. He rushed in front of Tu Yu Jiju, doing his utmost to block Yendi's attacks. Jolie, you, why did you come back? Are you foolish? You idiot, run. Seeing Jolie Jiju return despite the danger, Tu Yu Jiju cursed. No, Tu Yu, I won't leave. If we die together. Jolie Jiju declared firmly. Jolie, you stubborn fool. Leave now. Yes, Tu Yu, I am stubborn. I have always listened to you, but this time I won't. If we die together. What meaning would life hold for me without you? Jolie Jiju said solemnly. Fine. Since you both wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Yendi raised his Yen Divine Halberd once more, preparing a new round of attacks. The Bloodthirsty Vine doppelganger once again cast the frozen universe, enveloping Tu Yu Jiju and Jolie Jiju. Yendi, stop immediately. If you spare Jolie, I will willingly become your soul slave. Seeing Yendi about to strike, Tu Yu Jiju quickly said, Soul slave. Yendi's mind stirred. As fellow universe lords, it was generally impossible to enslave another against their will, but voluntary submission was different. Very well. If you become my soul slave right now, I promise to release Jolie Jiju. Yendi agreed immediately. After all, having a powerful soul slave like Tu Yu Jiju would greatly benefit him. No, Yendi. Release Tu Yu instead. I, Jolie, will be your soul slave. My divine body is immense. I am 100 times more useful to you than Tu Yu. Hearing Tu Yu Jiju's willingness to sacrifice himself, Jolie Jiju also pleaded. No, Yendi, choose me. I am far more useful than Jolie. Tu Yu quickly said while secretly transmitting to Jolie Jiju. Jolie, shut up. I am skilled in the soul arts. When Yendi's soul penetrates my soul origin, I will fiercely counterattack, giving us a chance to escape. Really? Tu Yu, how confident are you? Don't lie to me. 90%. Even if my counterattack cannot kill Yendi, it will surely buy us time to flee. Fine. Tu Yu, be careful. However, Tu Yu Jiju did not tell Jolie Jiju one thing: if his counterattack failed, Yendi would destroy his soul origin, killing him instantly. Have you two decided who will be my soul slave? In truth, Yendi preferred Tu Yu Jiju, as Jolie was more of a meat shield. But the Bloodthirsty Vine doppelganger was already an exceptional meat shield, and Yendi's own knowledge of the soul arts was limited. I will, but only after you release Jolie. Tu Yu Jiju said. Ridiculous. What if you refuse to become my soul slave after Jolie Jiju leaves? Letting Jolie Jiju go? No way. Then what if you enslave me first and still don't release Jolie? Humph. I, Yendi, never break my word, and you have no choice. Either both die or trust me. Yendi declared domineeringly. Fine. I choose to trust you. Tu Yu Jiju understood they had no leverage. His earlier attempt was merely wishful thinking. Then let us begin. Just as Yendi was about to infuse his soul into Tu Yu Jiju's life imprint, Yu Dai Hua Huang suddenly transmitted to him. Brother Yendi, be careful. Do not be careless. If Tu Yu Jiju attempts a counterattack, it could damage your soul. Oh, I will be careful. Heeding her warning, Yendi became more vigilant, ready to destroy Tu Yu Jiju's soul origin at the first sign of betrayal. Yendi placed his hand on Tu Yu Jiju's head, carefully extending a strand of soul power toward his soul origin. Almost there, just a little more. Tu Yu Jiju waited for Yendi to let his guard down. Once the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to counterattack. I see the soul origin. Just as Yendi was about to enslave him, Tu Yu Jiju's soul origin suddenly surged toward Yendi, attempting to devour his soul. Fortunately, I was prepared, or I would have fallen into your trap. Soul damage, even minor, could take millions of epochs to heal. Severe damage could cripple one's potential permanently. As Tu Yu Jiju's soul origin rushed forward, Yendi immediately activated his primal soul to protect his own. Then he smashed into Tu Yu Jiju's fragile soul origin with full force. In the outside world, Tu Zhizhu's divine body instantly lost all life. Tu Zhizhu was dead. Ah, Tu, what's wrong? Why aren't you answering? Seeing Tu Zhizhu lifeless, Li Zhizhu asked frantically. He is dead. He dared to try to counterattack me, so I shattered his soul origin and killed him, Yendi said coldly. In this world of the strong preying on the weak, there was no room for carelessness or one would face annihilation. Ah, Yendi, I'll fight you to the death. Li Zhizhu roared. Hearing Yendi admit to killing Tu Zhizhu drove Li into a frenzy. Tu is dead, what meaning is there in Li's life? Gazing at the distant corpse of the Rabbit U Lord, and the frenzied Jili Lord, the sword action master mused, fight on. Fight on. If they all die, it leaves none to contend with me for the water spirit pearl. Yendi, you actually killed Tu, I will never rest until you are destroyed. Roared the Jili Lord with all his might. Yendi calmly collected the supreme treasure of the Rabbit U Lord, and cast a cold glance at the Jili Lord saying, never rest until I am destroyed. Ever since I set foot on this path, I have mercilessly slain every obstacle before me. What did killing a Rabbit U Lord matter? The path of the strong has always been paved with bones. Luo Feng, to conceal his secret of enslaving the world beast, annihilated the miniature universe of the Skeleton Lord, and ultimately destroyed the Purple Moon Holy Land. How many lives were those? Were those innocent lives guilty? In this world, weakness is a crime. The weaker one is the heavier the sin. Ah! Hearing such cold words, the Jili Lord let out a furious roar and charged at Yendi. His divine body towering millions of kilometers with 2 ferocious heads and 6 massive arms wielding heaven-shattering hammers. At this moment, the Jili Lord radiated a tragic and desperate aura, vowing to kill Yendi or die trying. Well met. Seeing the charging Jili Lord, Yendi raised his Yen divine halberd and engaged in battle. Yendi did not summon his Bloodthirsty Vine clone. This Jili Lord was the perfect opponent to hone his halberd techniques. Boom! 6 enormous divine hammers crashed down toward Yendi, stirring up colossal waves tens of millions of kilometers high in this water region. Yendi blocked the Jili Lord's attack with a stance like an iron chain spanning a river. Retreat. While blocking the attack, Yendi used the momentum to retreat 1,000,000 kilometers. Then, like a dragon emerging from the sea, he swung his Yen divine halberd. Endless torrents of water surged toward the Jili Lord. This was Yendi's ultimate secret technique, tsunami. The towering waves carrying boundless might washed over the Jili Lord. In his madness, the Jili Lord made no attempt to defend. Instead, as Yendi unleashed the tsunami, he also unleashed his strongest attack, the Mad Thunder Heaven-Shattering Hammer. The 6 giant hammers once again merged into a single golden divine hammer over 10 million kilometers long, then slammed fiercely into the oncoming waves. Boom! The giant hammer collided with the towering waves, unleashing a massive shockwave that spread across hundreds of millions of kilometers of this water region. The Jili Lord was thrown back by the residual force of the waves, crashing into distant mountains. The impact shook the mountain range, causing countless boulders, each millions of kilometers in size, to tumble down. Yendi was also knocked back millions of kilometers by the immense impact. Ha ha ha! Excellent. Truly worthy of the Jili Lord. Such great strength, such powerful attacks. I admire that. Yendi laughed heartily. The Jili Lord's divine body was indeed formidable. In their clash, he showed no inferiority. Roar! Yendi, die for me! In his frenzy, the Jili Lord once again raised his heaven-shattering hammer and charged at Yendi. Boom! The two collided again, both favoring close-quarters combat. Both inclined toward overwhelming force. Yendi now abandoned secret techniques and engaged in direct physical combat with the Jili Lord. They had been fighting for 3 hours already. Fortunately, both had immense divine bodies, or they would have been drained of energy long ago. Thrust. Yendi's understanding of the halberd had reached a new level. This casual thrust executed the secret technique tsunami without any need for build-up. Clearly his mastery of the technique had advanced. The Jili Lord was not to be outdone, raising his hammer and smashing wildly. Block. A simple motion intercepted the Jili Lord's attack, but the tremendous force transmitted through the Yen divine halberd and ice breath armor still made Yendi feel uncomfortable. What a terrifying shockwave! Even after passing through multiple defenses, it still churns my divine body. This Jili Lord is truly formidable. Yendi thought to himself. The Jili Lord was trading wounds for wounds, making no attempt to defend, only attacking. So long and still no resolution. These two are truly fearsome. I admit I am no match, the sword action master mused. Having seen them fight to this extent, he began to admire them. This Jili Lord is too powerful. I wonder if Brother Yendi can defeat him. The Udai Flower Emperor fretted, also sweating for Yendi. The Jili Lord was extraordinarily thick-skinned and tough. After 3 hours of battle, his divine body had lost less than half. Good. Come again. Yendi once again unhesitatingly raised his Yen divine halberd and charged. If he had used his Bloodthirsty Vine clone, he would have killed the Jilly Lord long ago. But he did not, in order to temper himself. At this moment, the Water Spirit Pearl has fully emerged. Just as Yendi prepared to exchange another 500 rounds with the Jilly Lord, he suddenly noticed the Water Spirit Pearl had appeared, and the Sword Action Master being the closest dashed toward it without hesitation. You two keep fighting. I'll take this Water Spirit Pearl. The Sword Action Master gloated inwardly. Ah, what is this? The Blade Core Realm. Jujin Lord, show yourself. The Sword Action Master cried out. As he prepared to take the Water Spirit Pearl, he found himself suppressed by the Jujin Lord's peak domain-type treasure. He immediately realized the Jujin Lord had also arrived. Haha, it seems I am not too late. The Water Spirit Pearl has just emerged. I'll take it then. The Jujin Lord laughed heartily. Upon hearing news of the Water Spirit Pearl's emergence, he had rushed over without stopping. He had arrived just in time to see it appear. Ah, Jujin, you wretch! Watching helplessly as the Jujin Lord flew toward the Water Spirit Pearl, the Sword Action Master found it difficult to move due to the suppression of the Blade Core Realm. Haha, the treasure is mine. The Jujin Lord laughed. Is that so? Jujin, it's been a while. A deep voice reached the Jujin Lord. Oh, Yendi, aren't you supposed to be fighting the Jilly Lord? Do you intend to seize the Water Spirit Pearl as well? The Jujin Lord retorted. Because of the Water Spirit Pearl's emergence, the Sword Action Master and the Jujin Lord had refrained from ambushing Yendi. But if Yendi took the Water Spirit Pearl, he would face the combined assault of 3 Universe Masters. Jujin, if the Water Spirit Pearl fell into someone else's hands, I might not interfere. But you Jujin are the exception, Yendi said coldly. He had not forgotten the feud between them 1,000,000 years ago when he was forced to retreat. A great humiliation in his life. If he had encountered someone of Chaos City Lord's level, retreating would have been due to inferior strength. But being forced back by the Jujin Lord who was on the same level as him filled Yendi with deep resentment. Yendi, you are courting death. Do you not fear the 3 of us ganging up on you? Ganging up, bring it on. I have never feared anyone, Yendi declared loudly. Compared to 1,000,000 years ago, his divine body, will, and secret techniques had all greatly improved. Even if the Wuhuan Lord came, he would dare to fight. Without hesitation, Yendi had his Bloodthirsty Vine clone use its innate secret technique and activate the frozen disc enveloping the Jilly Lord, the Jujin Lord, and the Sword Action Master all at once. Yendi, you useless fool. 1,000,000 years ago I could break this move, and 1,000,000 years later I still can, the Jujin Lord declared loudly. Blade Core Realm break. Boom. Before the Jujin Lord could break Yendi's suppression, the Bloodthirsty Vine clone directly self-destructed the frozen universe. Ah, Yendi, you are ruthless. But after self-destructing the frozen universe, do you think you can suppress me with just the frozen disc? The Jilly Lord exclaimed in shock as the self-destruction had also inflicted considerable damage on him. I never intended to suppress you. Jujin, die. Yendi roared. Thrust. After his battle with the Jilly Lord, Yendi had fully mastered the tsunami technique. He could unleash the secret technique without any build-up, executing it with a simple thrust. Yendi, you never learn. Your attacks can never hit me, ah. This is. Yendi, it's impossible. Suddenly the Jujin Lord cried out. He realized that his proud footwork could not evade Yendi's attack. Moreover, Yendi's attack had reached a terrifying level. 5th stage. Impossible. The Jujin Lord could not believe it. He had cultivated for nearly 3 cycles without reaching the 5th stage. Yet a mere youngster from the Primordial Universe had achieved it. How could the Jujin Lord accept this? But the truth was undeniable. The Jujin Lord was violently swept away by the towering waves. Meanwhile, the Bloodthirsty Vine clone, once again, unleashed the frozen universe, suppressing the Sword Action Master and the Jilly Lord. Yendi effortlessly flew to the Water Spirit Pearl and claimed it. But as soon as the Water Spirit Pearl touched his hand, Yendi was shocked. How is this possible? It's not at the peak level, but... Yendi, I advise you to put down the Water Spirit Pearl. Otherwise you will face the combined assault of the 3 of us. The Jujin Lord said coldly as he returned. At the same time, he used the Blade Core Realm to release Yendi's suppression over the Sword Action Master and the Jilly Lord. Once freed, the Sword Action Master immediately flew over and stood side by side with the Jujin Lord, clearly intending to join forces against Yendi. The Jilly Lord without a word charged at Yendi. In an instant, Yendi found himself surrounded by 3 Universe Masters, each comparable to the Ice-Sealed Lord. Gazing at the Lord of Jilly charging toward him with the Lords of Jujin and Genshin poised to strike at any moment, Yendi dared not be careless. He activated his ultimate trump card, Ice Breath Armor. Unleash the explosive mode. Boom! Yendi's divine power blazed fiercely. Confronting 3 Universe Lords, he unhesitatingly activated the explosive mode of the Ice Breath Armor. Under explosive mode, all physical attacks below the 6th tier were nullified. 1,000,000 years ago, Yendi's true divine body could maintain this mode for only 10 minutes, so he dared not use it recklessly. But now it was different. His divine body had expanded tenfold in height, and his divine power had increased threefold in purity, allowing him to sustain explosive mode for 4 to 5 hours. Moreover, with the Bloodvine clone as a solid backup, Yendi had no need to worry about divine body damage. Come Jili Jujin. Let our vendetta be settled here today. Yendi bellowed, raising the Yen Divine Halberd and charging at the Lord of Jili. With explosive mode activated, he needed no defense, only relentless offense. Jili, you have the largest divine body. Take the front. Jianxing, attack the middle. I'll provide support from the rear. Today we shall teach this arrogant Yendi a lesson. The Lord of Jujin commanded the trio. Yes, no problem, replied the Lord of Jianxing. Roar. The Lord of Jili directly raised his massive hammer and struck. Raging Thunder Diamond Hammer. The Lord of Jili once again unleashed his ultimate attack. 6 colossal divine hammers carrying overwhelming might smashed toward Yendi. Yendi made no move to defend, instead striking with his own ultimate technique. Tsunami. Boom. The two supreme moves collided, sending both the Lord of Jili and Yendi flying backward. Now, sword annihilating 9 heavens. Meteor arrow. 2 secret arts barely reaching the 5th tier chased after him immediately. They slammed into the still unsuspecting Yendi. His body was hurled backward at over 100 times the speed of light, crashing violently into a distant cliff. Instantly, countless boulders over 10 million kilometers in diameter plunged into the endless waters, raising monstrous waves. The waters once again stirred with turmoil. How is it? How much damage did Yendi take? The Lord of Jianxing asked immediately. The combined power of their 3 attacks reached an ordinary 5th tier level, matching the might of Yendi's tsunami. I don't know. Jili, are you alright? Inquired the Lord of Jujin. He suddenly sensed that the Lord of Jili's aura had weakened significantly. Could the famed unkillable meat shield have sustained severe divine body damage? Roar. The Lord of Jili bellowed and rose to his feet, but his entire form was battered and his aura was listless. Brother Yendi, are you alright? Seeing Yendi blasted away, the Butterfly Flower Empress immediately cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, her divine power avatar in the Primordial Universe sank into the virtual universe and sent a distress signal. What? Yendi is under siege by 3 universe lords in the waters. Damn it, I'm deep within the inclined peak realm and cannot rescue him. Chaos City Lord was horrified upon receiving the news. As the leader of the human race, second only to the great axe creator, Chaos City Lord naturally held Yendi in high esteem. Having become a universe lord in just over 100 epochs, Yendi had reached the peak of the 4th tier, and his opportunities were extraordinary. In fact, Chaos City Lord believed Yendi had a strong chance of becoming the mightiest. Alas, I cannot reach you. May fortune favor you, Chaos City Lord said helplessly. He knew that only he, Darkness, and Peng Gong could be of use, anyone else would be futile. Neither he nor Peng Gong could arrive in time, and Darkness was not even in the inclined peak realm. The human universe lords were all anxious for Yendi, but those with the power couldn't reach him. Those who could reach him lacked the strength. The alien universe lords of the Red Alliance each harbored their own thoughts, and none intended to rescue Yendi. Yendi is in danger. I must hurry. He is a super genius of our human race. He cannot be allowed to fall. In the waters a million light-years away from Yendi, a human universe lord received the news, and immediately rushed to rescue him, heedless of the danger. Regardless of what happened within the Red Alliance, the battle between Yendi and the 3 universe lords continued. Ha ha ha. The explosive mode is truly formidable. The attacks of 3 universe lords have done me no harm. Yendi laughed heartily. The armor bestowed upon his disciple by the old man Zuoshanke was of impeccable quality. Though Yendi appeared to be flung far away by the 3 lords' attacks, in truth, he suffered no damage whatsoever. Ha! Is that all the strength you have? Then it's my turn. Yendi taunted. Boom! The Bloodvine clone directly unleashed Frozen Universe, enveloping the 3 universe lords, Jujin, Jili, and Jianxing. Combined with the suppression of the frozen disk, even the Lord of Jujin with his peak domain-type treasure struggled to break free. Tsunami. This time Yendi unleashed Tsunami with all his might. Burning divine power, he silently merged his aura with the momentum of the endless waters. In that moment, the entire region fell eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Suddenly Yendi's eyes snapped open, and he swung his halberd. Whoosh! A colossal wave over 10 million kilometers wide surged from the waters toward the Lord of Jili and his allies. At the same time, Yendi detonated the frozen universe. The Lord of Jili and his companions had no chance to dodge. They could only defend with all their might. Crash! Like 3 small boats on a vast ocean, they were struck by the towering wave and sent flying tens of millions of kilometers. Apart from the Lord of Jili, whose divine body was the strongest, both the lords of Jianxing and Jujin spat blood, evidently suffering severe divine body damage. Yendi is this strong? The Lord of Jujin couldn't believe it. He remembered that 1,000,000 years ago Yendi could only be bullied by him, yet now after 1,000,000 years Yendi had become powerful enough to suppress 3 opponents of the same level. Jili Jujian and Jianxing. Each of these universe lords was a veteran powerhouse feared across the cosmos, each with unique abilities. Yet now a junior from the Primordial Universe had made them spit blood. Jujian, this won't do. Yandi's armor is strange. If we continue like this, we'll be in danger, said the Lord of Jianxing anxiously. He had no great enmity with Yandi, and as a powerhouse from the second epoch, he was far less reckless than the Lord of Jili. How about we clash with Yandi a few more times, and if it's no use we retreat? Alright, agreed. The Lord of Jianxing promptly consented. Treasures were precious, but one had to live to enjoy them. The 3 immediately launched another assault on Yandi, with Jili at the front, Jianxing in the middle, and Jujian at the rear. Boom! Raging Thunder Diamond Hammer. Sword annihilating 9 heavens. Meteor Arrow. Without any hesitation, the 3 universe lords simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks on Yandi. Crash. Yandi was once again sent flying, crashing into a distant mountain. But he immediately emerged and counterattacked. Frozen Universe. Suppress. Soon the 3 universe lords, Jili Jujian and Jianxing, were restrained by the Bloodvine clone. Tsunami. Yandi unleashed his ultimate attack once more. A colossal wave formed from the endless waters surged toward the lords of Jujian and his allies. The Bloodvine clone detonated the frozen universe again. Whoosh! Boom! The pitiful 3 universe lords were once again blasted away by the tsunami's monstrous wave like flies being swatted. PDH. This time even the Lord of Jili, renowned as the unkillable meat shield, spat blood, his aura growing even weaker. The previous 3 hours of battle had already severely damaged the Lord of Jili's divine body. Now facing 2 of Yandi's strongest attacks head-on, even Jili with his colossal divine body could barely hold on. Yandi, on the other hand, was different. With the Bloodvine clone supplying divine power, he remained at his peak at all times. In fact, given the clone's monstrous divine body, it could sustain explosive mode for days on end without issue. Coupled with Yandi's willpower, which had reached the advanced level of the mightiest, he could always maintain his peak combat strength. Phew, Jujian, it's hopeless. I think we should leave now. Jujian, you bastard, you've already fled, cursed the Lord of Jianxing. After 2 exchanges with Yandi, the Lord of Jujian realized he couldn't overpower him, so he quietly slipped away. The Lord of Jujian had been the farthest from Yandi, making escape the easiest. Flee. Do you think you can escape? Yandi said coldly. Frozen Universe enveloped them again, preparing for another round of assault. At that moment the Lords of Jujian and Jianxing both produced palace-type treasures and hid inside. Then the Lord of Jujian slowly broke through Yandi's suppression, using the Blade Heart Realm, escaping into the distance. Seeing them about to flee, Yandi pursued without hesitation. Under the suppression of his secret art, even with the resistance of the Blade Heart Realm, they were not faster than Yandi. Don't think hiding in palace-type treasures means I can't deal with you. If you push me, I'll seal you away. Just as Yandi prepared to chase, the Lord of Jili, ignoring his own injuries, blocked his path. Get out of my way, Yandi. Even if I cannot avenge to you, I will not let you have your way. Jujin Jianxing, run. I'll hold him off. At this moment, the Lord of Jili's hatred for Yandi drove him to help the Lords of Jianxing and Jujian, with whom he had no real connection. Lord of Jili, since you seek death, I shall grant it. Yandi was enraged. He had intended to kill the Lord of Jujian to avenge the arrow wound, but now the stubborn Lord of Jili was blocking his way. Roar. Yandi, ever since you killed Tuyu, I have had no intention of living. I only regret that I cannot kill you with my own hands to avenge Tuyu. Jili Lord roared. Jili Lord, since you wish to die, I will grant your wish. Yandi snorted coldly. Yandi felt no guilt whatsoever for killing Tuyu Lord, because he had long understood that weakness was a sin. Only the strong represented the truth. Roar. Mad Thunder Diamond Hammer. Jili Lord once again raised his sky-breaking hammer, and charged at Yandi, disregarding his own injuries. This time Yandi showed no mercy to Jili Lord. He directly unleashed his ultimate attack, Tsunami. Then he detonated Freeze Universe once more. Boom! The immense power shook the waters into a boiling frenzy, with towering waves hundreds of thousands of kilometers high raging everywhere, as if the apocalypse had arrived. With Rampage mode activated, Jili Lord's attacks had no effect on Yandi. Meanwhile, Jili Lord, struck by Yandi's tsunami, appeared even more weakened. Roar! Once again Jili Lord charged at Yandi, disregarding his injuries. The tragic and desolate aura drove Jili Lord even more frenzied. Now Jili Lord had only one thought: to kill Yandi at any cost. Humph! Yandi snorted coldly, having already seen that Jili Lord was determined to die. He had no desire to continue living. This was a flaw in his nature, akin to the innate arrogance of the Yen divine clan. Although Jili Lord was a special life form with a divine body 100 times that of an ordinary universe lord, his character was too weak and his will fragile. Once provoked, he would fall into a cognitive trap. Bang! Jili Lord once again attacked Yandi, disregarding his injuries, but the result was that he was violently sent flying by Yandi. Bang, bang, bang. Jilly Lord charged at Yen Di time and again only to be sent flying each time. His aura grew even more feeble as if he could die at any moment. Ah, Yen Di, even if I die I won't let you off easy. Seeing this, the desperate Jilly Lord actually chose to self-destruct. Boom! The terrifying shockwave surged toward Yen Di, but it had no effect on Yen Di, who had activated rampage mode. Alas! A powerhouse who roamed the cosmic sea for nearly 3 cycle eras has fallen at my hands. Yen Di sighed. Universe lords fall, true gods fall, even the supreme god kings fall. What then is true eternity? Yen Di pondered this question again. What is eternity? How is eternity achieved? Collecting the scattered treasures of Jilly Lord, Yen Di silently contemplated. Is there eternity in this world? If so, what is it? If there is, I, Yen Di, will surely find true eternity. Wow! Brother Yen Di, you are so amazing. You actually killed Tu Lord and Jilly Lord and defeated Jijin Lord and Jianxing Lord. This time you will surely become famous across the cosmic sea. Yudai Hua Huang said with a face full of surprise, her beautiful eyes nearly squinting into 2 lines. Yudai Hua Huang said with a face full of surprise, her beautiful eyes nearly squinting into 2 lines. Ha ha ha! Of course, don't you know who I, Yen Di, am? Here, this is Tu Lord's soul attack treasure, the magic illusion pearl. It suits you perfectly. With it, you can truly reach the 4th rank. Yen Di laughed heartily. Yudai Hua Huang's secret technique had actually reached the level of the strongest techniques, but she lacked a good soul attack treasure. She couldn't fully exert her power, but now with the magic illusion pearl, she was not much inferior to Tu Lord in soul attacks. Brother Yen Di, this. Yudai Hua Huang hesitated for a moment, although she really wanted the magic illusion pearl. But Yen Di had already saved her life. How could she be so shameless as to take it? Haha, what's there to hesitate about? Take it quickly. Yen Di laughed and shoved it into Yudai Hua Huang's hand. But brother Yen Di, Yudai Hua Huang clutched the magic illusion pearl tightly in her hand, too excited to know what to say. Seeing Yudai Hua Huang's adorable appearance, Yen Di was overjoyed. He couldn't help reaching out and gently tapped her cute nose, saying, "What? Are you starting to be polite with your brother?" "No, it's just... There's no but about it. Just take it and keep it. Without your help, I wouldn't have obtained the water spirit pearl, and I might not have been able to kill 2 universe lords. In truth, killing these 2 universe lords was purely a matter of chance. Tu Lord was restrained by him and ultimately destroyed his own soul origin and died. As for Jilly Lord, he was determined to die, otherwise Yen Di could never have killed 2 universe lords so easily. It must be known that the further one progresses, the harder it becomes to kill. Especially when everyone's treasures are comparable, and there is no heaven-defying inheritance. I've killed Tu Jilly plus Bashiong Lord from before. That makes 3. I still need 7 more to meet Zuoshanke's requirement. Yen Di thought to himself. Just then, a desolate domain suddenly enveloped Yen Di and Yudai Hua Huang. It's the desolate domain. Why is Huangjian Lord here? Yen Di wondered in confusion. Yen Di, Yudi, are you two alright? I received news that you were surrounded by 3 universe lords, so I rushed over. A figure 100,000 kilometers tall, covered in scales, with 3 sharp horns on its head, exuding a domineering aura like a humanoid beast, spoke. It was Huangjian Lord. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, Huangjian. How did you know I was surrounded by 3 universe lords? Yen Di was a bit puzzled. He hadn't called for help. Yen Di, it was I who sent a distress signal to the virtual universe, said Yudai Hua Huang, seeming a bit shy to call him Brother Yen in front of others. Right, that's how it is. Where are Jujin Lord and the others? Huangjian Lord was also confused. Wasn't Yen Di supposed to be under siege? How come there was no one? Is that Tu Lord's corpse? Yen Di, you killed Tu Lord. Huangjian Lord exclaimed in shock. That was Tu Lord, notoriously difficult to provoke. With his partner Jilly Lord, they were even more formidable. Yen Di not only killed Tu Lord, but also forced Jilly Lord to self-destruct. He drove off Jujin Lord and Jianxing Lord. He even withstood the combined assault of 3 universe lords. Yudai Hua Huang said with a hint of pride. Before Yen Di could speak, she had already spoken for him, and seemed excited that Yen Di possessed such combat power. This? Yen Di, you really? Huangjian Lord didn't know how to describe Yen Di. Even Chaos City Lord might not have such power. It was a stroke of luck. Just a fluke. It was all because I countered Tu Lord. Jilly Lord couldn't bear the shock of Tu Lord's death, so he self-destructed. Yen Di said modestly, a stroke of luck. Just a fluke. Who would believe that? Without enough strength could he have driven off Jujin Lord and Jianxing Lord? Huangjian Lord thought to himself. Haha, let's not talk about that. The fact that you Huangjian Lord came to my aid is truly heartening. To be honest, among the many human universe lords, Yen Di held the most affection for Longxing Lord, the most respect for Chaos City Lord, and the least liking for Bingfeng Lord and Huangjian Lord. One was because Bingfeng Lord had pursued Yan Di in the original story. Naturally Yan Di had no fondness for him. As for Huangjian Lord, he was too selfish, often seeking personal gain for his own faction, which Yan Di found rather repulsive. However, Yan Di hadn't expected that Huangjian Lord, upon learning that he was besieged by 3 universe lords, would disregard the danger and come to his rescue. This moved Yan Di deeply. Haha, it's nothing. As a member of our human race, I naturally have the duty to rescue you. If you Yan Di are strong, then our human race is strong. If you fall, it would weaken our human race's power. Huangjian Lord laughed heartily. From the words of this universe lord, it was evident how important the race was in his heart. He had a deep understanding of the race's prosperity. Perhaps it was because of this thinking that he often sought personal gain for his faction. But seeking personal gain was also for the sake of strengthening the human race. Huangjian, I Yan Di am not good with words. Take this treasure, the sea suppression domain, as a token of my appreciation. Yan Di, what are you saying? Do you think I came to save you for the sake of treasure? Are you underestimating me? Huangjian Lord said, displeased. Alright, I was too vulgar. From now on you Huangjian are my brother. If there's anything, just tell me. I will do my utmost to help you. Haha. Yan Di, we universe lords of the human race are all brothers. Huangjian Lord laughed heartily. Good brother. At this moment Yan Di's faith was boundless. Our human race united like this is bound to flourish. Just as Yan Di and Huangjian Lord were happily conversing, the cosmic sea was stirred by Yan Di's deeds. Tuyu Lord has fallen. Jili Lord has also fallen. Jianxing Lord and Jujin Lord were driven off by Yan Di. Yan Di has a battle armor second only to a supreme treasure, even possessing some of the power of a supreme treasure. Is this true? This was the first reaction of the universe lords of the cosmic sea upon receiving the news. This Yan Di has grown too fast, said a universe lord from the Purple Moon Holy Land. As a universe lord of the Holy Land, he had lived for countless cycles. Yet geniuses like Yan Di were rarely seen. This Yan Di probably has the power of the 5th rank, thought the universe lords of the Red Alliance. A peak-level origin treasure. A battle armor with part of the power of a supreme treasure. I need that, said Wuhuan Lord, his face full of greed. Abandon all plans against Yan Di. The Dream Demon clan snorted coldly. Clearly Yan Di's strength had made the demon race wary, just as they dared not target Chaos City Lord. Strength is the truth. Weakness is a crime. This is the truth of this world. When one becomes strong enough, even the origin will be wary of you. It is rumored that even the Supreme Yuan can formulate the highest rules. Haha, Yan Di, our human race will flourish. Our human race will flourish. Chaos City Lord laughed heartily. Clearly Yan Di's performance pleased Chaos City Lord greatly. He immediately sent an email. Yan Di, you did well. These few simple words conveyed Chaos City Lord's joy. Disciple, you have not disappointed your master. Hehe. It seems the remaining life gene analysis diagrams can be given to him. Zuoshanke sighed. Clearly Yan Di's performance had earned Zuoshanke's approval. Regardless of whether the strong ones of the cosmic sea felt fear, contempt, admiration, or even harbored designs against Yan Di, one thing was undeniable. The name Yan Di had spread throughout the cosmic sea. Yan Di, with his achievements and his strength, had proven himself. It had been a year since Yan Di slew the Lord of Jili and the Lord of Tuyu. His reputation had spread across the cosmic sea, and it was widely believed that he possessed a 5th stage combat power. Moreover, rumors claimed that Yan Di's ice breath armor was a battle armor that possessed a fraction of the might of a supreme treasure. It was even a cut above the mad demon godslaying armor of the Lord of 5 Chaos, which led some powerful cosmic lords to set their sights on Yan Di. However, overall Yan Di was still categorized by most weaker cosmic lords as someone not to be provoked. Huff! Back to the original universe again, and 1,000,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Soon after Yan Di gained fame from the battle at the waters, he received a summons from Zuoshanke, who said he had matters to discuss. Although Yan Di was somewhat puzzled, he still hurried back. It's just as well. I can ask Zuoshanke for the remaining life gene analysis diagrams. Otherwise, if I rely on my own groping, when will I ever get there? With his current gene level of over 30,000 times, Yan Di was still insufficient to create life. First, he lacked the innate secret technique for creating life. Second, his understanding of life genes was still insufficient. For Yan Di to create life, he would need to raise his gene level to at least 60,000 times. First, let's go back to the Yan God clan to have a look. Then I'll go to the group to exchange some treasures. Yan Di directly teleported back to the Yan God secret realm. Although he knew everything that had happened in the clan, he still wanted to see for himself. Returning to the Yan God hall, his intelligent servant was already waiting for him. My great master Yan Di, congratulations on your triumphant return. The golden lion prostrated on the ground and said, Alright, have Chao Feng Baer and all the cosmic venerables of the clan come to me. Yes, master. I will immediately send word to Lord Kuangfeng and the others. Moments later, a dozen or so cosmic venerables of the Yen God clan arrived at the Yen God Hall. Greetings, clan leader. The dozen cosmic venerables knelt on one knee and paid their respects. No need for formalities, everyone sit. Yes. Clan leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dozen cosmic venerables seated themselves according to their strength. Cao Feng, have you broken through to become a top cosmic overlord? Yan Di suddenly noticed that Cao Feng's aura was much stronger and couldn't help asking. Reporting to the clan leader, Cao Feng broke through to become a top cosmic overlord a few years ago, so I haven't had time to report to the clan leader yet. Please forgive me, clan leader. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Cao Feng, you have indeed not disappointed me. Yan Di said with great joy. He had not misjudged Cao Feng. The ordinary members of the Yen God clan were impetuous and arrogant, but Cao Feng could be called an anomaly of the clan. He was steady in temperament, neither impatient nor rash. Although not as dazzling as Yan Di, he was always making progress and had enormous potential. Clan leader, you flatter me. Cao Feng said modestly. Don't be modest. Good is good. Would I? Yan Di speak carelessly. Compared to the clan leader, Cao Feng is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. The entire Yen clan should strive to take the clan leader as an example. Alright, no need to say more. Cao Feng, step forward and receive your orders. Yan Di suddenly said sternly. Cao Feng stepped forward, knelt on one knee in the center of the hall, and said, Cao Feng of the Yen God clan awaits your orders. From today onward, Cao Feng, you are the grand elder of my Yen God clan. When I am away, you shall exercise the authority of the clan leader. In fact, ever since Yan Di became a cosmic lord, Cao Feng had been handling most of the clan's affairs. Thus, in the Yen God clan, apart from Yan Di, Cao Feng had the highest strength and status, fully deserving the position of Grand Elder. As for Cao Ba, although he was Yan Di's son, his strength was unfortunately too weak. Moreover, due to his personality, he was not fit for the position of Grand Elder. Yes, Cao Feng accepts the order. Cao Feng did not refuse. He knew it was his responsibility. Although the position of Grand Elder was noble, it also represented a kind of responsibility. One must understand that the identity of the Grand Elder of the Yen God clan combined with the strength of a top cosmic overlord. Cao Feng's status among all humanity was second only to the cosmic lords. Good. Here are 5 supreme treasures: a top-tier supreme treasure, armor and weapon. High-level soul-guarding supreme treasure, domain-type supreme treasure, palace-type supreme treasure. With these treasures your strength will be greatly enhanced. Yan Di waved his hand and 5 supreme treasures flew toward Cao Feng. This? Clan leader? Such precious treasures, how can Cao Feng? Cao Feng said in disbelief. The value of these 5 treasures was nearly that of a peak weapon-type supreme treasure. If Cao Feng's current strength was comparable to a first-level cosmic lord, then, with these 5 treasures, he could definitely withstand a second-level cosmic lord like the Lord of Tianlang. There is no but about it. As the Grand Elder of my Yen God clan, how could your strength be too weak? Let outsiders look down on me, Yan Di. Moreover, these treasures are not given to you personally, but to the Grand Elder of the Yen God clan. Whoever becomes the Grand Elder of the Yen God clan, in the future will own these treasures. The position of Grand Elder could only be held by a top cosmic overlord. If Cao Feng broke through to become a cosmic lord, he would have to be replaced. Yes, clan leader. Cao Feng will do his utmost to strengthen the Yen God clan. Cao Feng replied excitedly. Indeed, for the benefit and glory of the clan, he Cao Feng could not refuse. The group of cosmic venerables below looked at Cao Feng with envy, and also looked at Yan Di with anticipation. Yen Pujuan, step forward and receive your orders. The tall figure, a cosmic venerable of the Yen God clan radiating formidable strength, knelt on one knee in the center of the hall, and said, Yen Pujuan awaits the clan leader's command. Order. Yen Pujuan is appointed as the second elder of the Yen God clan, assisting Grand Elder Cao Feng in handling clan affairs. Bestow upon him a high-level supreme treasure, the 9-domain armor. Yes, clan leader. Yen Pujuan accepts the order. Thank you, clan leader, for bestowing the treasure. Yen Pujuan's strength was far inferior to Cao Feng's, but he was still the strongest cosmic venerable in the Yen God clan aside from Yan Di and Cao Feng. He had strength close to that of a cosmic overlord. Giving him a high-level supreme treasure armor was to increase his chances of survival. It was impossible to bestow so many treasures on every Yen God clan member. Otherwise Yan Di would be impoverished. Good Cao Feng, my Yen God clan will establish an elder council. Any cosmic venerable with combat strength will be an elder of the Yen God clan. You will arrange the specific positions. Yes, clan leader. Cao Feng said respectfully. Except for Cao Ba, everyone go about your business. Yan Di waved his hand. Yes. The cosmic venerables then left the Yen God Hall, leaving only Yan Di and Cao Ba in the hall. Ba, why has your strength not advanced in the slightest over these years? Yan Di asked sternly. Cao Ba's potential was not inferior to Cao Feng's, but a million years had passed since Yendi left. Cao Ba had made no progress at all, still a mid-level cosmic venerable. One must know that Cao Ba had stayed at the invincible king level for a long time. After breaking through with the resources Yendi gave him, his strength should have entered a phase of rapid improvement. Yet Cao Ba had made no progress in a million years. How could Yendi not be angry? Hearing Yendi's stern voice, Cao Ba was frightened and knelt on the ground. In truth, Cao Ba was also frustrated. Ever since he became a cosmic venerable, his strength had not increased at all. It was as if his potential had been completely exhausted. Father, Facing Yendi, Cao Ba didn't know how to explain. After all, it was a fact that his strength had not increased at all. Stand up and attack me with your strongest strike. Yes, father. Cao Ba stood up, drew his weapon, and prepared to attack with full concentration. Cao Ba also followed the close combat path, his weapon being a long spear. Come! Roar! Cao Ba let out a furious roar and charged at Yendi with all his might. Thrust. It was a simple attack, but it was Cao Ba's strongest. Because if he could concentrate all his power into the tiny tip of the spear, what immense might it would be. Watching the incoming spear tip, Yendi furrowed his brow. He simply extended 2 fingers and clamped the spear tip tightly. No matter how hard Cao Ba struggled, he could not break free from Yendi's control. This? Father's divine might. Your son is not even 1/10,000th of you. Cao Ba looked at Yendi's stern expression and said, lowering his head. Do you know what flaws your Tao has? Yendi asked. Your son's strength is insufficient. Cao Ba replied. In his view, it was precisely because his strength was inferior to Yendi's that he could not break free. Foolish. I just used the same strength as you. Yendi scolded. This? Your son doesn't understand. Please teach me, father. Cao Ba asked with a face full of shame. Because your spear technique is too rigid and fierce. You don't understand the balance of hardness and softness. You must know that when you are unaware of the enemy's details, you should attack with only 3 parts and reserve 7 parts for yourself. Your son has been taught. Cao Ba answered with his head bowed. Sigh. Go. Yendi said helplessly. Yes, father. Sigh. This child. Yendi shook his head and sighed. Just now Cao Ba had not even asked how to achieve the balance of hardness and softness yet. He said he understood. Obviously he was brushing off Yendi. Sigh. This disposition of the Yen God clan. What Yendi worried about most was the flaw in the Yen God clan's mentality. One must understand that the further one goes, the more important the mind and will become. If the mental flaw is too great, strength will grow too slowly. Just like the current Yen God clan. Except for Chao Feng, most of them advanced slowly after breaking through to Cosmic Venerable. Some even made no progress for millions of years. Forget it, I won't worry about that. If they experience more, perhaps they will naturally understand. Yendi could not force them to change anything, just as the Lord of Chaos taught Luofeng. Only when they themselves come to understand can they make real changes. After staying in the Yen God secret realm for a few days and checking on the development of the Yen God clan, Yendi left. Departing from the blazing mystery realm, Yendi immediately teleported toward the lair of Zuoshanke. After roughly 2 days of teleportation, he finally arrived at Zuoshanke's lair. A realm of utter nothingness. The surroundings were silent as the night and eternal stillness, as if unchanged for millions of years. Enter, my disciple. Came Zuoshanke's resounding voice. Yendi stepped inside. This was his 4th visit to Zuoshanke's lair, yet each time, he marveled at the immense power and mystery of the old man's methods. The realm of a divine king was indeed unfathomable. Master, your disciple has arrived. Yendi walked up to Zuoshanke and bowed respectfully. Zuoshanke, who had been sitting with eyes closed in meditation, opened his eyes and gazed at Yendi. He stared for a full half-day before slowly speaking. Have you broken through the 30,000-fold gene level? Yes, master. Your disciple has reached 30,000, but without the guidance of the life gene analysis chart, I have only managed 35,000 so far. Good. Not bad, Yendi. I have not misjudged you. Zuoshanke said with satisfaction. It is all thanks to your excellent teaching, master. Yendi flattered without hesitation. When flattery was needed, it was best to offer it. Moreover, flattering a divine king was not an opportunity granted to just anyone. Hehe, disciple, I will give you a chance. If you pass it, I shall grant you the life analysis chart from 30,000 to 60,000 times. Zuoshanke said with a chuckle. Yendi looked at the chuckling Zuoshanke and felt a premonition of trouble, yet he braced himself and asked, May I know what trial master has in store? Just come with me and you will find out. Zuoshanke said mysteriously. Follow me. Yendi followed Zuoshanke and saw. Master! Is this a cosmic passage? Yes, a passage leading to my small universe. Yendi was puzzled. Why had Zuoshanke brought him to the small universe? Whoosh! After a dizzying teleportation, Yendi sensed that he was no longer in the original universe. Have I arrived at Zuoshanke's small universe? Disciple, look at that crystal pillar ahead. Yan Di turned his gaze toward the crystal pillar. The pillar was tens of millions of kilometers in diameter, and its height exceeded 1 light-year. It seemed to pierce the sky, towering and majestic. Its surface was covered with strange patterns resembling mystical runes, yet also like some kind of inheritance. Master, what is this? Yan Di asked in confusion. Could it be a supreme treasure? This pillar is called the realm-binding pillar. It is forged from a special material known as star soul crystal, and its value is no less than that of a supreme treasure. Zuoshanke said slowly. Gulp. Yan Di swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the realm-binding pillar. It was worth no less than a supreme treasure. Yan Di now felt like robbing Zuoshanke. Damn, this was way too extravagant. But its purpose is not for battle. It is a vessel. Master, what does it bear? The Rhino Emperor game. An ancient game that can also test one's insight. There are a total of 10081 puzzles. Zuoshanke spoke slowly as if reminiscing. The Rhino Emperor game? Hearing those 3 words, Yan Di was stunned. So the pillar bore the Rhino Emperor game. He knew that comprehending the Rhino Emperor game brought many benefits. Yes, it is the Rhino Emperor game. I will give you a chance. Within 3 epochs I will accelerate time 10,000-fold for you, amounting to 30,000 epochs. If you solve up to the 4500th puzzle, I will give you the life gene analysis chart. If you solve up to the 6000th puzzle, I will directly upgrade your primal soul to a supreme treasure. Zuoshanke finished speaking and looked at Yan Di. But Yan Di was somewhat stunned. 3 epochs. 4500 puzzles. 6000 puzzles. Wasn't this the same condition as Duan Dongha's selection of an inheritor? Was this the standard for selecting disciples in the origin continent? For a Cosmic Lord 1500 puzzles for the outer sect level 3000, for the inner sect 4500, for the elite level, and 6000 for direct inheritance. Moreover, Yan Di estimated that solving the Rhino Emperor game to 6000 puzzles would make creating a 6th-order secret technique far easier. For becoming Duan Dongha's inheritor required either a 6th-order secret technique or solving the Rhino Emperor game to 6000 puzzles. In truth, solving the Rhino Emperor game to 6000 puzzles was even harder than creating a 6th-order secret technique. Good. Then your disciple will give it a try, Yan Di said eagerly. This would also allow him to see the gap in insight between himself and Luofeng. Let us begin. Yan Di teleported to the foot of the realm-binding pillar, sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend the Rhino Emperor game. This Rhino Emperor game is truly difficult. First I must understand the first 123 incomplete puzzles, before I can start solving the later ones. And I also need to figure out the rules of the Rhino Emperor game. Of course Yan Di knew what the rules were, but knowing was one thing, understanding them was another. Just as most people knew that merging the 10 fundamental laws resulted in the Chaos Law, yet how many could truly comprehend the Chaos Law? Few. This Rhino Emperor game is no ordinary challenge. I can't even find a single clue. Yan Di let out a long breath. While Yan Di struggled with the Rhino Emperor game, his Bloodvine avatar focused on comprehending the laws and improving his secret technique mastery. This was a golden opportunity to grasp the laws. Not only did he have free time acceleration from old Zuoshanke, but solving the Rhino Emperor game also enhanced his insight. In Zuoshanke's small universe, 7,000 epochs had passed, yet Yan Di still labored tirelessly on the Rhino Emperor game. Haha! I've solved the 1500th puzzle. Finally reached the lowest level of the origin continent. Good. Keep going. Yan Di laughed heartily. The successful solution of the puzzle had improved his insight. His comprehension of the laws deepened. If he were to create a supreme secret technique now, it would take only a few 100,000 years. But such techniques were no longer of great use to him. He urgently needed to create the ultimate fusion secret technique. At 16,000 epochs, Yan Di had solved the Rhino Emperor game up to the 3000th puzzle. Phew! I've reached the 2nd level now. It seems the 6000th puzzle is hopeless, but the 3rd level might still be possible. Yan Di thought to himself. Oh, I didn't expect this. My disciple has exceeded my expectations. Zuoshanke exclaimed in surprise. In truth, Zuoshanke had never believed Yan Di could solve the 4500th puzzle, let alone the 6000th. But now Yan Di had reached the 2nd level, and the 3rd level seemed somewhat plausible. Although ancient cosmic lords like the Insect Deer Lord could reach the 2nd level, and even the Bishua Venerable had reached the 3rd level. How many reincarnations had they lived through? Their strength and experience were accumulated through time. But their potential was inevitably limited. Yan Di, however, was different. He had become a cosmic lord just over 100 epochs ago, and still had great room for improvement. Therefore, to become a true powerhouse, both knowledge and time were indispensable. Only through endless accumulation and learning could one become strong. Luofeng seemed to have become an eternal true god in just one reincarnation, but one must not forget the 10,000-fold time acceleration in the inheritance space. accounting for that acceleration Luofeng had actually cultivated for over 10,000 reincarnations. Time passed slowly. At the 29,000th epoch of Yen Di's comprehension, he finally solved the 4500th puzzle. Phew! I finally reached the third level. Only one epoch remains. It seems the 6000th puzzle is hopeless. Although Yen Di had no hope for the 6000th puzzle, he did not give up. The more he comprehended the Rhino Emperor game, the more his insight grew. With his 30,000 epochs of law comprehension, he was now capable of creating the ultimate fusion secret technique. Ha ha ha! My disciple truly has not disappointed me. He has comprehended up to the 4500th puzzle. Such insight would be considered a peerless genius even in the ancient civilization. It seems my plan has hope. Zuoshanke laughed heartily. 30,000 epochs passed and Yen Di had only solved the Rhino Emperor game to a little over 4700 puzzles, far from the 6000th. Is my insight ultimately inferior to Luofeng's? Yen Di felt a tinge of disappointment. His will had already reached the level of the strongest, and after these 30,000 epochs it was approaching the very limit of the strongest. Yet even so his insight still fell short of Luofeng's. Disciple, how do you feel? Zuoshanke asked. This Rhino Emperor game is wondrous beyond words. These 30,000 epochs of comprehension have greatly enhanced my insight. Haha, good. You have performed well, my disciple. Here is the life analysis chart for you. Zuoshanke laughed heartily, handing an inheritance crystal to Yen Di. Even if Yen Di had not solved the 4500th puzzle, Zuoshanke would still have given him the life gene analysis chart, but not nearly as readily. He would have made all sorts of difficulties and imposed many conditions before handing it over. Taking the inheritance crystal, Yen Di immediately immersed his consciousness into it. As before, Zuoshanke used heaven-defying means to imprint the life analysis chart into Yen Di's mind, and then the inheritance crystal shattered. Phew! Yen Di let out a long breath. The knowledge contained in the life gene analysis chart was immense. It took him 3 full days to fully absorb it. Disciple, have you finished reading? Zuoshanke asked. Master, your disciple has fully absorbed it. Good. Then let us return. They passed through the cosmic passage and teleported back to the original universe. Then Yen Di took his leave of Zuoshanke and headed back to the human territory. After leaving Zuoshanke's lair, Yen Di spent about 2 days teleporting and returned to the human domain. He directly teleported to the initial universe and went to Chaos City intending to redeem treasures. Although redeeming supreme treasures within the human race was somewhat costly, Yen Di did not hesitate. The extra amount could be considered a contribution to the clan. Despite being a universe master, Yen Di remained extremely low-key within the human race and seldom involved himself in affairs. Considering how he had left the matters of the Yen Divine clan to Guangfeng Zunjia, he had even less time for human governance. This contribution was now Yen Di's way of supporting the development of the human race. Yen Di's financial accumulation was no longer what it once was. Having slain 3 top-tier 4th-level universe masters and amassed wealth over 1,000,000 years, he was no longer poor. Yet even so, after exchanging for a peak domain-type treasure and a peak palace-type treasure, his accumulated treasures were not much left. The peak domain-type treasure was called the Xinghe Realm, an ordinary peak domain-type treasure. The peak palace-type treasure was named the Long One Tower, a top-grade peak palace-type treasure. After all, palace-type treasures remained extremely important in certain perilous lands. Over the years, Yen Di's accumulation of treasures mainly came from slaughter. Among those he obtained personally, the most precious was the Water Spirit Pearl. Speaking of the Water Spirit Pearl, Yen Di considered himself quite fortunate. After fully emerging, it had reached the peak top-grade level capable of accelerating divine power recovery by 100,000 times. But even 100,000-fold recovery speed was merely a redundant asset to Yen Di, because the devouring talent of his Bloodthirsty Vine avatar, when devouring chaotic airflow in the Universe Sea, allowed divine power recovery to reach 1,000,000-fold. It was comparable to a supreme-tier source treasure. Yen Di had originally planned to keep the Water Spirit Pearl for use after becoming a most powerful, since all innate secret techniques would vanish upon reaching that level. Everything would depend on oneself. But after some thought, he decided to use it now. Because a source treasure could enhance the power of innate secret techniques, and this Water Spirit Pearl was sufficient to elevate the frozen universe to the limit of the 5th tier. Enhancing an innate secret technique now would directly boost his strength. If he waited until becoming a most powerful, it would become somewhat redundant, since a most powerful had a miniature universe to supply divine power. Without hesitation, Yen Di immediately refined the Water Spirit Pearl. So this is the limit of 5th tier innate secret technique. Yen Di fully unleashed the evolved frozen universe, and a miniature universe spanning over 100 million kilometers enveloped the area ahead. With the suppression of the 5th tier limit coupled with the enhancement of the Xinghe realm, even a 6th tier universe master would find it difficult to break free. Moreover, the self-destruction of the 5th tier limit frozen universe could unleash destructive power comparable to an ordinary 5th tier. With Yan Di's current treasures and secret techniques, even without the endless waters, he had truly reached the 5th tier. This return to the Primordial Universe saw Yan Di's strength surge by roughly tenfold. Should I explore the Primordial Star? Yan Di felt a surge of anticipation. With his current strength, he could wreak havoc among the demon race on the Primordial Star. The opening of the Primordial Star would last 1,000 epochs, and now less than 200 epochs had passed. Yan Di had ample time. But there is nothing on the Primordial Star that truly tempts me. Yan Di murmured to himself. The only thing that could stir his interest was the greatest treasure of the Primordial Star. The Naki treasure. The Naki treasure contained peak top-grade treasures, which made Yan Di somewhat tempted. Alright, I'll go explore. Yan Di decided to venture into the Primordial Star. He would first wander around, and even if he failed to obtain treasures, he would at least antagonize the demon race. Yan Di could not forget the 10,000 years, when he was like a cornered rat nearly killed by the encirclement of demon universe masters. Boom! Yan Di directly descended onto the Primordial Star, numbered 2021. Mastering time and space, he instantly enveloped the entire Primordial Star of that plane. No demon universe masters, but quite a few universe venerables. Given his current strength and status, Yan Di naturally disdained killing these universe venerables. Yet he did something shameless. He snatched treasures from demon universe venerables, even grabbing heavy treasures. For a time, word spread across the entire Primordial Star that demonic shameless bandit master had come. He truly acted like a robber, seizing even a single heavy treasure wherever he passed. Upon receiving the news, the demon high-level merely cursed Yan Di for his lack of decency, and took no significant action. At most, they warned demon universe venerables to be cautious and avoid offending the lunatic Yan Di. Thus Yan Di roamed across various planes of the Primordial Star, snatching any treasure he saw, even those belonging to universe masters. In truth, those who came to the Primordial Star were mostly universe masters of modest strength like Tianlang. Most were only at the 2nd tier, with few reaching the 3rd. One day on the Primordial Star plane, numbered 9527, a top-tier treasure was about to emerge. Tianlang, do you intend to contend with me for this treasure? Asked a three-legged beast. When a supreme treasure emerges, strength decides. Do you expect me to retreat without a fight? The enormous Tianlang asked. Haha, how could I Tongling miss the emergence of a treasure? Laughed Tongling as he flew over. Humph, Tongling, you've come too, said Shimo. The three stood in a stalemate, none daring to make the first move. They all waited for the treasure to fully emerge for the final battle. After all, a top-tier treasure was a considerable fortune for 2nd-tier universe masters like Tongling and Tianlang. Suddenly, the blade-type treasure fully emerged. It's out. Move. The 3 universe masters simultaneously reached out toward the newborn treasure. At that moment, a river resembling a galaxy suddenly appeared in the void, directly suppressing Tianlang, and the others, making it impossible for them to move even an inch. Ah! The Xinghe realm. It's the demon Yan Di, cried Tianlang. A snowy white figure grasped the newly emerged treasure and turned around. It was none other than Yan Di. Ha ha ha. Tianlang, Tongling, Shimo, I'll take this treasure. You busy yourselves, no need to see me off. I'm off. Yan Di laughed heartily. Looking at Tianlang's frustrated face, Yan Di felt immense satisfaction. Though Tianlang and the others were furious, they dared not speak out, and quickly said, Farewell, Yan Di. Phew, that demon Yan Di is finally gone. His strength grows stronger, far surpassing ours. I've heard that several powerhouses from the first reincarnation era have fallen by his hand. Tongling said with a sigh of relief. Right, Yan Di is more demonic than I am. I think I should just give him the title of Shimo, said Shimo with a hint of envy. Humph, he back then. Tianlang snorted coldly but dared not finish his sentence. Electric light blade. Yan Di examined the newly snatched treasure. An ordinary top-tier weapon-type treasure of average value. 10,000 years on the Primordial Star is enough. Time to leave. Yan Di had spent 10,000 years on the Primordial Star without obtaining the Naki Mirror Stone. Feeling it unnecessary, he departed. After all, finding the wing space was still his top priority. He sent all the treasures gained over 10,000 years back to the Yen Divine clan and left the Primordial Universe. In truth, the treasures from these 10,000 years were not many, roughly equal to the value of half a peak weapon-type treasure, less than the set of treasures Chaofeng possessed. So Yan Di casually tossed them to the Yen Divine clan. This time Yan Di directly passed through the Divine Kingdom, pierced the membrane of the Primordial Universe, and arrived at the Universe C. Gazing at the colossal miniature universe, he couldn't help recalling the question that had struck him during his first enlightenment in the Universe C. What exactly is eternity? Even the God King standing at the peak of ancient civilization had fallen, so what can truly exist eternally? Even Jin Kingdom, Wu Kingdom, and the brilliant Shi Huang who created the Shi Huang game had perished. So what is eternity? How can one achieve eternity? Enough! Now is not the time to ponder this. Yan Di shook his head helplessly. His priority was still to strengthen himself. Though Yen Di's strength was already among the top universe masters, he was still far from the most powerful. Even compared to 6th-tier universe masters with supreme treasures, Yen Di could only flee when encountering them. After months of slow flight and teleportation, Yen Di once again arrived at the human outpost in the outer region of the Qingfeng sector. Huang Jian Qingdong. You two are resting here too. Yen Di arrived at the outpost and unexpectedly saw Huang Jian and Qingdong. Yen Di, you've come. They welcomed him. Yen Di's current strength and potential earned him the respect of senior powerhouses like Qingdong. Yes, I just arrived from the Primordial Universe. Where are you headed? Yen Di asked. Qingdong and I have been exploring the outer regions for tens of millions of epochs, but the harvest has been poor. We've decided to venture into the inner region. Would you like to join us? Yes, Yen Di, why not team up with us? With your addition, our safety would be greatly assured. Facing the invitation from Huang Jian and the others, Yen Di hesitated but ultimately declined. After all, the most important thing now was to find the wing space. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Oh, then we take our leave. Farewell. After parting with Huang Jian and the others, Yen Di went to the endless waters and began his quest to explore the caves. This search would span tens of millions of epochs, vast as the changing seas. 10 million epochs have passed. Finally found the wing space. This wing space has been so hard to find. Emperor Yen sighed. Even after 10 million epochs, he had explored less than 1/10,000th of the water domain. Not long ago, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation from a mountain, so he went to investigate. He dispatched a divine power clone piloting a top-tier palace-class supreme treasure. After passing through 9 layers of light curtains, it was instantly destroyed. Emperor Yen could finally confirm that he had found the wing space. Unfortunately, he found it but couldn't enter unless he possessed a palace-class ultimate supreme treasure. Otherwise, he could only stare helplessly. Over these 10 million epochs, Emperor Yan's gains were extremely abundant. His strength had increased by more than 100 times compared to 10 million epochs ago. However, only one universe master had fallen to Emperor Yan's hands. After all, everyone knew Emperor Yan was not to be trifled with, and they wouldn't foolishly seek death. In the 150 millionth epoch, after entering the water domain, Emperor Yan created the strongest fusion technique. It was the fusion of his ultimate technique, Ember, and his strongest technique, Extreme Flame Absolute Kill, giving birth to the strongest fusion technique, Annihilation. The move Annihilation had the ordinary power of a 5th-stage technique comparable to the power of River of Stars under the Night by the River Lord. Later, Emperor Yen simultaneously studied the way of fire and space and the way of water and space. He attempted to fuse Extreme Flame Absolute Kill with the move Tsunami. It must be noted that both the way of water and space and the way of fire and space each had 10081 variations. If one fully comprehended all 10081 variations, one could create a 5th-stage limit technique. Emperor Yen attempted to fuse the 3 ways of water, fire, and space. Once fully fused successfully, theoretically Emperor Yen could create a 6th-stage technique. But unfortunately his comprehension was insufficient. It took him a full 6 million epochs to barely and stiffly fuse the 3 ways of water, fire, and space together. Even with a stiff fusion, Emperor Yen created a top-tier 5th-stage technique, Polar Earth Great Explosion. Thus, Emperor Yan's attainment in secret techniques was fully accomplished enough to rival the older generation of strong beings like the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of 5 Chaos. Over these 10 million epochs, in terms of the path of divine body, Emperor Yan's gene level had reached 60000 times as early as the first millionth epoch after entering the water domain. When breaking through 60000 times, Emperor Yen finally discovered a terrifying thing. The divine body of his Bloodvine clone was too large. When breaking through 60000 times, the divine body of the Bloodvine clone reached an appalling 5 trillion kilometers. To put it in perspective, 5 trillion kilometers was roughly 0.5 light-years. Thinking about a divine body of 0.5 light-years, Emperor Yen simply couldn't carry the Bloodvine clone with him anymore. Fortunately, after the gene level broke through to 60000 times, the divine body of his main body also reached a staggering 1 billion kilometers. When the gene level broke through 60000 times, the divine power became more condensed. The divine power reserve of the Bloodvine clone's divine body temporarily reached a height of 20 billion kilometers. After replenishing the main body's divine power, Emperor Yen sent the Bloodvine clone back to the Primordial Universe, placing it in the Yen God's secret realm. In the Primordial Universe, the devouring innate secret technique of the Bloodvine clone recovered divine power much slower than in the Cosmic Sea. Even though 9 million epochs had passed since the breakthrough, the total divine body had only recovered about 1/3, less than 0.2 light-years. With the devouring innate secret technique, Emperor Yen was not worried about lacking divine power. Even if recovery was relatively slow in the Primordial Universe, he was not in a hurry. After the gene level broke through to 60000 times, without the help of the life gene analysis diagram, progress became extremely slow. After all, to reach 90000 times, one had to rely solely on oneself. Now Emperor Yen was trying to create life, but unfortunately, He had no innate secret technique for creating life and was extremely unskilled in this area. Even after using nearly 9 million epochs, the lifeform Emperor Yen created only reached the first stage of apprentice upon adulthood, and it was the kind without reproductive ability. The help in improving the life gene level was not significant. It was only about 61000 times now. Now I must thank that old fellow throne seeker. Heh, time, fate. Emperor Yen couldn't help but shake his head. Back when he was a realm lord, Emperor Yen had obtained the ability to create a clone by chance. Originally he planned to nurture a world tree as a clone, but unfortunately the gene level of the world tree was too high and he simply couldn't nurture a world tree clone. So he chose the second-tier Bloodvine clone. It must be noted that the Bloodvine was far inferior to the world tree. At most it could reach a divine body height of 100 million kilometers as a universe master. Later, when Emperor Yen became a disciple of Throne Seeker wanted Emperor Yen to have a greater advantage in the divine body aspect. That was to mutate the divine body. If the mutation succeeded, the divine body would increase tenfold. Of course, if it failed, he would die. After going through a near-death experience, Emperor Yan's divine body indeed mutated, successfully increasing tenfold. But unexpectedly, the Bloodvine clone also mutated and its divine body actually increased by 50 times. Moreover, this clone could devour chaotic airflow. After the mutated Bloodvine clone broke through to Universe Master, its divine body reached an astonishing 5 billion kilometers. And when Emperor Yan's gene level reached 60000 times, the divine body expanded 1,000-fold. The divine body of the Bloodvine clone reached a terrifying 5 trillion kilometers, equivalent to 0.5 light-years. So Emperor Yen sighed, time, fate. Who would have thought that I, Emperor Yen, would have such an incredible fortune? Now I have mastered secret techniques, perfected my divine body, and my will has reached a terrifying level. Except for the ultimate being, who else am I, Emperor Yen, afraid of? Emperor Yen muttered to himself. Indeed, Emperor Yan's current strength was enough to dominate the universe masters of the cosmic sea. With a will that reached the level of a void true god, even if Emperor Yen did not know will assault secret techniques, it was enough to instantly strip the will of any universe master whose will had not reached the level of the ultimate being. Even universe masters with ultimate supreme treasures did not frighten Emperor Yen. Of course, universe masters with ultimate supreme treasures were all extremely ancient and powerful, and their wills were certainly extraordinary. Although Emperor Yen was not afraid of them, he could not kill them. Although Emperor Yan's will grew extremely slowly after reaching the ultimate being level over 10 million epochs, it had surprisingly reached the heaven-defying void true god level. It must be noted that across the entire cosmic sea there are very few who can reach a will of void true god. Now that my strength is fully developed and the wing space has been found, it's time to go to the cosmic sea and take advantage of the time acceleration of the black pattern pillar. In fact, the black pattern pillar had little effect on tempering Emperor Yan's will, as his will grew slowly on its own. But the black pattern pillar could accelerate time, which was a huge advantage. Considering that Emperor Yan's will at the void true god level was enough to reach the region with a time acceleration of 1000000 times. And a time acceleration of 1000000 times meant gaining 1000000 times the comprehension time for laws. Emperor Yen decided to use this advantage of his super strong will to maximize it. Yudi, I'm going to the black pattern pillar of the cosmic boat. Are you coming? Emperor Yen directly sent a message to Yudai Flower Queen. Yudai Flower Queen had been exploring the endless water domain for the past 10 million epochs, since Emperor Yen could rescue her at any time in the endless water domain. Through these 10 million epochs of exploration and Emperor Yan's help, Yudai Flower Queen's overall strength was no less than that of Lord Tuyu at that time. Such strength was enough to meet the standard of a cosmic sea powerhouse. Brother Emperor Yen, where are you? I'll come right away. Yudai Flower Queen said hurriedly. I'm at. Emperor Yen gave his coordinates to Yudai Flower Queen, and quietly waited for her in the Dragon Pattern Tower. About 3 hours later, a palace-like supreme treasure flew toward Emperor Yen. This was Yudai Flower Queen's palace-class supreme treasure, the 10,000 Treasures Hall. Brother Emperor Yen, I'm here. A beautiful figure flew out of the 10,000 Treasures Hall. 6 pairs of dazzling beautiful wings fluttered in the air. A flawless perfect face, fair and straight legs, a perfect figure. 2 cute snow-white antennae symbolized her supreme authority as a queen. This beautiful figure swiftly flew toward the Dragon Pattern Tower, and then unhesitatingly entered it. Brother Emperor Yen. Yudai Flower Queen stood gracefully before Emperor Yen, staring at him with her big beautiful eyes. Emperor Yen looked at Yudai Flower Queen, standing before him, his mind momentarily dazed. She was like a beautiful elf from a flower garden, evoking a sense of affection. Heh, you're here. Emperor Yen affectionately tapped Yudai Flower Queen's nose. Brother Emperor Yen, don't keep tapping my nose. I am a queen. Yudai wrinkled her nose and said in a crisp voice. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yudai Flower Queen like this, Emperor Yen laughed. Indeed, she looked extremely adorable. Brother Emperor Yen, what are you laughing at? Yudai Flower Queen blinked her big beautiful eyes and asked curiously. Nothing. Sit tight, we're setting off for the cosmic boat. Swish. It took a full 6 months for the Dragon Pattern Tower to fly out of the endless water domain. The journey to the cosmic boat was still extremely far, requiring at least several hundred years. In the 300th year of Emperor Yan's journey to the cosmic boat, as he passed a secondary level danger zone called Chaotic Star Sea, he was ambushed by an enemy. A layer of water like an ocean suppressed Emperor Yan's Dragon Pattern Tower, making it difficult to move. It's the peak domain class Supreme Treasure Water Prison. Has the Lord of 5 Chaos arrived? Emperor Yan muttered to himself. Emperor Yan directly flew out of the Dragon Pattern Tower, shrunk it to the size of a palm, and held it in his hand. Then he fully activated the Star River realm, and a river resembling a galaxy broke through the river formed by the water prison. Then Emperor Yan slowly said, Lord of 5 Chaos, do I need to invite you out? Boom! A humanoid creature with a phantom divine eye behind it appeared. Clearly it was the Lord of 5 Chaos from the Divine Eye clan. The Lord of 5 Chaos looked at Emperor Yan from afar, and said in a deep voice, Emperor Yan. Instantly the atmosphere between them became even more tense, heralding the arrival of a great battle. Lord Wuhuan, do you still wish to fight with me? Have you forgotten how you were defeated last time? Emperor Yan was somewhat puzzled. A million epochs ago Lord Wuhuan had actually come to the water domain to challenge him. He had come to seize Emperor Yan's ice breath armor, but tragically Lord Wuhuan was nearly killed by Emperor Yan. If it weren't for the fact that Emperor Yan knew it was not the time to offend the Divine Eye clan, he would have slain Lord Wuhuan last time. Emperor Yan, how could I Lord Wuhuan forget the humiliation of last time? This time I have spared no expense to invite 2 other powerhouses of my Divine Eye clan just to kill you, to wash away my former shame. Lord Wuhuan said viciously. 2 powerhouses? Emperor Yan asked in confusion. For Lord Wuhuan to call them powerhouses, they must at least be 5-stage cosmic lords. Otherwise, given Lord Wuhuan's arrogance, why would he call others powerhouses? That's right, 2 powerhouses. One is my clan's Lord Jingyan, who excels in soul and illusion attacks. It is rumored that you Emperor Yan possess an extremely precious soul-guarding treasure. I wonder if it can withstand Lord Jingyan's soul attack. As soon as Lord Wuhuan finished speaking, a powerhouse of the Divine Eye clan appeared in the void, and it was none other than Lord Jingyan. A casual glance from Lord Jingyan was enough to plunge a cosmic venerable into an illusion. Even those with weaker willpower could be enslaved by his soul. Moreover, Lord Jingyan possesses a special soul-type treasure called the Pure Light Mirror. In terms of value, it is not much inferior to the Ice Breath armor. Lord Jingyan coldly stared at Emperor Yan, as if looking at a dead man. Perhaps in his eyes, facing 3 top-tier 5-stage cosmic lords, simultaneously Emperor Yan had no chance of survival. The other is my clan's Lord Ying, who excels in psychokinetic weapons and follows a long-range attack style. It is rumored that you Emperor Yan were once suppressed by Lord Jujian and forced to flee. I wonder if you can withstand Lord Ying's attacks. Then a powerhouse whose height was twice that of an ordinary Divine Eye clan cosmic lord appeared in the void, clad in crimson battle armor and carrying a large blade on his back. According to Emperor Yan's knowledge of Lord Ying, that large blade was Lord Ying's psychokinetic weapon, the Dragon Slayer. Its value and power were not inferior to the Yen Divine Halberd, and it was a top-tier exquisite treasure. As for Lord Wuhuan, needless to say, he possessed the top-tier 5-stage secret technique, 5 Divine Beast Annihilation, and his treasure, the Mad Demon God-destroying armor, was not much inferior to the Ice Breath armor. He was definitely a formidable existence among 5-stage cosmic lords. Ha! Ha ha! Lord Wuhuan, you have invested a great deal of effort to deal with me, Emperor Yan. Emperor Yan laughed heartily. Emperor Yan, with such a lineup, how can you have any hope of victory? I think you should just surrender. To save us the trouble of making a move. Lord Ying said coldly from the side. It was as if Emperor Yan were meat on a chopping block waiting to be carved by them. Surrender. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Emperor Yan suddenly burst into mad laughter. Make me Emperor Yan surrender. Do you think the 3 of you are the 3 true masters of the Divine Eye clan? Humph. To deal with you, why would we need to disturb the 3 true masters? The 3 of us are enough. Lord Jingyan said confidently. Alright Jingyan Ying, stop wasting words with a man about to die. Jingyan, you directly use illusion attacks to plunge Emperor Yan into a hallucination. Ying and I will simultaneously unleash our strongest attacks. Let's finish Emperor Yan as quickly as possible. Lord Wuhuan stepped forward and declared. Alright, but don't forget your agreement with us. I won't forget. Kill Emperor Yan. His treasures, you 2 each get 40%, I take 20%. I will remember. Good. Make your move. Among the 3, Lord Jingyan made the first move against Emperor Yan. The Divine Eye behind Lord Jingyan emitted a dazzling light that shot toward Emperor Yan. The light transformed into a strange beast in midair, resembling a flood dragon with 2 heads. It ferociously shot toward Emperor Yan. Illusion attack is it? Heh. Even the illusion attack of the second true master might not scare me, let alone yours, Lord Jingyan. Emperor Yen said disdainfully. Over millions of epochs Emperor Yan's will had already reached the intermediate void true god level. Lord Jingyan's weak illusion and soul attacks were completely useless. If Emperor Yen were not afraid of exposing his void true god level, well, he could have directly unleashed a will impact causing Lord Wuhuan and Lord Ying to temporarily lose consciousness. Wuhuan eyeing Emperor Yen has fallen into my illusion attack quickly. Lord Jingyan said urgently. 5 Divine Beast Annihilation. Lord Wuhuan directly unleashed his strongest attack, the 5 Divine Beast Annihilation. Although he spoke lightly in his heart, he dared not underestimate Emperor Yen. From the battle a million epochs ago, he knew how terrifying Emperor Yen was. Demon Hunting Void Slash. Lord Ying also unleashed his strongest attack, the Demon Hunting Void Slash. Its power was top tier 5 stage, no less than Lord Wuhuan's 5 Divine Beast Annihilation. Roar. Lord Wuhuan transformed into a giant beast 100 billion kilometers in size, roaring as it charged toward Emperor Yen. Meanwhile, Lord Ying's psychokinetic warblade transformed into a red blade 100 billion kilometers long. It seemed to tear through the void, slashing toward Emperor Yen at an inconceivably fast speed. Brother Yen, wake up quickly. Lord Yujewa cried out anxiously from within the dragon pattern tower. Outside, Emperor Yen stood motionless, as if he had fallen into Lord Jingyan's illusion, trapped in an endless trance. But in reality, the moment Lord Jingyan's illusion attack reached him, Emperor Yen used his mighty will to directly shatter the illusion. In the distance, Lord Jingyan and Lord Ying both smiled because Emperor Yen was about to be struck. The three of them firmly believed that with such a powerful attack, even if it couldn't kill Emperor Yen, it would be enough to severely damage his divine body and reduce his combat power to less than half. Of course, they were calculating based on a divine body of 100,000 kilometers. If they knew that Emperor Yan's divine body was a full 10 billion kilometers, they would be driven to jealousy and collapse. Boom! The giant beast and the terrifying war blade struck Emperor Yen simultaneously. Emperor Yan's body flew backward at 1,000 times the speed of light. He crashed directly into an island in the chaotic Star Sea. That island, with a diameter of a full light year, was instantly sunk by Emperor Yan's body. Brother Yen! Lord Yujewa shouted loudly from within the dragon pattern tower. Alright, Yudi, stop shouting. Do you have so little faith in me? Suddenly Emperor Yan's voice reached Lord Yujewa's ears. Brother Yen, you're really fine. That's wonderful. Lord Yujewa said happily. Is he dead? Lord Ying asked. Probably not. Emperor Yen is not so easy to kill. But I think he must be seriously injured. Lord Wuhuan replied. Humph. If he's not dead, then let's hit him again. Offending our divine I clan, does he think he can still live? Lord Jingyan snorted. TSK, is this the combined attack of the three of you? The power is quite mediocre. Suddenly Emperor Yan's voice came. You! The three powerhouses of the divine I clan were so shocked they could barely speak. Because Emperor Yan's aura had not weakened at all. Could he really be unscathed? No, he must have used his clone to immediately replenish his lost divine body. Lord Ying exclaimed. Right? It must be so. Lord Wuhuan and Lord Jingyan also thought so, because it was really hard for them to believe that the combined attack of the three had no effect on Emperor Yen. In fact, Emperor Yen had never been fooled by Lord Jingyan's illusion, so he naturally had the ability to resist their attacks. However, Emperor Yen did not do so. Instead, he activated the violent mode to test its limits. As a result, the ice breath armor did not disappoint Emperor Yen. The combined physical attacks of Lord Ying and Lord Wuhuan could reach the limit of 5 stage, but they caused no damage to Emperor Yen. It showed that the treasures that old man Zuoshanke gave his disciple were quite reliable. Your attacks are done now, it's my turn. Frozen Universe. A small universe with a diameter of 1 light year directly enveloped the 3 cosmic lords of the divine I clan. Then Emperor Yen fully activated the Star River realm, whose powerful suppression made the 3 cosmic lords of the divine I clan unable to move an inch. Meanwhile, Emperor Yen raised his Yen Divine Halberd for his strongest attack. Polar Great Explosion. Emperor Yen fiercely swung the Yen Divine Halberd, which had transformed into 1,000,000 kilometers, sending a blade of light 100 billion kilometers long, slashing toward Lord Wuhuan and the others. With the support of the Frozen Universe's origin and the Star River realm, this Polar Great Explosion had reached the limit of 5-stage power. In the past, without using his clone, Emperor Yen could not simultaneously cast the Frozen Universe, activate the domain-type treasure, and execute an attack secret technique. Such high-intensity multitasking was a huge challenge for the former Emperor Yen. But ever since his will reached the level of a void true god, such multitasking was a piece of cake. Emperor Yan's attack is coming. Defend with all our might. Lord Wuhuan used his signature skill, the 5 Divine Beast Annihilation, transforming into a 100 billion kilometer beast, to block Emperor Yan's attack. That terrifying blade light first passed through the beast formed by Lord Wuhuan, then through Lord Ying's warblade, and finally reached Lord Jingyan where it directly exploded. Boom! As soon as the power of the polar great explosion erupted, Emperor Yen instantly teleported out of his frozen universe, and then self-destructed the frozen universe. Boom! 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 The explosion lasted for dozens of seconds before slowly subsiding. The beast formed by Lord Wuhuan was already ragged and broken, and Lord Ying was no longer as confident as before. Lord Jingyan, who had the weakest physical defense, was even more disheveled. Emperor Yenyu, the three of them, Lord Wuhuan, and the others looked at Emperor Yen in terror, too frightened to speak. Such strength is probably not much inferior to a 6-stage cosmic lord. Leave behind a top-tier domain-type treasure and scram. Emperor Yen said coldly. Take it. Lord Wuhuan without a word threw a treasure toward Emperor Yen, and the three turned into a streak of light and fled. Elder brother Yen Di, you are so formidable. Yu Dai Hua Huang gazed at Yen Di's towering figure with admiration. Those 3 universe masters were top-tier 5th-stage universe masters. Even among the countless powerhouses gathered in the cosmic sea, they were notorious for their ferocity. Yet such formidable universe masters joining forces were defeated by Yen Di. Truly astonishing. Humph. Yen Di shook his head with a faint smile, offering no reply. In truth, although Yen Di could defeat the 3 universe masters of the Divine Eye Clan when they fought together, killing them was utterly impossible. Just as Giant Axe could defeat the 2 true masters of the Divine Eye Clan, but slaying them was out of the question. Of course, if Yen Di exerted his willpower at the Void True God level, he could at least leave behind Ying Master and Wuhan Master. Moreover, given the current strength of the human clan, if Yen Di truly killed the 3 universe masters of the Divine Eye Clan, the 7 true masters of the Divine Eye Clan might commit reckless acts. Giant Axe had not yet obtained the supreme treasure, the Divine Axe. Gazing at the treasure Wu Hun Master had given him, the Nether Prison, a top-tier domain-type treasure of the supreme level, it was slightly inferior to the Star River realm. You Dai, this Nether Prison is for you. Yen Di without a second glance bestowed this peak domain-type treasure upon Yu Dai Hua Huang. Ah! Elder brother Yen Di, this is too precious. How can I? Yu Dai Hua Huang exclaimed in shock. She never imagined that Yen Di would so casually give her a treasure that universe masters would fight to the death for. After all, the Yu Dai clan was merely an ordinary powerful race. Even all their resources combined were worth less than a few peak domain-type treasures. Yen Di looked into Yu Dai Hua Huang's eyes and whispered, "This treasure is not worth a millionth of you in my eyes." Elder brother Yen Di. Yu Dai Hua Huang was moved, gazing at Yen Di. In this world of survival of the fittest, genuine affection is exceedingly rare. Like Tuyu Master and Jiuli Master, or Yenju Master and Lujo Master. Generally, after reaching the Universe Master level, one must worry about the clan. Even more so for Yu Dai Hua Huang, whose strength was limited, and behind her the entire Yu Dai clan. When one becomes a high-ranking member or leader of a clan, for the clan's prosperity and survival they engage in scheming and strife with other powerhouses. Few can be trusted. Even Yu Dai Hua Huang had only gradually accepted Yen Di's feelings after he risked his life to help her several times. Let's go, Yu Dai. Once as Yen Di piloted the dragon pattern tower toward the cosmic arc, he inwardly shouted, "Yu Dai, rest assured, I will ensure our eternal existence. You, your clan, and I along with my clan." 500 years later, after departing from the outer region of the inclined peak realm, Yen Di spent a total of 700 years to reach the location of the cosmic arc. I have long heard that the cosmic arc is vast and magnificent beyond compare. Indeed, seeing is believing. Yen Di remarked in awe, gazing at the distant cosmic arc. The cosmic arc stretched 100 million light-years, rivaling the small universe of the mightiest. Grand, majestic, and also ruined. That was Yen Di's assessment of the cosmic arc. Even a supreme treasure of this level like the cosmic arc lay in such ruin in the terrifying depths of the cosmic sea. One can only imagine the horror and danger deep within the cosmic sea. Alas, what exactly is eternity? Yen Di sighed. After all, Duandong, he had once said, he followed a general to the cosmic sea. Thus it could be concluded that this general was at least a saint-level existence. At the very least a general who had reached the saint level along with many eternal true gods and countless void true gods piloting the cosmic arc. If it could not unleash the might of a divine king, Yen Di truly would not believe it. Yet even such a formidable fleet had perished in the endless years. The Wu kingdom, which could forge a super warship like the cosmic arc, and the divine King Wu who founded it, were all swallowed by the endless passage of time. So what is true eternity? Alas! Yen Di shook his head and sighed. He felt that during this period he had been oddly preoccupied with the question of what true eternity meant. He felt he had grasped something, yet there seemed to be an invisible barrier preventing him from truly seizing it. Elder brother Yen Di, what is wrong? Yu Dai Hua Huang, noticing Yen Di's unusual mood, asked with concern. Nothing. Let's go. The human clan's gathering place on the cosmic arc is not far. With that, Yen Di flew toward the floating debris on the outskirts of the cosmic arc. It took 3 full days for Yen Di to find the fragment where the human clan's camp was located. Indeed, not a single person is here. In reality, the Red Alliance had only about 30 universe masters, and most of them were in the inclined peak realm. The remaining 10 or so were at Flowing Heavy Mountain and the Cosmic Arc. They were likely out exploring, so it was unlikely that Yen Di would encounter them by chance. You die, let's rest here for 3 days then set off, alright? Yen Di inquired. Whatever elder brother Yen Di says. You die Hua Huang replied obediently. The dragon pattern tower landed on a fragment of the human clan's camp, transforming into a towering pagoda, 1,000,000 kilometers high standing there. Yen Di stepped out of the dragon pattern tower and stood on the fragment that ceaselessly revolved around the cosmic arc, gazing at the eternal unchanging cosmic arc. The cosmic arc was constantly inhaling vast amounts of chaotic energy, while simultaneously devouring a damaged small universe. The massive hull of the cosmic arc was covered with signs of damage. It was truly impossible to imagine what kind of power could have nearly destroyed such a colossal structure. Around the cosmic arc, black lightning rays of light and dark winds flickered incessantly. The most peculiar feature of the cosmic arc was the green vines, an unknown organism that grew like ivy clinging to the arc's surface. Yen Di stood there for 3 days. Elder brother Yen Di, time is up. Let's set off. You die, Hua Huang called out. Once again under Yen Di's control, the dragon pattern tower swiftly sped toward the cosmic arc. The abyss of extinction. Yen Di gazed at the boundless expanse of molten rock ahead. The infamous abyss of extinction on the outskirts of the cosmic arc. It ranked among the top 3 perilous regions on the cosmic arc's periphery, and its danger level could rival that of ordinary deep region death zones. It was here that Luo Feng earned his fearsome reputation, severely injuring Indu, dragging out the death of Jujian Master, and nearly causing Wu Hun Master to fall. The abyss of extinction's danger was beyond doubt, according to Yen Di's speculation. The 7 lava demon gods possessed at least the combat power of the mightiest, perhaps even part of the power of a void true god, equivalent to the 8 overlords of the cosmic sea. Lava demon god. How I wish to battle it. Yen Di's blood boiled. Lava demon gods did not understand the use of the laws. They relied purely on brute force to overcome technique. Each of them possessed a near-perfect path of close combat. If Yen Di could spar with them, it would greatly aid his own path of close combat. But Yen Di could only dream. Truly fighting a lava demon god would be suicide. How should I cross the abyss of extinction? Yen Di hesitated. To reach the black pattern pillar, he had to pass through the abyss of extinction. Although the chance of encountering a lava demon god here was extremely slim if it happened. And if the distance was too close, Yen Di had almost no chance of escape with his current strength. Of course, the other 7 dangers could be crossed without much difficulty given Yen Di's power. I'll take a gamble. I don't believe my luck is that bad. As the saying goes, the timid starve, the bold thrive. Over countless years, many powerhouses had crossed the abyss of extinction. One couldn't avoid it just because of the threat of the lava demon gods. Without further ado, Yen Di piloted the dragon pattern tower and moved cautiously. The Star River realm expanded its domain to nearly 10 light-years in diameter, closely monitoring the movement of the abyss of extinction. Once danger appeared, Yen Di would flee at maximum speed. Phew! I didn't expect my luck to be so incredible. This time, crossing the abyss of extinction, I encountered no danger at all. Yen Di sighed in relief. Yes, elder brother Yen Di, we are truly fortunate. You die. Hua Huang also let out a long breath. Yen Di had originally planned to escape at the first sign of danger. But crossing the entire abyss of extinction, the area was eerily calm. It was as if the lava demon gods had all been called home for dinner by their mothers. Great! Let's continue forward. Yen Di and Udai Hua Huang once again set off on their journey of peril and opportunity. After 200 years of travel, relying on his formidable strength, Yen Di weathered countless dangers and battles, finally reaching the depths of the cosmic arc. Now Yen Di faced the death zone of the withered sea desert, a danger level comparable to the abyss of extinction without the lava demon gods. Of course, with careful preparation, Yen Di could handle such a level of danger. But he could not afford to be careless. In the 3 great death zones, the slightest lapse could lead to annihilation. Just as Yen Di reached the center of the withered sea desert, a sudden gale arose, and anomalies erupted. You die, be careful. This is one of the 9 perils of the withered sea desert. The death storm. At the center of the withered sea desert, another colossal tornado was moving towards Yen Emperor and his companions. The tornado had a diameter of 3 light-years and a height of tens of light-years. The tornado's immense power churned up sand and stone from the desert, giving it the appearance of a golden divine dragon. Brother Yen Emperor, are we in danger? Princess Butterfly worriedly asked. Given her status and strength in the Crimson Alliance, she had no access to the maps and information of the withered sea desert. Butterfly, don't be afraid. With my dragon pattern tower, we can surely survive this death storm, Yen Emperor said confidently. The most terrifying aspect of the Death Storm was its immense tearing force, which could easily destroy a top-tier palace-type treasure. Here it comes. Butterfly, defend with all your might. Yen Emperor roared. Given the storm's speed, escape was impossible. They had to endure it head-on. The massive death storm instantly engulfed Yen Emperor and his companion. The sand and stones whipped up by the storm struck the dragon pattern tower's body, each impact causing it to shake violently. The power of these stones striking the tower far exceeded the full force attack of a supreme being. Bang, bang, bang. The stones driven by the death storm relentlessly pummeled the dragon pattern tower. The storm's tearing force nearly unbalanced the dragon pattern tower. Yen Emperor strained to stabilize it. Once the tower lost balance and was dragged into the depths of the death storm, the danger would be immense. Swish! From the far end of the spinning death storm, a stone over 100 billion kilometers in diameter was swept up by the storm's immense power and hurtled towards the dragon pattern tower at 1,000 times the speed of light. Not good. Butterfly, quickly, let's swing to the right together. Yen Emperor cried in alarm. If that massive stone struck them, the danger would be dire. Princess Butterfly and Yen Emperor both exerted their full strength to shift the dragon pattern tower's position, but within the terrible storm they could barely move an inch. Boom! The giant stone arrived in an instant, slamming brutally into the dragon pattern tower. The moment it struck, Yen Emperor lost control of the tower. The tower was then tossed about by the death storm's tearing force, its direction unknown. Ah! Brother Yen Emperor, what do we do? Princess Butterfly exclaimed in panic. Butterfly, don't panic. Trust me, we will surely get through this safely. With a roar, Yen Emperor unleashed his full divine form, stretching to 1 billion kilometers in height like a giant. Clad in the pristine ice breath armor, and with a crimson horn, Yen Emperor appeared majestic and imposing. In his full divine form, he burned divine power with all his might, striving to steer the dragon pattern tower towards the storm's periphery. Swish, swish, swish. Several more massive stones shot towards the dragon pattern tower. Considering these stones existed within the death storm that could tear apart top-tier palace treasures, their hardness and contained energy were unimaginable. Bang, bang, bang. Through the dragon pattern tower, Yen Emperor unleashed the ultimate fusion technique, annihilation. But the stone's power rivaled the limit attack of a supreme being. His assault could not stop them in the slightest. Without a doubt, the dragon pattern tower was struck again by these flying stones. Instantly it lost all direction and control, like a small boat caught in a maelstrom being dragged bit by bit into death by the terrible storm. Butterfly, forget the tower now. Focus all your energy on protecting yourself. When the dragon pattern tower lost control, Yen Emperor knew that trying to maintain its direction was futile. Now they had to withstand the shockwaves penetrating the tower. Rampage mode. Yen Emperor activated the Ice Breath Armor's Rampage mode, shielding Princess Butterfly under his protection, and endured the terrible shockwaves alone. Meanwhile, the dragon pattern tower was like a small boat caught in a whirlpool, drifting inexorably towards the center. What awaited Yen Emperor at the heart of the death storm? Half a day has passed and the death storm shows no signs of ending. I wonder if brother Yen Emperor can hold on. Princess Butterfly worried. Yen Emperor, struggling against the transmitted waves, was also growing anxious. The records of the death storm were scarce, only mentioning its danger being comparable to the 7 perils of the god-exterminating abyss. But who knew the death storm would be so tenacious? Will I, Yen Emperor, fall here? No, I will never fall. I am the strongest. Yen Emperor roared inwardly. Though he had clones and feared not death, his most important treasures were on this clone. Moreover, Princess Butterfly had no clone. For whatever reason, Yen Emperor could not collapse. After 3 full days, even with Yen Emperor's astonishing divine body height and divine power density, he had lost 10% of his divine body. To put it in perspective, 10% of his divine body was far larger than that of an average supreme being. Of course, his divine power density did not match that of a supreme being, as a supreme being's density was 100 times that of a universe master. What is this? Yen Emperor gazed in confusion at the raging storm around him, yet he found himself in a calm area floating in the void. Could this be the center of the death storm? Ha! I never expected the center to be so calm, much like a tornado. Yen Emperor exclaimed in surprise. Neither he nor Princess Butterfly had anticipated that the heart of the storm would be a tranquil place, seemingly devoid of danger. Ah! Brother Yen Emperor, I feel terrible. Princess Butterfly suddenly cried out in pain. Butterfly, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? This is not right. It's a will attack. Yen Emperor realized, watching Princess Butterfly's agony. The storm's center harbored a terrifying will assault. Butterfly, hold on. I will find a way for us to escape. The insidious will attack had no effect on Yen Emperor, but it posed a great danger to Princess Butterfly. Though his own will was formidable, he could not shield others from it. Even Luofeng, faced with the White Wing treasures, will assault could not block it with the Star Tower, a King God level artifact. The Dragon Pattern Tower was no exception. Not good. The will attack is intensifying. Yen Emperor cried out in alarm. Given Princess Butterfly's willpower at the limit of a universe master, if the assault grew stronger she risked true death. Butterfly, hold on. Don't give up. You must persist. If you endure you will not only survive but also greatly strengthen your will. Yen Emperor encouraged her as she writhed in pain. What should I do? For a moment Yen Emperor was frantic. Calm down. Calm down. There must be a way. Yen Emperor forced himself to be calm. 2 options can save Butterfly. First, escape the Deathstorm Center. Second, find the source of this will attack and eliminate it. Escaping the center was unrealistic. The storm's tearing force made a quick escape impossible. Thus he had to locate the source of the will attack and destroy it. Yen Emperor opened his galactic domain, extending his exploration across the storm's 10 light-year diameter. He meticulously searched for the source of the will assault, leaving no stone unturned. What's that? Yen Emperor suddenly spotted a black stone, roughly 10,000 kilometers in size at a height of 8 light-years. It was this stone that continuously emitted the will attack. Moreover, the stone was gradually descending, causing the will assault to intensify. Good. Since I found the source, I'll destroy it. Yen Emperor flew out of the dragon pattern tower, heading towards the black stone above. After traveling 2 light-years, he realized the will force here was enough to render a universe master at the limit unconscious. At 4 light-years the will attack approached that of a supreme being. At 6 light-years it reached the level of a beginning supreme being. When Yen Emperor finally reached the stone, he found its emitted will force could render any supreme being below the intermediate level unconscious. To resist it completely one needed a will close to the limit of a supreme being. Now that I've found the source, I'll just take this stone. A stone roughly 10,000 kilometers in diameter seemed like an egg to a normal person in the eyes of Yen Emperor, whose divine body stretched 1 billion kilometers. He grabbed the black stone and pulled with all his might. It won't move. Yen Emperor was shocked. A casual pull from him could destroy a galaxy, let alone a single stone. Since I can't take it, I'll destroy it, Yen Emperor thought. Perceiving the stone's oddity, he unleashed the frozen universe. Then, with the enhancement of his galactic domain, he used his strongest attack. Polar Cataclysm. Boom, boom, boom. A blade of light, 100 billion kilometers long, slammed into the black stone, and Yen Emperor immediately detonated the frozen universe. The combined attack reached the peak of the 5th stage. Yet, after a dozen seconds. What? Yen Emperor was dumbfounded. The black stone remained firmly in place, floating in the void, slowly descending. Seeing the stone utterly unscathed, Yen Emperor almost felt it mock him. What should I do then? Could it be I can bond with it? He placed his hand on the stone, imprinting his life mark, but the black stone showed no response. Is it a strange object? Strange objects usually required no bonding. They could be used directly. The problem was he couldn't even move the stone, so how could he use it? Maybe blood bonding. Yen Emperor recalled that the I tribe had once tried to bond with the tomb ship through blood. Would it work here? Worth a try. It won't hurt. He sprinkled his blood onto the black stone. Then he was stunned once again. What the hell is this for real? I actually succeeded. The Flame Emperor stared in disbelief at the black stone in his hand, astonishment coloring his voice. The Flame Emperor had been treating this as a last-ditch effort. He had scattered his blood onto the black stone, without much hope, yet to his surprise it actually worked. The moment his blood touched the stone, he felt a mysterious connection with it. With a mere thought, the black stone flew into his hand of its own accord. The death storm has dissipated. The Flame Emperor looked around at the raging storm, which had vanished the moment he collected the black stone. How strange. It feels as if this black stone was the heart of the death storm. Once I took it, the storm disappeared. The Flame Emperor speculated inwardly. Flame Emperor, are you all right? The Butterfly Flower Empress, no longer feeling the oppressive pressure, flew swiftly to his side, her voice laced with concern. Oh, I'm fine. Let's hurry and leave. The Flame Emperor and the Butterfly Flower Empress entered the Dragon Pattern Tower, once more piloting it slowly across the perilous desert of dried bones. This black stone is so strange. No secret patterns, no information, no function. It's like a supreme treasure crafted by the mountain visitor. The Flame Emperor turned the stone over in his hands, sensing its oddity. It couldn't enlarge, couldn't change shape, held no relevant information, and possessed no discernible function. Moreover, ever since he claimed ownership, it had ceased to emit any willpower impact. Neither divine power nor willful touch elicited any response. At this moment, the black stone was utterly useless, like an ordinary rock. Its only unique trait was its hardness, which the Flame Emperor estimated to be on par with the most supreme treasures. Since that's the case, I'll inlay it into my shield. Can serve as a treasure capable of withstanding attacks. If I have time to return to the Prime Universe, I'll ask the mountain visitor to appraise it. With his vast knowledge, he's sure to recognize it. The Flame Emperor thought. Although he favored close combat, he used dual weapons and was agile, so he rarely employed a shield. But a shield with extraordinary defensive capabilities would certainly not be unwelcome. He produced a top-tier shield named the Crimson Scale Shield, which was merely an ordinary peak treasure. The Flame Emperor couldn't refine treasures, but he could inlay them. He controlled the Crimson Scale Shield, creating a depression in its center, and set the black stone into it. Okay, haha, it's done? The Flame Emperor exclaimed in delight. Although the Crimson Scale Shield lacked the secret patterns of a supreme treasure, the area covered by the black stone. The Flame Emperor estimated its defensive power to be no less than that of a supreme treasure. Now this Crimson Scale Shield is as valuable as the ice element armor, he thought happily. Though he was not adept with shields, in moments when he couldn't counterattack, a powerful shield was still necessary. From today your name shall be Stone Daredevil. The Flame Emperor named the Crimson Scale Shield, now inlaid with the black stone, Stone Daredevil. A very ordinary name, and a plagiarized one at that. Phew, have we finally left the desert of dried bones? Ahead lies the Starwave Sea, a perilous place no less dangerous than the Demon Abyss. After enduring countless dangers, the Flame Emperor finally emerged from the desert. He let out a long breath and sighed. Indeed, Flame Emperor, we have faced countless dangers along this journey. The Butterfly Flower Empress also remarked with emotion. Alright, let's set off for the Starwave Sea. As the Flame Emperor knew, although the Starwave Sea matched the Demon Abyss in danger, the chance of treasures appearing there was several times higher. It was considered a rather generous, perilous land. The Dragon Pattern Tower flew slowly above the Starwave Sea. In such dangerous places, teleportation was out of the question. It would be suicide. One had to spread the domain of a domain-type treasure, probing and moving inch by inch. Suddenly, thousands of billions of kilometers away, a strange beast appeared with 4 limbs and 2 heads. Its body was covered in black and white scales, and each of its ferocious heads bore a single horn. That's the Dragon Pattern Tower. Has the Flame Emperor arrived? The beast muttered, a flicker of wariness in its eyes. At the same time, the Flame Emperor detected the creature. It's the Lord Benqi of the Dark Giant Rhinoceros tribe, from the first reincarnation era. Legend has it that the Dark Giant Rhinoceros tribe excels in the dark path of light law, and this Lord Benqi, after a life mutation, grew 2 heads. With 2 heads, he can simultaneously wield the power of darkness and light, making him a match for the Star River Lord. A top-tier 5th stage universe lord. The Flame Emperor recalled the information about Lord Benqi and the Dark Giant Rhinoceros tribe. The tribe was not a peak race in the first reincarnation era, possessing only one supreme being. Moreover, that supreme being, lacking a supreme treasure, kept a low profile and was relatively weak. Lord Benqi. Flame Emperor. Lord Benqi stared at the Flame Emperor with caution, well aware of his reputation. Though Lord Benqi didn't know that the Flame Emperor had simultaneously defeated 3 universe lords of the Divine Eye tribe, he knew that the Flame Emperor had vanquished the Lord Wuhuan 1,000,000 epochs ago. Thus he estimated that if it came to a fight, he would most likely lose. The Flame Emperor also regarded Lord Benqi warily, while confident of victory. Killing Lord Benqi without using the willpower of a Void True God level would be extremely difficult. The Flame Emperor had managed to kill Lord Tuyu and Lord Julie, because his strength slightly surpassed theirs. But the real reason was the frozen universe could suppress them, preventing escape. Lord Benqi, however, possessed a domain-type treasure second only to supreme treasures, the Dark Light Realm. With the might of the Dark Light Realm, even if the Flame Emperor's frozen universe overlapped with the Star River Realm, it couldn't suppress Lord Benqi. At best, it would match the power of the Dark Light Realm. Thus both the Flame Emperor and Lord Benqi harbored their own concerns, and neither made a move. Under mutual vigilance, the Flame Emperor refrained from attacking. Just then, the sea surface of the Starwave Sea 3 light-years away from the Flame Emperor began to churn violently, as if something was about to emerge. Is a treasure about to appear? The Flame Emperor wondered. The disturbance strongly suggested a treasure's emergence. Could it be a treasure surfacing? Lord Benqi also sensed the disturbance. Amid the boiling sea, a strange metal fragment, with a diameter exceeding 1,000,000 kilometers, appeared. The metal was aquamarine, emitting a soft blue glow. It's Wave Sea Mithril. Move! The Flame Emperor and Lord Benqi shouted simultaneously, darting toward the newly emerged Wave Sea Mithril. Wave Sea Mithril, a unique metal from the Wave Sea realm. It was on the same level as the ice crystal stone used to forge the ice element armor. A supplementary material for supreme treasures, and a primary material for peak treasures. Its value was roughly slightly less than a top-tier domain-type treasure. Lord Benqi activated his Dark Light Realm to reach for the Wave Sea Mithril, while the Flame Emperor responded in kind. He unleashed the Star River Realm and simultaneously used the Frozen Universe. Their powers were nearly equal, neither able to overwhelm the other. With mutual suppression preventing teleportation, they could only fly toward the prize. Whoosh! Ha ha ha! Lord Benqi, the Wave Sea Mithril is mine. I'll take my leave now, no need to see me off. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily. The Flame Emperor had been closer to the Wave Sea Mithril, and with equal suppression the flight speed of Universe Lords was similar, so he naturally secured the treasure first. Humph! Since you've obtained the treasure, do you think I'll let you leave so easily? Lord Benqi snorted coldly, simultaneously driving the Dark Light Realm to its full extent, preventing the Flame Emperor from escaping quickly. Oh! Lord Benqi, what do you propose? Do you wish to cross swords with me? The Flame Emperor retorted, though he lacked the confidence to kill Lord Benqi without using Void True God willpower. If the other party was being unreasonable, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. There's no need for that. It's just that the outside world speaks of your genius and prowess, Lord Benqi replied. Today I'd like to test your skills and see for myself your capabilities. Very well. Then make your move. Though the Flame Emperor's divine body had not yet fully recovered from the desert of dried bones, he had no reason to fear Lord Benqi. Good. Your forthright Flame Emperor. Then take my strongest blow. With a mighty roar, Lord Benqi's two horns blazed with strange light. One blindingly bright, the other seemingly absorbing all radiance. After night comes dawn, and after dawn night returns. The cycle of light and dark, the alternation of dusk and dawn. Dawn! The lights from the two horns interwove, mimicking the interplay of night and dawn, ultimately forming a ray of dawn-like light that shot toward the Flame Emperor. Lord Benqi's strongest attack, Dawn, perfect for testing my Stone Daredevil. The Flame Emperor brought out Stone Daredevil, shrinking himself to about 1,000 kilometers, and took cover behind the area inlaid with the black stone. Boom! The light struck Stone Daredevil, and the Flame Emperor sheltering behind it felt the shield tremble violently. Yet aside from that, he sensed no real threat. Haha! Stone Daredevil hasn't let me down. It can fully withstand a top-tier 5th stage attack. Its value is not far from that of a strange object. The Flame Emperor thought with satisfaction. What? The Flame Emperor is almost unscathed. He's truly unfathomable. Lord Benqi was inwardly astonished. His strongest attack had no effect on the Flame Emperor. Moreover, that shield of his was clearly on the same level as the Dark Light Realm. Seeing that his attack was futile, Lord Benqi turned and departed. The Flame Emperor resumed his journey. 300 years after leaving the Star Wave Sea, the Flame Emperor and his companions finally reached the Haywen Stone Pillar. Brother Yendi, is this the Black Pattern Stone Pillar? Asked Yudai Flower Emperor. Both Yendi and Yudai Flower Emperor were in shock. The 16 black pattern stone pillars, each towering over 1,000 light-years, radiated an overwhelming might. Even the supreme treasures paled in comparison, and each of the 16 pillars was inscribed with profound mystic patterns. A single glance from afar seemed to trap one forever, yet they remained incomprehensible. Which pillar should I go to for cultivation? The black pattern stone pillars were governed by 3 supremes. The 9th pillar was the domain of Blood Orchid Ancestor, whose nature was extremely evil and generally not to be offended. The 2nd pillar was the domain of Beiqi Star Lord, who was gentle and highly respected. As for the rampaging demon, he was erratic in his whereabouts and temperamental, making him the most troublesome of the 3 supremes. The information about the black pattern stone pillars flashed through Yendi's mind, and for a moment he found it difficult to decide under which pillar to cultivate. Yudi, which pillar do you think we should train under? Unable to decide, Yendi asked Yudai Flower Emperor. Wherever Brother Yendi goes I will follow, replied Yudai Flower Emperor straightforwardly. All right. Yendi sighed helplessly, feeling that the current Yudai Flower Emperor reminded him of a saying from his past life. Women in love have negative IQ. Then let's go to the 12th black pattern stone pillar. It's less crowded and more secluded. Yendi was not going to temper his will. Instead, he intended to use time acceleration to comprehend the laws, studying the mystic patterns of the pillar to enhance his own mystic arts. Everything is up to Brother Yendi, Yudai Flower Emperor replied just as succinctly. Let's go. Yendi and Yudai Flower Emperor swiftly approached the 12th black pattern stone pillar, while the flow of time gradually accelerated. 100 times. 500 times. 1550 times. 5,000 times. Pant. Brother Yendi, I can't go on. Let's stop here, said Yudai Flower Emperor, panting heavily. Is this probably the limit of a universe master's will? Yendi thought silently. Alright, then you train here, Yudai. I'll go ahead to leave a divine power avatar, and come back to accompany you. Brother Yendi, be careful. Yendi continued forward while the time acceleration kept increasing. 15,000 times. 20,000 times. 28,000 times. Suddenly a strange figure appeared before Yendi. A bizarre alien with a single foot, 5 eyes, and no mouth. The alien spoke arrogantly. Kid, what's your name? Your will is impressive. A universe master, yet you can come this far. A universe master I've never seen before, and this aura and tone. Could it be? Yendi suddenly thought of someone. A supreme who liked to cause trouble near the black pattern stone pillars. The rampaging demon. Yendi immediately said. I'm called Yen Di, got it? My will is far stronger than this, not something your weak will can compare with. In truth, Yen Di was speaking the truth. Although the rampaging demon's blood sea demon armor could emit will attacks, his own will was not strong. Probably only at the limit of a supreme. Of course this not strong was relative. In fact, the rampaging demon's will at the supreme limit was still among the top in the cosmic sea. Yen Di's will, however, had reached the intermediate stage of the void true god level, naturally beyond the rampaging demon's comparison. But when the rampaging demon heard this, he reacted differently. With a temper like an old child, he flew into a rage. Kid, you dare say my will is weak? I'll duel you. Duel? Yen Di was no fool. How could he duel a supreme? He immediately asked, Rampaging demon, do you think your will is stronger than mine? I said your will is weak. Don't you accept it? Humph. How could the great rampaging demon's will be weaker than a weakling universe master like you? The rampaging demon snorted. Alright, rampaging demon, since you claim your will is stronger, dare to make a bet with me. If not, then get lost. Yen Di said arrogantly, his past life Oscar-level acting skills coming into play. Ah! You're infuriating me. Speak, weak universe master. What do you want to bet? I, the rampaging demon, agree to anything. The rampaging demon said angrily. The rampaging demon was truly furious. When had the great rampaging demon ever been scorned by a universe master? Everywhere he went he was either fawned upon or feared. Good. Brave spirit, rampaging demon. Yen Di showed an expression of admiration. Humph. Just say what the bet is. The rampaging demon said impatiently. Alright, since you're so straightforward, let's bet on whose will is stronger. Yen Di said, looking at the rampaging demon with a contemptuous expression. Fine, bet on will it is. Let's start quickly. The rampaging demon urged. But in his heart he thought, I am a supreme with will at the limit. Except for a few like Beichi Star-Lord who can compare to me. Could this little universe master Yen Di's will surpass a supreme? For this bet, the rampaging demon felt he was as good as victorious. Once he won against Yen Di, he would teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Rampaging demon, don't rush. Since it's a bet, there should be a stake, right? What stake? The rampaging demon asked doubtfully. Since we're betting, there should be what happens if you win or what happens if you lose, right? Yen Di said. Oh, right. If I win, I'll definitely teach you a lesson, little guy. The rampaging demon realized. If you win, I'll accept your punishment. But what if you lose? Yen Di showed a look of a wolf tricking a lamb with a face full of scheming satisfaction. Lose? How could the great rampaging demon lose to a weak universe master like you? The rampaging demon said confidently. That won't do. What if I win? It can't be that you win and punish me but I win and get nothing right. Fine, fine. Then what do you suggest? The rampaging demon said impatiently. Rampaging demon, if I win, can I have something from you? Yen Di finally revealed his wolf's tail. The blood sea demon armor. That was a void true god level armor, and Yen Di was extremely covetous. Kid, are you after my supreme treasure? That won't do. If you dare to think of my supreme treasure again, I'll kill you right now. The rampaging demon realized. It seems this rampaging demon isn't stupid. Indeed, having cultivated to the supreme level, his mind is like a supercomputer. How could he be so easily fooled? Yen Di thought. Alright then, in that case, I'll change the condition. If I win, you will protect Udai Flower Emperor at the Black Pattern Stone Pillar for 1 billion epochs. Yen Di had originally planned to leave a divine power avatar ahead, and then return to accompany Udai Flower Emperor. Once Udai Flower Emperors will reach the supreme level, her soul attack would reach the 5th stage, and then they would venture together into the depths of the cosmic boat's inner region. But if the rampaging demon protected Udai Flower Emperor, he could first scout the various dangerous zones. Fine, I accept this condition. For a supreme, even 1 billion epochs was merely a brief period. Good, then let's begin. At the command, the two moved toward the Black Pattern Stone Pillar simultaneously. 30,000 times. Neither felt any pressure, they advanced with full force. It seemed the distance that was hard for a universe master was merely an appetizer for Yen Di and the rampaging demon. 40,000 times. Both still felt no pressure, continuing forward without any pause. 5,000 times. Yen Di still advanced with full force without pressure, while the rampaging demon seemed a bit overwhelmed. Wow! The pressure is immense. Seeing that kid Yen Di without any pressure, am I going to lose? No, how can the great rampaging demon lose to a weak universe master? The rampaging demon roared in his heart. 58,000 times. Yen Di still advanced without pressure, but the poor rampaging demon fell unable to go further. Damn! The great rampaging demon actually lost to a weak universe master. Could Yen Di's will have already surpassed the supreme limit? The rampaging demon was utterly shocked. Yen Di's will was absurdly strong. 70,000 times. Barely reaching the void true god level of will. Pity it's still not my limit. Yendi murmured. 100,000 times. It has reached a new height, nearly the intermediate stage of void. True God will. Am I also nearing my limit? Watching Yendi's blurry figure in the distance, the rampaging demon was completely dumbfounded. They were in completely different leagues. 12,600 times. Pant. 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 Have I reached my temporary limit? It seems my will is still a notch below Beiqi Star Lord. Yendi said, panting. Yendi began to walk back, leaving a divine power avatar at the 100,000 times mark. He would use it to comprehend the laws and study the mystic patterns of the black pattern stone pillar, enhancing his mystic arts. The reason Yendi left a divine power avatar at his limit was that the intense will impact there made it impossible for him to peacefully comprehend the laws. The rampaging demon looked at Yendi walking toward him with a shocked expression, stammering, You kid, are breaking the heavens. Ha ha ha. Just a small matter. Rampaging demon, don't forget our bet. Yendi laughed heartily. Humph. Take this token. For this billion epochs, unless something major happens, I'll try to stay at the black pattern stone pillar. If anything happens, you can send me a message and I'll come immediately. But I'm telling you, I'll intervene at most 3 times. And if the opponent is stronger than me, I won't help. The rampaging demon tossed a token to Yendi with a snort. Haha. Many thanks then. Yendi bid farewell to the rampaging demon. 3 chances. That's enough. Then he flew off toward Udai Flower Emperor's direction. The Flame Emperor flew back to the side of the Butterfly Flower Sovereign, handing her the communication token given by the Overlord of the Cosmos. He then said, Yudi, this token is the communication token of a supreme cosmic powerhouse. If you ever find yourself in danger within the 10 billion epochs, you can use it to summon him for rescue. Brother Flame Emperor, are you not going to stay with me? The Butterfly Flower Sovereign's beautiful eyes widened, looking at him with an alluring and pitiful charm. Yudi, I will leave behind a divine incarnation to guide you, while my true self will venture into some perilous regions of the cosmic arc to scout the situation. Once your power reaches the 5th stage, I will take you to explore the cosmos. Is that acceptable? The Flame Emperor gently tapped the Butterfly Flower Sovereign's adorable nose as he asked. The Butterfly Flower Sovereign wrinkled her nose and replied, No, it's not good at all without Brother Flame Emperor by my side. And when will my strength ever reach the 5th stage? The transition from the 4th to the 5th stage for a Cosmic Lord was an immense leap. It was known that the 5 Chaos Lord had spent an entire cycle to create the 5 Beast Divine Annihilation, a 5th stage secret art. One could imagine how daunting the difficulty was. Yet the Butterfly Flower Sovereign was somewhat different. Following the path of the soul, once her will reached the level of a Cosmic Supreme, her soul attack power would swiftly ascend to the 5th stage. Although the Flame Emperor had not attained any of the 3 realms of the mind, he had read many ancient scrolls and sagely texts in his past life, naturally granting him an extremely high state of mind. With his guidance coupled with the tempering of the black Starry stone pillar, 10 billion epochs would be enough for the Butterfly Flower Sovereign's will to reach the supreme level. Moreover, after her recent experience in the Death Storm, she had undergone a purification of will, and had already touched the threshold of the supreme. Do not worry, Yudai. With my guidance you will surely reach the 5th stage swiftly. Really? Really? Then I believe, Brother Flame Emperor. At the black Starry stone pillar, the Flame Emperor spent 3,000 years with the Butterfly Flower Sovereign, then left behind a divine incarnation, before continuing his exploration deeper into the cosmic arc. 800 years, and I have finally arrived at the legendary Flame Ice domain. This is where Luofeng rose to prominence, the turning point and origin of our human race. The Flame Emperor said with a hint of excitement. Above the Flame Ice domain stretched an endless crimson sea of magma, while below lay a black marshland. From time to time large patches of magma fell into the black marsh below, emitting a sizzling sound. If my memory serves me correctly, there should be a powerful expert from the God Eye clan stationed here. But I wonder if it is the legendary couple Shadow Dust Lord and Evil Nether Lord. It is rather fateful that the AI Shadow Lord I drove away earlier is actually the brother of this Shadow Dust Lord. The enmity is already set. The Flame Emperor muttered to himself. The Shadow Witch couple were both 5th stage Cosmic Lords, renowned figures in the Cosmic Sea. The soul attacks of the Witch Shadow Lord were no less formidable than those of the Pure Eye Lord, while the Shadow Dust Lord's close combat prowess was not far behind that of the Flame Emperor. The inner domain of the cosmic arc is truly perilous. Even a top-tier palace-type supreme treasure can be shattered instantly. The Flame Emperor, seated within the Dragon Wave Tower, gazed at the scene outside the Flame Ice domain and sighed. Yet this also created a situation where any treasure emerging in the depths of the cosmic arc was at least a peak palace-type supreme treasure. Anything inferior would be destroyed outright by the natural environment here. The deep inner domain of the cosmic arc, especially danger zones like the Flame Ice domain that were near the core. A random gust of wind, lightning bolt, or drifting stone could shatter a top-tier palace-type supreme treasure, far surpassing the full force strike of an ordinary supreme being. Alas, I shall explore slowly bit by bit. The human race's maps of the cosmic arc's depths are far too scarce. Let me fill them in little by little. The Flame Emperor sighed. Indeed, the three great forbidden zones were so vast that even the supreme beings of 3 cycles could only explore a millionth of them, let alone the humans of the primal universe. The Flame Emperor had already spent 7 million years in the Flame Ice domain. During this time, seated in the Dragonwave Tower, he had gradually mapped out the dangers of the Flame Ice domain. The threats were relatively clear, otherwise, he would not have been able to do so easily. This speed was already quite fast considering that the Flame Emperor did not possess a palace-type supreme treasure at the level of an ultimate treasure, so he dared not recklessly charge about. Unfortunately, no treasure had manifested, though he had clashed with many powerful experts. Alas, it seems there is little hope of waiting for a treasure to appear. Perhaps I should go explore other forbidden zones instead. Even if I cannot obtain a treasure, I can enrich the clan's internal maps as a contribution to the human race. The Flame Emperor sighed. Just as the Flame Emperor was about to leave, something happened. A faint ripple spread across the entire Flame Ice domain. For the Flame Ice domain, where space was extremely condensed to emit such intense ripples, it was highly likely that a treasure was about to appear. A few tens of light years to the left. Let me hurry over. The Flame Emperor detected the source of the ripple and flew at full speed. Haha, nether which we just arrived to garrison this Flame Ice domain. And a treasure is emerging. What luck! Said a powerful figure resembling a human with a divine eye phantom behind his back. Indeed. Shadow Dust, we are truly lucky, replied a stunningly beautiful woman in black robes, also a member of the God Eye clan. The two were none other than the renowned Shadow Witch couple in the Cosmic Sea. Shadow Dust Lord and Nether Witch Lord drove their palace treasure at full speed toward the direction of the ripples. Could this be a treasure emerging? A male Cosmic Lord covered in emerald leaves muttered to himself. This man was extremely handsome with pointed ears. He looked like an elf draped in green leaves. This expert was Evergreen Lord, a powerhouse from the 2nd cycle, a member of the special lifeform Green Willow clan. His divine body was immense, reaching 3 million kilometers in height, and he excelled in close combat, especially boxing. His gauntlets were a treasure second only to the ultimate treasures. Evergreen Lord also drove his palace treasure at full speed, racing toward the source of the ripples. At the same time, the Flame Emperor was also rushing with all his might toward the disturbance. The Shadow Dust Lord and Nether Witch Lord couple did the same, as did the powerful Evergreen Lord. It was Evergreen Lord who arrived first. He gazed at the endless black marsh where black bubbles over 10,000 kilometers in diameter were rising. He thought to himself, this must be where a treasure is about to manifest. Although the ripples continued and large bubbles emerged, the treasure had not yet appeared, so Evergreen Lord dared not act rashly. In danger zones like the Flame Ice domain deep within the cosmic arc, even a supreme being was powerless before a treasure emerged. Helplessly, Evergreen Lord could only watch, alertly ready for any imminent crisis. 2 more terrifying auras descended. The 2 God Eye clan experts newly stationed their Shadow Dust Lord and Nether Witch Lord. Evergreen Lord, you arrived early, said Shadow Dust Lord with hostility. Oh, it is Shadow Dust Lord. Then Nether Witch Lord must be here as well. Evergreen Lord replied calmly, unafraid, even if he had to face the couple together. His devastating heavy punches were notorious. Hee, of course I am here. A voice said, seductive enough to lure one to paradise or drag them to the abyss of hell. Nether Witch Lord, do not waste your petty tricks on me. Such soul attacks are useless against me. Evergreen Lord snorted coldly. Evergreen Lord, enough talk. This Flame Ice domain is under the garrison of our God Eye clan. I suggest you leave at once lest we have to drive you away. Shadow Dust Lord said coldly. Your God Eye clan? Are these 3 great forbidden zones your exclusive property? How tyrannical. Yet I, Evergreen, am not afraid of the 2 of you, Evergreen Lord retorted without backing down. Then we shall settle this with our true abilities, Shadow Dust Lord said, preparing to drive Evergreen Lord away. Bring it on. Let my iron fists test the Shadow Witch duo. Evergreen Lord was unyielding, ready for a great battle. A 5th-stage pinnacle Cosmic Lord like Evergreen Lord was not easily intimidated. Just then a voice rang out. The treasure has not yet appeared. Why must you 3 resort to arms? Flame Emperor. The 3 experts exclaimed in surprise. Even the renowned genius Cosmic Lord Flame Emperor has come. Evergreen Lord said with admiration. Genius Cosmic Lord. The Flame Emperor was bewildered. When had he earned that title? Flame Emperor, you have come as well? A voice tinged with resentment said. The Flame Emperor turned to see Shadow Dust Lord and said, What? Can I not be here? Where you go is none of my concern. Shadow Dust Lord snorted coldly, but his tone was filled with hatred and wariness. The outside world did not know that the Flame Emperor had single-handedly defeated 3 5th-stage pinnacle Cosmic Lords of the God Eye clan, but the clan itself was fully aware. Moreover, Shadow Dust Lord was the elder brother of AI Shadow Lord, so he knew the details intimately. Hence he understood the terror of the Flame Emperor even more. The Flame Emperor did not respond, knowing that such words were meaningless now. The priority was to seize the treasure about to appear. Killing Shadow Dust Lord and Nether Witch Lord, however, was unrealistic. Unless he directly used his Void True God level will, he might be able to keep Shadow Dust Lord. As for Nether Witch Lord, whose will had definitely reached the supreme level, the Flame Emperor had little confidence. With the Flame Emperor's arrival, the three sides temporarily calmed down, waiting for the treasure to emerge. Boom! 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 At last the spot where bubbles had been rising from the black swamp stirred, and a corner of a supreme treasure emerged. Judging by its shape, it is most likely a supreme treasure of the armor type. Yen Emperor estimated as he looked at the exposed corner. In a place like the Yambing domain, any weapon type or armor type supreme treasure that emerged was of the peak supreme grade. It was basically on the same level as the Yen Divine Halberd and the Tribulation armor. Such treasures were extremely precious even to 5th stage universe masters. Among the supreme treasures on Yen Emperor, only the Ice Breath armor and the Sure Gondang, a treasure of uncertain grade, were a notch above peak supreme grade armor. The rest were at this level, and even the Xinghe realm was slightly inferior. At the peak supreme grade, no matter what type of supreme treasure, they were all extremely precious. The most important factor was still compatibility. Watching the treasure about to emerge, the four powerhouses all tensed up, ready to make a move at any moment. Whoosh! It has emerged. Make your move. Without any hesitation, Yen Emperor and the other three all reached for the emerging armor supreme treasure. At the same time, they fully activated their domain-type supreme treasures to suppress their opponents. It must be known that the movement speed of Universe Masters was restricted by the origin will, and they were basically similar. If one's domain-type supreme treasure could surpass the opponent's suppressing them, it would provide a tremendous advantage in seizing treasures fleeing and combat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The four Universe Masters began to suppress each other. The domain-type supreme treasures of the Ingwu couple were peak supreme grade, and Lord Chongqing's was also peak supreme grade, while Yen Emperor's was slightly inferior. Thus Yen Emperor was also the slowest. Do you think you can suppress me like this? You underestimate me, Yen Emperor. Yen Emperor sneered in his heart. Boom! Frozen Universe. Yen Emperor directly unleashed his innate secret technique, Frozen Universe. A small universe with a diameter of 1 light-year enveloped everyone. With the support of the Xinghe realm, the power of suppression and restraint was second only to an ultimate supreme treasure. For a moment, Yen Emperor gained the upper hand and swiftly flew toward the emerging treasure. Not good. It's Yen Emperor's innate secret technique, Frozen Universe. We must not let him succeed. Lord Ing'ai exclaimed in alarm. Yen Emperor's Frozen Universe was notorious. Even the powerhouses in the Cosmic Sea believed that at least 1/3 of Yen Emperor's combat power relied on Frozen Universe. And this statement was not wrong. With Frozen Universe, Yen Emperor, whether it was intercepting others or escaping, it was extremely practical. Lord Chongqing, we cannot let Yen Emperor have his way. Why don't we join forces against him? Lord Wuliang inquired. Fine. Lord Chongqing agreed without hesitation. Then let's strike together. Absolute sky-shattering fist. Overlord's Void Slash. Dream intoxicating butterfly. The three Universe Masters attacked simultaneously. Lord Chongqing's absolute sky-shattering fist transformed into a giant green fist shadow over 10 billion kilometers in diameter, hurtling toward Yen Emperor. Lord Ing'ai's Overlord's Grand Void Slash turned into a colossal cleaver over 10 billion kilometers in diameter, slashing at Yen Emperor. Meanwhile, Lord Wuliang's soul attack manifested as countless dream intoxicating butterflies fluttering toward Yen Emperor. Facing the strongest attacks of 3 5th-stage Universe Masters, Yen Emperor dared not be careless. He immediately activated Violent Mode, channeling the cosmic origin of the small universe onto himself, and defended with all his might. Boom! Boom! Swish! 2 terrifying physical attacks struck Yen Emperor, producing a dreadful sound. Yen Emperor himself was blasted away at speeds exceeding 100 times the speed of light. Lord Wuliang's soul attack insidiously drilled into Yen Emperor's body, attempting to confuse him and directly destroy his soul origin. Unfortunately, these soul attacks, after being weakened twice by the Ice Breath armor and the Primordial Soul, had become extremely fragile, and were directly shattered by Yen Emperor's will. Cough, cough. This Lord Chongqing's physical attacks are so powerful, they actually affected me even in violent mode. Yen Emperor coughed. Lord Chongqing was originally the strongest among the 3 Universe Masters. With his mere secret technique attainment, he had already reached the 5th stage limit. With his pair of gauntlets second only to an ultimate supreme treasure and the enhancement of his peak supreme grade domain-type treasure, his attacks had vaguely surpassed the 5th stage limit. Combined with Lord Ing'ai's attack power, their combined attack this time barely reached the 6th stage, affecting Yen Emperor even in violent mode. What? Could it really be, as the legend says, that Yen Emperor's Ice Breath armor has some power of an ultimate supreme treasure? Lord Chongqing said in disbelief. I think this rumor is very likely true. That ice breath armor is even more precious than your overlord's gauntlets. Lord Ing'ai echoed. They were naturally very clear about the power of their own attacks. Seeing that Yen Emperor was still not seriously injured even under their combined assault, they naturally thought of the ice breath armor. Generally below the 6th stage was the power of peak-level supreme treasures, while reaching the 6th stage indicated a trace of the power of an ultimate supreme treasure. For example, strange objects. Even a treasure second only to an ultimate supreme treasure was of little use to the supreme being of the universe, but strange objects were different. For instance, the Black Universe creator back then. While the three were discussing, Yen Emperor directly flew toward the emerging treasure. Because he had been blasted away by the three's attack, he was already very close to the armor. Ha ha ha, gentlemen, I'll take this treasure. Yen Emperor laughed and reached out for the treasure. Damn it, Yen Emperor, stop right there. Yen Emperor, stop. That treasure is mine. The three universe masters roared in fury. In a perilous place like the Yanbing domain, although the quality of emerging treasures was extremely high, they only appeared once every few million or tens of millions of epochs or even hundreds of millions of epochs. A peak supreme grade treasure like this was extremely precious. It's useless to shout. The treasure is still mine. Yen Emperor chuckled and directly stored the treasure into the dragon pattern tower. Yen Emperor, hand over the treasure or you won't leave here alive today. Lord Ing'ai roared. At the same time, he secretly sent a transmission to Lord Chongqing. Brother Chongqing, you join forces with my wife and me to deal with Yen Emperor. After we get the treasure, we'll split it evenly. What do you think? Fine. With his own interests at stake, Lord Chongqing would not hesitate. Humph. You think I'm afraid of the three of you? Yen Emperor retorted without backing down. As long as the attack does not truly reach the 6th stage level, it cannot break through Yen Emperor's violent mode. How could Yen Emperor be afraid of them? Besides, he had not yet used the Sure Gondang treasure. Boom. Slow to say, fast to happen. From the moment Yen Emperor activated Frozen Universe, only about 6 seconds had passed. As the time for Frozen Universe was about to expire, Yen Emperor directly self-destructed the Frozen Universe. Although the 5th stage ordinary power was not particularly strong, Lord Chongqing and the others still had to defend with all their might. Now, while Lord Chongqing and the others were defending, Yen Emperor once again used Frozen Universe, enveloping them all. Polar Grand Explosion. Yen Emperor raised the Yen Divine Halberd high and slashed down with all his strength. A blade of light about 10 billion kilometers long chopped toward the three universe masters opposite. With all the enhancements, this move of Yen Emperor could be considered at the 5th stage limit. Boom! At the same time, he self-destructed the Frozen Universe again. The convergence of two powers elevated Yen Emperor's attack power to another level. Roar! What a Lord Chongqing! Facing Yen Emperor's attack, he actually did not defend at all. He directly raised his iron fist and smashed it toward the oncoming blade of light. Swish! The terrifying blade of light passed through Lord Chongqing and attacked Lord Ing'ai. Lord Ing'ai activated his cleaver and defended with all his might. Boom! The terrifying blade of light finally exploded, splitting into countless smaller blades that attacked Lord Ing'ai and the other two. Boom! 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 Facing Yen Emperor's attack, Lord Ing'ai and the other two were all affected to varying degrees. It must be known that not every universe master whose attack reached the 5th stage also had a defense at the 5th stage. This Yen Emperor is truly formidable. His attack is actually not much worse than mine. Lord Chongqing sighed. Although Lord Chongqing's attack was a notch higher than Yen Emperor's, his defense was far inferior to Yen Emperor's, who possessed the ice breath armor. Is this the true strength of Yen Emperor? Lord Ing'ai stammered. Yen Emperor's binding and suppression abilities are absolutely at the peak 5th stage level, and his soul defense is at least at the peak 5th stage level. His attack has also reached the 5th stage limit, and his divine body defense has surpassed the 5th stage. His overall strength might be considered that of a 6th stage universe master. Lord Wuliang assessed calmly and optimistically. Although Yen Emperor did not possess an ultimate supreme treasure, nor had he created a 6th stage secret technique in terms of overall strength, he could indeed be considered 6th stage. Even a 6th stage universe master might not necessarily excel in every aspect compared to Yen Emperor. Moreover, Yen Emperor had not yet used his void true god level will. For a moment, Lord Chongqing and the others also became hesitant, afraid to make a move. They knew that continuing to fight would be useless. They could not break Yen Emperor's defense, and Yen Emperor could not kill them. It would only lead to a stalemate. Looking at the three universe masters, who dared not make a move, Yen Emperor felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. This is the strength of me, Yen Emperor. This is the prestige of me, Yen Emperor. The prestige I have carved out with the Yen Divine Halberd in my hand. Since you three have no intention to stay, I shall take my leave. Yen Emperor chuckled lightly and directly departed. Facing the departing Yen Emperor, Lord Ing'ai and the other two did not try to stop him. After departing from the Yanbing domain, the Flame Emperor ventured into other perilous regions. His primary objective during this expedition was to comprehensively map the interior of the cosmic boat, enriching humanity's cartographic knowledge of this enigmatic vessel. Xingyan Forest, a treacherous domain within the cosmic boat rivaling the Yanbing domain in danger. Throughout the year it was strewn with various rocks, each harboring its own deadly threats. There were cataclysmic volcanic eruptions capable of obliterating even top-tier palace-class treasures with ease. No fewer than a dozen other threats lurked within. Of course, the greatest menace in Xingyan Forest was the giant rock demon. Born from the forest itself, these demons possessed immense strength and mastery over the paths of earth and space. Each giant rock demon could unleash the power of a pinnacle combatant within Xingyan Forest. With over 10,000 of such demons roaming the area, even a universe master would find themselves in grave danger upon encountering one. Phew! This Xingyan Forest is truly perilous. I've nearly fallen into the clutches of those giant rock demons several times, exclaimed the Flame Emperor, letting out a long breath. After his battle in the Yanbing domain, the Flame Emperor had journeyed through other death zones, eventually arriving at Xingyan Forest after several transfers. The giant rock demons here were all immensely powerful and numerous. Were it not for their lack of intelligence and unity, none would dare to venture into Xingyan Forest. These death zones deep within the inner region are all extremely dangerous. One misstep and there's a risk of falling. I'd better explore slowly. With that, the Flame Emperor piloted the Dragon Pattern Tower, driving the Stellar River realm. He cautiously surveyed the area within 5 light-years around him, then advanced steadily. Damn it! I nearly fell this time while venturing into the core zone. And I even ran into those madmen of the Divine Eye clan. Otherwise, who would dare to compete with us, the Violet Moon Holy Land, for treasures? Humph! The Divine Eye clan. Let them be arrogant for now. When this cycle ends, they'll fall just like the rest. Cursed, a universe master with 8 faces and 24 arms. This was the Lord of the Golden Sea, a top-tier 6th-stage universe master of the Violet Moon Holy Land, possessing the supreme treasure Golden Sea realm. The Lord of the Golden Sea was an ancient universe master, having lived nearly 1,000 cycles. In terms of power, he ranked among the top 3 in the Violet Moon Holy Land. His supreme treasure, the Golden Sea realm, was a domain-type supreme treasure, immensely amplifying his strength. Despite accumulating resources over nearly 1,000 cycles, he had not obtained a second supreme treasure. However, his other treasures were all at the level just below supreme grade. This time, while competing for a treasure in the core zone, the Lord of the Golden Sea encountered the 6th true Lord of the Divine Eye clan, suffering a significant loss. Thus, the Lord of the Golden Sea was now filled with rage and resentment. Across the cosmic sea, only the Eastern Emperor Holy Land and the Divine Eye clan dared to contend with them. Other races did not even dare. The Eastern Emperor Holy Land was tolerable, but the Divine Eye clan was utterly detestable and insane. Even the 2 great Holy Lands held them in extreme caution. Oh! Is that the famous Xingyan Forest ahead? I'll go and challenge it. I refuse to believe that I, the Lord of the Golden Sea, will continue to be so unlucky in the inner region. With that, the Lord of the Golden Sea fully activated his Golden Sea realm, piloting his palace-class treasure, and recklessly charged into Xingyan Forest. 30 years after entering Xingyan Forest, the Lord of the Golden Sea suddenly detected a life form within his Golden Sea domain. That is the Dragon Pattern Tower. Could it be the Prodigy Universe Master, the Flame Emperor? The Flame Emperor? The Ice Breath Armor? Heh. Suddenly the Lord of the Golden Sea revealed a mysterious smile as he gazed in the Flame Emperor's direction. Though the Lord of the Golden Sea possessed many treasures, only the Golden Sea realm could compare to the Ice Breath Armor. At the same moment, the Lord of the Golden Sea discovered the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor also sensed his presence. This is the Golden Sea domain. Could it be the supreme treasure Golden Sea realm? So the legendary Lord of the Golden Sea has come as well. This is quite troublesome. The Flame Emperor was well aware of the Lord of the Golden Sea's strength. A being who had once withstood an assault from the strongest in the universe. Flame Emperor. The Lord of the Golden Sea spoke calmly from afar. Lord of the Golden Sea. The Flame Emperor's gaze grew heavy as he looked at the Lord of the Golden Sea, who was 1 light-year away. He thought to himself, what a formidable Lord of the Golden Sea. He knows that my frozen universe's maximum range is only 1 light-year. Even with a domain-type supreme treasure, he refuses to approach within 1 light-year of me. How vigilant he is. Indeed, the lion used its full strength to catch the rabbit. Having lived for nearly 1,000 cycles, the Lord of the Golden Sea could not break through to become the strongest, but his experience far surpassed that of the mightiest. Though he was confident in dealing with the Flame Emperor, he was unwilling to take any risk. The Lord of the Golden Sea looked at the vigilant Flame Emperor and said leisurely, Flame Emperor, I've heard that your Ice Breath armor possesses part of the power of a supreme treasure. I am willing to trade 3 treasures just below the supreme level for it. Would you agree? Lord of the Golden Sea, would you trade your Golden Sea realm for all my treasures? The Flame Emperor snorted coldly. What nonsense! How could he part with the Ice Breath armor, a battle armor of such caliber? With the Ice Breath armor, the Flame Emperor feared no attack below the 6th stage. Armor that was merely below supreme level could not match its power. Hearing the Flame Emperor's response, all 8 faces of the Lord of the Golden Sea twisted into a grimace. Flame Emperor, since you refuse to trade, then die. Boom! The Lord of the Golden Sea fully activated the Golden Sea Realm. The Flame Emperor instantly felt unable to move an inch, his stellar river realm's resistance utterly futile. Under the full activation of the Lord of the Golden Sea domain transformed into a massive cleaver, 100 billion kilometers long, striking toward the Flame Emperor. Facing the incoming golden cleaver, the Flame Emperor dared not be careless. He immediately activated rampage mode. Bam! The Flame Emperor was sent flying hundreds of billions of kilometers by the golden cleaver. Slowly rising, he said, "Heh. What a formidable Golden Sea realm. Even with just its domain, it can unleash power at the peak of the 5th stage." Watching the Flame Emperor stand up, the Lord of the Golden Sea's eyes lit up. He thought, the rumors are true. The Flame Emperor's ice breath armor does possess part of the power of a supreme treasure. My 5th stage peak attack left him completely unharmed. It turned out that the Lord of the Golden Sea had only been testing the veracity of the rumors. After all sorts of things happened in the Cosmic Sea. Rumors were not always true. In that case, Flame Emperor, I'll take your armor. The Lord of the Golden Sea said greedily. Ha ha ha. I, the Flame Emperor, stand here. If you have the skill, come and take it. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily. He knew that only a battle awaited him with no possibility of escape. A universe master with a domain-type supreme treasure could completely suppress him. Unless he possessed a 6th-stage attack or a domain-type supreme treasure of his own, he could not break free from the Golden Sea domain. Good. The Flame Emperor indeed has courage. Let me then test this prodigy universe master. The Lord of the Golden Sea produced a massive hammer, gripping its handle with all 24 of his arms. According to the information the Flame Emperor had gathered, this hammer-type treasure was the Thunderclap Hammer, just below the level of a supreme treasure. Ha! With a mighty shout, the Lord of the Golden Sea raised the Thunderclap Hammer with all 24 arms and smashed it fiercely toward the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor did not back down, immediately unleashing Frozen Universe. Though the distance was too great to suppress the Lord of the Golden Sea, the mini-universe still granted him a certain boost in power. Roar! The Flame Emperor went all out, swinging his flame god Halberd. He aimed it at the incoming hammer shadow. Polar blast! This time the Flame Emperor chose not to defend at all, opting for a direct collision. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions sent both the Flame Emperor and the Lord of the Golden Sea flying back hundreds of billions of kilometers. Cough cough! So strong! The Lord of the Golden Sea's attack power barely reaches the 6th stage, enough to affect me even in rampage mode. The Lord of the Golden Sea's secret arts had long reached the peak of the 5th stage. With the amplification of the Thunderclap Hammer and the Golden Sea domain, he could barely achieve 6th stage power, surpassing even the Lord of Evergreen. Wow! This Flame Emperor dares to meet me head-on. And his attack managed to hurt me. The Lord of the Golden Sea spat out a mouthful of blood. He excelled in restraining and suppressing, reaching the peak of the 6th stage in that domain. His offensive power barely reached the 6th stage, far exceeding that of ordinary universe masters. However, his defense was insufficient to completely ignore attacks at the peak of the 5th stage, which was why he coveted the Flame Emperor's ice breath armor. Defense was his weakness, though relatively speaking, of course. Little did he know that the ice breath armor was specially crafted for the Flame Emperor by the mountain-seated guest. Even if he obtained it, he could not claim it. And even if he could, how long could his divine body sustain rampage mode? Rampage mode might seem glorious and powerful, but without a sufficient divine body, using it was merely courting death. Good. Again. The Lord of the Golden Sea intended to grind the Flame Emperor down slowly, for the Flame Emperor could not escape his bindings. According to intelligence, the Flame Emperor had not brought his Bloodthirsty Vine clone. In contrast, the Lord of the Golden Sea had brought a clone with a divine body 1,000,000 kilometers tall. Good. Again. Do you think I, the Flame Emperor, fear you? Having gauged the Lord of the Golden Sea's attack power, the Flame Emperor was undaunted. With his current divine body height and density of divine power, even in rampage mode, he could withstand the Lord of the Golden Sea's bombardment for hours without issue. Boom! Once again the Flame Emperor and the Lord of the Golden Sea collided violently. Both chose to fight head-on, holding nothing back. Boom! Again! Boom! Cough cough! Again! Boom! Wow! Again! By this point neither dared to relax, both attacking with all their might. Heh. The Flame Emperor can really take a hit. The Lord of the Golden Sea laughed, relaxed and in control of the battle's rhythm. Even if he could not defeat the Flame Emperor, he could retreat. With a domain-type supreme treasure, even the strongest might not be able to stop him from leaving. Humph! My power is far from exhausted. Then come again. Boom! 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 The two clashed head-on for half a day, eventually attracting the attention of giant rock demons. They then joined forces to deal with the demons and left the area. After departing, the Lord of the Golden Sea refrained from further combat, simply saying, "I cannot defeat you," before leaving. The Flame Emperor watched the departing Lord of the Golden Sea speechless. In the following year, the cosmic sea buzzed with excitement. The Lord of the Golden Sea, widely recognized as one of the top 5 universe masters in the cosmic sea, had publicly acknowledged that the Flame Emperor's power had reached the 6th stage. The Battle of Senyan Forest marked Yen Di's complete rise to fame. A 6th-stage universe master. In the Primordial Universe, aside from the 3 ancestral gods, no universe master had ever reached the 6th stage. Of course, Yen Di's 6th-stage universe master status had some exaggeration, but his overall strength had indeed reached the 6th stage. In the battle against Lord of Golden Sea, the advantage mainly came from his divine body and the violent mode. Neither could be lacking. Yen Di chuckled inwardly. This was the advantage of the divine body path, like a tank in an online game. What did it matter if your attack was higher than mine? My divine body was tens of thousands of times greater than yours. I could stand and let you attack without issue. Moreover, although Lord of Golden Sea could counter Yen Di, his attack was not high enough. Without truly reaching the 6th stage, one could not break the violent mode. An attack barely reaching the 6th stage could at most affect Yen Di slightly. This time Yen Di was universally recognized as a 6th-stage universe master by the Cosmic Sea, and the most astonished were Lord of Chaos City and Jufu. Lord of Chaos City never imagined that a little fellow who had become a universe master just over 1,000 million epochs could surpass him. In the virtual universe, Jufu insisted on sparring with Yen Di, and Yen Di was utterly thrashed by Jufu. Yet it also confirmed that Yen Di possessed the strength of a 6th-stage universe master. From then on, Yen Di's status in the human race was second only to Jufu, on par with Lord of Chaos City. Alas, how time flies. Countless ages have passed so leisurely. Yen Di sighed. In these countless ages, Yen Di had explored dozens of dangerous regions like the fire-ice region deep within the cosmic ship, and had also accumulated some supreme treasures. He had even created the 5-stage ultimate secret technique Fire Universe, but the greatest gain was the 10,000 Swords diagram in his hands. A field-type supreme treasure second only to the ultimate supreme treasure. The 10,000 Swords diagram was composed of 10080 high-level field-type sword treasures, with a peak-grade scroll-shaped field-type treasure at its core. Combined, they formed the 10,000 Swords diagram, whose power was second only to the ultimate supreme treasure. With the 10,000 Swords diagram and Frozen Universe, Yen Di's suppression and binding abilities barely reached the 6th stage. Oh, this is a new dangerous region, the Myriad Kills Demon Cave. Yen Di looked at the countless cave openings before him, and information about the Myriad Kills Demon Cave flashed through his mind. The human race had extremely scarce information about the Myriad Kills Demon Cave, only recording that once inside it was hard to come out with great terror, and an easy tendency to lose one's way. Moreover, the Myriad Kills Demon Cave often experienced a black wind capable of destroying top-tier palace-type treasures. Even peak palace-type treasures could not withstand it for long, only those above peak grade were safe. Should I go in or not? Yen Di hesitated. Once lost inside, who knew when he would come out? Although Yen Di was not afraid of death, this clone carried his countless ages of accumulation, and he naturally did not want to throw it away. Just as Yen Di was hesitating, a massive figure rushed out from the Myriad Kills Demon Cave. It was a silver serpent with a divine body spanning 100 million kilometers. Yen Di looked closely. It's that old thing Meng Yao Zhu. Am I really this unlucky? Yen Di was stunned. He felt he had never been so unlucky encountering that old fellow Meng Yao Zhu here. Although Meng Yao Zhu and Yen Di had never met face-to-face, Meng Yao Zhu harbored a deep hatred for Yen Di. Ha ha ha. Yen Di, who would have thought? I never expected to meet you here, old thing. Yen Di smiled bitterly. Yes, I never expected to meet you either. Humph, humph. Meng Yao Zhu snorted coldly twice, her eyes icy, as she stared at Yen Di. She would never forget that Yen Di had killed Lord Guangshi, nor that Jufu alone had forced her and Jin Yao Zhu to flee in panic and bow to compromise. Come on, old witch. Do you think I, Yen Di, am afraid of you? Yen Di immediately took out his trump card treasure Shigandong and directly activated the violent mode. Facing a true god, Yen Di had no thought of attacking, only wanting to defend with all his might and find a chance to escape. Humph. Then die. Meng Yao Zhu snorted coldly and swung her enormous tail. A whip shadow spanning 50 billion kilometers lashed toward Yen Di. Facing the full force attack of a true god, Yen Di dared not be careless. He directly shrank his divine body to under 10,000 kilometers and hid behind the black stone set in Shigandong. Against a true god, head-on collision would be suicide. Boom! The whip shadow struck Shigandong, directly sending Yen Di flying at over 1,000 times the speed of light. Whoosh! Crash! The flying Yen Di slammed into a distant giant mountain, and countless boulders over a light-year in diameter rained down on him. Boom! Yen Di shook off the boulders crashing toward him and turned to flee. Cough! This old witch's attack is so powerful. It definitely reached the 7th stage. Luckily I had Shi Gondang, or else this would have been a disaster. Yan Di coughed. The part of Shi Gondang with the black stone had directly nullified Meng Yao Zu's attack, but the other parts lacked that power. But even so, what passed through Shi Gondang to Yan Di was weakened to 100,000th of its original force. Then after passing through the violent mode and the ice breath armor, it was already quite weak and hardly harmful to Yan Di. Seeing Yan Di trying to escape Meng Yao Zu naturally would not allow it. She directly took out her Meng Zu domain and drove it to press down on Yan Di. Humph! Do you think the Meng Zu domain can suppress me? Behold my 10,000 swords diagram. Yan Di was not to be outdone, directly activating the 10,000 swords diagram to withstand the suppression of the Meng Zu domain. Can you escape? The Meng Zu domain was only a peak-grade field-type treasure, naturally unable to suppress Yan Di's 10,000 swords diagram. But a true god's speed surpassed the limit. Whoosh! Yan Di fled at 100 times the speed of light, but Meng Yao Zu accelerated directly to nearly 1,000 times the speed of light and caught up to Yan Di. Old thing, you're quite fast in pursuit. Seeing Meng Yao Zu about to catch up, Yan Di immediately used Frozen Universe, enveloping Meng Yao Zu within. With the 10,000 swords diagram empowering Frozen Universe, Meng Yao Zu's speed was greatly reduced. Humph! A universe master trying to bind me. Break! Meng Yao Zu, with her serpent body spanning 100 million kilometers, burst out with divine power and directly rebounded Yan Di's suppression. Now! Yan Di and Meng Yao Zu were both within Frozen Universe, less than a light year apart. How could Yan Di miss such a perfect opportunity to attack? Fire Universe! Yan Di swung his halberd and countless sharp energies enveloped Meng Yao Zu, forming a crimson micro-universe with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers. The secret technique Fire Universe, empowered by the 10,000 swords diagram and Frozen Universe, barely reached the 6th stage. This attack's power could bring some influence to Meng Yao Zu, who had yet to obtain an ultimate supreme treasure. Roar! Within the micro-universe, Meng Yao Zu rolled her massive body, trying to quickly break free from the suppression and attacks of Fire Universe. But the micro-universe formed by Fire Universe was reinforced by the essence of Frozen Universe and the power of the 10,000 swords diagram, so even Meng Yao Zu could not break free immediately. Seizing this opportunity, Yan Di escaped even farther. Seeing Yan Di about to get away, Meng Yao Zu grew enraged. Roar! 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 Meng Yao Zu wildly lashed her tail. Each lash carried peak 6-stage power, and after a few strikes she shattered Yan Di's attack. Watching the fleeing Yan Di, Meng Yao Zu's huge serpent head stared coldly at him. Whoosh! She thrust her head forward and caught up to Yan Di at 10 times his speed. Swish! Meng Yao Zu swung her tail, which instantly transformed into a whip shadow of 50 billion kilometers, and smashed toward Yan Di. Boom! Poor Yan Di was once again sent flying by Meng Yao Zu's terrifying attack. This time he didn't even have time to use Shi Gondang before being struck. Ugh! I can't run anymore. Ahead is the Death Zone Dead Sea. If I run further I'll enter the Dead Sea, and I'm not familiar with it. Yan Di spat blood and thought. Clearly Meng Yao Zu's attack this time had injured Yan Di. In the Cosmic Sea, the suppression of the original will on true gods was reduced. The power a true god could unleash was far greater than that of a universe master. Yan Di, why aren't you running? Go on, run. Meng Yao Zu's huge serpent head taunted Yan Di. Ahead was the Dead Sea, the core area of the cosmic ship's periphery. Even she dared not enter, let alone Yan Di. Humph! Old thing, you've gone too far. You can't kill me anyway. If you keep chasing me, be careful. I'll use my trump card to kill you. Yan Di wasn't afraid of Meng Yao Zu, but being suppressed like this was extremely unpleasant. His attacks had little effect on Meng Yao Zu, but Meng Yao Zu's attacks could injure him if he didn't defend fully. Most importantly, a true god's speed was unconstrained, and a universe master simply couldn't outrun a true god. Trump card. Fine. Use your trump card to attack me. I'm waiting. Meng Yao Zu taunted. Clearly she didn't believe Yan Di had any trump card. If he did, he would have used it long ago instead of being hunted by her. Damn it! This old witch is pushing me too far. Does she force me to use my trump card? Yan Di cursed inwardly. Over countless ages his will had already reached the limit of a void true god. Even for a true god like Meng Yao Zu, Yan Di was confident he could make her lose consciousness in an instant. Under normal circumstances, unless the race was special or talent was exceptional. Willpower grew very slowly. For a true god like Meng Yao Zu, her will was at most at the initial to intermediate true god level. Yan Di was quite confident he could make her lose consciousness instantly. Although Yan Di didn't know will-based attacks, he was a transmigrator with different thoughts and insights. Thus, over these endless ages he had attempted to create a will impact secret technique. Though he had not succeeded in creating a will technique, he had explored some tricks for using willpower. For example, by focusing his will to impact in one direction, its power was greatly increased. Yan Di looked at the arrogant Meng Yao Zu, and decided he could no longer tolerate her planning to teach her a lesson. Meng Yao Zu, go to hell. Yan Di's eyes widened and an invisible will impact surged toward Meng Yao Zu. Normally, will impact radiates in all directions. But after years of research and experimentation, Yan Di could concentrate the will impact within a 120-degree forward arc, tripling its power. Ah! Facing the invisible impact, Meng Yaozu lost consciousness instantly, completely unprepared. Haha! Keep being arrogant. You will be sealed by me forever. Yan Di laughed. He then activated the Dragon Pattern Tower, causing it to expand to a height of 100 billion kilometers. And Yan Di intended to take this opportunity to seal Meng Yaozu. Madness. Utter madness. Any other powerhouse would certainly think so. For Yan Di, a universe master actually intended to seal a supreme being. Under normal circumstances, not to mention a peak top-tier palace-type treasure like the Dragon Pattern Tower, even a supreme treasure could hardly seal a supreme being. But the situation was different now. Meng Yaozu had lost consciousness, utterly defenseless. Even a top-tier palace-type treasure could seal her. But would Yan Di, a universe master, truly seal a supreme being? The moment of witness had arrived. The Dragon Pattern Tower, now 100 billion kilometers tall, was about to suck Meng Yaozu's body inside. Yet, at this critical moment, Meng Yaozu unexpectedly awoke. Roar! Seeing herself about to be sealed, Meng Yaozu let out a furious roar and broke free from the Dragon Pattern Tower suction. After all, the peak top-tier Dragon Pattern Tower suction was insufficient to move a supreme being. Seeing Meng Yaozu awaken at this critical moment, Yan Di sneered. Damn it! Since my trump card is exposed, how could I let you escape? Just obediently get inside. Buzz! Yan Di unleashed another will impact. Although Meng Yaozu defended with all her might, the gap in willpower was too vast. Poor Meng Yaozu was once again struck unconscious by Yan Di's impact. Whoosh! The Dragon Pattern Tower suction once again caught Meng Yaozu, slowly pulling her inside. But at that moment, Meng Yaozu woke up again. Ah! Yan Di, you! Before Meng Yaozu could finish, Yan Di interrupted. Damn it! Get inside obediently! As he finished, he unleashed another will impact, and poor Meng Yaozu fell unconscious again. This time Meng Yaozu was not so lucky, and was directly sucked into the Dragon Pattern Tower. Meanwhile, the divine power avatar left by Meng Yaozu in the original universe suddenly opened its eyes and screamed, Xinjiao no good. Xin Yaozu looked at Meng Yaozu's unconscious divine power avatar, and hurriedly asked, Meng Cha, what's wrong? After a while, Meng Yaozu's divine power avatar finally woke up. Looking at the anxious Xin Yaozu, she smiled bitterly. Zhen Jiao, I have been sealed. Ah? Who sealed you? Could it be the true lords of the Divine Eye Clan made a move against you, or the Bone Lords of the Skeleton Clan? But our demon race has no enmity with them. Zhen Yaozu exclaimed in shock. His first reaction was that Meng Yaozu had been sealed by a peak race of the first reincarnation era. No, none of them. I was sealed by a universe master. A universe master. Could it be the legendary universe master known as the strongest blood-weeping lord? But blood-weeping lord doesn't have a supreme palace-type treasure. Blood-weeping lord was a legend of the second reincarnation era, a super universe master, who had reached the 7th rank rumored to be able to clash head-on with supreme beings. He possessed 2 supreme treasures. It's not blood-weeping lord but Yan Di. Yan Di. How is that possible? Xin Yaozu was stunned, utterly unable to believe it. Yan Di was a name that made the demon race furious and troubled. They had discussed how to deal with Yan Di many times in their Supreme Council. But ever since Yan Di advanced to the 5th rank universe master, the demon race had abandoned all plans against him. After the Cosmic Sea universally recognized Yan Di as a 6th rank universe master, the demon race even listed him as an untouchable existence. Yet Xin Yaozu could never have imagined that Yan Di had sealed Meng Yaozu. Could it be that Yan Di has broken through to become a supreme being, and obtained a supreme palace-type treasure? That was the greatest possibility Xin Yaozu could think of, because if Yan Di had broken through to become a supreme being, and possessed a supreme palace-type treasure, then it would be possible to seal Meng Yaozu. Xin Yaozu's mind was frantically searching for reasons to convince himself in an attempt to suppress his extreme anger and fear of the unknown. No! Yan Di hasn't broken through to become a supreme being. He seems to possess a strange treasure that can emit a powerful will impact. It was that strange treasure that caused me to lose consciousness instantly, and then Yan Di took the opportunity to seal me. Meng Yaozu replied in terror, as if Yan Di indeed possessed a terrifying will impact treasure. But how could she know that it was entirely caused by Yan Di's own will impact? A will impact treasure. Could he have obtained a treasure similar to the black pattern stone pillar or... Before Xin Yaozu could finish, Meng Yaozu interrupted. Aya. Xinjiao, stop guessing and think of a way to save me. Otherwise, with the enmity between our demon race and the human race, Yan Di will surely find a way to kill me. Let me think. Let me think. Xin Yaozu forced himself to calm down his mind, gradually pondering ways to rescue Meng Yaozu. Meanwhile, Yan Di looked at the sealed Meng Yaozu and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. You old fellow Meng Yaozu, you were so arrogant. Now you've been sealed by me. Humph. Yan Di, don't be so arrogant. Zhen Jiao will definitely find a way to save me. Then just wait slowly. Yen Di put away the dragon pattern tower, but his heart was heavy. He knew that if his ability to make supreme beings fall unconscious was exposed, he would be in danger. He was not afraid of danger for himself but feared bringing disaster to the entire human race. A treasure that can make supreme beings fall unconscious. A secret technique. Or an ancient inheritance. All of this would be enough to drive the madmen of the first reincarnation era wild. The weak human race was nothing in their eyes. Yen Di thought to himself. Ever since the moment he transmigrated, he knew this was a world of the survival of the fittest. In this world, ignorance might not be a sin, but weakness certainly is. The weaker you are, the heavier your sin. Once the powerhouses of the first reincarnation era learn that Yen Di possesses some secret they cannot understand, they will surely attack humanity with all their might. In their eyes, humanity is like weak lambs while they are a pack of wolves. To break through the reincarnation and achieve eternity, they would rather kill thousands by mistake than let any opportunity slip. Moreover, a secret technique that can make supreme beings fall unconscious. How could they let it go? I've got it. Meng Cha, I have a way to save you. Jin Yaozu said excitedly. Oh, Jin Jiao, what's your plan? Meng Yaozu asked hurriedly. Just tell Yen Di to let you go. Otherwise I will spread the news that Yen Di has obtained some ancient inheritance, allowing a universe master to seal a supreme being, and even possibly possessing a method to transcend reincarnation. Will that work? It will. It will definitely work. Just tell Yen Di that. The madmen of the first reincarnation era are far crazier than you think. Then I'll try. On the cosmic seaside, Meng Yaozu relayed Jin Yaozu's words to Yen Di, and even threatened him fiercely. Humph. Go back and tell Jin Yaozu that if he wants to save you, he either trades his supreme treasure or waits until this reincarnation ends. Yen Di snorted coldly. He had already anticipated Meng Yaozu's threat, and he was not one to be easily intimidated. Besides, Yen Di didn't believe the demon race would give up on Meng Yaozu so easily. On the original universe side, Jin Yaozu fumed. What? Yen Di dares to ask for my supreme treasure with such a lion's mouth. Lock you up for a reincarnation. When this reincarnation ends, there won't be a first reincarnation era, any more than Yen Di won't fear any threats. Hearing this, Meng Yaozu hurriedly said, Jin Jiao, are you not going to save me? Remember how we together overthrew the beast ancestor, and together. The relationship between Meng Yaozu and Jin Yaozu was extremely close. Back then they, along with the old beast god, overthrew the rule of the beast ancestor, thus establishing the current demon race. Hearing this, Jin Yaozu quickly said, Meng Cha, how could I not save you? But without our supreme treasures, we would be even less of a match for Giant Axe, and how could we develop and strengthen our demon race? Then Jin Jiao, you have to find a way to save me. Meng Yaozu said urgently. Faced with the threat of death, even a supreme being would feel fear. Jin Yaozu thought for a moment and said, all right, our demon race can give him 3 treasures second only to supreme treasures, and promise not to target the human race for the next 10,000 trillion eras. If he still doesn't agree, then I'll spread the news. Jin Jiao, don't spread the news. Once you do, Yen Di will definitely find a way to kill me. I'll negotiate with Yen Di right now. Meng Yaozu said hastily. She knew that once Jin Yaozu spread the news, humanity might become the enemy of the cosmic sea, but she herself would surely die. On the cosmic seaside, this time Meng Yaozu's tone was no longer arrogant. She relayed Jin Yaozu's words. Hearing this, Yen Di snorted coldly. Humph. Tell Jin Yaozu I accept the 3 treasures. The demon race does not need to compromise with humanity. I will seal you for 10,000 trillion eras as punishment, and then I will naturally release you. In fact, Yen Di had his own thoughts. He truly didn't care about 3 treasures second only to supreme treasures. After the gene world arrived, there would be plenty of supreme treasures. Even now, among his treasures, only the dragon pattern tower was somewhat inferior. The original soul and the Yen divine halberd were both a perfect match for Yen Di, capable of displaying power second only to supreme treasures in his hands. Not to mention the ice breath armor and the stone dare. As for why he wanted to seal Meng Yaozu for 10,000 trillion eras, the reason was actually simple. Since Luo Feng could enslave the realm beast after breaking through to true god, couldn't Yen Di enslave a supreme being? After 10,000 trillion eras, the gene world would probably have arrived. What inheritance could be more attractive than the gene world? And so Yen Di and the demon race bargained. The demon race would compensate Yen Di with a palace-type treasure second only to supreme treasures naturally after releasing Meng Yaozu. And Yen Di would seal Meng Yaozu for 10,000 trillion eras. Thus the matter was settled. The demon race feared that pushing Yen Di too hard would cause him to kill Meng Yaozu. And Yen Di also feared that pushing the demon race too far would invite trouble best avoided. At present, the human race in the original universe did not have the strength to withstand the cosmic sea. After dealing with the demon race, Yen Di continued his journey. In the 900 millionth era after Yen Di left the black pattern stone pillar, the butterfly flower emperors will broke through to the supreme being level. After 200 million eras of diligent study, the butterfly flower emperor's soul attack also reached the 5th rank. From then on, Yen Di traveled with the Butterfly Flower Emperor in the cosmic boat for 7 billion eras, and later Yen Di's true body returned to the black pattern stone pillar to go into seclusion. This seclusion lasted for 1.9 billion eras, bringing the total time Yen Di had spent in the cosmic boat to 10 billion eras. During this time, Yen Di's battle record was glorious, and his reputation shook the entire cosmic sea. Time has passed so swiftly. I never imagined that 100 billion eras have already elapsed since I arrived in the devouring world. The storyline must be about to commence soon, and I never expected that Yen Di would encounter such an opportunity. But this opportunity is too. Yen Di muttered to himself. Not long ago, Yen Di received a message from Zuoshanke saying that the soul lineage he had nurtured, now known as the Earth lineage, had its first inheritor attempt to claim the Starry Pagoda but unfortunately failed. Based on this news, Yen Di knew that only a little over 8 billion eras remained before the story began. Over these 100 billion eras, Yen Di's strength had become unrivaled in the cosmic sea. His willpower had reached the limit of an eternal true god, and with his crude will impact technique, he could instantly render any powerhouse below the level of a void true god unconscious. Once his will reached the limit of an eternal true god, Yen Di was able to touch the black pattern pillars. The time acceleration here had reached an astonishing millionfold. Yen Di could hardly believe that such a magnificent existence could create the heaven-defying black pattern pillars. Even the inheritance space of Duandongha could only achieve a 10,000-fold time acceleration, and its space was small while energy consumption was enormous. The 16 black pattern pillars covered a range of countless light-years, maintaining time acceleration at all times. If this consumed energy, how much would it be? The inheritance space of Duandongha's lineage paled in comparison. Of course, Duandongha's inheritance space merely housed the tomb ship, a top-grade true god mechanical treasure, but it also reflected how powerful the Wu kingdom was at its peak. Under the millionfold time acceleration, Yen Di had effectively been in seclusion for several reincarnations. His gene level had long reached 76000 times, and now Yen Di was attempting to create lifeforms capable of reproduction. However, Yen Di was not skilled in life creation and could not perfectly create a fertile lifeform. If he succeeded in creating a fertile lifeform with a high bloodline level, Yen Di estimated that his gene level could reach 90000 times. In truth, the most frustrating aspect of Yen Di's seclusion over these 100 billion eras was his progress in secret arts. After such a long time, Yen Di had fully comprehended the 10 principles and mastered all 10081 variations. That meant his understanding of the 10 principles had reached the limit of a universe master, yet he could not create a 6th grade secret art. Since Yen Di followed the Tao of water and fire, the 3 principles of water, fire, and space, he lacked both ancient civilization inheritance and the patterns of law, making it naturally impossible to create a 6th grade secret art. The black pattern pillars bore many profound secret arts, and those who could approach them must have possessed terrifying strength and willpower in life. But precisely because the level was too high, studying these secret patterns was like a primary school student tackling a university curriculum. Counting time, he had studied for nearly 10 reincarnations under accelerated time, without much gain. This was simply not on the same level. Although a primary school student could eventually become a university student. Without systematic education and knowledge, how could one leap straight to a university level? Yen Di also considered deducing a higher level of life essence from the principles of water and fire. A lineage that could cultivate the essence would allow one to reach the eternal true God level. Such a lineage was extremely precious even in ancient civilizations. Yen Di left behind divine power avatars on life-bearing planets to observe the process of life reproduction, attempting to directly comprehend the essence of life and then use it as a core. Perhaps then he could perfectly merge the Tao of water and fire and create a 6th grade secret art. But Yen Di felt he had been too naive. The essence was something that void true gods comprehended to break through to eternal true God. Back then, Jeffanzi was outrageously lucky to comprehend the essence of life while still a universe most powerful. But Jeffanzi was an exception across countless reincarnations, and Yen Di was not among them. In fact, based on his knowledge of the devouring world, Yen Di knew that the Primordial Universe was a cradle for life. The destruction and rebirth of the Primordial Universe naturally contained the Tao of birth and death. Even if Yen Di could not directly witness the Primordial Universe's destruction and rebirth, observing the destruction of star regions and the gestation of life might allow him to comprehend the Tao of birth and death. But the probability was too low and the time cost was too great. A mere 100 billion eras was far from enough to comprehend the essence of life. Although Yen Di's true body at the black pattern pillars enjoyed a millionfold time acceleration, meaning he had effectively cultivated for nearly 10 reincarnations. The Primordial Universe itself had no time acceleration. No great being could accelerate the Primordial Universe. Now Yen Di had only one option left to obtain Jeffanzi's inheritance. With the help of Jeffanzi's inheritance, Yen Di could easily comprehend the essence of life. But the problem was that Yen Di did not possess a palace-type supreme treasure, so he could not enter the feather wing space, and thus could not obtain the Cyan inheritance space token of Jeffanzi. Given Yen Di's current comprehensive strength, obtaining a supreme treasure was neither too difficult nor too easy, because as long as he was willing aside from the few most powerhouses, whose will had reached the void true god level, who in the cosmic sea could withstand Yen Di's will impact. But there was a problem: Yen Di's true body simply could not leave the black pattern pillars, let alone the Bloodthirsty Vine avatar. With such a massive divine body, even moving was a problem. Yen Di's will had reached the limit of an eternal true god 9 billion years ago, and only after that did he encounter the black pattern pillars. The moment he touched the black pattern pillars, a voice resounded in his mind. Wu Kingdom King level inheritance condition triggered. If the triggerer reaches the saint level in will or creates a 6th grade secret art, as a lawmaster within 10 billion eras, the first half of the Wu Kingdom King level inheritance will be granted. Upon hearing this news, Yen Di was ecstatic. This was his opportunity, his very own. But the voice added, the triggerer must not leave the black pattern pillars within 10 billion eras or the inheritance will be forfeited. The triggerer must not reveal any information about the inheritance or suffer soul destruction. At the same time, Yen Di felt his soul merge with something that flew out from the black pattern pillars. He knew it was likely an inheritance mark monitoring his every move from the depths of his soul. Originally, Yen Di thought creating a 6th grade secret art within 10 billion eras would not be difficult. But he never expected that even with the millionfold time acceleration of the black pattern pillars, he still could not create a 6th grade secret art. As for his will, since reaching the limit of an eternal true god 9 billion eras ago, it had not grown at all. I Yen Di to watch this great opportunity slip through my fingers. Yen Di thought bitterly, this was his chance. Though he did not know how powerful the Wu Kingdom's king level inheritance was. The fact that the first half required either creating a 6th grade secret art alone, or reaching the saint level in will while a universe master showed how formidable the inheritance must be. And if I fail, will I even survive? This question worried Yen Di greatly. If he did not pass the test, would the owner of that voice let him live? Yen Di thought it unlikely, considering the practices of Duandongha's lineage. He did not believe the voice's owner would be merciful. Once a universe master fell, they could never be revived, never. Yen Di now knew that his opportunity had come, but danger accompanied it. Although Yen Di could self-destruct and abandon this avatar, did he have that chance? Just think of the virtual will left by the God King of Jin. Now there are two ways to create a 6th grade secret art alone. First, comprehend the essence and use it as a core to perfectly merge the two principles, creating a 6th grade secret art. But that is the condition for breaking through to eternal true God. It seems the Wu Kingdom's king level inheritance requires at least the potential of an eternal true God. Yen Di shook his head helplessly. The other way is even more despairing. That is, unless I master the chaos law now, then creating an 8th grade secret art would be no problem. But mastering chaos. Mastering the chaos law requires reaching the saint level, a condition that made Yen Di even more helpless. Even in ancient civilizations, saint-level beings were super powerhouses. To master the chaos law was truly hopeless. Will Yen Di give up like this? Perish like this? Yen Di asked himself. He had traveled to the devouring world 100 billion eras ago. On the Primordial Star, he had destroyed the avatar of Lord Banfu and killed Lord Quangshi. In the endless waters, 4 universe masters had fallen to his hands. In the cosmic boat, 2 5th-stage universe masters had fallen, and he had sealed the dream demon ancestor. Yen Di have a glorious reputation and brilliant achievements. Will I fall so easily? No. How can I fall like this? I will not give up until the crucial moment. Yen Di roared. At that moment, he devoted himself entirely to comprehending the Tao of water and fire. Meanwhile, 8,000 light-years above the black pattern pillars, a humanoid phantom silently watched Yen Di, his eyes filled with anticipation. I wonder how Brother Yen Di is doing. It has been 9 billion eras. Brother Yen Di has not responded to me. The butterfly flower empress, thousands of light-years away from Yen Di, looked worriedly into the depths of the black pattern pillars. The butterfly flower empress now had a will at the advanced most powerful level and strength at the 5th stage limit. She was attempting to walk her own path, a path that could break through the universe master level. In the Primordial Universe, the Chaos City Lord and the Axe Creator also worried about Yen Di. Since 9 billion eras ago, when Yen Di sent a message to all human universe masters saying, I have important matters and cannot be contacted for now. Please do not worry. There had been no news of Yen Di. Although he had left divine power avatars while he was fully focused on cultivation, those avatars had severed all contact with the outside world. 10,000 years later. Ha ha ha. Yen Di am such a fool. Water and fire are inherently opposed, yet I foolishly tried to merge them. Truly going against the path. Suddenly Yen Di understood. Water and fire are opposites by nature, so forcing them to merge was impossible. Water and fire are the source of life, nurturing all living things. The truth is that water and fire complement each other, not merge. Like yin and yang, they complement each other to achieve harmony. Just as everything has two sides, good and bad. Who can merge good and bad? In that moment Yen Di realized water and fire complement, and oppose each other just as everything has two sides. A good side and a bad side. The Tao of water and fire lies in complement and opposition. Yen finally understand. With that let the secret art water and fire come into being. At this instant Yen comprehended the truth of water and fire, glimpsing a fragment of an unknown essence. He created the secret art water and fire. Mystic art of water and fire. Fascinating to have glimpsed even a trace. The phantom atop the black patterned stone pillar gazed at Yen in astonishment, as if he had comprehended something utterly inconceivable. Heh! Truly a stroke of divine inspiration. After grasping the truths of water and fire's mutual complement and opposition, actually created such a secret art. Yen himself found it incredible. After he had fully comprehended the truths of water and fire, the secret art he created was none other than the divine power combustion art. Of course, this divine power combustion art only had a scroll at the universe master level capable of temporarily elevating a universe master's combat power by 1 rank. If the ultimate powerhouse were to learn it, the effect would be far less, at most boosting power by half a level. But what exactly is the truth of water and fire that I have grasped? It seems neither the life origin nor the water-fire origin. What origin is it then? Yen could not figure it out for the moment. The truth of water and fire, he had comprehended though derived from the laws of water and fire, was neither the water-fire origin nor the life origin. After pondering for a long time without reaching an answer, Yen shook his head and thought to himself, enough, enough. I'd better hurry up and create a 6th-rank secret art. When Yen comprehended the truth of water and fire, he realized he had been on the wrong path. Water and fire were inherently incompatible, yet they could complement each other, existing as one. Thus Yen found the correct path. Outside 1,000 epochs had passed, but within the millionfold time acceleration of the black pattern stone pillar, it was 10 billion epochs. On this day, Yen finally created a 6th-rank secret art on his own, without any guidance or inheritance. Standing before the black pattern stone pillar, Yen activated the Yen Divine Halberd in his hand, and began to wield it, alternating between fast and slow. Speed within slowness, slowness within speed. If a universe master were to watch Yen wielding the halberd, they would certainly fail to clearly perceive the trajectory of his movements. Suddenly, Yen thrust forward, slowly, appearing extremely sluggish, yet in truth it was inconceivably fast. This thrust seemed utterly devoid of power, but the moment Yen thrust, a tiny black dot erupted 10 light-years ahead of him. Boom! The immense might directly disrupted the spacetime within 1 light-year of the erupting black dot, even in a special place like the black pattern stone pillar. A single thrust from Yen possessed such power. One could imagine how formidable this technique truly was. When water and fire complement each other, they become perfect, serene, and gentle. When water and fire oppose each other, it is like thunder stirring up earthly flames. Their mutual repulsion unleashes tremendous force. Let this technique be called Singularity Explosion. Just as Yen successfully created the top-tier 6th-rank secret art Singularity Explosion, the voice that had spoken 900 million epochs ago resounded once more. The trigger has created a 6th-rank secret art, and successfully become a successor. You are qualified to enter the inheritance space. Yen was stunned. Before he could react to what was happening, he was teleported to an unfamiliar place. This is... Yen looked around at the vast white expanse stretching endlessly. He could not immediately grasp where he was. Suddenly a humanoid phantom about 10 meters tall materialized before him. This phantom wore blue battle armor and had 2 horns on its head. Its eyes contained the destruction of mountains and rivers, and the collapse of the universe, drawing anyone who gazed into them into that profound stare. You are... Yen hesitated as he looked at the phantom that had suddenly appeared before him. Could this be a virtual consciousness left behind by some powerful being? The phantom looked at Yen with some excitement and said, "Greetings, this generation's king-level inheritor. I am the virtual consciousness left by the previous general-level inheritor. My name is Wujin Wu Zhenlong. Previous general-level inheritor. Wujin Wu, what exactly is going on? Can you tell me?" Yen still harbored doubts. Wujin Wu. Is it like the Duan Donghe lineage's Wujin lineage? Or is Wujin the name of their lineage? This is how it was. The phantom seemed to recall something, then slowly narrated to Yen. It turned out that this phantom was the general of the universe, both the very general that Duan Donghe had spoken of as the one they followed. Based on Yen understanding of the devouring world, and the information this general had given him, he reached the following conclusion. In the distant past of the origin continent, there was a god king named Wujin God King. Legend said his combat prowess was overwhelming and invincible. He established a mighty divine kingdom, the Wu Kingdom. Later it seemed a great war erupted on the origin continent, and the Wujin God King went to participate. He never returned. Suddenly the divine kingdom lost the great presence of the Wujin God King, becoming precarious. Fortunately, the Wujin God King had left behind 3 levels of inheritance which prevented the Wu Kingdom from perishing. First, the soldier-level inheritance which allowed the inheritor to cultivate to the eternal true God at most. Second, the general-level inheritance which allowed the inheritor to cultivate to the level of being called a saint, that is the Chaos Dominator level. Third, the king-level inheritance which was divided into two parts. The first half allowed cultivation to the saint level, while the latter half made it possible to reach the God-king level. With these three levels of inheritance, the Wu kingdom produced several God-kings after the Wujin God-king. A single lineage could give rise to multiple God-kings. One could imagine the might of the Wujin lineage. It must be known that having a God-king level inheritance did not guarantee reaching that realm, as exemplified by the Duandonghe lineage. Since the third-generation patriarch, no God-king had ever appeared again. Although the God-kings that appeared later were never as powerful as the Wujin God-king, they were still enough to protect the Wu kingdom. However, in the recent tens of millions of cycles, the Wu kingdom had not produced a single God-king. Eventually, even king-level inheritors ceased to appear. Thus, unfortunately, the Wu kingdom was destroyed by its enemies. After the kingdom's fall, its numerous strong warriors were hunted down by their foes. The master of this general's phantom gathered those who had remained loyal to the Wu kingdom, leading a large group of eternal true gods and many void true gods into the cosmic sea. They planned to enslave a realm beast and use its power to restore the kingdom. But the outcome was tragic. After listening to the account of Wujin Wu Zhenlong and adding his own speculation, yet many doubts still lingered in Yandi's mind, so he asked, "Lord Wujin, may I ask how many holy kings a holy kingdom can possess?" In the cosmic sea, the words God-King cannot even be spoken. In his previous life, Yandi had always wondered how many God-Kings could a divine kingdom actually have. After all, the third-generation patriarch of the Duandonghe lineage was a God-King. Why didn't he establish his own divine kingdom? Why would he submit to others? An ordinary divine kingdom has only one holy king. A single holy king is enough to stand at the pinnacle of the ancient civilization and establish a divine kingdom. However, certain inheritance lineages could very well produce two or more holy kings. For instance, our Wujin lineage once had two holy kings simultaneously. But there is another scenario. The general's phantom paused here, as if recalling something, then said excitedly, "That is when a holy king is powerful enough to enslave other holy kings or make them submit to his command. Then that holy kingdom can have multiple holy kings. And our great Wujin holy king once had nearly 10 holy kings at the pinnacle of the ancient civilization under his command." What? Yendi could not believe it. Being fellow god kings, yet one could enslave another or even force them into obedience. And the Wujin god king had made nearly 10 god kings heed his orders. Whether through enslavement or by force to compel submission, it all demonstrated the Wujin god king's overwhelming power. Consider that the 3 god kings of the cannibal kingdom had failed to kill Zuoshanke, the god king of Jin, let alone making him yield or enslaving him. Seeing the astonished Yendi, the general's phantom nodded and said, "This generation's king-level inheritor you need not envy. Now you too have this opportunity." "I do." Yendi looked at the phantom with a mix of excitement and disbelief. "Even if I possessed merely 1/10 of the Wujin god kings, might it would be enough to establish a divine kingdom and ensure the eternal existence of the human race." "Yes, you do too. Now that you have passed the test of the king-level inheritor and created a 6th-rank secret art on your own, you have proven your potential. From this day forth you are the new Wujin Wu Yendi." Wujin Wu Yendi. Yendi silently repeated the name, his heart surging with excitement. Suddenly a question occurred to him, and he asked the general's phantom, "Lord Wujin, since the Wujin god king was so powerful, why did he fall?" The general's phantom suddenly became solemn. "Wujin Wu Yendi, as a king-level inheritor, you need not address me as Lord. Your status is even slightly higher than mine. You may call me mentor. Moreover, the Wujin Holy King did not fall. All the descendants of the Wujin lineage firmly believe that the Wujin Holy King cannot fall. As the king-level inheritor of the Wujin lineage, you should believe the same." Seeing the phantom's stern expression, Yendi's heart tightened. "Yes, mentor, I firmly believe that the Wujin Holy King will not fall." Yet in his heart Yendi understood that the Wujin god king had most likely perished, or else he would not have watched the Wu kingdom be destroyed. But Yendi was puzzled again. What had caused the fall of a being as powerful as the Wujin god king? A single being who could make nearly 10 god kings submit. Such might could still fall. Then what was true eternity? Afterwards Yendi asked the general's phantom many more questions. Some the phantom answered. Others could not be answered due to the primordial will, and still others the phantom was unwilling to answer. For instance, when Yendi asked who had destroyed the Wu kingdom, the phantom did not reply. It only instructed Yendi that unless he became a holy king, he should not admit to being a descendant of the Wujin lineage. From this one could imagine how formidable the Wu kingdom's enemies were. At the very least they were god king level enemies. After answering Yendi's doubts, the phantom said, "All right, Wujin Wu Yendi. Since you have become a descendant of our Wujin lineage, let the true inheritance begin." True inheritance. Yendi felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of legacy would a lineage as mighty as the Wujin leave for its successors? Yes, the true inheritance begins now. The General's Phantom declared solemnly. Hearing the General's Phantom announce that the true inheritance was about to begin, Yendi's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. But just then the General's Phantom suddenly spoke. Wujin Wu Yendi, your situation is somewhat different from other inheritors. Yendi's heart tightened. Somewhat different? How different? Actually, the cosmic arc was prepared for each successive king-level inheritor, but by my era there were no more king-level inheritors. So I temporarily took charge of the cosmic arc. But now, the General's Phantom paused here. Master, are you saying that the cosmic arc is damaged and I cannot control it, right? Yendi asked. He was regretful about not being able to control the cosmic arc, but he had no way to change it. The cosmic arc was already so damaged. What else could one expect? That's roughly the situation. The cosmic arc was originally prepared by the Wujin Saint King for his successors to protect their lives. Every king-level inheritor, who possesses the cosmic arc, even a saint-level existence, would find it difficult to harm you. But now the cosmic arc is damaged. In fact, apart from the area covered by the black pattern stone pillar, I cannot control or even detect any other place. The General's Phantom said helplessly. Could it be the primordial will causing trouble? Hearing this, Yendi blurted out. His first reaction was that it must be the primordial will's doing. You know about the primordial will? The General's Phantom was somewhat surprised. I know a little. Master, please continue. Yendi urged. In his heart he thought, I not only know about the primordial will but also about the supreme law. Although the General's Phantom saw that Yendi was being perfunctory, he didn't mind and continued. This black pattern stone pillar was personally crafted by the Wujin Saint King. Legend has it that the Wujin Saint King left his will upon it. It possesses immense power, but its purpose is to select successors. Select successors. Yes. Because the supreme inheritance secret art of our Wujin lineage is the will secret art, so our lineage's inheritance places great emphasis on willpower. And the successors chosen by our Wujin lineage are all masters of laws. A master of laws with willpower at the limit of a true god can trigger the opportunity to become a soldier-level inheritor. After passing the trial, one becomes a soldier-level inheritor. A general-level inheritor requires willpower at the limit of the void level, while a king level requires willpower at the limit of the eternal level. Select successors. That's not right. Then why didn't I trigger the general-level inheritance before? Could it be that no other strong beings in the cosmic sea have even triggered the soldier-level inheritance? Yendi asked in confusion. Even if throughout the endless cycles of the cosmic sea no universe master had reached the willpower limit of a void true god, he couldn't believe that none had reached the limit of the strongest. Moreover, Yendi refused to believe that no one had ever come to the black pattern stone pillar. For that question you'll have to ask your Primordial Universe. The Primordial will absolutely does not allow inheritances that transcend reincarnation to emerge, let alone such a powerful inheritance as our Wujin lineage. In previous endless cycles there were indeed 3 masters of laws in your cosmic sea, who met the conditions for general-level inheritance, and came to the black pattern stone pillar, but none reached the king level. Unfortunately, due to the primordial will, the inheritance could never emerge. The primordial will, that is possible. After all, the primordial will tries its best to prevent beings that transcend reincarnation. To prevent itself from being possessed. But since the inheritance of the Wujin lineage is suppressed, how did I trigger the inheritance conditions? Yendi was even more puzzled. Could it be that I am a transmigrator and the primordial universe does not suppress me? Is that possible? This is your fortune. Your current reincarnation era seems to have encountered some kind of accident or a calamity. When your willpower reached the limit of an eternal true god, the primordial will allow the inheritance of our Wujin lineage to emerge. The General's Phantom chuckled. A calamity? Yendi's heart stirred. Could this calamity refer to the disaster of the realm beasts? That is possible. Yes, it is a calamity. Perhaps there is some calamity that threatens the primordial universe. Therefore it allowed the inheritance of our Wujin lineage to emerge, but only the general-level inheritance, not the king level. Hearing this, Yendi was stunned and hurriedly asked, Master, can I only accept the general-level inheritance and not the king level? Looking at the anxious Yendi, the General's Phantom chuckled. Of course not. As a successor of our Wujin lineage, if you can't even accept the king-level inheritance, how can you be called a king-level inheritor? Phew, that's a relief. I thought I couldn't get the king-level inheritance. But Master, didn't you say that the king-level inheritance is suppressed by the primordial universe and cannot emerge? Yendi asked, relieved. As long as he could accept the king-level inheritance, that was fine. Hearing Yendi's question, the General's Phantom seemed a bit sorrowful and continued. Originally I planned to let you accept the general-level inheritance after you passed the trial. But I never expected that you would comprehend the ultimate truth of water and fire. and based on that you gained a trace of the yin-yang origin. So I changed my mind. Yin-yang origin. What kind of origin is that? Master, what did you change your mind about? Yendi became more and more confused. The universe evolved from chaos. In the beginning, chaos divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang, when harmonious, give rise to the origin of life. When opposed, they become the origin of destruction. Then the yin-yang origin evolved into the 10 basic origins: fire origin, wind origin, time origin, and so on. Origins are also graded. Grades. How are they divided? Could origins have different levels? The 10 origins are foundational. Above them there are some special origins. For example, the 5 elements origin, the space-time origin, the light and darkness origin, the wind and thunder origin, and so on. Above these are the origin of life and the origin of destruction. The origin of life specializes in defense, while the origin of destruction specializes in combat. And if one comprehends the yin-yang origin, it is equivalent to simultaneously mastering both the origin of life and the origin of destruction. Would you say the yin-yang origin is of a high grade? The general's phantom said calmly. Then master, what about the chaos origin? Yendi asked. What is the chaos origin for? Mastering the chaos law makes one a saint. Thoroughly comprehending the chaos origin makes one a saint king. And the yin-yang origin is the highest origin, second only to the chaos origin. I thought you would at most comprehend some special origins, but I never expected you to grasp a trace of the yin-yang origin, while still a master of laws. That's why I changed my mind. The general's phantom exclaimed in admiration. So master, what change did you make? Yendi was still puzzled. What did the change have to do with his comprehension of the yin-yang origin? Even if an origin was powerful, it only made one's combat ability stronger. It didn't mean much else. After all, whether becoming a saint or a god king, it was all related to chaos. When you comprehended the yin-yang origin, I made up my mind to make you a king-level inheritor. So I communicated with a trace of will left by the Wujin god king, and that will possessed immense power. It altered the suppression of the primordial universe, and forcibly pulled you into the king-level inheritance space. But the consequence is that this trace of the Wujin god king's will dissipate forever. At this, the general's phantom seemed sorrowful, as if the last trace of the Wujin god king's existence in this world had vanished. Ah! The Wujin god king's will is so powerful. Master, is the yin-yang origin truly so formidable that you would sacrifice the will left by the great Wujin god king? Yendi was truly stunned this time. Just a trace of remaining will could alter the primordial will. One could imagine how powerful the Wujin god king must have been. The yin-yang origin is indeed powerful. I myself have not comprehended it. Can you say it's not powerful? In our Wujin lineage, through countless cycles among thousands of king-level inheritors, not a single one comprehended the yin-yang origin, while still a master of laws. And you have comprehended it. So for the rise of our Wujin lineage, I chose to use the will of the great Wujin god king. The general's phantom sighed. You must know that not every king-level inheritor can become a god king. On the contrary, the success rate is roughly 1 in 1,000. And among the thousands of king-level inheritors of the Wujin lineage, all of them comprehended some origin while still masters of laws. As for attaining sainthood through willpower, aside from the Wujin god king, no other king-level inheritor has achieved it. But among the masters of laws who comprehended origins, not a single one comprehended the yin-yang origin. One can imagine how powerful the yin-yang origin is. Yendi could hardly believe it. Thousands of king-level inheritors and none had comprehended the yin-yang origin. And he had actually comprehended it. What was so special about the yin-yang origin? Yendi then asked. Then master, what exactly is special about the yin-yang origin? The yin-yang origin itself is not special. Rather, the timing of your comprehension is special. Ordinary powerhouses first comprehend the 10 basic origins, then the 2 origins of life and destruction. Then they fuse them into the yin-yang origin. This step has blocked countless saint-level powerhouses, because only by comprehending the yin-yang origin can one master the chaos origin. And you directly comprehended a trace of the yin-yang origin, bypassing the great difficulty of fusing the 2 origins. From now on, as long as you comprehend other origins, you can directly integrate them into that trace of yin-yang origin, until the yin-yang origin is fully accomplished. Then you will merge the yin-yang origin into one, transform it into the chaos origin, and become a saint king. After listening to the general's phantom's explanation, Yendi finally understood. It turned out that he had directly comprehended a trace of the yin-yang origin like a seed. As long as he later comprehended other origins and integrated them into that trace of yin-yang origin. Eventually one day he would fully master the yin-yang origin. Just like a farmer who has a seed, plants it, well waters and fertilizes it, and then a sapling grows, finally blooming and bearing fruit. Whereas other powerhouses who have not comprehended the yin-yang origin are like farmers who want to farm but have no seeds. They have to arduously comprehend the yin-yang origin for a seed, while Yendi directly comprehended the yin-yang origin. This indirectly proved that Yendi had the potential to become a god king. because once one masters the yin-yang origin, one will quickly master the chaos origin and become a god king. The difficulty lies in the inability to comprehend the yin-yang origin. This step has blocked too many extraordinary talents. Without taking this step, one can never become a god king. And Yen Di have not only taken this step, but did so while still a universe master. At this moment Yen Di thought with immense pride. Wujin Wu Yen Di. You have no more doubts now, do you? Then let us begin the inheritance. The general's phantom asked. Is the inheritance about to begin? At this moment the Flame Emperor could not describe his feelings. There was excitement, joy, and anticipation. Whoosh! The general's phantom waved his hand, and within this empty inheritance space, a statue towering 1,000,000 kilometers appeared. The statue had 2 legs, 6 arms, and 4 wings. Its face resembled that of Earth humans but with blue scales on both cheeks. On its forehead was a vertical eye emitting a peculiar aura. The entire statue exuded mystery, majesty, and nobility. The general's phantom pointed at the statue excitedly, and said, "Look, this is our great endless Saint King, the founder of the Wu Kingdom and the creator of the endless lineage." Yen Di of the endless Wu kowtowed 9 times before the statue of the endless Saint King. Yes. Yen Di walked before the statue of the endless divine king, and kowtowed 9 times with reverence. Suddenly a beam of light shot from the vertical eye of the endless divine king, merging into Yen Di's body. Ah, it hurts. Yen Di felt as if his soul were about to shatter. He knew this was the inheritance mark of the endless lineage fusing with his soul, and he had to endure. It felt like countless reincarnations passed, yet also a single instant before he finally awoke. Suddenly he realized something had been added to his mind. This is the inherited secret art. Yen Di was truly astonished. A king-level inheritor of the endless lineage was granted 3 major secret arts, and 1 supreme secret art. The first secret art was the external avatar, an extremely precious art. Cultivating it allowed one to forge a unique divine power avatar akin to a clone technique. Through this divine power avatar one could rise again even after the original body perished. If the avatar died, the original body could condense another one. However, if the original body rose again through the avatar, it could no longer condense another avatar. Only special blood like that of the immortal Dongha could be refined. Moreover, this divine power avatar would not merge with the original body upon reaching the true god level. It existed independently. Most importantly, the avatar possessed a fraction of the original body's power. At the universe master level, it had 10% of the original body's strength. At the true god level, it had 20%. Beyond that, Yen Di could not view due to the restrictions of the original universe. Yet Yen Di speculated that cultivated to its pinnacle, this art could grant the avatar the same strength as the original. The second secret art was called Meteor. It was a precious divine power combustion art, comprising 12 volumes. Yen Di could currently access the first 4 volumes. Of course, all the secret arts he obtained only allowed cultivation up to the saint level. Only by traversing reincarnation and receiving the inheritance again could he obtain the divine king level cultivation arts. Such was the benefit of inheritance. The Meteor art was a complete set, while the Waterfire art Yen Di created was merely a single volume at the universe master level. Moreover, if a universe master created a technique surpassing the 5th rank, the Waterfire art could no longer amplify a rank. Yet the second volume of the Meteor art could. The third secret art was called Myriad Incarnations, used for escape. At the universe master level, cultivating this art allowed one to transform into 10 divine power avatars, greatly increasing escape speed. Of course, only one of these 10 divine power avatars was real. If discovered, one would be doomed. The other 9 were mainly for confusing the enemy. Once Myriad Incarnations was used, the divine power avatars and the original body shared the same aura, and speed increased, greatly enhancing the chance of escape. And as one's power grew, so did the number of avatars and escape speed. So these are the 3 major inherited secret arts of the endless lineage. They seem similar to the Duan Dongha lineage, just far more powerful. Yen Di muttered to himself. The most precious inheritance of the endless lineage was their supreme secret art, Endless. Endless was a will art requiring at least the willpower of an eternal true god's limit to cultivate. When Yen Di read the introduction to the Endless art, he was astonished to discover this art was 120% compatible with him, as if tailor-made. Yen Di had once tried to create a will impact art, but due to insufficient accumulation, insight, strength, and knowledge, he had failed. However, Yen Di had indeed explored some rough methods of using willpower. Those unfamiliar with will impact would emit their will in all directions a full 360 degrees. But Yen Di believed that concentrating the will impact in a single direction would greatly increase its power, just as focusing force increases destructive power per unit area. Yen Di had been striving in this direction. After 100 billion epochs of seclusion, he could direct his will impact within a 90-degree range, increasing its power fourfold. However, he could not further reduce the range. The core theory of the Endless art was also to narrow the will impact range to enhance its effect. Imagine if the will impact range could be reduced to 1 degree. Would that not be a 360-fold increase? The endless divine king who created this art had speculated that if one could compress the will to a single point, that person would become eternal and indestructible. Unfortunately, not even the endless divine king had attained such a realm. Of course, the 4 secret arts Yendi obtained could only be cultivated to the saint level. They lacked the divine king cultivation portion. Yendi estimated that the divine king cultivation portion was likely on the origin continent. Just as Yendi was studying the arts, the general's phantom spoke. New king-level inheritor, my consciousness is about to dissipate. There are matters I must entrust to you. What? Mentor, your consciousness is fading. Yendi exclaimed in shock. Yes, my consciousness governs the inheritance space. If I did not dissipate, you could not gain control of the inheritance space. Listen carefully to what I am about to say. The general's phantom spoke solemnly. Yes, Yendi replied respectfully. This our endless lineage. The general's phantom finally dissipated, having entrusted Yendi with many matters. Yendi thus gained control of the inheritance space. One great benefit of this inheritance space was its ability to accelerate time millions of times. First, since the cosmic vessel was damaged and could not be activated, Yendi could not control it even with the inheritance space's authority. Moreover, because Yendi had been forcibly summoned into the king-level inheritance space by the endless divine king's great will, he could not easily leave the inheritance space. Once he left, he could never return, not even by leaving a divine power avatar. Therefore, Yendi could not leave the inheritance space lightly, for once he did, he would lose access to the core inheritance of the endless lineage as well as treasures and other resources. And since Yendi was temporarily unable to leave the inheritance space, the general's phantom advised him to first cultivate the external avatar secret art. Once Yendi succeeded in cultivating the external avatar, he would possess a special divine power avatar with 10% of his strength, which could roam the cosmic sea on his behalf. Meanwhile, Yendi's original body could remain in the inheritance space, leveraging its advantages to enhance his power. His primary task was to read through all the inheritances of the endless lineage and commit them to memory. The second matter concerned the inheritance of the endless lineage. The inheritance must never be leaked. Not even the slightest bit of the basic and peripheral inheritance. Moreover, the inheritance mark of the endless lineage was unique. Even if Yendi wished to leak it, he could not, as if suppressed by the original universe. Of course, if Yendi's power surpassed the endless divine king, these restrictions would naturally cease. Although Yendi could not directly reveal the endless lineage's inheritance, he could pass it on to his own people. Who were his own people? As a king-level inheritor, Yendi naturally also obtained the soldier-level and general-level inheritances. As long as Yendi reached the true god level, he would qualify to create 5 soldier-level inheritance marks. Anyone who received a soldier-level inheritance mark or Yendi's recognition could possess the inheritance mark, join the endless lineage, and obtain part of the soldier-level inheritance. The quota and extent of this inheritance would increase with Yendi's power. For example, if Yendi reached the saint level, he could create 100,000 soldier-level inheritance marks and pass on the entire soldier-level inheritance. If Yendi reached the divine king realm, he could create an unlimited number of soldier-level inheritance marks, as well as 100 general-level inheritance marks, passing on the entire general-level inheritance. This approach had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it directly prevented the leakage of the endless lineage's inheritance. Even those who received the inheritance could only learn it for themselves, not pass it on. The disadvantage was that Yendi could not currently reveal the inheritance to enhance the overall strength of humanity. The third matter the general's phantom entrusted concerned Yendi's material resources. As a king-level inheritor, he was entitled to 5 material resources. The rest he would have to obtain himself. First, control of the cosmic vessel. Unfortunately, the cosmic vessel was so damaged that Yendi had no hope. Originally, the cosmic vessel was the greatest life-saving artifact the endless lineage gave to inheritors, but Yendi was not fated to enjoy it. Second, possession of a divine king-level primordial embryo. Third, a true god-level special standard armor. Fourth, the divine power needed to reach a genetic level of 90,000 times. The endless lineage had prepared a treasure containing enough divine power for inheritors, ensuring ample divine power. Unfortunately, Yendi, with his Bloodthirsty Vine avatar, had no use for it, but it was still a staggering fortune. Imagine possessing such a vast amount of ownerless divine power as the endless profound sea. Its value might even exceed that of a void true god-level mechanical treasure. When he heard the 5th item, Yendi was stunned. The 5th item was clearly that every king-level inheritor had the opportunity to claim and bond with the Layuan art. But after thinking it over, Yendi understood. Although the scroll of the Layuan art was not a common commodity, he estimated that every divine king-level power on the origin continent would possess it. These 3 matters were essentially the most important things the general's phantom entrusted. Of course, there were other significant matters. For instance, he must never let the endless lineage die out in his hands, must expand and glorify the lineage, and if he reached the divine king realm, he must restore the Wu kingdom. The general's phantom rambled on about many things. However, the general's phantom did not reveal the specific enemies of the Wu kingdom. He only gave Yen Di a memory crystal saying that once Yen Di transcended reincarnation he would naturally know. Alright, everything is ready. First obtain the 3 treasures, then attempt to bond with the Liuan art, and finally focus on cultivating the external avatar. Yen Di murmured to himself. Go, let's begin. In the heritage space Yen Emperor waved his hand, and with a thought the endless lineage's treasury of inheritance materialized directly within this space. The endless lineage's treasury, secret arts, and other treasures were all hidden in a dimensional space which Yen Emperor could summon with a mere thought. Upon seeing the treasury Yen Emperor was overcome with exhilaration. Tisk tsk, what is this? A divine king-level mechanical flow prototype. Truly magnificent. Yen Emperor exclaimed, drooling and starry-eyed, as he gazed at the colossal mecha towering over 10 million kilometers. This mechanical flow mecha prototype was merely a grand framework. The finer details and mystic patterns were entirely absent. It could be completely customized and modified according to one's own characteristics and preferences. Ah! What is this? A prototype of a cosmic vessel. Yen Emperor suddenly cried out, staring at the ship-shaped prototype that stretched over 10 million kilometers in length. This boat-shaped prototype bore a striking resemblance to the cosmic boat. According to the knowledge Yen Emperor received from the inheritance, it was a group-use mechanical flow supreme treasure, and it could even autonomously produce supreme treasures within. If Yen Emperor obtained this prototype, he could later pursue the path of the soul, enslaving a horde of powerful beings perfectly suited for a swarm tactics approach. With enough subordinates, he could unleash terrifying might. Yen Emperor continued to wander through the treasury examining these extremely precious divine, king-level prototypes. The endless lineage possessed a total of 1,296 divine, king-level prototypes, covering all major schools of techniques. What is this? A seed? Yen Emperor stared at the emerald green seed which had a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, and immediately recalled the information about it. Over half of the endless lineage's treasures were collected by the endless divine king himself, but a small portion was gathered by later generations. This seed was called the demon-devouring tree seed, collected by the great endless divine king. Once the seed sprouted, it would grow into a demon-devouring tree. This tree would gradually mature, and could give birth to many demon-devouring tree warriors. The individual strength of these demon-devouring tree warriors could rival that of a divine king at their peak. Of course, nurturing a demon-devouring tree that could rival a divine king would require extremely stringent resources and conditions. Even in the origin continent, this seed was priceless, not much inferior to a divine king-level prototype. A fully grown demon-devouring tree could rival the power of a divine king-level faction. Of course, even in the origin continent, demon-devouring trees that reached the divine king level were extremely rare, almost non-existent. A formidable demon-devouring tree, but unfortunately it doesn't suit me. Yen Emperor shook his head and sighed. He followed the path of close combat, so what suited him best were armor and weapon prototypes. Let me see if there are any spear or halberd prototypes. Yen Emperor examined these precious prototypes, searching for the one that suited him. What is that? A piece of armor. Yen Emperor looked at the enormous blood-red armor before him. As a divine king-level prototype, its defensive capabilities must be extraordinary. This should be ideal for me. If I find nothing more suitable, then you're the one, Yen Emperor thought to himself. He listed this blood-red armor prototype as a candidate. Yen Emperor continued searching, and suddenly his eyes lit up. What is that? A halberd-type prototype. It was a silver-white double-eared halberd. The moment Yen Emperor laid eyes on it, he was deeply captivated. Ha! You're the one. Yen Emperor laughed heartily as he took the silver-white double-eared halberd into his hand, making his choice directly. Because the moment he saw this halberd prototype, he also recalled the information about it. A mechanical flow halberd prototype personally forged by the Endless Divine King, equipped with an extremely powerful energy conversion system. Even in its prototype form, it could unleash six-step might, and the mystic patterns inscribed upon it could elevate its power by 2 tiers. Moreover, this prototype could not be claimed by just any inheritor. It required one whose will had reached the level of a sage under the law lords, or one who had comprehended the yin-yang origin to wield it. This prototype granted attacks with immense penetrating and armor-breaking power. However, its formidable might came at a cost. It consumed 100 times more divine power than a same-level prototype. It could only be used by a powerhouse who walked the path of the divine body. This halberd prototype is perfect for me. I happen to be on the divine body path. Your name shall be Fangtian Huaji. Suddenly, as Yen Emperor named the halberd prototype Fangtian Huaji, the halberd hummed and vibrated in his hand. Ha! Fangtian Huaji, you like this name too, don't you? From today on you shall be my trusted companion, fighting alongside me throughout my life. Yen Emperor laughed heartily. Fangtian Huaji transmitted waves of joy to Yen Emperor. Forged by the Endless Divine King, it had existed for countless ages. It had long since developed its own intelligence and possessed a measure of wisdom. Now that it had a master, it too yearned for battle. Excellent. Now that I have Fengtian Huaji, I can directly unleash top-tier 9-step might. Yan Emperor had created a top-tier 6-step secret art, and with Fengtian Huaji's amplification of 2 tiers along with the divine power burning secret art adding 1 tier, his combat power reached the top-tier 9-step level. Although Fengtian Huaji's amplification in the early stages was relatively modest, it could accompany Yan Emperor all the way to the Divine King realm. Even a supreme-grade mechanical flow treasure like the Wuchi Divine would become useless once one reached the Eternal True God stage. Now it's time to see the mechanical flow battle armor that the endless lineage has prepared for me, Yan Emperor said expectantly. He waved his hand and a pitch-black armor appeared in the void. As soon as it appeared it seemed to suck in all the surrounding light, exuding an eerie aura. Yan Emperor took the armor into his hand and immediately imprinted his life mark upon it. This armor was prepared by the endless lineage for its inheritors. Even if an outsider obtained it without the inheritance mark, they could not claim ownership. Celestial Star Demon-Defying Armor. This function is... Yan Emperor was momentarily stunned. As the life-saving supreme treasure made by the endless lineage for its disciples, the Celestial Star Demon-Defying Armor's power was indeed immense. Of course its primary purpose was for protection, so it only had defensive functions. First, it could ignore all attacks below the 9th step. For divine power attacks above the 9th step, it could reduce them by 1/1,000,000th, and for soul attacks it could reduce them by 10,000th. Moreover, its limit was terrifyingly high beyond the reach of even an ordinary void true god. And it had only one mode of power called Rampage Mode. Yes, Rampage Mode. When Yan Emperor received this information he couldn't believe it. It was exactly the same as the Ice Breath armor. Of course the Rampage Mode of the Celestial Star Demon-Defying Armor was far beyond what the Ice Breath armor could match. Activating Rampage Mode allowed it to ignore all physical and soul attacks below the 12th step. However, it consumed immense divine power. Even with Yan Emperor's divine body of 10 billion kilometers, he could sustain it for at most half a day. Could the Ice Breath armor be a copy made by Zuoshanke? Yan Emperor thought it possible, though he didn't rule out that someone else might have invented it independently. In fact, when Yan Emperor first obtained the Ice Breath armor, he felt something was off about it. Now it seemed that the Ice Breath armor also possessed some mechanical flow treasure properties. Indeed, the endless lineage is truly generous to its disciples. This treatment TSK. Yan Emperor felt delighted. A Divine King-level mechanical flow prototype, a top-grade true god-level mechanical flow standard armor. A large pile of treasures containing divine power and the right to practice the Laiyuan art. Let's not take the divine power treasures for now. Instead, let me see if I have a chance to claim the Laiyuan art. Yan Emperor thought eagerly. He had long coveted the supreme secret art of Laiyuan. With a wave of his hand, the endless lineage's treasury faded away, hiding in the unfathomable depths of this space. Meanwhile, a scroll-like world appeared before Yan Emperor. Is this the Laiyuan art? It's truly profound and unfathomable. I cannot understand a single thing. Yan Emperor looked at the strange characters surrounding him, forming a world of scrolls. Yan Emperor knew that to claim the Laiyuan art, the first step was to enter the scroll world with his consciousness. But he did not recognize any of these strange characters, so he had to carefully ponder and comprehend. 1 day, 3 days, 10 days. Under the acceleration of 10 million times 10 days passed in the outside world, while nearly 300,000 years elapsed within the heritage space. After all this time, can't I even meet the threshold for entry? Yan Emperor said somewhat unwillingly. Though he had not harbored much hope of claiming the Laiyuan art, failing to even reach the entry level after such a long time made Yan Emperor deeply reluctant to accept. 1 month later. Under the acceleration of 10 million times in the heritage space, 1 month outside meant nearly 900,000 years within. Suddenly, as Yan Emperor was comprehending the surrounding characters, he felt his consciousness slip, beyond his control, pulled by an irresistible force into a scroll world. Is this the world of the secret art? Phew. Yan Emperor have finally entered the first layer. Yan Emperor let out a long breath. He was not afraid of failure, but failing to even meet the first layer's requirements was truly a blow to his pride. Come in, come in. Suddenly a seductive voice called out to Yan Emperor, and he involuntarily walked toward the palace at the center of the scroll world. Boom! Yan Emperor stepped into the palace only to realize that he had come under an uncontrollable compulsion. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How powerful is Yuan? The secret art spirit he created wields such might. Kid, stop gawking. It took you this long to get in. I'd say you're quite mediocre. A lazy voice suddenly reached Yan Emperor's ears. Yan Emperor looked at the purple-horned beast in the center of the hall, thinking, is this the legendary secret art spirit? Greetings, sir. Yan Emperor bowed respectfully to the beast. You boy, go comprehend the left scroll. If you succeed, you'll gain a secret art. If you fail, then leave. But I don't think you stand a chance. Countless geniuses over trillions of cycles in the ancient civilization have failed, and you're no exception. The purple-horned beast spoke mercilessly, then ignored Yen Emperor, clearly holding no hope for him. Very well, Yen Emperor said helplessly. He knew there was no point arguing with the beast. Taking 900,000 years to reach the first level was indeed not impressive. Yen Emperor quietly began practicing the left guiding secret art. Slowly his consciousness sank into the state of cultivation, and even the Bloodvine tree clone in the original universe followed suit. Have I failed? Yen Emperor looked at the empty heritage space, realizing that his cultivation of the guiding secret art had ended in failure. Alas, I couldn't even reach the second stage. I'm truly not suited for this secret art. Yen Emperor sighed helplessly. Forget it. I won't dwell on it. Failure is failure. Let me focus on mastering the external avatar art as soon as possible. The external avatar art was a major secret art of the endless lineage, second only to the endless secret art. When a universe master successfully cultivated it, they could obtain a special avatar possessing 10% of the original body's power. This 10% referred to the purity of divine power, height of the divine body, soul, will, etc., while the comprehension of laws and secret art insights remained the same as the original. Moreover, if the original body perished, one could rise again through this special avatar. No wonder the external avatar art is the king-level inheritance secret art of the endless lineage. It requires the divine power avatar to possess its own will. Only then can this special divine power avatar exist independently like a true clone. Time flew by and one era passed in the outside world. Inside the heritage space it was 10 million eras. On this day, external avatar art succeed for me. Boom. A figure identical to Yen Emperor split from his body, though this one's aura was much weaker than the original. Phew. Are you my external avatar? Yen Emperor asked himself, though this avatar shared his will, essentially being the same person. Yes, original body. I am your external avatar. The avatar replied expressionlessly. Ha ha ha. Good. From today onward until I leave the heritage space you shall be Yen Emperor fighting in my stead. Yen Emperor laughed heartily, having no doubt about the avatar's strength. Although the avatar's divine body was only 100 million kilometers tall, and its divine power condensation level was merely 7,000 times the gene level of a universe master, and its will weakened by the frail soul barely reached the level of a void true god, Yen Emperor had spent these 10 million eras primarily cultivating the external avatar art. Yet thanks to his accumulated foundation, and guided by the ancient endless lineage, his secret art mastery had reached a new level. He created a 7-step primary secret art, myriad billion layered waves. This technique utilized the sliver of yin-yang origin Yen Emperor had comprehended, primarily focusing on the generating aspect, and was applied to the water law. Its attack power was not particularly strong, but its binding, suppression, and defense capabilities were formidable. With a 7-step primary secret art, along with the self-created secret art water and fire, Yen Emperor's avatar achieved an 8-step primary combat power in the cosmic sea, surpassing even the average supreme being without a top-tier supreme treasure. Yen Emperor did not intend to let the avatar carry Fangtian Huaji and the celestial star demon-defying armor, lest the avatar fall and cause a great loss. Thus the avatar departed with all of Yen Emperor's treasures except those two. It burst out of the heritage space and charged into the cosmic sea. Meanwhile, Yen Emperor's original body toiled away in the heritage space, cultivating various secret arts and memorizing the vast inheritance and guidance of the endless lineage. Yen Di's avatar burst out of the inheritance space and appeared directly outside the black pattern stone pillar. Good thing it didn't appear right in front of the pillar, or I'd be dead, Yen Di thought to himself. His avatar's willpower had barely reached the level of void true god, while the willpower impact before the black pattern stone pillar was at the limit of eternal true god. For the current Yen Di, it was a disaster. Let's go pick up Yu Dai first. Yen Di directly piloted the dragon pattern tower and headed toward the direction of Yu Dai, the flower emperor. Oh, Yu Dai's willpower has become so strong. It seems her progress is quite rapid. Yen Di muttered inwardly as he watched Yu Dai, the flower emperor, cultivating quietly in the distance. When she first arrived at the black pattern stone pillar, Yu Dai, the flower emperor, had only the willpower of a universe master at the limit, but now it was enough to rival most of the strongest. Yu Dai! Yen Di transmitted his voice softly as he came behind Yu Dai, the flower emperor. She spun around sharply and threw herself into Yen Di's arms. Yen Di Gij, where have you been? Why has there been no news for so long? Hearing the worry in Yu Dai, the flower emperor's voice, Yen Di's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Who could have known that in the short span of a billion eras, he had obtained such a powerful inheritance from the endless lineage, and his true body even possessed the strength to sweep across the universe sea. I'm fine. I was in seclusion at a critical stage, so I couldn't reply. Yu Dai, I'm truly sorry for making you worry. Yen Di stroked the pair of cute antennae of Yu Dai, the flower emperor, and said softly, "Oh, then, Yen Di Gij, next time you must let me know first." Yu Dai, the flower emperor, frowned. Those antennae were the symbol of the empress, and probably no one except Yen Di dared to touch them. Before Yen Di die, the Flower Emperor cast aside the dignity of an empress behaving like a little girl. But, in the Universe C, she was notorious for being troublesome. Especially in the past 10 billion eras under Yen Di's guidance, the Flower Emperor had reached the peak of 5th tier strength. Her eerie soul attacks were no less formidable than those of veteran powerhouses like the Pure Eye Lord and the Spectral Lord. I promise you. Let's leave this place first. The Flower Emperor and Yen Di entered the Dragon Pattern Tower, and slowly headed deeper into the Universe boat. I need to report to the clan quickly. I reckon the clan is about to explode with worry over me. Yen Di gazed at the hundreds of millions of emails and felt his scalp tingle. Having had no news for nearly a billion eras, Giant Axe Chaos and the others must have been worried. Without hesitation, Yen Di submerged his consciousness in the original universe into the virtual universe. He immediately sent a safety email to all the universe masters of the human race and the Yen God clan. Within half an hour, Yen Di received an email from the Chaos City Lord, inviting him to the Giant Axe Temple. With a whoosh, Yen Di teleported directly to the Giant Axe Temple. Seeing the human race universe masters seated in full, Yen Di's scalp tingled again. Even the Dark Lord had come, showing just how concerned everyone was about Yen Di. Facing the gazes of confusion, care, and inquiry from the universe masters, Yen Di could only steel himself and say, "I'm late." Before Chaos City Lord could speak, the impatient Giant Axe directly asked, "Yen Di, where have you been for the past billion eras? How come there was no news at all?" "Yes. Yen Di, where did you go? Yen Di, why didn't you reply to my messages? Yen Di, do you know how worried everyone was? If something happened to you, what would the clan do?" Yen Di. Yen Di listened to the inquiries from the universe masters, and for a moment didn't know how to answer. Just then Chaos City Lord stepped forward to defuse the situation. All right, everyone, stop asking. Let Yen Di speak for himself." Everyone fell silent. Yen Di shot a grateful look at Chaos City Lord and then said, "I've caused you all to worry during this time. It is my fault, Yen Di's fault. I apologize to everyone." Saying this, Yen Di stood up and bowed to everyone around. "Yen Di, don't. Yen Di, there's no need. Yen Di, we were just worried about you." Seeing Yen Di standing and bowing in apology, the human race universe masters hurriedly stopped him. Yen Di's current strength was second only to Giant Axe among the human race, and his status was comparable to Chaos City Lord. Of course, that was everyone's perception of Yen Di. Even so, the human race universe masters were unwilling to accept his bow. "There is nothing wrong with it. I was indeed somewhat at fault this time, but I had no choice. I had my reasons." Yen Di could not tell the human race universe masters about the endless lineage, since he was not allowed to pass on the inheritance of the endless lineage. Telling them would only cause misunderstandings. "Then Yen Di, do you have any reasons you can share with everyone?" "Of course, if you don't say, no one will blame you," Chaos City Lord asked. Everyone nodded in agreement. They would not offend Yen Di over personal matters given his strength and status. "This time I encountered a great opportunity." "A great opportunity? What kind?" the universe masters asked in confusion. "Look." Yen Di directly simulated a map in the virtual universe. It was a map of the inner region of the universe boat. "This is a map of the universe boat." Giant Axe looked at it in confusion. This is what I've explored over the past 100 billion eras. This is your great opportunity. Chaos, give Yen Di 500 treasure points later." Giant Axe said doubtfully, "Although this map was quite valuable, it shouldn't count as a great opportunity, right?" "Haha, of course not. Chaos, you don't need to give me treasure points. I don't need them. The great opportunity I'm talking about is that I obtained a secret art." Yen Di laughed as he looked at the puzzled Giant Axe. He refused the treasure points because the human race currently had no treasures that tempted him, and they would be of little use to him. A secret art? What kind? Could it be a secret art from an ancient civilization? The human race universe masters asked in disbelief. Could Yen Di have obtained a secret art from an ancient civilization? Yes, it is a secret art from an ancient civilization. A divine power combustion secret art called Water and Fire. Using it can amplify a universe master's power by 1 level. Of course, I only obtained the volume for universe masters. Yen Di fibbed. He intended to offer the Water and Fire secret art to the human race, but claiming it was his own creation would be too shocking. So he said he obtained it through a great opportunity. Yen Di had once asked the General's Phantom whether the Water and Fire secret art could be passed on. The answer was yes, but the General's Phantom also warned Yen Di not to get too excited, because Yen Di had only created the first volume of the Water and Fire secret art, which could only amplify a universe master by 1 rank and at most half a rank for the strongest. Moreover, the secret art was created by Yen Di after comprehending the yin-yang origin, making it quite difficult to learn. The strongest could basically learn it. 5th-tier universe masters had an 80 chance, while 4th-tier universe masters only had a 50 chance. For those below 4th tier, the chance was less than 10. What? It's really a secret art from an ancient inheritance. It can increase attack power by 1 level. Water and Fire Secret Art. Is it real or fake? For a moment the entire giant axe temple was abuzz with discussion. Among the universe masters except for the two holy lands. Almost no one had heard of divine power combustion secret arts, let alone seen one. Everyone was skeptical. It wasn't that they didn't trust Yen Di, but it was simply too incredible. After all, even a supreme treasure only increased power by one level. With this secret art, wouldn't that mean every human race universe master had a supreme treasure? Alright, everyone stop arguing. Let's hear what Yen Di has to say. Giant Axe interrupted the discussion of the human race universe masters, and turned his gaze to Yen Di. The human race universe masters also looked at Yen Di with anticipation. Seeing their expectant gazes, Yen Di couldn't keep them in suspense any longer. I'll send the secret art to everyone. You can see for yourselves. Saying this, Yen Di directly divided the content of the Water and Fire secret art into 18 parts in the virtual universe. Each of the human race powerhouses received one copy. They all took the Water and Fire secret art and began to read it carefully. Such a secret art is truly... This world actually has such an exquisite secret art. Yen Di. The human race universe masters all felt the extraordinary nature of the Water and Fire secret art as they looked at it in their hands. Each one was so astonished that they didn't know how to express their emotions. With this secret art, the human race will surely flourish. Yen Di, I truly don't know how to thank you. The universe masters only sensed the extraordinary nature of the Water and Fire secret art, but Giant Axe was the strongest and a strong one with high attainment in secret arts. He quickly recognized the value of this secret art. Indeed, Yen Di, you have made a great contribution this time. Chaos City Lord also exclaimed. Chaos, you flatter me. For the sake of our human race, everything is worth it. Yen Di said sincerely. He was naturally very willing to see the human race prosper. Just then Giant Axe suddenly said seriously, Yen Di, your contribution this time is beyond doubt. Even awarding you a supreme treasure would not be excessive. But you know the clan's situation. I can only give you 20,000 treasure points. I hope you won't refuse. Looking at the serious Giant Axe, Yen Di knew this was from the heart. Giant Axe, I cannot accept these 20,000 treasure points. Before Yen Di could finish, Chaos City Lord hurriedly said, Yen Di, just accept them. You also need to grow stronger, so that you can better protect our human race and contribute. Yes, Yen Di, please accept it. The Dragon Travel Lord also urged. Accept it, Yen Di. Right? Yen Di, just take it. Yen Di, don't refuse. Yen Di, you. Looking at the human race universe masters, Yen Di's heart suddenly warmed. This is the clan. This is the clan I have guarded with my life. While the universe masters were persuading Yen Di in the Giant Axe temple, outside the temple a man in white with a gentle temperament. He looked at the human race universe masters with a gratified expression and said softly, This is the clan. In the end, after repeated persuasion from everyone, Yen Di could not refuse and accepted the clan's 10,000 treasure points. Alright, regarding the secret art. No one must leak it. It is listed as the highest secret of our human race. Even those who have mastered the secret art should not display it lightly, understood. Ju Fu said sternly. Seeing Ju Fu's serious expression, everyone understood the importance of this secret art. They all nodded in agreement, vowing never to divulge it easily. Just then Yen Di suddenly spoke. Ju Fu, I have another matter. Ju Fu looked at Yen Di with puzzlement and asked, What is it? As long as the clan can accomplish it, we will certainly help you. Although Ju Fu did not know what Yen Di intended, he immediately stood by Yen Di's side. I wish to pass on the Waterfire secret art to you, Dai Huang. I hope you can agree. The Waterfire secret art was created by Yen Di himself so naturally, he could teach it to whomever he wished. However, to avoid misunderstandings among the human race's universe masters, Yen Di still chose to inform the human strongmen first. No, Yen Di, how can you pass such a precious secret art to an alien race? If you were to pass it to any human, I would have no objection. But if you pass it to an alien, I, Huangjin, will be the first to oppose. It was actually Huangjin, the Lord of Wasteland, who had the best relationship with Yen Di among the human race, who stepped forward to oppose. Yen Di knew Lord Huangjin's character well, understanding that he was acting from the perspective of the clan, without any personal emotions. Indeed, Yen Di, you must think twice about this matter. After all, those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts, right? For these alien races, we humans cannot let down our guard. This secret art is indeed a matter of great importance. Yen Di, you cannot be careless. Right? Yen Di, in all matters you must hold back a trick. Towards aliens, we, the universe masters of the human race, mostly opposed Yen Di's action, although Ju Fu had not spoken. But his eyes told Yen Di that he disapproved. Seeing the universe masters of the human race reacting so strongly, Yen Di couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Knowing that mishandling this matter would worsen his relationship with the clan, he quickly said, Everyone rest assured, Yu Dai Hua Huang is my companion, absolutely trustworthy. Companion, a special term in the cosmic sea. A companion is not necessarily a spouse because the two who become companions may not be of the same race, nor even necessarily of different genders. But anyone who can be called a companion is absolutely trusting of the other. For instance, Lord Jian would die for Lord Liujiu, and Lord Jili, after the fall of Lord Tuyu, had no will to continue living. Is she trustworthy? Zhu Fu asked with unusual seriousness. She is. And I also have a way to ensure that this secret art can only be cultivated by Yudai Huahuang alone, and cannot be passed on to others. With the help of the endless lineages inheritance, Yan Di crafted a universe master-level induction secret art. It was entirely feasible to ensure that Yudai Huahuang would not divulge the waterfire secret art. Good. In that case I agree. But it can only be cultivated by Yudai Huahuang alone, and cannot be passed on including to her clansmen. Zhu Fu said solemnly. I absolutely guarantee it, everyone can rest assured. Yan Di also assured the human universe masters. With Yan Di's guarantee this time, no one objected. In truth, the human universe masters were mainly afraid that the secret art would be leaked and learned by other alien races, which would be a disaster for humanity. Since Yan Di had guaranteed that only Yudai Huahuang could cultivate it, and it could not be spread, everyone chose to support Yan Di. Good. Since everything is settled, let's adjourn. Farewell. See you next time. Goodbye. The human universe masters all left Zhu Fu's temple, and Yan Di's consciousness also withdrew from the virtual universe. Meanwhile, Yan Di's main body continued to absorb the inheritance of the endless lineage. His bloodthirsty vine avatar was striving to create life, while his external incarnation was exploring the universe boat with Yudai Huahuang. In the universe boat near the core region, a dangerous place called the Devouring Cave, a black dragon-shaped palace-type treasure was moving swiftly. This was Yan Di's dragon pattern tower. Brother Yan Di, what are you looking for? It's been an epic, and you've just been wandering around here, not even waiting for a treasure to emerge. Yudai Huahuang asked in confusion. Looking for prey. Prey? What prey? Yudai Huahuang was even more confused. Could the universe boat produce some prey she didn't know about? You'll know when I find it. In truth, Yan Di was also quite frustrated. Originally he had planned to kill a few universe masters, complete the task given to him by Zuoshanke, then return to the Primordial Universe to have Zuoshanke upgrade his original soul to a supreme treasure. But who knew that, in this entire epic, he hadn't encountered a single person. Actually, this was normal. Consider that the universe boat was a full 100 million light-years in length, and the number of strong men adventuring in the universe boat was only a handful. It was like throwing a few thousand ants on Earth. You can imagine how small the chance of them meeting each other was. All right. Hearing Yan Di's reply, Yudai Huahuang resignedly went off to daydream. Strong men, they always craved excitement. Wandering aimlessly like this, no one liked it. Seeing Yudai Huahuang somewhat displeased, Yan Di felt a bit troubled. How about this, Yudi? Let's go explore the core region of the universe boat. Really? Yudai Huahuang looked at Yan Di excitedly. Really? Oh, brother Yan Di, you're the best. Moi. Yudai Huahuang said happily, throwing herself into Yan Di's arms and kissing him on the cheek. Oh, you. Yan Di said, ruffling her hair. In front of Yan Di, Yudai Huahuang had no authority at all, like a little girl. Sometimes she acted spoiled, sometimes threw tantrums, but Yan Di mostly tolerated it. Yan Di also understood Yudai Huahuang well. As the only universe master of a powerful race, her pressure was much greater than Yan Di's. Oh, by the way, brother Yan Di, you told me some time ago that you had a gift for me. Where is the gift? Yudai Huahuang looked at Yan Di with her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Hee, I knew you'd ask. Look, here it is. Yan Di said, taking out a memory crystal. This memory crystal was made by Yan Di and contained the waterfire secret art. It also contained a simplified version of the induction secret art, which could prevent Yudai Huahuang from leaking the waterfire secret art. Although Yan Di didn't care much about the secret art, he still took some precautions out of consideration for the human race's feelings. This is. You'll know when you see it. Yudai Huahuang took the memory crystal from Yan Di's hand and immediately immersed herself in cultivation. Yan Di looked at the cultivating Yudai Huahuang, his gaze turning much gentler. Yudai, you are also the one I will protect with my life. Yan Di was piloting the dragon pattern tower swiftly towards the core region of the universe boat, while the dangerous area of the core, the drowning lake, was not calm. A red palace-type treasure was roaming in the drowning lake, and inside it a humanoid strongman with a phantom of a divine eye behind him was leisurely exploring the surroundings with a domain-type treasure. Alas, I've been at this drowning lake, which is rumored to have once produced supreme treasures, for so long, yet I haven't obtained a single treasure. I Hiko am truly unlucky. The strongman of the divine eye race muttered to himself. Hiko, the lord of the divine eye race, was the only sixth-stage universe master possessing a supreme treasure. He possessed a psychic-type supreme treasure called Hiko Realm, and was a super universe master with attack power reaching the 6th stage. In dangerous places like the core region, the treasures that appeared were at least second only to supreme treasures. Even rare items and supreme treasures could appear, and this drowning lake had seen several supreme treasures emerge. This time Lord Hiko had come specifically to the drowning lake to seek treasures, but he never expected that after nearly 100 million epochs, he still hadn't encountered a treasure emerging. The most terrifying aspect of the drowning lake was the 3,000 drownings. It was rumored that even a supreme being could be pulled in by the drowning and perish. Therefore Lord Hiko was very cautious in the drowning, moving only after using a domain-type treasure to scout the situation. Suddenly 3 light-years away from where Lord Hiko's domain-type treasure was exploring, there was a faint fluctuation of a treasure emerging. A fluctuation. Could it be that a treasure is emerging? I've been here so long and finally a treasure is emerging. How exciting! Lord Hiko quickly piloted his palace-type treasure and moved away. Ah, what is this? The legendary tomb boat. Lord Hiko couldn't believe it. The treasure about to emerge before his eyes was actually the legendary tomb boat. Lord Hiko couldn't help but be excited. The defensive power of the tomb boat was no less than that of a palace-type supreme treasure, and obtaining the tomb boat would allow entry into the legendary tombs of ancient strongmen. Lord Hiko looked around warily. The treasure was not yet in hand, and he could not afford any carelessness. Just then, a universe master covered in green leaves several hundred light-years away from Lord Hiko also sensed the fluctuation of the treasure emerging. There's a fluctuation ahead. Could it be a treasure emerging? I'll go and see. This universe master covered in green leaves drove his palace-type treasure at full speed, rushing over hastily. Similarly, while the green leaf-covered universe master was rushing towards the direction of the tomb boat's emergence, a universe master nearly 1,000 light-years away from Lord Hiko also sensed the fluctuation and hurried towards the location of the tomb boat's emergence. This universe master wore red armor, held a crimson giant sword, and emitted a terrifying aura. Meanwhile, Yen Di had just entered the drowning lake, and faint fluctuations were transmitted to him. Ah, it's emerged. Open the hatch quickly. Hurry. Lord Hiko said anxiously. Although the tomb boat had emerged, it could not be claimed until its hatch opened. Unless the tomb boat itself opened its hatch, even a supreme being could not force it open. Just as Lord Hiko was waiting anxiously, the universe master covered in green leaves arrived. Ha ha ha. Lord Hiko, I didn't expect you to arrive first. Lord Miluan of the East Emperor Holy Land, I didn't expect you to come either. Lord Hiko said in a deep voice, looking at Lord Miluan. Lord Miluan, an ancient 6th-stage universe master of the East Emperor Holy Land. He possessed the palace-type supreme treasure Black Prison Tower, and his strength was not inferior to Lord Jinhai. His overall strength was slightly stronger than Lord Hiko. For a moment the atmosphere between Lord Hiko and Lord Miluan became tense, and both sides were ready to act. For the tomb boat, whose value was not less than a supreme treasure, no one would give up. Just as Lord Miluan was about to clash with Lord Hiko, the universe master in red armor arrived. Seeing that universe master in red armor, both Lord Hiko and Lord Miluan's expressions darkened. The legendary universe master of the cosmic sea, Lord Chishue. I didn't expect you to come. The newcomer was indeed the legendary universe master of the cosmic sea, Lord Chishue. A legendary universe master with attack power at the peak of the 7th stage, possessing 2 supreme treasures, and having once defeated a supreme being in direct combat. Why can't I come? Chishue Lord snorted coldly upon hearing Hiku Lord's words. With his snort, a crimson sword chi spanning 100 billion kilometers cleaved toward Hiku Lord. Ah! Facing Chishue Lord's attack, Hiku Lord dared not be careless. He merged with his Hiku realm, transforming into a colossal special lifeform. The Hiku. Reaching 500 billion kilometers in height. The Hiku that Hiku Lord became possessed 4 pairs of wings, 8 sharp claws, and 3 heads, each bearing a pointed beak. Transformed into the Hiku Lord faced the sword chi that Chishue Lord had sent. Instantly all 3 heads struck at the crimson sword chi. Boom! The 3 beaks of Hiku Lord collided with the crimson sword chi. The immense might erupted, directly causing dozens of light years of the drowning lake to seethe and boil. Hiku Lord was sent flying by the terrifying power. In a mere probing exchange, Hiku Lord had already fallen behind. Is Hiku Lord nothing more than this? Chishue Lord sneered disdainfully, watching Hiku Lord being casually blasted away. You! Hiku Lord pointed at Chishue Lord, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then Miluan Lord transmitted to Hiku Lord. Chishue Lord is too powerful. Neither of us can match him alone. How about joining forces against him? Fine. Hiku Lord agreed without hesitation. The disparity in their strength was simply too great. Chishue Lord's attack power reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank, a full major level above Hiku Lord. In an instant Miluan Lord and Hiku Lord formed an alliance. Together with Hiku Lord they faced Chishue Lord, forging a temporary pact. Yet both knew this alliance was fleeting. Once the tomb ship opened, it would all come down to strength. Chishue Lord sneered contemptuously at the joint force of Hiku and Miluan. Before absolute power numbers are but a joke. No matter how many ants they cannot overcome a ferocious tiger. Hearing Chishue Lord's words, the proud Hiku Lord could no longer contain himself and cursed, Chishue Lord, do not be so arrogant. You are but a mere ancestral god who failed to become a supreme being, a waste. You, Hiku Lord, you are courting death. Chishue Lord's eyes glinted with a mad, dangerous light upon hearing Hiku Lord's words. Failing to become a supreme being was the eternal pain in Chishue Lord's heart. Even though he became a legendary universe lord and had once defeated a supreme being without a supreme treasure, yet not becoming a supreme being remained the greatest shame in his heart. Back in the second reincarnation era, Chishue Lord was the sole special lifeform birthed by the Primordial Universe. He possessed extraordinary talent and fearsome innate secret techniques. He cultivated to Universe Lord early in the second reincarnation era. After breaking through, he was courted by the Primordial Universe. He became the ancestral god of blood of the second reincarnation era, and was granted the supreme treasure, the Chishue battle armor, along with a powerful 6th rank innate secret technique. At that time, how mighty and imposing was Chishue Lord. With the backing of the ancestral god church, the supreme treasure Chishue battle armor, and a 6th rank innate secret technique, even a supreme being in the primordial universe might not be a match for him. Later Chishue Lord surged forward, creating a 5th rank ultimate secret technique early, and reaching the limit of Universe Lord. But then he was stunned. He could not break through to become a supreme being. His lifeform was too unique, like the prison king of the prison race, and he had no idea how to achieve the breakthrough. It was as if a curse had been placed upon him. Even as the second reincarnation era ended, he still failed to break through. Thus Chishue Lord would forever be unable to become a supreme being. Yet even so, Chishue Lord never gave up. Even in the cosmic sea with the supreme treasure Chishue battle armor and the 6th rank innate secret technique, he was the strongest universe lord. Later he acquired a second supreme treasure, the Chishue sword. With his 6th rank innate secret technique, he comprehended the 5th layer of the sword's secret patterns, unleashing an attack power at the pinnacle of the 7th rank. In a treasure battle, Chishue Lord suddenly erupted, defeating a supreme being in the primordial universe who lacked a supreme treasure. That battle made him a legend. But what did it matter if he became a legend? He could never break through to become a supreme being, an unchangeable truth. As the saying goes, you don't expose a man's shortcomings and you don't slap a man's face. Hiku Lord had struck a raw nerve and the atmosphere turned deadly. Chishue Lord slowly drew his Chishue sword, preparing to attack Hiku Lord. But just then a surprised voice rang out. Ah! Isn't that our legendary universe lord, Chishue Lord, who made you so angry? Why resort to swords and spears? It's not good to hurt one's pride. Oh, Yen Emperor, you've come too. Ha ha ha. I saw excitement here, so naturally I came. Yen Emperor laughed heartily, his eyes fixed on the black tomb ship, spanning 100 billion kilometers. So the tomb ship has emerged. Could it be that the inheritance of the Duandong River lineage has appeared? Indeed, it's quite lively, Chishue Lord remarked with a strange tone. With Yen Emperor's arrival, the atmosphere quieted. Chishue Lord had intended to drive Miluan Lord and Hiku Lord away, but he hadn't expected Yen Emperor to appear. Chishue Lord thought to himself, now I can't suppress the situation. While Yen Emperor waited silently for the tomb ship to open, Chishue Lord suddenly transmitted to him. Yen Emperor, how about we join forces? You are strong but lack a supreme treasure. Together we can deal with Miluan Lord and Hiku Lord. After all, one is a sacred heir and the other is a powerhouse from the Divine Eye clan. They surely know more about the tomb ship than we do. Join forces with you. I'm the weakest here. Are you sure you won't attack me first? In truth, Yen Emperor had no interest in allying with Chishue Lord. In terms of strength, he was the strongest here. As for knowledge of the tomb ship, who could compare to Yen Emperor, who had inherited the endless lineage? Humph. Do you think I, Chishue Lord, am that kind of person? I promise not to attack you before entering the tomb ship. Once inside, we'll each rely on our own abilities. Chishue Lord snorted. Humph. A little fellow without even a supreme treasure isn't worth my effort. I'm only recruiting you to prevent you from allying with Miluan Lord and the others. Yen Emperor had roamed the cosmic sea for nearly 100 billion epochs, and all the strong in the cosmic sea knew he lacked a supreme treasure, making him the weakest of the 6th rank universe lords. Thus Chishue Lord looked down on Yen Emperor somewhat while also envying his talent. Fine, I agree. Yen Emperor transmitted. I'll keep this Chishue Lord steady for now and act when the time comes. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Yen Emperor understood this well. Though he was the strongest here, others didn't know. He didn't want to become a target, or making a fortune in silence was the way. Just then Miluan Lord also transmitted to Yen Emperor. Yen Emperor, how about the three of us join forces against Chishue Lord? After all, Chishue Lord is the strongest. Join forces with you too. What benefit do I get? Remember, there's only one tomb ship. You both come from extraordinary backgrounds and know more about the tomb ship than I do. How can I compete with you two? Yen Emperor retorted. Heh, interesting. Joining forces with me. The waters are getting murkier and the murkier the better. As they say, troubled waters make it easy to fish. Yen Emperor, what more benefit do you want? Can you face Chishue Lord alone? Miluan Lord's face darkened as he transmitted secretly. This Yen Emperor is rather ungrateful. A little fellow without even a supreme treasure dares to ask me for benefits. Humph. No benefits, and you want me, Yen Emperor, to be your shield. Yen Emperor feigned anger. The three of us join forces. When the tomb ship's hatch opens automatically. We'll push Chishue Lord back together, and then it's every man for himself in the tomb ship. How about that? Though Miluan Lord spoke well, he thought to himself, a little fellow from the Primordial Universe. How could he know more about the tomb ship than my Dongdi sacred land? Fine. I agree. Yen Emperor accepted Miluan Lord's offer. In truth, Yen Emperor agreed to both sides only to muddy the waters further. Once the battle erupted, he would have a better chance to enter the tomb ship first and claim it. For a moment, 4 super-universe lords surrounded the tomb ship from 4 different directions. All were waiting for the moment the tomb ship would open. Each universe lord was calculating how to turn the situation to their advantage. Just then, a voice transmitted to Yen Emperor. Yen Emperor, brother, I have successfully cultivated the waterfire secret art, and now possess 6th rank strength. Let me come out and help you. Yudi, don't rush out yet. Perhaps you can play an unexpected role later. Yen Emperor was not eager to let Yudai Flower Emperor emerge. A 6th rank soul attack, if launched without warning, could even cause trouble for a supreme being. Oh, then I'll listen to you, Yen Emperor, brother. Yudai Flower Emperor obeyed Yen Emperor like a devoted wife. 3 days later. Why hasn't the tomb ship opened its hatch yet? If it takes too long, things will get difficult. Yen Emperor gazed at the immobile tomb ship, growing anxious. He had to be anxious. If the tomb ship didn't open for tens of thousands of epochs, then all the strong in the cosmic sea would know about it. Miluan Lord, Chishue Lord, and Hiku Lord were all extremely anxious, but the tomb ship simply refused to open its hatch. 5 days later, the tomb ship, which had remained steadfast, finally slowly opened its hatch. Swish! The hatch of the tomb ship has opened. Rush in. The 4 Supreme Universe Lords dashed toward the open hatch at incredible speed, simultaneously activating and driving their domain-type supreme treasures to suppress each other. Yendi's 10,000 Swords Diagram Lord, Hiko's Blue Sky Domain Lord, Miluan's Tower Prison, and Lord Chishue's Blood Lake all ferociously pressed against one another. Yendi, make a move. Yendi, attack. Both sides sent mental transmissions to Yendi, almost simultaneously demanding that he take action immediately. Boom! The black prison tower transformed into a streak of pitch-black light, piercing toward Lord Chishue. Lord Hiko directly manipulated his Hiko realm, transforming it into a gigantic creature, the Hiko, and attacked Lord Chishue. Lord Chishue, you already possess 2 supreme treasures. Stop competing with us for the tomb ship. Watching the attacks of Lord Miluan and Lord Hiko, which reached the 6th order, Lord Chishue remained completely unruffled. Drawing his blood-weeping sword, Lord Chishue let out a mighty roar. Roar! Mere petty scoundrels unworthy of mention. Blood weeps heaven and earth, the path of uninterrupted slaughter. Slay! 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 A bloody sword light stretching 30 billion kilometers slashed toward Lord Hiko and Lord Miluan. At this moment, Yendi was not to be outdone. He swung his Yen Divine Halberd and unleashed a move. Fire Cosmos. Attacking Lord Hiko and the others. In the end, Yendi chose to assist Lord Chishue. Although Lord Chishue was immensely powerful, his understanding of the tomb ship was far inferior to that of Lord Hiko and the others. Compared to vying for the tomb ship, it was the weaker Lord Miluan who posed a greater threat to Yendi. Boom! Lord Miluan and Lord Hiko were sent flying by the combined attacks of Yendi and Lord Chishue. Yendi, Lord Miluan, now sent flying, was burning with rage. Yendi had actually betrayed them at this moment. Humph! Do you two truly take this emperor for a fool? Following you, there is not the slightest hope of obtaining the tomb ship. Yendi snorted coldly. In truth, Lord Miluan merely intended to use Yendi as a pawn, recruiting him only to deal with Lord Chishue. Lord Hiko and Lord Miluan were blasted away by Yendi and Lord Chishue, who then entered the tomb ship first. Quick! Head to the main control room of the tomb ship. Swish! In less than a 10,000th of a second, Yendi and Lord Chishue arrived at the main control room. Since the control token of the tomb ship could be any object in the main control room, Lord Chishue simply resorted to a crude method, searching one by one. Lord Chishue firmly believed that Yendi was no match for him. However, little did he know that Yendi had obtained the inheritance of the endless lineage. His understanding of the tomb ship could truly be called the best in the cosmic sea. Suddenly, waves of imperceptible ripples emanated from Yendi's brow, rapidly scanning every item within the tomb ship. Over there. Yendi looked at the mural on the 3rd wall of the main control room. Unexpectedly, the control token of this tomb ship was an unremarkable mural. Taking advantage of Lord Chishua's inattention, Yen Di instantly moved to the front of that mural. Simultaneously using the special techniques of the endless lineage, he successfully bonded with the tomb ship. Just then Lord Hiko and Lord Miluin also rushed in. Although many things had happened in an instant from the moment Lord Miluin and the others were blasted away. To Yen Di's bonding with the tomb ship, the time elapsed was less than a second. Upon entering, Lord Miluin without a word used a special technique to scatter life imprints in all directions. Not to be outdone, Lord Hiko directly scattered his own blood within the main control room, attempting to find the control token. But things disappointed them. What? Nothing. Lord Miluin's face drastically changed. He had actually failed to find the control token. Ah, I haven't found it either. Could it be that Yen Di or Lord Chishue has already bonded with the tomb ship? Lord Hiko exclaimed in shock. For a moment the control room became deathly silent. The four powerhouses all gathered their strength ready for a great battle. But clearly the alliance between Lord Miluin and Lord Hiko continued while cracks had already appeared in the alliance between Yen Di and Lord Chishue. Yen Di, could it be that you have taken control of the tomb ship? Lord Chishue couldn't help asking. Lord Chishue, how is that possible? Given our Primordial Universe humans' understanding of the tomb ship, how could anyone have taken control so quickly? Is it you, Lord Chishue, who has taken control of the tomb ship? Playing the thief, crying thief. Yen Di directly turned the tables, muddying the waters even more. Yen Di, don't falsely accuse me. How could I have bonded with the tomb ship so quickly? Lord Chishue hastily defended himself. Even if he had bonded with the tomb ship, he couldn't admit it now or he would become a public enemy. Although the tomb ship's defensive power was not inferior to a supreme treasure, it was after all not a treasure. Thus it had many flaws, as was the case with Yen Di and the other three. If Lord Chishue and the others were to enter Yen Di's dragon pattern tower, they would be at his mercy. But the tomb ship was different. Even though Lord Chishue was now inside the tomb ship, Yen Di could do nothing to them, at most imprisoning them inside and preventing them from leaving. Just then an even more terrifying thing happened. The hatch of the tomb ship slowly closed, meaning that Lord Miluin and the others could no longer leave. Ah! Who exactly? Who bonded with the tomb ship and dares to imprison us here? Lord Hiko cried out in terror. He was clearly terrified of being sealed away forever by someone else. Humph! Lord Chishue snorted coldly, gripping his blood-weeping sword and watching the other three warily. At this moment the most ancient Lord Miluin actually calmed down. Looking around, he said in a deep voice, "This tomb ship emerged before our very eyes. That means the one who bonded with it must be one of us four. Right?" Everyone nodded. They all knew that the tomb ship could not have been bonded by anyone else, so the one who bonded it must be among them. Seeing everyone nod, Lord Miluin continued, "Then we will eliminate one by one. We will surely find who bonded with the tomb ship." Lord Hiko and the others nodded as well. There was no other choice now. But how do we eliminate? This was a question that had to be addressed. How to eliminate candidates to find who bonded with the tomb ship? We start eliminating from the weakest. Naturally, we will fight until we find who bonded with the tomb ship. The weakest? Isn't that me? Why not start from the strongest? Yen Di was somewhat annoyed. Why was the finger pointed at him? Right? Start from the weakest. Lord Hiko echoed. Clearly Lord Hiko had no goodwill toward Yen Di. Meanwhile Lord Chishue directly locked onto Yen Di, staring at him intently. Because he knew best. He and Yen Di had entered first. Since he himself had not bonded with the tomb ship, the most likely candidate was Yen Di. However, Lord Chishue's inner pride made him unwilling to admit that Yen Di had obtained the tomb ship. In an instant, the three Supreme Universe Lords all turned their spears against Yen Di. If Yen Di had his previous strength under these circumstances, he would definitely have been killed. After all, the control room of the tomb ship was only 1 billion kilometers across. Nowhere to hide. Yen Di looked at the three Universe Lords who had turned against him and finally decided to stop hiding. He let out a cold laugh. Heh. You are quite clever. Yes, it was I who bonded with the tomb ship. None of you will escape today. Ah, it really is you. Lord Chishue and the others never expected that their blind shot would actually hit the mark. Quick, stop him. Don't let him escape. Otherwise we will be trapped inside forever. The tomb ship was different from treasures. It was merely a tool used by a powerful being from an ancient civilization. It had no functions of suppression, attack, or taming. The tomb ship, when it trapped people inside, was like locking them in a house. None could exit. For Yen Di to exit, he would have to open the hatch, which would likely allow the other three Universe Lords to leave as well. But Lord Chishue and the others dared not let Yen Di out, for once he left they would be trapped forever. As you all know now, the only way for us to get out is to kill Yen Di. Otherwise no one will get out. Lord Miluin declared loudly. We three join forces, kill Yen Di and then leave. Humph. This emperor never intended to leave. Today I will show you my true strength. Yan Di snorted coldly. He immediately activated the explosive mode, and employed the second volume of the Meteor Secret Art boosting his combat power by an entire level. In his right hand, he held the Yen Divine Halberd, in his left the stone shield. After 100 billion eras of battles and the guidance of the endless lineage, Yan Di's understanding and application of close combat had become even more proficient. He was now capable of wielding the Yen Divine Halberd and the stone shield simultaneously. Humph! How arrogant, Yan Di. Do you really think you can take on all three of US Supreme Universe Lords at once? Lord Qixue asked disdainfully, watching Yan Di assume a combat stance. Enough, no more idle talk. Let's act. Lord Miluan urged. Roar. Lord Hiko directly merged with his Hiko realm, but because the space inside was too small he only shrank to a height of 10 million kilometers. Lord Miluan also brought out his black prison tower, enlarging it to 10 million kilometers. Meanwhile Lord Qixue drew his blood-weeping sword and simultaneously shot a terrifying sword beam toward Yan Di. Facing the incoming sword beam, Yan Di dared not be careless. He raised the stone shield to block it. The sword beam penetrated the stone shield, then pierced through the ice breath armor, striking Yan Di's body. What a formidable sword beam! Such immense power! Lord Qixue's reputation is well-deserved. Yan Di praised. As expected of a legendary universe lord, even a casual strike possessed top-tier 6th order might. Humph! Hiko Miluan, let's attack together. This Yan Di is strange. Lord Qixue also sensed that Yan Di was not as easy to deal with as imagined. All right. Lord Miluan and Lord Hiko responded in unison. They too felt that Yan Di seemed not as weak. Swish! The black prison tower driven by Lord Miluan transformed into a black streak shooting toward Yan Di. After Lord Hiko transformed into the special lifeform, Hiko 3 powerful beaks also struck at Yan Di. Lord Qixue directly activated the 5th layer of secret patterns on the blood-weeping sword. Blood weeps heaven and earth, the path of uninterrupted slaughter. Slay! 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 A bloody sword energy also slashed toward Yan Di. In such a cramped space Yan Di had no chance to dodge. Only by fighting head-on with all his might could he hope to win. Seeing the 3 attacks coming, Yan Di showed no mercy. He raised the Yen Divine Halberd and gently thrust it forward. Swish! Lord Qixue and the others felt that Yan Di's halberd thrust was extremely slow, yet they could not evade it. It was as if their bodies could not keep up with their neural reactions. A small black point erupted without warning beside Lord Qixue and the others while their attacks struck the stone shield in Yan Di's left hand. Boom! 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 The attacks of the 4 Supreme Universe Masters filled this cramped space, though they caused no damage to the 2 mark. Yet, for the 4 Universe Masters the power was cataclysmic. Even Yan Di, battered by the terrifying assault, lost all sense of direction. Although Shigandang was formidable, its strength lay solely in the black stone. The rest of his body was far inferior, and the attacks from all sides caused Yan Di's divine body to diminish considerably. The dreadful turbulence lasted over 10 seconds before subsiding. All present were in disarray. Yan Di's rampage mode was directly shattered by the ferocious assault. Yan Di, I never imagined your strength would be this immense. Lord of Blood Weeping stared at Yan Di in astonishment. Among them he was the least injured, protected by his supreme treasure battle armor. Huff, 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 my divine body has lost 5%. Lord of Miluan exclaimed in disbelief. He had been driving the black prison tower to attack, leaving him with the weakest defense. Suffering the most from Yan Di's assault, he was gravely wounded. Lord of Hiku was not much better. Though his Hiku realm had merged with him, it was not a defensive treasure. The protection it offered was limited. Lord of Hiku, now weakened, panted heavily. This exchange of blows revealed the disparity in their strengths. Lord of Blood Weeping with his supreme treasure armor emerged unscathed. Yan Di, whose divine body stretched 100 million kilometers, was also largely unaffected. But Lord of Miluan and Lord of Hiku each suffered considerable losses. Yan Di quickly analyzed the situation. This is not going well. With this avatar's power, I fear I cannot truly defeat them. I'll have to resort to other means. Enlarge. Enlarge. Yan Di expanded the space within the tomb arc to allow himself to fight at full capacity. As the arc grew, the area they occupied stabilized at about 80 light-years. What is Yan Di up to? Lord of Blood Weeping wondered, suspicious of Yan Di's motive for enlarging the arc. Could it be a trap? I don't know, but we must be cautious. This battle may lead to our fall, warned Lord of Miluan. Lord of Hiku nodded. Yes, be careful. Yan Di is too strange. Without a supreme treasure he can unleash such powerful attacks. Boom! Before the 3 could react, Yan Di struck again. This time his target was the relatively weaker Lord of Hiku. Singularity explosion. Yan Di thrust gently toward Lord of Hiku. Once again Lord of Hiku felt his body unable to keep up with his eyes. Yan Di's attack seemed so slow, yet he could not evade it. Seeing Yan Di strike, Lord of Blood Weeping hastily slashed his sword toward Yan Di. At this moment he and Lord of Hiku were allies, so he had to aid him. Yen-di, do not be so arrogant. Lord of Miluin, also alarmed, enlarged the black prison tower to a light year and placed it before Lord of Hiku. Boom! The black dot burst violently, though the black prison tower blocked part of the force. A peak 7th order power was not so easily withstood. Ah! Lord of Hiku screamed in agony, struck in a vital spot by Yen-di's thrust. At the same time Yen-di was hit by Lord of Bloodweeping's sword energy, slamming hard against the wall of the two mark. Cough! Cough! Lord of Bloodweeping is indeed formidable. Truly a legendary universe master. Yen-di rose slowly, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. With no defense, he had been wounded by Lord of Bloodweeping. Alas, this avatar is still too weak. If my true self were here, a single will assault would finish all three. Heh! Yen-di, the title of legendary universe master suits you better. Lord of Bloodweeping chuckled lightly, clearly impressed by Yen-di's strength. Seeing Lord of Hiku struck, Lord of Miluin asked urgently, Hiku, are you all right? Ugh! Miluin, my divine body has suffered severe damage. I cannot fight at full capacity. Lord of Hiku spat blood. What? Lord of Miluin could hardly believe it. Even with the black prison tower's interception, Lord of Hiku was so grievously wounded. How powerful was Yen-di? Miluin, no more words. Attack now. Today we might truly fall, Lord of Bloodweeping urged. Boom. Once again Lord of Bloodweeping and his allies launched their assault at Yen-di. A blood-colored sword energy, a dark stream of light, and 3 sharp beaks. Facing attacks from 3 directions, Yen-di knew he could not fully defend. He raised Shur Gondang in his left hand to block Lord of Bloodweeping's sword energy. With his right hand, he thrust the Yen Divine Spear again toward Lord of Hiku. Humph! Injuring 10 fingers is not as good as cutting off one. I'll kill Lord of Hiku first. Singularity explosion. The black dot erupted once more toward Lord of Hiku. Yen-di was also struck by their attacks. Boom! 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 Terrifying energy fluctuations once again filled the space, only 80 light-years in diameter. Though Yen-di focused his attack on Lord of Hiku, the devastating shockwaves caused Lord of Miluin, without a supreme treasure battle armor, to lose some divine body. Ah! Poor Lord of Hiku spat blood again, his aura even more feeble. He was not a special life form, his divine body was only 100,000 kilometers tall, unable to withstand such punishment. Cough! Cough! Yen-di also coughed up blood, clearly wounded. This won't do. Lord of Bloodweeping the strongest has suffered no significant loss. I'm in danger. Yen-di, go to hell. Lord of Bloodweeping, still at full strength, struck at Yen-di, while his power was exhausted and new strength not yet gathered. Seeing the flying blood-colored sword energy, Yen-di could only raise Shur Gondang in full defense, powerless to counter. Boom! Yen-di was sent flying again. The dreadful sword energy rampaged within his body. He could clearly feel his divine body dropping sharply. No choice. I'll have to join forces with you, die. Boom! Yen-di stood up, waves of fluctuations emanating from his divine body, like countless water currents surging in all directions. 7th Order Secret Art, billions of waves. What is this? Lord of Bloodweeping and the others found themselves trapped in the invisible waves, barely able to move, heavily suppressed. Each wave struck with 5th order power, and as time passed the speed and force of the waves increased. Though attacks below 7th order could not harm Lord of Bloodweeping in his Bloodweeping armor, it was different for Lord of Hiku and Lord of Miluin. They felt their divine bodies rapidly diminishing. Break! Although billions of waves could not effectively damage Lord of Bloodweeping, he felt an oppressive suppression within them. He tried to break Yen-di's hold, but to his disbelief, his strongest attack could not shatter Yen-di's binding. Little did he know that Yen-di's billions of waves was originally a 7th order elementary secret art. With the enhancement of a divine power burning technique, it had reached 8th order elementary. How could Lord of Bloodweeping break it? Even an ordinary supreme being might not be able to break Yen-di's suppression. Seeing the 3 universe masters restrained, Yen-di transmitted to Princess Butterfly now. Beauty, attack with all your might. Lord of Bloodweeping and the others were like sitting ducks. If not now, when? Princess Butterfly flew out of Yen-di's dragon pattern tower, took out a most beautiful 7-colored flower, and merged with it, transforming into countless dream-drunk butterflies that flew toward Lord of Miluin and the others. Ah! Everyone beware! It's an illusion attack! Cried Lord of Hiku. Whoosh! 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 Countless dream-drunk butterflies fluttered around Lord of Bloodweeping, enchanting him. Among the 3 supreme universe masters, apart from Lord of Bloodweeping, who struggled to resist Princess Butterfly's illusion, the other 2 had temporarily lost consciousness. Humph! Yen-di snorted coldly at Lord of Bloodweeping's desperate resistance. He had no need to concern himself with Lord of Hiku and Lord of Miluin now. Unconscious and trapped in his billions of waves, their only fate was to fall. Since you withstood Yudi's attack, can you withstand mine? Yendi raised the Yen Divine Spear again and thrust it at Lord of Blood Weeping. Boom! The power of singularity explosion erupted directly on Lord of Blood Weeping. This time he had no defense at all. Even with the Blood Weeping armor it was not enough. Ah! Struck by Yendi, Lord of Blood Weeping spat blood, his aura weakening. Cough! Cough! I never expected. Princess Butterfly, you possess such power. I underestimated you. All strong beings in the cosmic sea knew that Princess Butterfly and Yendi were partners. But Lord of Blood Weeping had only known her as a fifth-order powerhouse, completely dismissing her. This time she made him pay a heavy price. A sixth-order illusion attack without a supreme treasure for soul defense, few universe masters could ignore it. If not for the Blood Weeping armor, Lord of Blood Weeping would have been unable to resist Princess Butterfly's assault. Yudi, well done. Yendi looked at her approvingly. Of course. Who do you think I am? Princess Butterfly's pride sword. Haha. Yes, our Yudai is formidable. Yendi laughed heartily. Pa. Who's ours? Hearing this, Princess Butterfly blushed. Heh. Ah, Yendi, my divine body, it's only 60% left, cried Lord of Hiku upon waking. With only 60% of his divine body, Lord of Hiku's power was less than 30%. Lord of Miluin awoke almost simultaneously. Without a word, Lord of Miluin immediately retreated into the Black Prison Tower. Seeing that the Malin Lord had actually hidden inside the Black Prison Tower, the Hoyu Lord also hastily took out his Heavenly King Palace, which was second only to the Supreme Treasures, and hid inside. And the Chishuel Lord without any hesitation hid inside his palace-type treasure. For a moment Yendi was dumbfounded, as he watched the three super cosmic lords hiding inside their palace-type treasures. What the hell? Malin Lord's Black Prison Tower was a supreme treasure, so Yendi had no hope of sealing it. Even if he brought him back to the human clan, the giant axe would be helpless. This is the advantage of a palace-type supreme treasure. If I can't defeat you, I'll just hide inside and refuse to come out. You'll have no way to deal with me. And the palace-type treasures of Hoyu Lord and Malin Lord were also second only to supreme treasures, so Yendi could not seal them with the Dragon Pattern Tower either. Yendi, we give up fighting for the Toon Boat. We admit defeat. Please let us go. Yes, Yendi, we have already admitted defeat. Just let us go. If you keep us locked up like this, you can't leave yourself. Should I really just let them go? Yendi hesitated for a moment. They were hiding inside palace-type treasures, and Yendi's attacks were ineffective. If Yendi himself wanted to leave, he would inevitably have to open the hatch of the Toon Boat, and they might seize the opportunity to escape. This is like if you lock a girl, just an example, no offense, in your home wanting to do something but she resists desperately and you can't do anything. And this girl demands to leave but you are unwilling to let her go. But then, you have to go out yourself. So when you go out you have to open the door and the girl will escape. Now the situation between Yendi and the Chishua Lord was exactly like this. If Yendi didn't let Malin Lord and the others go, he himself couldn't leave. But to let them go like this, Yendi really felt unwilling. How could he be willing? They were 3 moving treasure vaults with 4 supreme treasures alone. After all, the human clan currently didn't have a single supreme treasure. Of course Yendi's true body had 2, but unfortunately they couldn't be used now. What to do? This really feels like a mosquito trying to bite an egg. No place to start. Seeing Yendi's indecision, Yudai Huahuang also touched her cute pair of antennae on her head. She put her long and used mind to work thinking of a solution for Yendi. Yendi, what are you still hesitating for? If you don't release us quickly, once the true lords of our Shinyan clan arrive, it will be hard for you to leave. Hiyu Lord shouted. Humph. Want to leave? Hand over your Hyoyu realm, and I'll let you go immediately. Yendi snorted coldly. Hearing Yendi's words, Hoyu Lord became furious. Yendi, do you think that's possible? If you don't release me when the 7 true lords of our Shinyan clan arrive, they will seal you forever. Humph. Seal me? Then let's see if your 7 true lords truly have that ability. Yendi was completely unimpressed by the 7 true lords of the Shinyan clan. Although Yendi's true body could not leave the inheritance space of the endless lineage, if he were truly pushed to the limit, he could find a way to bring his Bloodthirsty Vine avatar here. Even if the entire Shinyan clan came, it would be useless. Listening to the argument between Yendi and Hoyu Lord, the Chishua Lord and Malin Lord remained silent. Although Chishua Lord was powerful himself, he had no great background. Malin Lord's background was indeed great, but the Holy Land always relied on numbers. Currently the East Emperor Holy Land truly had no one who could seal Yendi. After thinking for a long time, Yendi finally came up with a plan. Of course this plan was not perfect and had some flaws. Malin Chishuao, you listen to me. Each of you hand over 1 treasure second only to a supreme treasure and I will let you go immediately. No way. Impossible. Humph. Hearing their answers, Yendi was not angry and continued, don't be so quick to refuse. You all should know that I Yendi have avatars, right? I truly cannot leave now, but if I self-destruct and then recondense an avatar I can get out. Then I will summon all the cosmic lords of the human clan, and by then you all might find it difficult to leave. In truth, despite these words, once Yendi self-destructed, Yudai Huahuang would be in danger. She would likely be sealed by them. Moreover, recondensing an avatar from the Primordial Universe and then rushing to the core region of the cosmic boat would take at least 10,000 years. Who knows what will happen by then? For now, Yendi was just bluffing them, seeing if he could fool them. Fine, I agree. The most ancient Malin Lord directly agreed to Yendi's demand. Having lived for nearly 1,000 cycles, he had encountered all kinds of situations. Naturally, he would not give up the hope of escape for a treasure second only to a supreme treasure. Although Chishua Lord did not speak, his tone indicated agreement. As a powerhouse of the second reincarnation era, Chishua Lord was relatively rational. Chishua Malin, I didn't expect you to agree. Yendi, even if they agree, I know you will not agree. If you have the guts, keep me locked up. You Lord said arrogantly. Oh, is that so? Yendi suddenly let out a strange laugh. Oh, you Lord, you frog at the bottom of a well. Do you really think that hiding in a palace-type treasure leaves me with no way to deal with you? Today I'll show you the true power of this emperor. Suddenly the Hyoyu Lord hiding in the Heavenly King Palace let out an earth-shattering scream, as if his innermost sanctum had been violated for the first time. So heart-wrenching was his cry. It would sadden the heart of anyone who saw or heard it. Oh, you, what's wrong? Malin Lord asked urgently. Pain, where does it hurt? It can't be that your rear really hurts, can it? Malin Lord was stunned for a moment, then asked with a strange expression. Naturally, Hyoyu Lord's pain wasn't actually in his rear. Rather, he felt his willpower was about to collapse and his head ached unbearably. Yendi's true body had willpower reaching the limit of eternal true God, and he had also learned part of the supreme secret art, endless. The willpower assault he emitted could affect even powerhouses with willpower at the eternal true God level. Although this avatar's willpower only barely reached void true God, and could not use the endless secret art, do not forget that in the endless lineage it was not only the king-level inheritance that had willpower assault techniques. Even the general-level and soldier-level inheritances had them, just with lower quality. When Yendi studied the endless lineage inheritance, he naturally paid 200% attention to the willpower assault techniques. What he was using now was the lowest-level willpower assault secret art from the endless lineage knight, which required only the limit of sovereign willpower to cultivate. With this avatar, Yendi now unleashing the knight's secret art was enough to instantly knock unconscious a cosmic lord with limit-level willpower. Although Hyoyu Lord's willpower had reached the elementary sovereign level, Yendi's use of knight was enough to cause him excruciating pain. Yendi, I beg you to spare me. I am willing to offer treasures. Please let me go. Hyoyu Lord begged loudly. The willpower assault was truly too intense, striking directly into the depths of his soul. Oh, weren't you very arrogant? Why are you begging for mercy now? Swish! A streak of light flew out from the Heavenly King Palace and landed in Yendi's hand. Yendi looked down and saw it was a shield second only to a supreme treasure. Perfect, I can inlay the black stone from Shur Gondang onto this shield. The original shield's quality was somewhat low. Yendi, I have already handed over the treasure. Please release me immediately. Hyoyu Lord, one piece is not enough, you must give me two. Yendi, fine, I agree, but I don't have any more treasures of that level. Can I give you 3 peak-grade treasures instead? Fine. Swish! Another 3 treasures flew into Yendi's hand. Yendi put away the treasures and looked at Chishua Lord and Malin Lord. And you too. Without a word, Chishua Lord and Malin Lord directly tossed a treasure to Yendi. They did not want to suffer Hyoyu Lord's agony. But they had no idea that Yendi's willpower assault would have little effect on them whose willpower was higher. Otherwise today's matter would not have ended so easily. Good. Since you are so sensible, I will not make things difficult for you. Please take care, the 3 of you. Yendi directly opened the hatch of the tomb boat. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 cosmic lords fled the tomb boat as if their lives depended on it. Clearly Yendi had left a profound impression on them. Wow, brother Yendi, you're so amazing. Yudai Huahuang looked at Yendi with adoration. Of course, don't you know who I Yendi am? Yendi said with a smug expression. Tsh. Yudai Huahuang imitated Yendi's tone and let out a disdainful tch. In his previous life, Yendi had a very easygoing personality, even a bit of a homebody. He was well versed in online trolling, cursing, and the like. But since his transmigration, Yendi had played the role of a dignified figure within the human clan while being cold and ruthless toward outsiders. Only in front of Yudai Huahuang could he revert to his former nature. Over time, Yudai Huahuang had picked up many of Yendi's catchphrases and the like. While Yendi and Yudai Huahuang were flirting, the Xinyan clan made their move. After leaving the tomb boat, Hyoyu Lord immediately reported the situation to the true lords of the Xinyan clan. The 7 true lords discussed together and decided that a tomb boat was worth a true lord-level intervention. So at this moment 4 true lords of the Xinyan clan were heading toward Yendi from different directions. After leaving, Chishua Lord and Malin Lord also spread the news widely, saying that Yen Di had obtained the tomb-boat. For some reason, Chishua Lord even spread all the details of the battle. Once again, the cosmic sea was in an uproar over Yen Di. Yen Di obtained the tomb-boat. Yen Di displayed power no less than that of Chishua Lord. Yen Di and Yudai Huahuang joined forces to defeat 3 super cosmic lords. In short, the rumors about Yen Di were growing, and some even speculated that his strength rivaled that of a sovereign. The Jin Yao clan most agreed with this rumor, because the Dream Yao clan had been sealed alive by Yen Di. But regardless of the rumors, a conclusion was reached. A new legendary cosmic lord had emerged. Yen Di, a legendary cosmic lord, even more powerful than Chishua Lord. "Where are we going now, brother Flame Emperor?" asked Butterfly Flower Empress. After a moment of contemplation, Flame Emperor said, "Let's return to the Prime Universe. In the outer region of the Universe boat, we should encounter other universe lords more easily. It's been a long time since I was in the group. Let's go now." Thus Flame Emperor piloted the Mausoleum ship and embarked on the journey back to the Prime Universe with Butterfly Flower Empress. Meanwhile, the divine power avatar that Flame Emperor had left in the Prime Universe sank its consciousness into the virtual universe, arriving at the highest level of Thunderclap Mountain, where it sent a message to the various universe lords of the human race. "I obtained the Mausoleum ship in the core region of the Universe boat, and am now returning to the Prime Universe." Whoosh! In no time, Chaos City Lord arrived directly at the summit of Thunderclap Mountain. He asked excitedly, "Flame Emperor, did you truly acquire a Mausoleum ship?" Hearing Flame Emperor's confirmation, Chaos City Lord rejoiced. "That's truly wonderful. The value of a Mausoleum ship is almost comparable to a supreme treasure, and it will greatly benefit our human race." Watching the elated Chaos City Lord, Flame Emperor smiled faintly but said nothing. He knew that once the Gene world arrived, supreme treasures would abound. Chaos, how is the cultivation of the water and fire secret art? Upon Flame Emperor's inquiry, Chaos City Lord shook his head and sighed. "Alas! This secret art is exceedingly difficult to master. Except for Giant Axe, none of the other universe lords in our human race have successfully cultivated it." "Oh, then I'll share my cultivation insights with everyone once I return to the Prime Universe." Flame Emperor knew that the water and fire secret art was extremely challenging to practice. It was only with his guidance that Butterfly Flower Empress had been able to cultivate it so quickly. "That's perfect. With your explanations, I believe everyone will soon comprehend this water and fire secret art. You know Giant Axe's temperament. Relying on him for guidance is somewhat unlikely," Chaos City Lord said happily. Giant Axe's nature was too unrestrained, and he couldn't bear solitude. If you asked him to spend a great deal of time imparting experience, he would probably never agree. Just then a cheerful voice rang out. "Flame Emperor, congratulations. You've obtained the Mausoleum ship, a treasure of no less value than a supreme treasure, truly deserving of celebration." Flame Emperor turned to see that it was the Void Gold Lord who had arrived. Then he burst into laughter. "Ha! Same joy. Same joy." Shortly after, nearly 10 universe lords of the human race came to congratulate Flame Emperor, while some were unable to attend due to their special circumstances. At that moment, even the Dark Lord appeared. Seeing him, the human universe lords stepped forward to greet him. "Dark, you actually came. Dark, I heard you destroyed the main combat avatar of the Mantis Lord. Is that true?" Dark. Hearing the greetings from the human universe lords, the Dark Lord shook his head and said, "No matter how formidable I am, how could I compare to our legendary universe Lord Flame Emperor?" Legendary universe Lord Flame Emperor. The human universe lords, including Flame Emperor himself, were stunned. "When did I become a legendary universe lord? I didn't know either." Seeing the bewildered human universe lords, the Dark Lord spoke leisurely. "I just received news from the sovereign of the East Emperor Holy Land, who is on good terms with me." Flame Emperor and Butterfly Flower Empress joined forces to defeat 3 super universe lords, Blood Weeping Lord, Crane Beak Lord, and Myron Lord, and have been hailed as the new legendary universe lords. Defeated 3 super universe lords. New legendary universe lords. That means they are comparable to an overlord. The human universe lords looked at Flame Emperor in disbelief. "Flame Emperor, you? Really?" Seeing the astonished universe lords, Flame Emperor quickly said, "It's not that exaggerated. Both Butterfly Flower Empress and I have successfully cultivated the water and fire secret art. Moreover, Butterfly Flower Empress specializes in soul attacks, which countered those 3 super universe lords. Even so, we only wrested the Mausoleum ship after a grueling battle." "Oh, so that's how it is. I thought so." The human universe lords suddenly understood. If Butterfly Flower Empress had truly mastered the water and fire secret art, a 6th level soul attack would indeed be extremely troublesome. And since Flame Emperor has also mastered the water and fire secret art, his true strength is probably not far behind Blood Weeping Lord. "Hey!" Hearing Flame Emperor's words, the Dark Lord chuckled lightly and said nothing. He knew the entire course of the battle. The strength Flame Emperor had displayed was no less than that of Blood-Weeping Lord. And then there was Butterfly Flower Empress's eerie soul attack. This combination made them fearless even against an overlord. While Flame Emperor discussed with the human universe lords, the mausoleum ship was on its way back with Butterfly Flower Empress aboard. Phew! After 1300 years, we've finally returned to the black patterned stone pillar. Brother Flame Emperor, this mausoleum ship is truly powerful. Navigating the treacherous areas of the universe boat is much easier now. Butterfly Flower Empress let out a long breath. Beyond the black patterned stone pillar, the danger level of the treacherous areas noticeably decreased. Hearing this, Flame Emperor nodded and said, "Indeed. In terms of defense, the mausoleum ship is in no way inferior to a supreme treasure, and it's immensely valuable for exploring dangerous areas." At the black patterned stone pillar, Flame Emperor and Butterfly Flower Empress took a brief rest before proceeding. Unbeknownst to Flame Emperor, the God's Eye race had already sent 4 true lords to the universe boat in search of him. And on the route back to the Prime Universe, a God's Eye race overlord was rushing toward him. 300 years have passed since leaving the black patterned stone pillar. The mission from the mountain-seated guest is finally complete. Thump. Flame Emperor casually tossed the full set of treasures of a universe lord onto the floor of the mausoleum ship. For a mere 4th-tier universe lord like this, there were no treasures that could truly move Flame Emperor. During his return journey, he had killed several universe lords with no significant background, finally fulfilling the conditions for upgrading his original soul. Is that the extinction ravine up ahead? How nostalgic! Flame Emperor gazed ahead. The mausoleum ship had already left the inner region of the universe boat and entered the outer region. Soon they would exit the universe boat. As Flame Emperor piloted the mausoleum ship into the extinction ravine, he encountered a universe lord. "Oh, it's the Bloodbath Lord. I didn't expect to meet you here." Flame Emperor looked at the distant figure, whose appearance resembled the vampires from his previous life. Flame Emperor! The Bloodbath Lord shot him a wary glance and immediately fled. Heavens! This Flame Emperor is too terrifying. I must escape quickly. I've heard that quite a few universe lords have fallen to his hands recently. Hey! Watching the fleeing Bloodbath Lord, Flame Emperor made no move to attack. He had already completed the task assigned by the mountain-seated guest. Killing a 4th-tier universe lord held no interest for him. Flame Emperor shook his head and continued onward. Eh! Flame Emperor didn't chase me. Bloodbath Lord's eyes flickered and he thought, a few days ago the Ultimate Arrow Lord asked me about Flame Emperor's whereabouts. Now I have news. If I inform the Ultimate Arrow Lord quickly, perhaps I can gain favors from the God's Eye race. The race to which Bloodbath Lord belonged had only one overlord, and that overlord lacked a supreme treasure. Thus he was somewhat inclined to ingratiate himself with the God's Eye race. In this way, Bloodbath Lord reported Flame Emperor's location to the Ultimate Arrow Lord. The Ultimate Arrow Lord then relayed the information to the overlord of the God's Eye race. 7th Flame Emperor is in the Extinction Ravine. That's your area of responsibility. Go immediately and keep him occupied. 3rd will come to support you shortly. Suddenly the 7th True Lord, who was in the outer region of the universe boat, received a message from the 1st True Lord. Understood, Master. Be careful. Flame Emperor's strength is no less than Blood-Weeping Lord's. Do not underestimate him. Rest assured, Master. With the Ice Cliff Fortress in my hands, why should I fear Flame Emperor? The 7th True Lord declared confidently. Humph. Flame Emperor. Just a mere universe lord. Let me show you the power of our God's Eye race. Swish. The God's Eye race rushed toward the Extinction Ravine at full speed. With the Overlord's speed beyond the limits, it would not take long to arrive. Meanwhile, Flame Emperor was leisurely navigating the Extinction Ravine, completely unaware of the danger approaching. The Black Mausoleum ship, reduced to a size of 100,000 kilometers, drifted lazily through the ravine. Flame Emperor activated the 10,000 swords diagram, carefully probing the area within a diameter of 10 light-years outside the ship. Boom! Within his domain of 10,000 swords, Flame Emperor suddenly sensed a black shadow hurtling toward the mausoleum ship at 10,000 times the speed of light. 10,000 times light speed. Not good. It's an overlord. Flame Emperor exclaimed in alarm. Before he could react, he collided with the enemy. Boom! The mausoleum ship was sent flying dozens of light-years, tumbling uncontrollably through the Extinction Ravine. Ice Cliff Fortress. I didn't expect you, that old dog 7th True Lord, to come. Flame Emperor's furious voice echoed from within the ship. Hearing the curse, the 7th True Lord snorted coldly. Humph. Little brat, leave the mausoleum ship and I'll let you go. Otherwise you'll fall today. Flame Emperor's expression darkened. Let me go, old dog. Let's see if you have the strength. Boom. Flame Emperor drove the mausoleum ship at full power, crashing into the Ice Cliff Fortress. Fueled by his divine power, the ship expanded to a length of 1 light-year. The immense mausoleum ship, with its tremendous impact, shattered the tightly condensed space of the extinction ravine like a broken mirror scattering fragments. Seeing the mausoleum ship charging toward him, the seventh True Lord did not back down. He directly burned divine power and rushed toward the ship at breakneck speed. Boom! The two super treasures collided, violently shattering space for tens of light years around the extinction ravine, like an apocalypse that seemed to destroy heaven and earth. This time Flame Emperor employed the second volume of the Meteor Secret Art, and his divine power burning was even more potent than that of an overlord. An overlord in the cosmic sea could only exert the power of 10,000 times the gene level of a universe lord. In this collision, Flame Emperor gained the upper hand, sending the ice cliff fortress hurtling away. How is that possible? The seventh True Lord could hardly believe it, although the ice cliff fortress's main function was suppression rather than offense. He had never expected to lose to a universe lord. Since that's the case, the seventh True Lord flew out of the ice cliff fortress and expanded it to 1 light year. He tilted it diagonally toward the mausoleum ship. Judging by this maneuver, the seventh True Lord intended to absorb and suppress the mausoleum ship. Humph! Trying to absorb my tomb ship? You're far from capable. Yendi thought to himself, glancing at the Bingia fortress positioned obliquely opposite the tomb ship. Mystic Art Meteor. Divine Power Ignite. Boom! Suddenly a tremendous suction force erupted from the Bingia fortress above. Yendi felt this force seemed intent on devouring the tomb ship and sealing it forever. But the tomb ship, supported by Yendi's divine power, floated steadily unmoved by the Bingia fortress. Watching the fortress fail to absorb the ship, Yendi sneered, "Old dog, is this all you've got?" Hearing Yendi's mockery, the seventh True Lord grew furious. "Yendi, don't be too arrogant. This time the Divine Eye Clan has 4 True Lords here. As long as I hold you back. When the other True Lords arrive, I'll see how you can still be so cocky." Hearing this, Yendi's heart sank. This is troublesome. I must finish this quickly. Boom! Yendi flew out of the tomb ship, shrinking it and storing it within his body. Seeing Yendi emerge, the seventh True Lord sneered. "What? Scared? Ready to surrender? Surrender your sister." An invisible wave radiated from Yendi's divine body, enveloping the seventh True Lord. This was Yendi's 7th rank mystic art. Infinite waves of billions. Trapped within the infinite waves, the seventh True Lord felt immense suppression, as if his speed was severely restricted. The space became denser, emanating an inexplicable pressure. Break! The seventh True Lord immediately activated the Bingia fortress, trying to shatter Yendi's infinite waves, but to his disappointment, the seventh True Lord's attack power barely reached the 8th rank, insufficient to break Yendi's suppression. Humph! Watching the seventh True Lord's futile attempt, Yendi snorted coldly. He drew his Yen Divine Halberd and lightly thrust it forward. Yet this single thrust brought immense danger to the seventh True Lord, as if Yendi had invoked some cosmic law, leaving him nowhere to evade. Block it for me. The seventh True Lord transformed the Bingia fortress into a towering wall, shielding himself. Boom! Yendi's thrust collided violently with the Bingia fortress, unleashing a massive shockwave. Although the attack was blocked, the powerful tremor left the seventh True Lord in disbelief. Is this truly the power a universe master can possess? Old dog, what are you thinking? Take this. Singularity explosion. Boom! Yendi thrust his halberd once more at the seventh True Lord, and a tiny black point erupted. Crack! Seeing Yendi's attack, the seventh True Lord did not yield. He directly transformed the Bingia fortress into a colossal divine eye spanning over billions of kilometers. Swish! A terrifying dark beam shot from the divine eye, sweeping toward Yendi. The power of the singularity explosion clashed with the ancient divine eyes, might sending Yendi flying backward. Cough! Cough! Such a powerful attack, at least 8th rank. The Supreme Being is indeed not easy to deal with. Yendi die. Divine Eye continue attacking. Swish! The divine eye, radiating boundless might, fired another dark beam at Yendi. Though at a disadvantage, Yendi showed no fear. He raised his Yen Divine Halberd and charged forward. Boom! 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 The two exchanged blows continuously, but Yendi's attacks could not breach the divine eye. However, the seventh True Lord's attacks were also limited. Though he suppressed Yendi, he could not inflict serious harm. What should I do? The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it becomes. Yendi was not afraid of the seventh True Lord alone, but when the other True Lords arrived, he would have reason to fear. Yudi, come out and use illusion magic to hold off the seventh True Lord. I'll break the divine eye. All right? Whoosh! At the critical moment of their clash, Yudai Flower Emperor appeared. She transformed into countless drunk dream butterflies, attacking the seventh True Lord. It's Yudai Flower Emperor. Damn, her illusion attack is coming. The seventh True Lord hastily focused all his effort on resisting Yudai Flower Emperor's illusion. Though it couldn't inflict real damage, it could temporarily distract him. Now! Seeing the seventh true lord unable to control the divine eye, while resisting Yudi's attack, Yendi struck with full force at the Binjia fortress. The transformed divine eye. Stab, stab, stab. Yendi thrust his halberd at the divine eye repeatedly. Crack. Finally the divine eye shattered under Yendi's assault, and reverted to the supreme treasure Binjia fortress. It returned to the seventh true lord's hand. Meanwhile the seventh true lord managed to withstand Yudai Flower Emperor's illusion, and regained his senses. Yendi, I never thought you could break my divine eye. It seems you've inherited some ancient civilization's legacy. How else could you be so powerful? I truly cannot let you live. Otherwise another origin ancestor will emerge. The seventh true lord looked at Yendi with deep wariness. He had witnessed Yendi's terrifying talent. Humph. Old dog, anyone can talk big. Today let me see if you truly have the qualification to make me fall. Humph. The seventh true lord said nothing and once again transformed the Binjia fortress into a divine eye to attack Yendi. Yendi showed no fear, raising his Yen divine halberd to fight. This old dog is stalling for time. Yendi realized that the seventh true lord was not fighting with full force, but merely delaying, waiting for the other divine eye clan experts to arrive. Sensing his disadvantage, Yendi turned to flee. Continuing to waste time here would only make things more dangerous. Seeing Yendi attempt to escape, the seventh true lord naturally wouldn't allow it. He accelerated instantly and caught up, attacking Yendi. Damn! The supreme being has no speed limit and can accelerate freely. This old dog is truly troublesome. Yendi cursed inwardly. Unable to win in a fight and unable to escape quickly, Yendi was at a loss. Just as he prepared to engage the seventh true lord again, a terrifying disturbance occurred in the Myeshan abyss. Roar! From the endless lava of the Myeshan abyss a colossal monster emerged. This was the lava demon god, feared even by the supreme beings. Roar! 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 The lava demon god roared excitedly, and upon spotting Yendi and the seventh true lord it charged toward them. Ah! The lava demon god! Run! Seeing the creature, the seventh true lord immediately dove into the Binjia fortress to escape. Escape? Do you think you can? Yendi chuckled inwardly at the fleeing seventh true lord. If he let him go, wouldn't that be a loss of face for Yendi? Whoosh! An invisible wave enveloped the seventh true lord, preventing his rapid escape. Yendi, are you insane? Do you want both of us to fall? The seventh true lord shouted. Suppressing him at this moment was suicidal. The tomb ship could only block partial attacks, not provide complete immunity like a palace-type treasure. Ha ha ha! Seventh true lord, you jest. With the Binjia fortress, even if the lava demon god catches you, you won't die. At worst, you'll be thrown into a forbidden land, trapped forever. Yendi laughed. The Binjia fortress was a supreme treasure. The lava demon god couldn't destroy it. Yendi, aren't you afraid of death? Don't you treasure the accumulation of countless eons? The seventh true lord yelled as the lava demon god drew closer. He knew Yendi had a clone ability, but if this clone perished, all the treasures Yendi had amassed would be lost. Boom! 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 The lava demon god closed in with each step spanning billions of kilometers. Yendi could even clearly hear its excited roars. Its hideous head seemed ready to devour everything. Its terrifying hand reached out toward Yendi and the seventh true lord. It's over. Seeing the giant hand of the lava demon god, the seventh true lord knew that even if he survived, he would be severely injured. It's you. It's all because of you, Yendi. I will annihilate your human race. Hearing the seventh true lord's venomous words, Yendi remained utterly indifferent. What the hell was the Divine Eye clan? Either his main body or his Bloodvine clone could easily sweep them away. If Yendi were truly pushed to the limit, he wouldn't mind a thorough cleansing, especially since the Divine Eye clan's existence offered no help against the world beast calamity. Now the only thing in the universe C that made Yendi cautious was the world beast. A nearly absolute death sentence against which he was helpless. Now, watching the lava demon god less than 10 light years away, Yendi murmured, "Today I'll show you the inherited mystic art of the infinite lineage. Mystic art, myriad bodies." Boom! Yendi, standing in the void, suddenly emitted an overwhelming pressure, as if from the boundless ancient times. The highly condensed space around him shattered continuously, and Yendi's figure became blurry, as if he existed in another world. Swish! Suddenly Yendi split into 10 figures, each with identical auras, as if they were the original. These 10 figures fled in 3 directions, 2 in one, 3 in another, and 5 in the last. Moreover, their speed increased 1,000-fold, reaching 100,000 times the speed of light. How? How is this possible? How can Yendi's speed surpass the limits of the Primordial Universe? The seventh true lord couldn't believe it. A universe master had broken the Primordial Universe's restriction, reaching 100,000 times light speed. Roar! The simple-minded lava demon god didn't think about why 10 Yendis had appeared. It instinctively chased the group of 5 figures. Meanwhile, the seventh true lord took advantage of the lava demon god's distraction, and quietly slipped away from the Myeshan abyss. Phew! Have we finally escaped? The Flame Emperor let out a long breath as he sat inside the tomb ark. The tomb ark could only withstand a portion of the attacks. If the lava god had caught them, it would have been truly dangerous. Humph! I didn't expect that old dog, the seventh true lord, to get away. The Flame Emperor had originally planned to wait until the lava god drew near, then seize the opportunity to flee and secretly sabotage the seventh true lord. But he hadn't anticipated that the lava god's mind would be so simple. It didn't even attack the seventh true lord, who was right at its hand. Otherwise, even a casual strike from the lava god would have been enough to give the seventh true lord a severe headache. Brother Flame Emperor, what secret technique did you just use? It was so powerful. The Butterfly Flower Empress asked curiously. Just now the Flame Emperor had not only split into 10 clones with identical auras, but his speed had also surpassed the limits of the Primal Universe. How incredible! Hearing the Butterfly Flower Empress's question, the Flame Emperor smiled mysteriously and said, "Yes. Fine, don't tell me then." The Butterfly Flower Empress pouted, displeased. Hee hee. The Flame Emperor chuckled but said nothing more. The inheritance of the endless lineage was not something he could reveal. Otherwise, telling the Butterfly Flower Empress would have been no issue. Let's go. The Flame Emperor activated the tomb ark and once again embarked on the journey back. Meanwhile, in the Extinction God Abyss, a supreme being had arrived. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the third true lord of the Divine Eye clan, the Starry Sky True Lord, whose strength was second only to the first true lord. Seventh, I'm here. Where are you? Starry Sky, I've already fled the Extinction God Abyss. A lava god appeared there. The seventh true lord did not dare to admit that he had almost been killed by the lava god because of the Flame Emperor. He simply warned the third true lord to be careful. This time the seventh true lord had lost a great deal of face. I understand. As the third true lord was about to leave the Extinction God Abyss, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. A massive hand was reaching for him from behind. Roar! Lava god! Flee! Seeing the lava god chasing after him, the third true lord fled for his life. He did not possess a palace-type supreme treasure. Once caught, he would be doomed. The third true lord activated the Starry Sky hand, attempting to suppress the lava god. Countless stars like an entire universe filled the sky, binding the lava god in place. Roar! The lava god let out a mighty roar. It swung its giant fist, which spanned over 10 million kilometers, and smashed forward. This punch carried no trace of laws, yet its power surpassed the limits of the strongest. It truly achieved the realm of breaking all laws with sheer force, overwhelming all techniques with raw power. Boom! The space of the Extinction God Abyss was shattered into pieces by that terrifying punch, becoming a realm of nothingness. The third true lord's Starry Sky domain was torn apart like a sheet of paper, instantly destroyed. But taking advantage of this moment, the third true lord escaped the Extinction God Abyss. Because he had only just entered the abyss, he was able to flee so easily. Otherwise, even the third true lord would not have found it so simple to escape from the lava god. Roar! 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 The lava god roared in fury at the third true lord outside the Extinction God Abyss. But due to certain reasons or rules, it seemed unable to leave the abyss. While the third true lord rejoiced in his escape from the lava god's pursuit, the Flame Emperor was leisurely and carefree. Within the space of the tomb ark, the Flame Emperor and the Butterfly Flower Empress flirted and played games that were not suitable for children. The tomb ark continued its diligent flight. Any universe masters in the outer realms who saw the tomb ark kept their distance, afraid of provoking the Flame Emperor. By now the Flame Emperor had earned a fearsome reputation. The new legendary universe master, rumored to possess combat power rivaling the strongest, according to statistics, over 10 universe masters had fallen at the Flame Emperor's hands. These outer realm universe masters, at most at the fourth stage, naturally fled far away upon seeing the Flame Emperor. Watching the universe masters who fled at the sight of him, the Flame Emperor's heart was filled with mixed emotions. This is what strength means. This is the reputation I carved out with my own halberd. Since my transmigration I have always been cautious, but now I possess the power to roam the cosmic sea. But this is not enough. I need even greater strength. The origin continent is my true stage. Swish! Finally out of the tomb ark. From the core zone of the cosmic ark to here it took nearly 2,000 years. The Flame Emperor gazed at the cosmic ark behind him, sighing. The cosmic ark was still as dilapidated and damaged as ever, but the Flame Emperor was no longer the same. The path to supremacy. How can it stop? The Flame Emperor will surely reach the pinnacle. Inside the tomb ark, the Butterfly Flower Empress watched the Flame Emperor standing silently, feeling that he was so majestic and imposing. It seemed as if the entire universe revolved around him. Brother Flame Emperor, you're so... What about me? The Flame Emperor turned around, puzzled. Nothing. The Butterfly Flower Empress suddenly blushed and turned her head away. Hee hee. Seeing her like this, the Flame Emperor simply chuckled and did not press further. Let's go. We'll rest at the Red Alliance's gathering point in the cosmic arc, then head back to the primal universe. Alright? Swish. Soon the Flame Emperor piloted the tomb arc to the fragment that served as the human race's gathering point in the cosmic arc. The Flame Emperor directly shrunk the tomb arc to 100,000 kilometers and landed on the fragment. Someone is here. This aura. Yanning Lord. The moment he landed on the fragment, the Flame Emperor sensed another Universe Master's aura. It was the Red Alliance's alien Universe Master Yanning Lord, a powerhouse whose strength rivaled that of the Ice Seal Lord. The moment the Flame Emperor sensed Yanning Lord also sensed him and quickly came out to bow respectfully. Flame Emperor, I didn't expect you to come. As an alien Universe Master of the Red Alliance, he naturally knew how formidable the Flame Emperor's current strength and status were. The Flame Emperor's position in the Red Alliance was second only to the Giant Axe Creator, and his combat power rivaled the strongest. Yanning Lord naturally showed the utmost respect to the Flame Emperor. Seeing Yanning Lord bowing to him, the Flame Emperor laughed heartily. I just arrived. I didn't expect you to be resting here as well. Hehe. I arrived not long ago as well. It is truly my honor to meet you, Flame Emperor. Yanning Lord smiled. Haha, what honor is there to speak of? Come brother, let's go inside and have a drink. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily, pulling Yanning Lord into the palace of the gathering point. Butterfly, come out as well. Today the three of us will celebrate properly. Whoosh! The Butterfly Flower Empress emerged from the Flame Emperor's tomb arc and sat down at the round table in the hall. Gracefully and elegantly she raised her glass and said, To Yanning Lord, may you have eternal life and endless treasures. Yanning Lord quickly raised his glass as well. Eternal life and endless treasures. Haha, Yanning Lord, it's been a long time. Today we drink until we're drunk. Cheers. Cheers. Clink. The golden goblets, each hundreds of kilometers tall, clashed together, producing a thunderous sound. Occasionally droplets of wine spilled out. If such wine were to spill on Earth, it could likely cause a flood. At the gathering point, the Flame Emperor and his companions minimized their divine bodies as much as possible, otherwise even a single goblet would have been unimaginably large. Thus the Flame Emperor and Yanning Lord drank and talked for 10 days and 10 nights. In fact, this was a short time. It was said that the Universe Masters of the Holy Lands could hold banquets lasting tens of thousands of epochs without issue. Haha, Yanning Lord will take our leave now. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily, pulling the Butterfly Flower Empress into the tomb arc as they embarked on the journey back to the primal universe. Farewell, Flame Emperor. Until we meet again. Watching the departing Flame Emperor and Butterfly Flower Empress, Yanning Lord's mind was filled with myriad thoughts. Enviously he mused, the Butterfly Flower Empress is truly fortunate to have encountered the Flame Emperor. I remember when she was weaker than me, and now she has reached the level of a 6th-stage Super Universe Master. As her strength grows, her clan's status in the Red Alliance must have increased greatly. The Red Alliance was an alliance primarily built around the human race, but within it strength reigned supreme. Might made right. Take the Golden Horn clan for example. They were completely subservient to the human race, unable to even achieve independence. If a clan had a powerful Universe Supreme Being, or even a Universe Master, it could achieve independence and become a powerful clan. But even powerful clans were graded. Some had only a single Universe Overlord, while others had one or even several Universe Masters. The greater the strength, naturally the more benefits the clan received from the alliance. Now that the Butterfly Flower Empress had reached the 6th stage and had a connection with the Flame Emperor, the Butterfly clan was likely the most powerful among all the alien clans in the Red Alliance. A 5th-stage powerhouse like the Star River Lord was a senior figure in the Northern Frontier Alliance. If the Butterfly Flower Empress led the Butterfly clan to join the Northern Frontier Alliance, she too could become a senior elder. But given her relationship with the Flame Emperor, it was naturally impossible for her to betray the Red Alliance and join another alliance. As the saying goes, to completely conquer a woman, so she never betrays you, make her your woman. Boom! The Flame Emperor piloted the tomb arc at full speed through the cosmic sea. Once past the 3 supreme dangerous zones, most ordinary dangers in the cosmic sea could be ignored by the Flame Emperor thanks to the tomb arc. That's the Purple Moon Holy Land. Looking at the miniature universe of the Purple Moon Ancestor, which spanned 2.3 billion light-years, the Flame Emperor felt a surge of emotions. Such a powerful miniature universe, yet it was destroyed by Luofoam. A pity in a way. Of course the Flame Emperor merely thought this. He actually held the Purple Moon Ancestor in contempt. A miniature universe was the foundation of a powerhouse. Without one, or if it failed to evolve, breakthrough was impossible. When a supreme being broke through to the Void True God stage, the miniature universe would evolve. At 13 billion light-years, it was considered inferior. Such a miniature universe could at most evolve to the eternal True God level, then stagnate. Unless they encountered a miraculous opportunity, their fate was sealed for life. At 306 billion light-years, it was considered medium with hope of evolving to the Chaos Dominator level. Of course, that was just one condition for becoming a chaos dominator. One must also master the chaos laws. At 609 billion light-years it was considered superior. Such a miniature universe had full hope of evolving to the divine king realm. As for 10 billion light-years, that was merely a legend. In the original text it was mentioned that the Purple Moon ancestor had obtained some powerful inheritance even more formidable than the inheritance of the broken Eastern River lineage. Their lineage had once produced several powerhouses who stood at the peak of ancient civilization, namely divine kings. But given the potential of the Purple Moon ancestor's miniature universe, he could at most reach eternal true God. With such limited potential, even the strongest inheritance was useless. Phew! Finally back in the Primal Universe. The Flame Emperor let out a long breath. Having ventured into the cosmic sea for 100 billion epochs, he had now finally returned to the Primal Universe.